Your Excellency Qingyue, don't worry about whether this rumor is false. I can confirm that this rumor is true. Please let me explain something to you. The ancestor of our Lei family village, the first-generation leader of the Lei family, Lei Jitian, was once a high-ranking Gu immortal. Gu immortal? Hearing these words, Ningxin's pupils shrank slightly and he was shocked, but Lei Dong continued to talk. But when he became Gu immortal, his lifespan was already short, and then he died in an inexplicable disaster. So he left us almost no legacy. Only when he was alive, he taught us some useless killing moves. However, there are still some merits in the killing moves he taught us. Now I am thinking about how to use the inspiration of my ancestors to improve these killing moves. But we still don't have many clues, including the brothers and sisters around me who are very skilled in thunder. As for why we need to improve these killing moves, then we have to mention the Thunder Hell trial again. When Lei Dong finished speaking, he drank all the wine in the cup to moisten his throat, and then continued to preach. By the way, after our Lei family ancestor died, he left a legacy to many factions in our village. I don't know what those inheritances are. At least one of our lineage's inheritances is a killing move. According to the ancestor in the inheritance, if you can put this killing move together completely, you will be able to obtain the true inheritance of his generation of Gu immortals. Who wouldn't want all the inheritance of a generation of Gu immortals? Of course there is among them our second-generation clan leader, Lei Tian. Clan chief Lei Tian has already become a peerless master at the peak of rank 5 even in middle age. It can be said that we are only one step away from the illusory realm of immortals. At that time, Lord Lei Tian had planned to inherit the legacy of Lord Lei Jitian. That's when he integrated several inheritances of Master Lei Jitian and found that the combination of these inheritances turned out to be a killing move. It is also a guide. The destination is the top of Leiyu Mountain. That's where the inheritance of the Lei Jitian clan leader is, and it's also the place with the strongest electric field in the entire Lei Ci Mountains. Electric field is a natural condition of our Leici mountain range. Except Leici Mountain, other mountains have some electric field to a greater or lesser extent. Among them, Leiyu Mountain has the strongest electric field. If there is no corresponding Gu worm, you will be torn to pieces once you enter Leiyu Mountain. And Lord Lei Tian actually crossed the layers of electric field and reached the top of the mountain. It's a pity that no one of us has seen Lord Lei Tian since then. Some people say that he got the inheritance and became an immortal. Some people say that he was trapped on the top of the mountain. Some people even say that he died on the top of the mountain. When Lei Dong said this, his eyes were a little dim, but then he changed the subject and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. But all of these are related to me. It doesn't matter. What I care about is that from then on, no one from the Lei family will be allowed to enter the top of Leiyu Mountain. But the Thunder Dao Gu worms and Thunder Dao Gu materials on Leiyu Mountain are the most abundant in the entire Leici mountain range. Therefore, there is the so-called Thunder Prison Trial. Every winter, the electric field on Leiyu Mountain will weaken. At that time, our Lei Jiazhai and even the later Yun Jiazhai will send people to practice and obtain resources. But everyone still has to carry an electric field Gu to offset the terrifying electric field. When Lei Dong said this, he got excited, stood up, and walked to the window. His eyes flashed, and his deep voice revealed a vast ambition. But the so-called Thunder Prison Trial is no longer enough to satisfy my ambition. What I really want is the Gu Immortal Inheritance on the top of Leiyu Mountain. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1,321 words. Ningchen stared at Lei Dong's back with interest and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Your Excellency Lei Dong is really ambitious. I just don't know why Your Excellency Lei Dong would make such a long speech to me, an outsider. I'm just a demonic Gu master walking around the world. How can you get involved in other people's family affairs? Lei Dong also smiled softly when he heard this, slowly turned around, and walked leisurely towards Ningchen. Ha 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 ha. Qingyue, you and I are both smart people, there is no need to make excuses anymore. Since I have told you this long story, I will definitely not let you stay out of it. My request is very simple. In the next Thunder Prison Trial, I will give you an electric field Gu, enough for you to travel unimpeded in Thunder Prison Mountain. Then I will give you a list, and you send me all the people on the list. I won't hide it from you. I need the ancestors' inheritance in their minds. Then imitate Lord Lei Yingtian again. Of course, don't try to seize Lord Lei Jitian's inheritance. Except for members of the Lei family, it is impossible for anyone else to inherit Lord Lei Jitian's inheritance. At this point, Lei Dong paused, as if he was afraid that Ningchen would be angry, then he smiled slightly and said, Of course, if I inherit Lord Lei Jitian's inheritance, the benefits will naturally be yours too. Even if you don't get it, I will give you enough reward. After all, I, Lei Dong, have always been very generous to my own people. Lei Dong smiled softly, his eyes suddenly pierced towards Ningchen, and he asked leisurely. So, Qingwei. What do you think? Ningchen couldn't help laughing when he heard this, but he seemed a little self-deprecating. You sent all the servants away and told me some secrets. Do I still have room to refuse? Upon seeing this, Lei Dong also clapped his hands and laughed, with a bit of appreciation in his eyes. Ha 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 ha. It's easy to talk to smart people. After saying this, Lei Dong's expression also had a bit of sigh. Oh Qingwei, don't blame me for being ruthless. If my old father hadn't been too kind and too weak in his methods, how could I have planned to inherit the inheritance from Lord Lei Jitian? Lei Dong slowly closed his eyes, turned his head, and sighed in an unnoticeable manner. Anyway, you can go. If anything happens, my people will tell you. By the way, I hope only you and me know what happened today. After hearing the words, Ningchen suddenly stopped in place when he reached the door. He smiled slightly, but he was a little confused. Peace of mind. It's natural. The silver moon is in the sky, deserted. Ningchen walked onto the street again, and only Ningchen's figure was left on the street. The cold light shone on Ningchen's dark robe, adding a bit of desolation. The autumn wind was bleak and biting, and without realizing it, there was already a bit of freezing chill. The autumn wind swept Ningchen's black hair wildly dancing behind him, revealing a slight smile on his face. Hey, this Lei Dong asked me to do something and he didn't even know how to arrange a place for me. Although Ningchen said this, he sneered in his heart. Yun Yangzi is 99% qualified, Lei Yi is an unknown expert, and Lei Dong is ambitious. This huge Leitzi mountain has also given birth to many outstanding people. This inheritance from the ancestors of the Lei family must be of Lei family blood. In this case, it's really difficult to deal with. If I really can't inherit it, I can only kill people and seize the treasure. With this thought in Ningchen's mind, there was a hint of deep smile in his eyes. Lei Dong really has an ambitious nature, but he is still young and has insufficient experience, and his control over people's hearts is still immature. If he can inherit that inheritance and become a generation of Gu immortal, maybe there will really be another Lei family among the superpowers in southern Xinjiang. But, still a little arrogant. Do you really think you can defeat me? Ningchen snorted coldly in his heart, and a few glimmers of light flashed through his eyes again. While Lei Dong is using Ningchen, why isn't Ningchen also using Lei Dong? Lei Dong wanted to borrow Ningchen's hand to collect the killing moves. And Ningchen didn't want to use Lei Dong's hand to pocket this inheritance. In other words, Lei Dong underestimated Ningchen and overestimated himself. Cooperating with a 1,000-year-old demon is tantamount to seeking skin from a tiger. Suddenly, the figures of Lei Yi and Nan Zhengyue appeared in Ningchen's mind, and he couldn't help snorting coldly. Snort. It just so happened that we took this opportunity of the Thunder Prison trial to kill Lei Yi and his master together. I'm really looking forward to what his master's soul will feel like. Ha 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 ha. Ningchen's feet were leisurely and he slowly walked towards the hotel, with a few thoughts flashing in his eyes. My cultivation level is now at the peak of rank 3, and I have only reached the breakthrough level in less than a month. But if you want to get the maximum benefit from the next Thunder Prison training, reaching the 3rd level of peak is far from enough. Only when you reach the 4th rank and have the powerful power of the 4th rank Gu Worm, can you have the final say in the Thunder Prison trial? At that time, as long as the head of the Yun family and the Lei family don't grow up, I will have no one to control me. It's late autumn now, and there's still some time before the Thunder Prison trial begins. I just don't know if I can break through this big realm in the past few months. And I still need some goo materials to refine the goo worms. At least I need to refine my main goo worms to level 4. In this way, my combat power can be guaranteed. However, the attack methods I have are still somewhat lacking, and I still need to develop some killing moves. Currently, I want to at least upgrade my second level goo insects to third level ones as much as possible. I can only stand firm in the next Thunder Prison trial by doing everything possible to improve my current strength. With this thought in Ningchen's mind, a cold smile appeared on the corners of his lips. And Lei Dong actually dares to cultivate his own power under the eyes of the head of the Lei family. I think the conflict between the head of the Lei family and Lei Dong is about to break out. Otherwise, Lei Dong would definitely not take such a big risk and cooperate with me, an outsider, to go to the forbidden land of life, the top of Thunder Prison Mountain, to obtain the Goo Immortal inheritance. Lei Dong urgently needs to increase his strength before he can fight against the head of the Lei family. Ningchen's eyes flashed with a hint of thought, and he had stepped into the hotel before he knew it. He threw a few yuan stones at the front desk and walked into an empty room as usual. After closing the door, Ningchen slowly took out a handful of goo worms. After a closer look, he saw that they were all Thunder Dao goo worms. Ningchen quietly looked at the goo insects in his palm, smiled slightly, and murmured to himself. When these goo insects are refined to level 3, maybe I can imitate my previous life again and develop a killing move. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1318 words. Dew formed on the leaves, bringing with it wisps of cold wind. The cold waves are rolling, causing the yellow and fallen leaves to fly. Well. A young man slowly opened his eyes and murmured. What he saw was the stone wall. Turning around and looking around, he suddenly entered an unknown cave. He was about to get up, but he suddenly felt his feet stagnant. He suddenly saw a pair of shackles locking him firmly to the stone pillar beside him. This is. Seeing such a situation, the young man was inevitably shocked. His pupils shrank slightly, and an uneasy feeling slowly came to his mind. You're awake. Suddenly, a greeting came from deep inside the cave. When the young man heard this, he froze and looked for fame. Suddenly, I saw a figure slowly walking towards me. Her black hair is disheveled, her eyes are as dark as abyss, but her skin is very fair. The large black robe seemed to blend into the darkness behind him. Black clothes, black hair, black eyes, carrying a demonic aura. Ningchen looked at the young man quietly and smiled suddenly. Although she was smiling, she didn't say anything else. She just walked up to him quietly. When the young man saw this, he was suddenly startled and felt a little fear for no reason. The smile on Ningchen's face still remained undiminished, and he grabbed his throat with a big hand. When the young man saw this, he grabbed Ningchen's wrist with both hands, but he couldn't move even a little bit, and his eyes were about to burst. What are you going to do? Ningchen remained silent, still smiling, and quietly placed his other hand on the young man's chest. Bang! Immediately, there was a muffled thunder-like sound that echoed in the cave. The echoes of muffled thunder are endless, echoing in the cave. Suddenly, the young man's hands fell down feebly. A closer look revealed that more than that, the pupils were dilated and there was no breath. He was obviously dead. Ningchen slowly raised his hand, narrowed his eyes and looked at the palm of his hand carefully. From time to time, a few dazzling thunder flowers jumped out from the palm, which was so dazzling in the dark cave. After a long moment of silence, he looked at the young man's body again and laughed. Ha 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 ha. The way I use it, I'm afraid even the 5th level Thunder Dao Gu Master and even the Thunder Dao Gu Immortal will never be able to imitate it. After all, how can ordinary Gu Immortals or even Gu Masters achieve my level? It turned out that this young man didn't seem to have any wounds on the outside, but his internal organs were also struck by lightning, and he couldn't die anymore. And being able to affect the opponent's body with just one heavenly thunder Gu is due to Ningchen's unique realm of thunder. In his previous life, Ningchen majored in the thunder method, and now Ningchen is practicing the thunder method again. With the foundation of Thunder Dao practice for thousands of years in the previous life, practicing Thunder Dao again in this life is no ordinary person. And now it seems that this is indeed the case. The 5 fingers of the dust are turning, and the graceful thunder flowers move according to the heart. Such a scene fell into Ningchen's eyes, which made him smile a little deeply. My realm of thunder is probably at the level of a great master. It's a pity that the experiences of the two lives cannot be completely shared, otherwise I wouldn't be surprised at all even if it were the supreme master. With the level of a grand master of Thunder Dao, my path of Thunder Dao practice will undoubtedly be one step ahead of others. There was a hint of cold smile on Ningchen's lips, and he slowly walked out of the cave. Looking far into the distance, I saw the thunderous arcs of the rolling mountains not far away. I smiled slightly. According to time, the Thunder Prison trial is about to begin. Now I am afraid that both the Lei family and the Yun family are thinking hard about how to get the maximum benefit from their cultivation. But although the countless goo insects and goo materials on the Thunder Prison mountain make me greedy, what I am more interested in is the Thunder Prison inheritance on the top of the mountain. But how should I seize this inheritance? When Ningchen thought of this, a few thoughts flashed in his eyes, and he paced leisurely. I have never met the head of the Lei family so far, but if he can occupy the entire village, he is probably a rank 4 peak goo master. It's even said that it might be the 5th revolution. Well, it's really difficult. Thinking of this, Ningchen's brows became a little gloomy, and he remained silent for a while. At this time, a burst of young people's comments suddenly came from below. Yun Yangzi, are you sure there is a Yin Lei Biao here? Don't worry, I just saw it when I passed by here a few days ago. Then Yin Lei Biao has level 3 combat power. And XIN, now I am also a 3rd level cultivation. Yun Yangzi chuckled lightly, his true essence shook, and the light silver true essence was revealed. Ningchen's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this, and his heart seemed to be filled with insight. I remember Yun Yangzi is the rising star of Yunjiaosai. Just a few months later, he is already a level 3 goo master, and he deserves to be called a genius. Ha 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 ha. It seems that goo immortal inheritance will definitely fall into my hands. A cold smile appeared on Ningchen's lips, and he slowly retreated, disappearing into the cave. Yun Yangzi walked leisurely at the front of the crowd, seemingly not taking the so-called Yin Lei Biao seriously. Roar. No way, it's really Yin Lei Biao. Why is there a Yin Lei Biao next to Lei Jiaosai? Yin Lei Biao, 3rd level combat power. Everyone looked for the tiger roar and saw a big black, shiny beast. It was so thin and weak. A pair of tiger eyes looked at everyone wantonly, bursting with murderous intent. Roar. Although it was not majestic at all, and its body size was even smaller than some beast kings with 2nd level combat power. But it was this posture that made everyone feel boundless fear. Yin Lei Biao, 3rd level combat power, likes to kill and eat people the most. Yun Yangzi's eyes lit up slightly when he saw this, and he slowly pulled out the long sword at his waist and smiled faintly. You are really here. Suddenly, Yun Yangzi's figure turned into a rainbow of light and disappeared on the spot. Yin Lei Biao could only barely see a few strands of residual rainbow flowing in the air, and then he felt a pain in the tiger's claws. Ah! Yin Lei Biao roared in pain, and the killing intent in his tiger eyes became stronger. The tiger's mouth opened, and wisps of purple light slowly gathered in the mouth. Bang! Suddenly, it turned into a thunderball and blasted out. Immediately, a purple gold stream of light pierced into everyone's eyes, making everyone more afraid. In an instant, the thunderball flew in front of everyone. Swish! Suddenly, a blade of light slashed out, cutting the unstoppable thunderball in half, without any power. Yun Yangzi slowly retracted his sword, quietly looked at the people who were still stuck in place, and snorted coldly. If you can't help, you might as well run away, so that I won't be able to take care of you when I get excited. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1417 words. Yun Yangzi. You. One of them seemed to be unable to bear Yun Yangzi's disdain and pursed his lips. Oh. You are to me. Aren't they just a bunch of useless burdens? Seeing this, the smile on Yun Yangzi's lips became even brighter, his golden eyes became more disdainful, and he spoke leisurely. Ouch! When Yin Lei Biao saw Yun Yangzi's back open, murderous intent arose in his eyes, and he ran away with bursts of lightning. A claw was swung out, causing lightning to explode, as if it was going to kill Yun Yangzi with one blow. Huh! However, this claw fell into the air and hit the ground, causing the soil to fly. When Yin Lei Biao saw that there was no Yun Yangzi under his palm, there was inevitably a trace of human doubt in his vertical pupils. Suddenly, a golden stream of light pierced into its remaining light, causing it to look for the stream of light. Take a closer look and you will see that the stream of light is actually Yun Yangzi. Bang! Yun Yangzi looked indifferent and kicked out, carrying a wisp of strong wind. He kicked Zhong Yin Lei Biao's vertical pupils hard. Ouch! Yin Lei Biao roared in pain, covered his eyes with one claw, and instinctively waved the other claw towards Yun Yangzi. Seeing this, Yun Yangzi took his time and twisted his body slightly to avoid the slap. However, this was not over yet. Yun Yangzi turned around and slashed out a golden blade of light. Aha! The light blade slashed on Yin Lei Biao's neck without reservation, dripping blood and causing a shrill roar. Hot blood gushed out from Yin Lei Biao's neck, and he was miserable for a moment. Yun Yangzi laughed out loud when he saw Yin Lei Biao's miserable look. What kind of Yin Lei Biao, what kind of beast do I think I am? It turns out that's all you can do. After saying that, the golden light on both palms was shining brightly, and they all beat together. It blasted out 2 balls of light that were as big as a millstone and flew straight towards Yin Lei Biao. When Yin Lei Biao saw this, there was a hint of human gloom in his vertical pupils, and then he waved his claw out of thin air. He swung out a sound that broke through the air, and even swung out a volley of thunder claws. The thunder claws and the ball of light collided in mid-air, causing thick smoke and fog, and for a moment it was impossible to see even one's fingers. Yun Yangzi watched the fog quietly, his eyes shining with golden light, as if he was trying to penetrate the fog. Suddenly, a smile crept onto his lips. Ha ha ha. Found you. The figure flashed again, then turned into a ray of rainbow light and disappeared from the same place. Clang. Suddenly, a ray of golden light slashed out, piercing through the layers of thick smoke. The arrogant Pilion's light blade cut away the thick smoke. Ouch! Yun Yangzi slowly turned around, quietly listened to the shrill roar of the tiger in his ears, and smiled faintly. No matter how powerful you are at rank 3, you are still no match for the 3-foot delirium sword in my hand. Ouch! The only response to Yun Yangzi was the shrill roar of a tiger, and it could only be the shrill roar of a tiger. Taking a closer look, he could see that Yin Lei Biao, who had just been full of murderous intent, was now lying on the ground in embarrassment, with his head on the ground. A closer look revealed that only 3 legs were left, and the remaining one was lying quietly in the distance. Yin Lei Biao struggled to get up, but he kept writhing and became even more embarrassed. Suddenly, a figure was reflected in the vertical pupils. When he looked up, he saw Yun Yangzi. Yun Yangzi quietly looked down at Yin Lei Biao, who was like a dead dog, and with a flash of golden light in his hand, he slashed out with the Juliang. Clang! A sweet sound of gold and iron caught the attention of everyone present. Who is that? I don't know you. Could it be that he is the Lei family Gu master? It's possible, after all, it's not far from Lei Jiaohai. The sounds of discussion fell into Yun Yangzi's ears, but they did not shake his mind at all. Yun Yangzi slowly raised his head, and when he saw the person coming, his eyebrows became a little gloomy, and his words became a little unhappy. Qingwei, have you become Lei Jiaohai's lackey? When Ningchen heard this, he was neither impatient nor impatient. He raised the long sword in his hand slightly and pushed away Yun Yangzi's slash. He smiled faintly and said, Your Excellency Yangzi, what does this mean? I only have a personal relationship with the young patriarch of the Lei family, so why have I become a lackey? Your Excellency Yangzi, you really spoke a little too strongly. When Yun Yangzi saw Zhang Wang being pushed away, he snorted coldly and stepped forward to continue the fight. Since you dare to stop me, let's fight. After saying that, Zhang Wang turned into a golden dragon and pounced on the long sword in Ning Chen's hand. Ning Chen didn't panic at all when he saw this. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, and immediately with a burst of lightning, he took the initiative to face Zhang Wang. Chong chong chang. The electric light surged and golden light overflowed. The electric light and the golden light were fighting together, and the 2 long swords were like 2 dragons, fighting fiercely together. Ningchen's expression was as cold as ice, and the sword in his hand was unwavering, one sword was better than the other. On the other hand, Yun Yang's eyebrows were furrowed, and he could hardly control his sword. One sword was weaker than the other. Seeing that Yun Yangzi was gradually falling into a disadvantage, everyone couldn't sit still. It seems. Why does it seem that Yun Yangzi is at a disadvantage? Who is this person? He is so young, but he can suppress Yun Yangzi and beat him? Listening to their conversation just now, they should know each other. Yun Yangzi gritted his steel teeth and stared at the long sword in Ningchen's hand with his golden eyes, almost roaring in his heart. Isn't he just a traveling Gu master? Why is he so strong? Suddenly, Ning Chen's eyes glowed coldly, and there was a hint of sneer on his lips. Flaw. He clenched the long sword in his hand with 5 fingers and slashed towards Yun Yangzi's side. Yun Yangzi was even more horrified when he saw this, and he quickly pulled back Zhanwang to resist, but it was a little too late. Clang. After a crisp sound, Ningchen's slash hit the light shield around Yun Yangzi. However, Ningchen looked at the long sword in his hand as if he had expected it. The next second, countless fine cracks appeared on the sword body, and it shattered with a bang. Ningchen quietly held the remaining hilt and smiled. It seems. It's time for me to put sword forging on the agenda. Yun Yangzi was stunned at first, and then laughed. Your sword is really useless. Then, he took a step forward, the light blade in his palm was dazzling, and he was determined to kill Ningchen with one blow. Ningchen dropped the hilt of the sword and raised his head slowly. He grasped the air. Swish. The palm of his hand was bleeding, but he actually held the blade in Yun Yangzi's hand firmly. Blood flowed from Ning Chen's fingers, but his expression did not waver at all. Yun Yangzi was a little confused when he saw this. He let his hands exert force, but Zhan Wang did not move at all. He just held my Zhan Wang like this? How dare he? Isn't he afraid that his hand will be cut off by me? Suddenly, Ning Chen grasped Zhan Wang with 5 fingers, and the root of his finger suddenly exerted force. Immediately, the power of moving mountains and seas burst out from his fingertips in an instant. Bang! After a rather pleasant crisp sound, Yun Yangzi fell into confusion. Zhan Wang is broken? Legend of the Gu Demon. 1323 words. Boy, do you think you can defeat me with a good sword? Ningchen looked at the astonished Yun Yangzi and couldn't help but smile softly. No. That's the Void Sword. It was a gift from the Yun Mingzi family to Yun Yangzi. I heard that the sword is very extraordinary. It is made entirely of cold iron from the western regions, and it was tempered by a Tao refining master. It's a good sword to cut down the evil. But he was crushed to pieces by the man in front of him with his bare hands. Yun Yang stared blankly at the broken sword blade at his feet. For a moment, he became angry and punched out. Asshole. This punch was extremely fast, and it arrived in front of Ningchen in almost an instant. Bang. Yun Yangzi suddenly felt his hand stagnant and couldn't help but raise his head. However, he saw Ningchen firmly catching the punch and smiled slightly. Then, his right hand turned into a fist and blasted out like a mountain and sea. Bang! The sound came before the punch came, and the sharp punch penetrated the air, causing bursts of air-piercing sounds. Yun Yangzi was suddenly startled when he saw this, but it was too late to escape. Suddenly, the punch hit his face without reservation. Bang! Poof! Immediately, Yun Yangzi felt dizzy, stars appeared in his eyes, and his body flew backwards at an uncontrollable speed. Boom! Yun Yangzi's body crashed into an old pine tree, and his flying body came to a standstill. Poof! Yun Yangzi suddenly felt a surge of energy and blood in his chest, and a fishy sweetness surged in his throat. He opened his mouth wide and spat out a mouthful of pink blood mixed with it. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Ningchen stood there quietly, blood dripping from his fingers, but his expression was still so calm. Such a posture fell into the eyes of everyone in Yunjiazhai, which made them even more frightened. Yun Yangzi is a rank 3 Gu master. This. Is it possible that this person is more qualified than Yun Yang's? When Ningchen heard this, he stood with his hands behind his back and walked leisurely, speaking lightly. Near Lejiazhai. Did something to me, a guest of the young patriarch of Lejiazhai. You guys are really brave. At this time, a Yun family Gu master stood up and seemed to explain. We just heard that there is a Yin Lei Biao here, and we want to come here to see. Oh. So that's it. Then this Yin Lei Biao is mine. What? The Yun family Gu master was stunned for a moment when he heard Ningchen's shameless words. Ningchen's expression turned cold when he saw this, and he sneered. Why, your people hurt me, is it too much for me to ask for compensation? After saying that, Ningchen took a step forward, his whole body was filled with aura, and the aura of snow silver true essence swept over him. But, our people are also injured. The Yun family Gu master swallowed a sip of saliva and withstood the pressure of the third-level peak. He pointed at Yun Yangzi beside him and reluctantly spoke. Boom. Suddenly, a wild thunder like a dragon struck out, shattering the boulders on the side and turning them into wisps of stone powder. Say one more thing, your people are not injured. Ningchen's expression was as cold as ice, and thunder rolled wildly in his palms, as if a thunder python was about to spring out in the next second. When the Yun family Gu master saw this, no one dared to speak, and fell into a deathly silence. Afterwards, all the Yun family Gu masters carried Yun Yangzi on their backs and left slowly. But before leaving, Ningchen still noticed the sinister looks from the people in Yanjiazhai. However, although Ningchen noticed it, he didn't take it to heart. When you see me again in Thunder Prison Mountain, I wonder if you can still have such backbone. Thinking of this, Ningchen couldn't help but chuckle, and turned to look at Yin Lei Biao, who had been dead for a long time behind him. Come on, let me see what kind of bugs you have. Ningchen shook off the blood on his hand, looked at the 3 Gu insects in his hand, and smiled softly. Thunder Gathering Gu, Thunder Transformation Gu and Thunder Fist Gu are really interesting. Thunder Gathering Gu is the opposite of Thunder Splitting Gu. It combines several currents into one, and the power increase is definitely not small. Change Thunder Gu, change the shape of the current, and my offensive will be more elusive. As for the last Thunder Fist Gu, it condenses a giant lightning fist. Ningchen sent the 3 Gu insects into the void, and in a moment, they were refined. Ningchen took a closer look and saw countless Gu insects wandering in the void. A closer look revealed that they were all Thunder Dao Gu worms. Seeing this, Ningchen couldn't help but chuckle. At this point, my Thunder Dao practice has reached a small scale. After laughing, Ningchen's smile gradually faded, and a few thoughts flashed in his eyes. After Yun Yangzi returns to the village, the senior management of Yanjiazhai will inevitably feel angry when they see him in such a miserable state. Although it may be due to my cultivation and the strength of Lei family village that I ignore it. But such a situation cannot be hidden from the thunderous eyes and ears, just in case. I'd better explain it to him. After all, this is a bit too much. Thinking of this, Ningchen put the corpse of Yin Lei Biao in front of him into the Neji Gu and left slowly. Zhu walls and white tiles, mottled bamboo shadows. Dots of golden light fell through the gaps on Lei Dong's desk. Lei Dong narrowed his eyes slightly and quietly handled the official duties at hand. Suddenly, my meditation was interrupted by a knock on the door. Dong dong dong. Young patriarch, there are guests from the Yun family visiting outside the door. Guest of the Yun family? Let her in. Upon hearing this, Lei Dong frowned at first, as if he thought of something, then relaxed his eyebrows and smiled slightly. Then, a beautiful figure in blue clothes opened the door. Taking a closer look, he saw that Jean Huey's long hair was like tassels, draped casually on his shoulders. The figure is graceful, and the graceful flaws do not hide the beauty. With green eyebrows, red lips, pink cheeks and a beautiful nose, she looks like a graceful lady. Your Excellency Lei Dong really has everything on his plate. It's not easy for me to even see you. Lei Dong smiled softly when he heard this, picked up the teacup, and took a sip of the fragrant tea. I'm sorry, Miss Yunmeng's, the family affairs are really busy recently, I hope you can forgive me. I'm going to buy some more cuckoos from Guizhai to give to a new friend I made. When Yunmingzi heard this, he smiled like a flower and slowly sat aside. The cuckoo is singing, it's easy to say. Wait, someone is looking for me. Yunmingzi's eyebrows inevitably wrinkled when he saw this, and when he looked into his consciousness, his eyes were filled with a hint of gloom. Suddenly, he looked at Lei Dong in front of him and said coldly, "Your Excellency Lei Dong, please ask. Is your new friend dressed in black, handsome, about 20 years old, and practicing the way of thunder?" "Not bad, what's wrong?" Every time Yunmingzi mentioned a characteristic, Lei Dong's heart sank a little. "This new friend you made not long ago beat my brother, Yunmingzi, into serious injuries." Legend of the Goo Demon. 1266 words. After Lei Dong heard this, his eyebrows sank slightly, and he fell into deep thought. How could Qingwei and Yunyang's meet? Yunyangzi is warlike by nature and is not afraid of strong enemies. He was even promoted to rank 3 recently, but he was seriously injured by Qingwei? It seems Qingwei is a bit stronger than I thought. Qingwei is a very smart person. There is no need to take the initiative with the Gu masters of Yunjiazhai while cooperating with me. There must be some conflicts of interest involved. When Lei Dong thought of this, a few cold gleams flashed in his eyes, and he even snorted coldly in his heart. Humph. But this little elder of the Yun family dared to yell at me because his brother was injured. How dare you come to me to ask questions? Even if I hand Qingwei over, what can you do to him? When Lei Dong thought of this, his face remained calm and he chuckled lightly. Miss Yunmingzi, calm down, Qingwei. I know that he will never take action if it is not necessary. Miss Yunmingzi only knew a little bit about it, and came to accuse me. Could it be that she doesn't take me, the young patriarch, seriously? Ta. Lei Dong looked at Yunmingzi quietly and tapped his fingers on the table in a leisurely manner. Amidst the loud sounds, Yunmingzi's expression became increasingly gloomy. Your Excellency, does this mean that my brother's injuries were caused by himself? A hint of haze flashed through Yunmingzi's beautiful eyes, and his green-white jade fingers almost crushed the handle of the chair. Lei Dong's expression became cold when he saw this. He stood up slowly, put his hands on the table, and said coldly, That's what I mean. Yunmingzi, what do you think? After saying this, the thunderous primeval energy shook, and in an instant, Huayin primeval energy swept across the entire room. Yunmingzi's face became even more gloomy when he saw this, and his red lips bitten so brightly that blood almost overflowed. I can't fight him, let alone whether I can defeat him. I can't handle just his cronies outside the door. What's more, if I attack the young leader of the Lei family, it will officially declare war on behalf of the Yunjiazhai and Leijiazhai. I can't fight him. But Yangzi's injury. The more Yunmingzi thought about it, the more entangled he became. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his eyes, and all kinds of unwillingness came to his lips and finally turned into a soft sigh. Alas. That's all. Yunmingzi sighed in his heart, got up and left. When he walked to the door, he seemed to have thought of something and said lightly, By the way, Your Excellency Lei Dong, the cuckoo's cry you like to drink may not be available in the future. It doesn't matter, from now on I can just drink Tsangon tea from my village. That's fine. When Lei Dong heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then smiled faintly and bid farewell to Yunmingzi. Qingwei, I have some reasons to expect you to do this. Lei Dong stared at Yunmingzi's graceful back, and the figure of Ningchen appeared in his heart, making him smile lightly. The setting sun is like blood, burning up the sky. Dong dong dong. Enter. After hearing this, Ningchen slowly pushed the door open and took a closer look. He was shocked to see that Lei was holding an ink pen and the pen was moving like a snake. The ink pen in Lei Dong's palm moved according to his heart, every stroke, as if it was completely natural. After a while, Lei Dong put down the ink pen in his hand, looked at the sonorous handwriting on the copybook, and smiled slightly. Qingwei, you're here just in time. How about taking a look at this calligraphy I wrote? Ningchen looked around, but there was a hint of a deep smile in his heart. Taking a closer look, there are 4 characters on top of Baiwan. It's hard to satisfy your desires. When Ningchen saw this, he naturally understood Lei Dong's intention. You just cooperated with me and you severely injured Yunyangzi because of a dispute over interests? Don't you want to cooperate anymore? Ningchen smiled softly when he saw this, arched his hand slightly, and talked leisurely. Your Excellency Lei Dong, you don't know. Yunyangzi and I met on top of Lei Shao Mountain. Logically speaking, Lei Xiao Mountain is one of the areas under the jurisdiction of my Lei Jiazhai, and I actually met a group of Yunjia Gu masters there. I became suspicious at that time and followed them. Only after I followed them did I realize that they wanted to hunt down Yin Lei Biao. I just walked out and started a dispute with them about Yin Lei Biao. I think this Yin Lei Biao should belong to our Lei family village, so we started a dispute. And what happened next, you also know. After Lei Dong listened to Ningchen's words quietly, his expression did not change at all. After Ningchen finished speaking, he slowly spoke. So, what about Yin Lei Biao? Ningchen was silent when he heard this. He just chuckled as if he didn't understand why, and raised the Neji Gu on his hand. When Lei Dong saw this, his eyes lit up slightly and he laughed. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Just get the body. After laughing, the smile on Lei Dong's face gradually faded, and the conversation changed. As for Yunyang's, you don't have to worry about it. Yun Jiazhai doesn't dare to come to trouble us. Of course, I also hope you won't cause trouble for me again in the future. Okay, let's talk about the Thunder Prison trial. At this point, Lei Dong's expression became a little serious, very solemn. I have been collecting the names of names recently, and I will give you the list when the time comes. And one day before the Thunder Prison trial begins, I will give you a third-level electric field goo and a thunder sound goo for communication, and send someone to take you to the Thunder Prison Mountain. When the time comes, you need to disguise yourself a little, at least make sure no one can see your face. Of course, if someone sees your face, you know what to do without saying much. At least make sure that when you and I meet, there will be no other uninformed people around. By the way, I have a hunch that Yun Jiazhai will definitely be unite as one and fight against our Lei family village. Although the first and second turn Gu masters in Yun family village are far inferior to our Lei family village, there are still quite a few young talents in the third turn. You need to pay more attention to Yun Luotian and Yun Yangzi, the young patriarch of the Yun family. You also need to pay attention to others. Ningchen couldn't help but chuckle when he saw Lei Dong's serious look. It seems that you have really calculated all the variables. In order to take down this ancestral inheritance, you really do whatever it takes. Lei Dong was stunned at first, and then he smiled with relief. A Gu immortal inheritance is right in front of you, can you hold it back? Ha ha ha. Ningchen just chuckled and said nothing when he heard it, with a faint light flashing in his eyes. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1325 words. At the turn of autumn and winter, the cold wind is biting. Withered vines twine around the old trees, leaving golden leaves all over the ground. At the foot of Leiyu Mountain, one can see from a distance the figures of countless young people, dressed in green or white, but all of them are no more than 17 or 18 years old. Suddenly, the Gu master from Lei Jiazhai seemed to notice something and exclaimed. Look, that one seems to be Yun Yangzi who has 99% qualifications. Really? I don't think it's as good as our young patriarch Lei Dong. Also, the young patriarch of the Yun family, Yun Luotian, is here too. This year's Thunder Prison trial seems to be much more intense than previous year's Thunder Prison training. Yeah, people with mediocre qualifications like you and me shouldn't even think about competing for resources. Lei Yi stood aside quietly, hearing the discussions of the Lei family Gu masters, but his expression was unmoved. Xiao Lei Yi, are you nervous? At this time, Lei Yi suddenly looked at the ring in his hand and smiled slightly. How could it be? Master. Although this Thunder Prison trial is more intense than in previous years, with Master's help, there is no reason for me to lose to them. Nan Zhangyue, who was in the middle of the ring, also laughed and cursed when he heard this. You kid, you really can't survive without your master. Ha 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 ha. Lei Yi just laughed twice and didn't respond when he heard such laughter and scolding. Nan Zhangyue seemed to have thought of something, the smile on her face gradually faded, and her words became somewhat serious. But speaking of which, during this trial, I suggest you pay more attention to a few people. I can clearly tell that something is wrong with these people. First of all, it's Lei Dong. Although he is the young patriarch of the Lei family, his thoughts are extremely deep. After that night, I have never seen that demonic Gu master again. I feel like there seems to be some kind of cooperation between the demonic Gu master and Lei Dong, although I can't provide any evidence. But the ambition in Lei Dong's eyes almost overflows. Be careful when interacting with him. Young patriarch? I understand. Lei Yi listened carefully to Nan Zhangyue's warning, and felt a little wary in his heart. And there is the young patriarch of the Yun family, Yun Luotian. Yun Jiazhai has repeatedly failed in the trials in previous years. This time with Yun Luotian's leadership and their resentment towards Lei Jiazhai over the years. Be careful when you encounter Yun Luotian. Finally, it's Yun Yangzi. Yun Yangzi's qualifications are 90%, but I feel that his qualifications. It should be 10%, that is, 10 absolute bodies. After all, if he is an ordinary 99% grade A student, there is no need for him to be so slack in his practice, and there is no need to be so arrogant. When you meet him, fighting is secondary. You absolutely can't defeat him, and if he is the 10 ultimate body, once he self-destructs, all the Gu masters in Thunder Prison Mountain will be killed on the spot. Nan Zhangyue's tone was rare with a hint of solemnity, which also made Lei Yi's expression straighten, and he paid more attention to Yun Yangzi in his heart. Lei Yi whispered the names of several people in his mouth, as if he wanted to remember them in his heart. Thunder moves, Yun Yangzi, Yun Luotian, I understand, master. Well, go ahead. When Nan Zhangyu saw this, she also smiled, like the spring breeze blowing on her face. For a moment, all the Gu masters seemed to have something in their hearts. They looked up and saw. It was shocking to see that the electric arc that was jumping wantonly on Leiyu Mountain was completely eliminated. And this means? The electric field on Leiyu Mountain has become much weaker due to the weather. In other words, the Thunder Hell trial has begun. The Thunder Prison trial has begun. Suddenly, I don't know whose side, and everyone looked for the sound. Suddenly he saw Lei Dong, who was at the front of the crowd. The arc dissipated and gradually disappeared. Lei Dong naturally took this situation into his eyes. There is inevitably a hint of expectant smile on the lips. It turns out to be the young patriarch. Young patriarch, when will we enter the mountain? I don't know which Lei family Gu master took the lead in asking the question, and it seemed that he also asked the doubts in the minds of others. Lei Dong was slightly startled when he heard this, then he laughed and patted the Gu master on the shoulder. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, there is a natural and invisible thunder barrier next to Lei Ci Mountain. If you don't have electric field Gu on you, you are not allowed to enter. Even though the electric field in Leiyu Mountain has been weakened now, even the weakened electric field. It's not something we can resist with our bodies. When Lei Dong talked about this, his eyes reflected the tall and straight posture of Lei Prison Mountain towering into the clouds, and he sighed. At this time, the Gu master asked again. When a question disappears in my mind, a new doubt arises again. Where did you get the electric field Gu? When Lei Dong heard this, he smiled softly and walked away with his hands behind his back. It was hard to figure out what he was thinking in his heart. Ha 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 ha. As the young leader of the Lei family, how can I not prepare in advance? I have already prepared hundreds of electric field Gu. All you have to do is come to my place to get the Gu. Lei Dong's voice became louder and louder, and the smile on his lips was so kind in everyone's eyes. Long live the young clan leader. I would like to thank the young clan leader first. It is a great blessing for our clan to have the young clan leader here. Ha ha ha. Lei Dong listened quietly to the praise in his ears, and he just chuckled without saying a word. Then, a confidant beside Lei Dong came out with a bundle. Bang! As soon as the bundle was opened, there were countless electric field Gu. All the Lei family Gu masters rushed forward, one for each, and most of the electric field Gu in the bundle disappeared in an instant. And Lei Dong just watched quietly from the side, without any intention of stopping it. In stark contrast to the noisy Lei family village, the people in the Yun family village were naturally silent. Yun Luotian looked at the bundle full of electric field Gu, and his eyebrows were frowned. His eyes were getting darker and darker. At this moment, an inappropriate greeting came from his ears. Young clan leader, our electric field Gu. When Yun Luotian heard this, he felt his blood boiling, and almost squeezed out a word from his teeth. Go back to the village, bye. Lei Dong stood quietly in the forest, and suddenly raised his hand and stretched it forward. However, he was stopped by an invisible resistance, which was very strange. Lei Dong retracted his hand, quietly stared at the invisible thunder barrier in front of him, and smiled slightly. Then his true essence shook, urging the electric field goo in the empty cavity. Instantly, a few obscure electric lights flashed around Lei Dong, and in just a breath, they disappeared again. Stepping forward again, there was no resistance at all. Lei Dong walked forward quietly, and suddenly raised his head to look at the top of the mountain, with a flash of brilliance. The inheritance of the Goo Immortal, this time. I must get it. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1,308 words. The thatched huts at the edge of the village are like dots of white in ink, extremely eye-catching. Looking from a distance, all I could see was an old man with a gray beard and gray hair, sitting leisurely by the window. If you look closely, you can see that he is actually holding a paintbrush in his hand, and with a single stroke of the brush, he outlines the mountains, rivers, falling moon, withered vines and old trees. The more he painted, the more excited he became, and the smile on his lips grew stronger. Dong dong dong. At this time, there was an untimely knock on the door. Lord Patriarch, are you here? It turns out that this old man with a gray beard and gray hair, a thick smile, and swiping pen and ink on the scroll is the current head of the Lei family, Lei Jingtian. The smile on Lei Jingtian's lips did not diminish when he heard this, and he shouted loudly. It turns out to be Xiao Lei Jing, come in quickly. Lord Patriarch. Lei Jing pushed open the door and entered. He was only halfway interrupted by Lei Jingtian. Ha 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 ha. The painting is finished, the painting is finished. Little Lei Jing, come and take a look at my painting of country and mountains in autumn. How do you like it? Lei Jingtian dropped the brush, held the scroll in his hand, and hurriedly ran to Lei Jing in 3 steps and 2 steps at a time. There was actually a look of expectation of praise on the face with long and horizontal wrinkles. Lei Jing was speechless for a moment when he saw this, and the corners of his eyes twitched. Sighing softly, he looked at the scroll in Lei Jingtian's hand. Autumn has entered the country, with dead vines and old trees, and the setting sun is like blood. Looking from a distance, it turns out that there is no one inhabited. Lei Jing just took a cursory look and suddenly felt desolate, and sighed from the bottom of his heart. Okay, great. Ha 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 ha. That's for sure. I've been here for so long, and it took me a long, long time to paint this painting. When Lei Jingtian heard this, he twirled his beard and laughed non-stop, as if he was enjoying it very much. And Lei Jing seemed to have suddenly remembered something, his expression suddenly straightened. By the way, Mr. Patriarch, I almost forgot about business. This year's Thunder Prison trial has begun. Lei Dong and his cronies have entered Thunder Prison Mountain. Master Patriarch, do you think the young Patriarch will get the immortal Dao inheritance this year? What should we do if we get it? Seeing Lei Jing's panic, Lei Jingtian couldn't help laughing and patted his shoulder. Little Lei Jing. So what if I get it or not? But. It's nothing, little Lei Jing, you've been with me for many years. You know very well that I am already old and cannot compare to young people. I have already noticed Lei Dong's ambition. But I don't want to interfere with him too much. Xiao Lei Jing, time is always moving forward. Time will not stop for us people. We will only be lost in the long river of time. You young people are the real pillars of Lei Jiazhai in the future. If I can't let go of my power, the father and son will definitely be at war with each other. That would be so embarrassing. It doesn't look so embarrassing if I take the initiative to hand over my power. At this point, Lei Jingtian's thin body leaned on the backrest and sighed. Alas. I'm old, just let me spend my last days in peace. The future belongs to you and Lei Dong. After speaking, Lei Jingtian completely collapsed on the couch. In the vicissitudes of his eyes, the outline of Leiyu Mountain was reflected. The electric light is surging, the golden light is bright. From time to time, blue lightning or bright golden light can flash out in the mountains and forests of Leiyu Mountain. At this moment, Lei Dong was sitting on a boulder, closing his eyes and concentrating, as if waiting for something. Suddenly, a confidant walked slowly over. Young Patriarch, please pay attention. There are no Gu masters within 500 steps nearby. When Lei Dong heard this, he suddenly opened his eyes and spoke calmly. Okay, you go and rest, let someone else come. After speaking, he turned to look at the Gu masters who had their eyes closed beside him, and asked lightly. What, you still don't have a clue? I'm sorry, young patriarch. I really have no clue. Lei Dong's eyebrows sank slightly when he heard this, and Ningchen's figure appeared in his mind. It seems that without your information, nothing will happen. Lightning flashes, wolves howl. Ningchen quietly looked at the crazy lightning wolf in front of him, which was as big as a house, and smiled coldly. The right hand turned the palm into a fist, and the true energy in the hollow was shocked. You evil beast, please take care of it. Ningchen shouted coldly, and then punched out that right fist out of thin air, bringing with it wisps of strong wind. Bang! Suddenly, there was a giant fist transformed into a violent thunder and blasted out along with the fist wind. The sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded and fell into the ears of the crazy lightning wolf. Even as a crazy lightning wolf, he can clearly sense the power of this punch and it is invincible. However, crazy lightning wolf was a step too slow after all. Boom! Following a deafening roar, the crazy lightning wolf took this punch firmly. The body as big as a house was hit by this punch without any reservation on the ground. The power of moving mountains and turning the tides exploded on the body of the crazy lightning wolf. The residual power alone had already blasted a big hole in the ground. As for the crazy lightning wolf that took the punch head on, there is no need to say more. Oh whoa! The crazy lightning wolf howled miserably, very sadly. Suddenly, the wolf eyes of the crazy lightning wolf reflected Ningchen's tall figure. Ningchen quietly looked at the crazy lightning wolf that was blasted into the ground, his eyes slightly narrowed, looking at the faint blue electric armor around him. Third turn, Thunder Armor Gu. Oh whoa! The mad lightning wolf roared again, and this roar was more full of resentment towards Ningchen. Ningchen just smiled faintly when he saw this, and looked at the mad lightning wolf with interest, and talked leisurely. You can take my thunder fist after it is strengthened by the electric power Gu. And you can still look so energetic after taking it, and there is no obvious external injury. This third-level thunder armor Gu is really extraordinary. After saying that, Ningchen's palm flashed with lightning, and a 9-foot lightning spear appeared. The lightning flashed, so majestic. Swish! The wild lightning wolf suddenly felt a flash of lightning, and the lightning spear pierced its head, turning its brain into a paste, and it was dead. Ningchen retracted the lightning spear, stretched out his hand to dig into the throat and back of the wild lightning wolf, and dug out 2 Gu worms. The third-level Thunder Roar Gu and the third-level Thunder Armor Gu. Ningchen naturally accepted them all and put them into the empty cavity. Closing his eyes, he saw several more Thunder Dao Gu worms in the empty cavity. Ningchen smiled a little when he saw this, and sighed softly. This Thunder Prison Mountain, it's really not in vain. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1364 words. Suddenly, Ningchen's expression moved slightly, and he took out the Thunder Sound Gu from his arms. This Thunder Sound Gu is the Gu that Lei Dong gave to Ningchen for communication. Now this Thunder Sound Gu was buzzing and vibrating. It was obviously Lei Dong looking for Ningchen. Ningchen quietly looked at the Thunder Sound Gu in his hand. With a thought in his mind, he reached into it and talked leisurely. What's wrong? What's the young patriarch's order? Qingyue, where are you now? After hearing this, Ningchen slowly raised his head and smiled helplessly. Young patriarch. This is my first time here at Thunder Prison Mountain. I really don't know where I am. Forget it, you should have seen the list I gave you, right? After hearing this, Ningchen slowly took out a ladybug that was only as big as the belly of his thumb from his arms. This is the bookworm that Lei Dong handed over to Ningchen. Among them was the list and portraits of several people designated by Lei Dong. Ningchen narrowed his eyes slightly, and all the names fell into his mind. He smiled faintly and said, You see, can you just send these people to your place? Well, try to be faster. Also, I'll wait for you here at the back of Leiyu Mountain. After saying that, Lei Dong cut off the contact between the two. When Ningchen saw this, he put it into his arms again, his mind fell into the wine bug in his hand, and he murmured a few times. Lei Shan. Lei Qing. Lei Xian. Lei Yu. Liman, Lei Qian, Lei Yuan, Lei Ji. Seeing this, Ningchen suddenly smiled, his eyes twinkling. 8 people, this thunder actually asked me to deliver the children of 8 elders to him. Although there is Lei Dong behind him, with Lei Dong's nature, and besides, he is the young patriarch of the Lei family. It is inevitable that all these things will be pushed onto me. Even if I am a little stronger, I will still be unable to escape. But fortunately, the Thunder Prison trial lasted long enough, a full month. Such a long time is enough for me to lay out some tricks. Thinking of this, Ningchen smiled slightly and turned to look at the corpse of the crazy lightning wolf next to his feet. Slowly raising his hand, wisps of white smoke came out of the 5 orifices of the crazy lightning wolf. In the end, the white smoke slowly condensed and became a soul jade in Ningchen's hand. The soul jade transformed from the soul of this crazy lightning wolf is very different from the soul jade transformed by the Gu Master. Although there is no difference in color, the soul jade still has a bit of the ferocious attitude of the crazy electric wolf. When Ningchen saw this, he smiled faintly, threw it into the baggage, and put the body of the crazy electric wolf into the Neji Gu. Therefore, except for the large pool of blood, there is nothing else here. Ningchen slowly closed his eyes, his soul trembled, and he noticed the soul within a few hundred steps away. Suddenly, Ningchen opened his eyes, looked somewhere, and smiled slightly. This seems to be the Yun family's Gu Master. Immediately, Ningchen slowly walked towards that place. Young clan leader, it seems that Qingyue has gone to find the Yun family's Gu Master. At this time, the confidant beside Lei Dong suddenly opened his eyes and reported Ningchen's movements to Lei Dong beside him. When Lei Dong heard this, his eyebrows slightly sank, and he fell into silence for a moment, with some doubts in his heart. Well, why didn't he go to the Yun family Gu Master if he didn't go to the people on the list? Could it be that he wants to cause disputes between our 2 Lei Yun families? Humph. Naive, as long as I successfully take over the Gu immortal inheritance, let alone the Yun family, I won't be afraid even if the Tai family declares war. When Lei Dong thought of this, a sneer appeared on his lips, he waved his hand and spoke in a cold voice. It doesn't matter, let him do it for now. You just need to concentrate on doing your own thing. As for Qingyue, I have made my own decision. I understand, young master. Ding. A rather harsh explosion resounded throughout the entire mountain forest. Accompanied by sharp explosions, there were also invisible electric lights. Looking at it from a distance, it is so dazzling that it seems like both eyes will be burned through. This is the 3rd level, Thunder Light Gu. After a while, the lightning dissipated, and the mountains and forests returned to their normal colors. Then, a group of figures in white slowly walked out from behind the boulder and the old pine tree. Looking from a distance, they were all looking at the Thunder Gu floating in the air, obviously eager for it. Yun Luotian quietly stared at the Thunder Light Gu soaring leisurely among the branches and leaves, his eyes sank slightly, and his heart seemed to be filled with insight. The natural lighting cycle of the Thunder Light Gu is about 1 minute. Only if it is captured within this minute can it be refined. Otherwise, even if you look at it from a distance, your eyes will be burned through. But this lightning Gu flies very fast. It's a bit difficult to handle. The more Yun Luotian thought about it, the darker his eyebrows became. However, suddenly, a golden afterimage broke into his peripheral vision. Yun Luotian looked for the afterimage, and when he looked from a distance, he saw Yun Yang's figure transformed into a bright golden rainbow light, rushing between the branches and leaves, towards the Thunder Gu. Yun Luotian's pupils shrank slightly when he saw this, and he cursed angrily in his heart. You bastard, you are so motivated. Don't he know that if the Thunder Gu is disturbed, the Thunder Gu will release a light that is several times stronger? Thinking of this, Yun Luotian turned to everyone and shouted coldly. Everyone retreat 50 steps away, and make sure there is a bunker in front of you. Before he finished speaking, all the Yun family Gu masters slowly surged back. Although there were many Gu masters among them who were eager for this Thunder Light Gu, due to Yun Luotian's pressure, they had no choice but to obey. Yun Luotian stared ahead, with most of his attention focused on the Thunder Gu. Because he knows how powerful the lightning goo is. Yun Yang's blue clothes were flowing freely behind him, and his eyes were bright as he looked directly at the thunder goo. The thunder light goo also seemed to be aware of Yun Yangza and hurriedly flew towards the distance. At the same time, the electric light all over the body becomes more and more bright and dazzling. You can tell by just looking at it. The power of this blow is absolutely different from the one just now. But Yun Yangza still ignored it and flew straight towards the thunder light goo, seemingly not caring about the increasingly dazzling electric light. Suddenly, there was another explosion. The thunder light goo once again bloomed with a deadly halo. The faint blue halo melted away the surrounding shrubs and old pines, and even the ground was extremely dry. However, Yun Yangza turned his back the moment before the thunder light goo burst out. In this way, with the help of Yun Yangza's own third turn light shield goo, he would not be exposed to the fatal brilliance. Bang! Immediately, Yun Yangza grasped the thunder light goo firmly in his hands out of thin air. In an instant, all the halos disappeared and were all absorbed into the body of the lightning goo. On a small hill in the distance, a figure stood quietly, taking in everything just now. This Yun Yangza is so bold. But, it's really interesting. Ningchen narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Yun Yangza in the distance quietly, smiling slightly. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1302 words. Yun Yangza quietly looked down at the lightning goo in his hand, and then raised his head. Staring at the Yun family goo masters who had retreated dozens of steps in the distance, there was a hint of sarcastic smile on his lips, and he shouted loudly. Ha 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 ha. Yun Luotian, are you asking everyone to retreat dozens of steps so early? You really don't believe me at all. But that's fine, this thunder goo is mine. After Yun Yangza laughed, he sent the thunder light goo in his hand into the void, leaving everyone in Yunjiaozhai alone looking at each other. Yun Luotian's face looked a little ugly, but there was a hint of horror in his eyes. He was able to turn his back to thunder goo at that moment and minimize his injuries. And we can successfully capture this lightning goo. Such a fighting talent aside, how dare he dare to put his own life aside to capture the lightning goo in this way? At least, I don't dare to do such an act. Yun Luotian narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Yun Yangza's proud expression, and boundless doubts arose in his heart. Yun Yangza, how did you do that just now? That's right. With such a strong lightning, you weren't even hurt? I didn't expect that this thunder light goo would actually fall into your hands. Yun Yangza quietly enjoyed everyone's compliments, praises and even exclamations. He was obviously very pleased with it, just like the stars over the moon. Boom. Suddenly, a thunder fist as big as a house appeared in everyone's sight. A casual swing of the thunder fist can knock most of the Yun family's goo masters flying. What the fuck is this? It looks like the trick of the Lei family goo master. Could it be that the Lei family goo master came here? The Yun family goo masters were caught off guard by this sudden thunder fist. For a moment, the people who were hit were turned upside down, so embarrassed. Shu Zi, and gone is so arrogant. Following a loud shout, a bright golden rainbow appeared suddenly in mid-air, like a rainbow after the rain, and struck the giant fist out of thin air. Boom. The giant fist receded and the rainbow of light dispersed. Obviously, neither side could take advantage of this blow. It's the young patriarch. Yun Luotian looked calm, walked slowly in front of everyone, and talked leisurely. I wonder who this master is. He murdered our goo master's life, and he's still trying to hide his head and tail? It really makes me underestimate Lei Jiaozhai. Before he finished speaking, a figure dressed in black and black robes slowly walked out. Wearing an ink robe like an abyss and a sea, with a ghost mask on his face, people can't see his true face. However, just standing there, I felt the demonic energy coming over me. The moment he saw this figure, Yun Luotian was on high alert and shouted coldly in his heart. This outfit, this aura. He is a demonic goo master. Lei Jiaozhai is so brave, he dares to hire a demonic goo master to enter Leiyu Mountain. If the ancestor of the Lei family, who is a disciple of life and death, learns about this, he will probably die in silence. This figure wearing a mask and full of devilish aura is naturally Ningchen. The reason why Ningchen appeared in this way was to avoid being recognized by everyone in Yunjiazhai. The way Ningchen is dressed now is equivalent to Lei Jiazhai hiring a demonic Gu master to deal with Yun Jiazhai. This nature is different. If a third party is involved in the dispute between the Yunlei family, it will definitely arouse public outrage. What's more, this third party was hired by Lei Jiazhai. Ningchen looked around with a cold look in his eyes and said nothing. Suddenly, lightning flashed in the palm of his hand, and a 9-foot thunder spear burst out. Second turn, electric spear Gu. The next second, Ningchen's figure disappeared from the spot, leaving only wisps of electric light in place. Turn 3, thunder Gu. It is made by upgrading and refining the second-level electric step Gu, and its speed is far superior to that of the electric step Gu. This is also one of the Gu insects that Ningchen refined a few days ago in preparation for the Thunder Hell trial. After seeing Ningchen's figure disappearing from the spot, Yun Luotian's pupils suddenly shrank. He turned around and roared. Everyone, run. Quick. The second sentence was only half spoken, and the remaining half was stuck in the throat and could no longer be vomited out. Yun Luotian's pupils trembled slightly, his lips pursed, and the horror in his heart could not be increased. Poof. In just this breath, Ningchen rushed to the Yun family Gu master in the back row. Moreover, one shot stabbed the heart of one of the Yun family Gu masters to pieces, and the sound of whooshing could only be heard from the mouth of the Yun family Gu master. Aha! Ningchen slowly pulled out the thunder spear, held a spear in his hand, and shook off the blood and internal organs on the spear tip. Then, he raised the thunder spear in his hand and pointed it directly at everyone. Although he doesn't say anything, his actions are more effective than words. Run! Run! After a moment of silence, there were exclamations like a roaring mountain and a tsunami. Looking from a distance, all faces are filled with fear. The next second, Ningchen's figure disappeared again. Aha! 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 You can't see Ningchen's figure, but you can see the blood and internal organs rising wantonly among the crowd. You can't see Ningchen's figure, but you can see the lightning flashing frequently among the crowd. As for the ears, apart from the thunder, the only sound is the wailing of the crowd. Ah, help! Young patriarch, save me! Ah! Just as Yun Luotian rescued a Yun family Gu master whose lungs were pierced, more people died under Ningchen's thunder spear. Yun Luotian's speed of saving people could not keep up with Ningchen's speed of killing people. Suddenly, a bright golden rainbow light rushed into the crowd and met the dazzling electric light out of thin air. Ningchen retreated slowly, pacing leisurely with a hint of sneer on his face. He is worthy of being the #1 genius in the Thunder Ci Mountains. You can actually keep up with my speed. It seems that my trip was not in vain. Ha 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 ha. The golden rainbow around Yun Yangzi slowly dispersed, and there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. Can I keep up with you? Ha ha ha. You said it wrong. In all these years, you are the first Gu master I have seen who can keep up with my movements. So don't let me down. After saying that, the two turned into two streams of light, one blue and one gold, and fought fiercely together again. The electric light surges and the golden rainbow dazzles. The more the two of them fought, the more enjoyable they became. Unknowingly, they were getting further and further away from everyone in the Yun family village. Ningchen casually caught Yun Yangzi's straight punch, smiled faintly, and then sighed leisurely. Being able to fight with me for such a long time, it seems that I guessed well. Yun Yangzi, you are one of the 10 unique bodies, right? Although Ningchen was asking, it meant more of an affirmation. Yun Yangzi's pupils suddenly shrank when he heard this, and the disdain in his eyes completely dissipated, and he was no longer half arrogant. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1244 words. The wind stopped and the leaves fell. It was quiet and quiet. A few drops of cold sweat slowly slid down Yun Yangzi's forehead and flowed onto his face. His golden eyes trembled slightly, his breathing became heavier, and he was almost roaring in his heart. How could it be? This person has only met me once. How can he recognize that I am a Shijue body? For all these years, no one, not even my sister, Yun Mingzi, or even Yun Luotian, knows my true qualifications. And how come this person in front of me can guess my true qualifications at the first glance? The more Yunyang's thought about it, the more frightened he became. It was as if a huge boulder was pressing on his heart, almost making him unable to breathe. He didn't tell Yun Luotian about my qualifications. So what exactly is his purpose? When Yun Yangza thought of this, a few gleams of darkness flashed in his golden eyes. Could it be? Does this person in front of me know me? Or Lei Dong has learned about my true qualifications. Is he doing this to warn me? But even this doesn't make sense. Why exactly? Ningchen looked at Yun Yangza, who was frozen on the spot, lost in thought, and couldn't help but smile softly. Ha 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 ha. If Ningchen had just confirmed that Yun Yangza was one of the 10 absolute beings, then Yun Yangza's actions made Ningchen confirm what kind of 10 absolute beings he was. Yun Yangz heard Ningchen laughing, which interrupted his deep thoughts, and slowly raised his head. When Ningchen saw Yun Yangza raise his head, his laughter gradually stopped, but his smile did not diminish, and he talked leisurely. Yun Yangza, you. It's the Xiaoyao Jixin body, right? In the biography of human ancestors, there is a record in Chapter 5, Section 36. Xiaoyao Jixin finally exploded and turned into a woman because the ancestors continued to fill their minds with knowledge. This woman is Xiaoyao Jixin. Xiaoyao Jixin was born in the ocean of knowledge, so among the 10 unique bodies, Xiaoyao Jixin is born with extraordinary intelligence, photographic memory, and clear observation of the past and future is just one of the talents of Xiaoyao Jixin. But the mind of Xiaoyao Ji is often prone to random thoughts, so you must understand the meaning of everything. Therefore, Yunyang's. You must be a happy and intelligent mind. Yunyang's expression was almost dull, his legs suddenly softened, and he took a step back, almost collapsing to the ground. His face turned slightly pale, his lips pursed, and he hesitated to speak. When Ningchen saw this, he just laughed, turned around and left, leaving behind pieces of his beautiful clothes. Yun Luotian looked at the scene in front of him quietly and said that there were corpses everywhere and the smell of blood filled the sky. It was a sure hell. Suddenly, Yun Luotian felt a tightness in his chest, which almost made him breathless. Suddenly, his legs weakened and he fell to the ground with no strength left. At this time, a Yun family Gu master who was still able to move noticed Yun Luotian here and asked softly. Young patriarch. Clean up and bury them properly. Yun Luotian's hoarse voice fell into the Gu master's ears, and he immediately stopped talking. Yun Luotian stared blankly in front of him, his eyes were very dull, and he seemed to be asking the sky in his heart. Bang! The heavy punch fell, and a punch pit was printed on the ground. Well. When exactly will my Yun family be able to truly stand up? Immediately, Yun Luotian slowly closed his eyes. His eyelids trembled slightly, but 2 lines of clear tears slowly flowed down his cheeks. Young patriarch, we will listen to you in this Thunder Prison trial. Yes, young patriarch, as long as we work together, we will definitely be able to take the upper hand in this Thunder Prison trial. With the young patriarch here, I believe the Lei family won't be able to be arrogant for much longer. Ha 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 ha. With his eyes filled with tears, Yun Luotian still seemed to be able to vaguely see the smiles on the faces of the Yun family Gu masters before entering the mountain. However, upon closer inspection, it turned into a piece of meat in front of me. Lei Xian, this electric pig is running towards you. You have to stop it. Lei Xian smiled slightly when he heard such news coming from the Thunder Sound Gu. How can I still stop an electric pig that has been consumed by you for so long? Lei Yu, do you look down on me too much? Just stop doing somersaults. Ha 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 ha. When Lei Xian heard this, he smiled helplessly and put the Thunder Sound Gu in his hand into his arms. Suddenly, I felt the earth tremble, and the branches and leaves shook slightly, as if something was rushing towards me. Electric pig, here it comes. Lei Xian's eyes flashed with joy, and he jumped down from the branches and leaves, landing firmly on the ground. In an instant, a figure as big as a small elephant broke into his eyes. Sparks of blue thunder erupted all over his body, and he rushed forward like an unstoppable force. Lei Xian was not surprised but happy when he saw this. He laughed and put his palms together. Bang! Suddenly, two large electric cable nets came from both sides, locking the electric pig so tightly that it could not move. Ouch! Suddenly, a rather sad beast roar resounded throughout the forest. Lei Xian leisurely walked towards the body of the electric pig and elephant, with a slight smile on his face. At this time, there was a leisurely sound of footsteps that fell into his ears, setting off an alarm in his heart. Lei Xian twisted his body, his eyes flashed coldly, and he shouted coldly. "Come out, who is it?" Thump thump thump. Following the sound of leisurely footsteps, a figure in black clothes, black hair, and black eyes broke into his eyes. "Lei Xian, how many goo worms do you think this electric pig will have on it?" "I don't know, maybe there is a thunder clothes goo?" "I think there will be a thunder roar goo, after all, this beast's voice is indeed quite loud." Ha 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 ha. Several teenagers were chatting and laughing happily, already looking forward to the poisonous insects on the electric pig. However, after crossing a bush, the sight in front of them stopped the laughter of several teenagers. The electric pig was firmly locked there by two electric grids, but its breath had long since disappeared. But I saw a figure in dark robes standing there quietly, with one hand behind his back, and the other hand seemed to be holding something. Taking a closer look, it made the hearts of several young people feel infinitely cold, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. What the man was carrying was Lei Xian's body. At this moment, Lei Xian's head was firmly held by the man's big hand, his eyes were white, and he was unconscious. Upon closer inspection, wisps of white smoke slowly flowed out from Lei Xian's mouth and nose, pouring into the man's palm. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1263 words. When several people saw such a weird scene, they fell into a deathly silence. After a while, Ningchen put down Lei Xian in his hand, smiled slightly, and broke the dead silence. Ha 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 ha. Bang. Lei Xian's body fell to the ground with a bang, which also made these people wake up. "Hey, what are you doing? I advise you not to act recklessly. This is Lei Prison Mountain, and there are countless Lei family goo masters here." What happened to Lei Xian? The problems of several people were different. Some were intimidating Ningchen, some were frightened towards Ningchen, and some were concerned about Lei Xian. Hearing this, Ningchen just chuckled and said nothing, and casually kicked Lei Xian aside at his feet. Immediately, Ningchen's figure suddenly disappeared from their sight. What? Where has he gone? Suddenly, several people felt wisps of lightning coming from above their heads, and couldn't help but look up. However, this look seemed to frighten everyone to the core. But above his head, there was a huge thunderous fist that suddenly struck down like the power of heaven. The giant fist is as big as a house. Just looking at it from a distance makes you feel an electric glow. Seeing such a situation, several people were frightened out of their wits for a moment, and actually stood there without any resistance. Boom! With a deafening sound of thunder, the giant fist hit several people. Pfft! Aha! Several people were pinned down by this thunderous giant fist and could not move. Even if blood surged in their throats, they could not spit out anything. Thump thump thump. Ningchen walked leisurely to a few people, his black eyes were very calm, and he looked down at them quietly. Lei Xian slowly raised his eyes, and when he saw Ningchen's cold expression, he actually smiled instead of getting angry. Haha. I don't know who you are, but the young patriarch of our Lei family is also in this mountain. Even if you kill us, you won't be able to leave Thunder Prison Mountain alive. There were still a few traces of blood on Lei Xian's lips and his face was pale, but none of this could hide the disdain in his eyes. Ningchen couldn't help but smile softly when he saw this, but slowly raised his hand. He didn't take Lei Xian's words to heart, and he was not interested in explaining anything to Lei Xian. When I see Lei Dong, I wonder how wonderful Lei Xian's expression will be. Ningchen's big hand slowly covered Lei Xian's head, his eyes were slightly closed. In the void, the snowy silver true energy swayed. Second turn, soul-searching goo. In an instant, Lei Xian's eyes turned white, half of his energy was gone, and his hands and feet were twitching. It was very strange. Ningchen just closed his eyes quietly and chewed the memories in his mind. Seeing such a strange situation, the two people on the side inevitably felt a little fear in their hearts. After a moment, Ningchen let go of Lei Shan's head. Yu opened his eyes and turned to look at the other two people. When the other two people saw Ningchen's gaze, they felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Don't come here, don't come here. Please, don't kill me. After an unknown amount of time, Lei Shan finally woke up from his coma and slowly opened his eyes. However, as soon as I entered the scene, it was completely dark, and I couldn't even see my fingers. When Lei Shan saw this, he felt a little bit of fear in his heart. Suddenly, Lei Shan felt like everything was turned upside down. Bang! Thunder! I brought people. The familiar voice didn't wait for Lei Dong to think, and the light returned to his eyes again. Lei Dong narrowed his eyes slightly, and after getting used to the brightness, he slowly opened his eyes. However, this glance seemed to make him feel extremely stunned. Lei Shan's eyes trembled slightly, his voice trembled slightly, with a hint of disbelief. This young patriarch? However, Lei Dong's expression did not change at all when he heard this, which actually made Lei Shan feel cold. Well, it's true that those people are pretty good. Lei Dong frowned slightly when he saw this, as if he was confirming the identity of the person in front of him. Suddenly, Lei Dong turned around and smiled at Ningchen. Say it, Qingyue, what do you want? As long as I can do it, I will definitely try my best to do it. Wealth? Beauty? Fame? Or power? Upon hearing this, Ningchen just waved his hands and laughed. There's no need for these, I'm not very interested in them either. It's better to let me take a nice stroll in Thunder Prison Mountain. Of course, I will definitely not have the slightest idea of stopping the young patriarch. I hope the young patriarch can feel at ease. The smile on Lei Dong's face gradually faded when he heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly, and dangerous glances appeared in his eyes. Brother Qingyue. You really don't want anything? I won't have this opportunity again in the future. Before he finished speaking, the thunderous cronies around him took a step forward like a gesture, with evil expressions on their faces. Upon seeing this, the smile on Ningchen's face did not decrease but grew. The aura of snowy silver essence around his body was surging, and he talked leisurely. Young patriarch, I only need to spend some time practicing in Thunder Prison Mountain. If the young patriarch can fulfill my wish, that will be the best reward. Ha 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 ha. After that, they fell into silence for a long time. It was very quiet, and the tense atmosphere was suppressed in everyone's heart. Suddenly, Lei Dong laughed, ending the dead silence. With a few chuckles on his lips, Lei Dong slowly walked in front of Ningchen and patted Ningchen's shoulder with his big hand. Ha ha ha. Since Brother Qingyue has such a wish, what reason do I have to refuse? Thank you, young clan leader, for your help. Ningchen also laughed when he heard it, clasped his hands into fists, and thanked Lei Dong. Young clan leader, are you going to let Qingyue go like this? When Lei Dong heard it, his hand movement froze, and a few faint lights flashed in his eyes. He whispered to himself. Let it go for now. For now, we still have to aim for the inheritance of the immortal way. Since Qingyue has made those 8 people we sent it here, so why don't we use it? At this point, Lei Dong paused, looking into the distance. And there are only a few Yun family Gu masters left in Leiyu Mountain. If nothing unexpected happens, once the Leiyu trial is over, the Yun family village's top leaders will be furious and will hold you and me to account. And if we don't have enough strength at that time, how can we resist the anger of the Yun family? The Yun family has been suppressed by our Lei family for a long time, and everyone in their hearts is full of resentment towards our Lei family village. And this resentment is like a vague fuse, and I don't know when it will be ignited and explode. And I have a hunch. This Leiyu trial may be the fuse that ignites the fuse. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1243 words. The autumn air is terrible, the cold air is gradually growing. Wisps of cold wind blew the dead leaves flying, and they were swept into a dark cave. Looking from a distance, one can see a dense ball of light floating in the air for no apparent reason in the cave, so weird. The soft light reflected the stern face of Ningchen beside him clearly. The soft light fell into Ningchen's black eyes. No matter how it fluctuated, Ningchen's black eyes remained so calm. Suddenly, the light group surged, contracted and expanded and contracted, and finally exploded. The goo insects and even the goo materials were turned into fly ash, with only a few left. Ningchen's expression did not change at all when he saw this. He just casually took out 2 more goo worms from his arms and added some goo materials. With a thought, the wills of the 2 goo insects merged together again and turned into a milky white light group. Ningchen quietly looked at the familiar light group in front of him and murmured to himself. It actually exploded. It seems that Lei Yin Yejia has too much. This time, add some electric grass to neutralize some of the medicinal properties of thunder leaves. Perhaps this 3rd-level electrotherapy goo can be refined. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on Ningchen's lips. His dark eyes glanced at the 2nd-level electrotherapy goo piled up like a hill on the side. Over the past few days, not to mention what Ningchen had gained from the Thunder Prison Mountain, just by plundering the Lei family and even the Yun family goo masters, he had obtained countless basic Thunder Dao goo insects. And Ningchen is now at the peak of rank 3, and is no longer far away from rank 4. Naturally, he needs to refine the goo worms in his hand. And this electrotherapy goo is Lei Dao's unique treatment goo. After a while, Ningchen slowly opened his eyes, and the dense light group in front of him gradually dissipated, revealing his true appearance. It's still roughly the same as the electrotherapy goo just now, just more refined. And this is the 3rd-level electrotherapy goo. Ningchen looked at the 3rd-turn electrotherapy goo that fell on his palm and smiled slightly. Then it was sent into the void, and the snow-silver true essence was swept away to refine it. Aha! The sound of a sharp weapon entering flesh was so harsh in the quiet cave. Ningchen casually took out a sharp dagger and sliced it towards the wrist lightly. In an instant, a long and narrow wound was opened, and warm blood flowed out, and it seemed that it could not stop for a while. Ningchen quietly looked at his wrist where blood was gushing out, his expression unshakable. Suddenly, a burst of lightning flashed across the wound, and the skin and flesh on both sides miraculously bonded together. When Ningchen saw this, he just moved his wrist and smiled slightly. 3rd-level goo insect treatment is really different from the 2nd-level goo insect treatment. Immediately, Yu stood up and walked slowly outside the cave. Ningchen stood quietly outside the cave, with his hands behind his hands, his eyes wandering, as if he was thinking about something. After all this time, Lei Dong should have researched something. But the inside of Thunder Prison Mountain has not changed at all. Is it possible that those people don't have those inheritances in their memories? It shouldn't be like this. Such a secret should be passed down from generation to generation. How can it be easily forgotten? Could it be that someone's inheritance is missing? Whose could it be? The more Ningchen thought about it, the more he frowned, and he just remained silent. After a long time, Ningchen seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly smiled. Since Lei Dong can't figure it out, I have no choice but to do it myself. Even if this inheritance is incomplete, with my realm of thunder, it is not difficult to complete it. Thinking of this, Ningchen chuckled and walked back to the cave behind him, letting the cold wind blow. All the Lei family goo masters knelt down on the ground, their expressions stagnant, their hearts beating violently, as if they were about to jump out of their chests. How, today? Lei Dongjiao looked at the Lei family goo masters kneeling on the ground in front of him. They were all his confidants. This sentence was almost squeezed out from between the teeth. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other and looked at each other. No one wanted to answer Lei Dong at this time. Report to the young patriarch. We still have no progress. Snap. The man's voice became softer and softer, and Lei Dong's face became more and more gloomy. Before he finished speaking, Lei Dong slapped the man on the face, almost making him stagger. Immediately, a red palm print appeared on the man's face. However, even so, the man did not dare to say a word. Lei Dong looked at the man coldly, then looked at the cronies, and cursed angrily. A bunch of drunkards and rice bags. I gave you the best treatment, I shared food and accommodation with you, but after all this time, you still haven't made any progress? Halfway through the Thunder Prison trial, but you haven't even completed the puzzle pieces of the Immortal Dao inheritance? What do I need you for? Bang! Lei Dong casually punched the tree trunk on the side. The ferocious force made a big hole in the tree trunk and splattered sawdust. Everyone looked even more frightened when they saw this, and quickly defended themselves. Young Patriarch, calm down. Please give us some more time, young Patriarch, we will definitely be able to delve into something. This killer move should be an extremely exquisite killer move. It combines attack, movement, confusion and other functions into one. It seems to lack a core poisonous insect. Please give us some time, young clan leader. However, Lei Dong's expression was still so gloomy, without any change, and he spoke slowly. 1 day. I will give you 1 day. 1 day, if you can't produce the results I want to see, you can go to the gate of life and death to accompany the ancestor. I understand. In the cave. After a long time, Ning Chen opened his eyes, but a few doubts flashed across his mind today. 8 people, I have searched their souls, but why did this killer move? Is it because the most core goo worm is missing? And I have no impression that there are almost no thunder goo worms that can meet this core, at least I have never heard of it. Then could it be that this inheritance is fake, including the inheritance on the mountain is also a cover-up? Thinking of this, Ning Chen's brows sank slightly. No, the second-generation patriarch of the Lei family, Lei Yingtian, gathered many inheritances, pieced together a killer move, and reached the top of the Leiyu mountain. Lei Yingtian's experience is just hearsay after all, and the authenticity remains to be verified. But who will have the last piece of the puzzle? Could it be the current Lei family patriarch? Since the second-generation patriarch, all the patriarchs have hidden the core of the inheritance? Legend of the Goo Demon. 1366 words. The clouds are thick and the forest is silent. Thump thump thump. A burst of melodious footsteps passed through the layers of fog and fell into Lei Yi's ears. Lei Yi's figure is hidden on an old pine, hidden among the dense leaves. His eyes are bright and he looks far away, as if he is waiting for something. Suddenly, a vague figure slowly walked out, which made Lei Yi's eyes light up slightly and he murmured softly. Coming. As if in response to what Lei Yi said, a powerful lightning wolf slowly walked out. When Lei Yi saw this, he slowly closed his eyes and sighed softly. At this time, Nan Zhangyue, who was holding his fingers, seemed to be aware of the uneasiness in Lei Yi's heart, and comforted her softly. Xiao Lei Yi, don't panic. You have the killing move I gave you. Although you cannot imitate all its original power, it is more than enough to kill this lightning wolf. You just need to let go. Suddenly, Lei Yi suddenly opened his eyes, with a few glimmers of light shining in his eyes. No. I'm not panicked, I'm excited. I am looking forward to the power of this killing move more and more. Ha 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 ha. Lei Yi laughed loudly, and then curled his fingers, bringing out wisps of lightning. Upon closer inspection, there are several faint blue silk threads in the air that Lei Yi can move. Thunder gun. Lei Yi shouted softly in his mouth, and with a pull out of thin air, several rays of lightning shot out from the surrounding dense forest. Aha! 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 Several rays of lightning are several thunder guns. The thunder gun is so fast, it kills the lightning wolf in the blink of an eye. But at this time, the thunder wolf tried to escape but it was already too late. It was surrounded by thunder guns. Aha! 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 Ouch! The lightning wolf looked up to the sky and roared. The howl was very sad and not very majestic. Bang! Several thunder guns immediately pierced the lightning wolf, like a hedgehog. I really can't die anymore. When Lei Yi saw this, he opened his fingers slightly and the blue threads disappeared. As for the thunder gun, it turned into electric currents of different shapes and drilled back into the earth along the cracks in the ground. The body of the lightning wolf suddenly fell to the ground. This situation fell into Lei Yi's eyes, and he could only feel a little joy. Master, your killing move is really powerful. Only 20% of the true energy was consumed, and the second-level lightning wolf was killed with one blow. Nan Zhangyue also chuckled when she heard this. Her eyes were soft and her mouth was leisurely. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Lei Yi, the core goo of this killing move is the moving thunder goo. With this thunder goo, you can control the electric current and kill this lightning wolf so freely. There is also the Thunder Transformation Goo. The Thunder Transformation Goo can change the shape of the current. There is unimaginable thunder flowing under the Thunder Prison Mountain. You only need to borrow it a little, and you will get twice the result with half the effort. Lei Yi's face straightened, and he listened carefully to Nan Zhangyue's explanation, which seemed to be very useful to him, and a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. I see. But master, why have I never heard of this thunder goo in the village? Nan Zhangyue just laughed when he heard this, his eyes became softer. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Lei Yi, southern Xinjiang is very big, and there are not a few goo masters who practice thunder Dao. How can you judge the entire sect with your own short-sightedness? Master, I have been traveling in southern Xinjiang for decades, and I have seen quite a few thunder Dao goo masters. Even so, I dare not claim to be proficient in thunder Dao. Because I understand that among the hundreds of thousands of mountains in southern Xinjiang, there are many capable people and strangers. And this thunder goo is just an inheritance I received years ago. Now that I happen to be living in your body, I just happen to hand over this goo insect to you. It doesn't mean I have insulted this inheritance. Nan Zhangyue's eyes were long and beautiful, her beautiful eyes were hazy, as if she was recalling some past events. When Lei Yi saw this, he shut his mouth very wisely, leaving some private space for Nan Zhangyue. After a moment of silence, bursts of chuckles came from the mist, which made people think it was so weird. Ha 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 ha. Lei Yi, Lei Yi. It really makes me search hard. Such a voice fell into Lei Yi's ears, almost making him freeze in place. His pupils trembled, his body trembled slightly, and the fear was palpable. Lei Yi looked around and saw the figure in black robes, which almost made him enter the ice cave. At Ningchen's feet, Yu Yu lightly raised his hand, and a 9-foot thunder spear appeared. With his fingers slightly clenched, he casually held a gorgeous gunflower, pinned it behind his back, and smiled slightly. Lei Yi, no outsiders will interfere this time. After laughing, his body turned into a piece of residual thunder, and almost in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Lei Yi. Lei Yi only said that in the blink of an eye, he felt a strong wind blowing against his face, and lightning came like a shadow. Aha! Lei Yi suddenly felt a pain in his heart, his energy and blood surged, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Lei Yi lost most of his strength, leaned back, and leaned on the old pine behind him. Ningchen clenched the electric spear in his hand slightly, his eyes were as calm as water, and he exerted force with the heel of his palm again, and the electric spear advanced another inch. Poof! In an instant, Lei Yi looked even more miserable, beads of sweat dripped down his cheeks, and his teeth were almost broken. However, even so, there was no sign of surrender in Lei Yi's eyes. Ningchen's face remained unmoved when he saw this, and he suddenly smiled slightly and said leisurely, "Come out, master. I am very aware of the importance of my move." Now I can clearly feel Lei Yi's increasingly weak heartbeat through the tip of the electric spear. As long as I go 1 inch deeper, Lei Yi will die on the spot. In other words, as long as you don't show up, your apprentice will slowly die in pain. The sooner you show up, the probability of your apprentice's survival will be much higher. Before he finished speaking, wisps of white smoke came out from Lei Yi's mouth and nose, and transformed into a woman in blue clothes in the air. His expression was indifferent, but upon closer inspection, there was even more hatred for the person in front of him in his brows. "I'm out. Please spare my disciple's life." When Ningchen saw Nan Zhangyue's appearance, he laughed and held Nan Zhangyue's head firmly in his hands. In the palm of the hand, there was a bright light, and Nan Zhangyue's beautiful eyes suddenly lost any sparkle. After a while, Ningchen let go of Nan Zhangyue's head and closed his eyes slightly, as if he was chewing on this information. Nan Zhangyue's figure became even more ethereal, unable to even float in the air, and fell to the ground with a bang. Her delicate body trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes lowered slightly, with a hint of hope in her eyes, and she murmured, "How, you also saw my soul? Can. Let my disciple go." Hearing this, Ningchen opened his eyes leisurely, looked at Nan Zhangyue, and smiled softly, a little confused. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Ningchen's palm suddenly exerted force, and the thunder spear inserted into Lei Yi's heart completely shattered his heart. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1,312 words. Nan Zhangyue stared blankly at Lei Yi's body, feeling a little lost for a moment. As I looked at it, I suddenly felt that my eyes were filled with mist. In the warehouse, Lei Yi seemed to notice something. After taking a closer look, I was surprised to find that it was a thumb ring. It looked very exquisite. When Lei Yi saw this, he put it on his hand as if by mistake. This wearing made him so frightened that he almost lost 3 souls and 7 souls. Ah. Who are you? Ha ha ha. Little guy, you don't have to be afraid, I won't harm you. I'm just a poor soul without a body. I can't hurt you, let alone harm you. When Nan Zhangyue talked about this, his expression became a bit secretly sad, as if he was reminiscing about the past. When Lei Yi saw this, most of the fear and doubts in his heart were dissipated, but a few doubts arose. Sister, why did you end up in this situation? This is really a long story. Suddenly, Lei Yi seemed to have thought of something, his eyes lit up slightly, and he asked bluntly. Sister, from what you said, you must have lived for a long time. Then you must have experienced a lot, right? I see that in martial arts novels, the protagonist often gets the opportunity to be helped by such an expert. So, sister, please accept me as your disciple. Before he finished speaking, Lei Yi knelt down on the ground with a bang. His attitude was very correct. Seeing this, Nan Zhangyue was caught off guard and couldn't help but smile. Ha 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 ha. You little guy, you are really interesting. Forget it, I will accept you as my disciple. Little guy, what's your name? Lei Yi's eyes flashed with excitement when he heard this, and he hurriedly answered. Sister, no, master, my name is Lei Yi. Lei Yi, just call me Nan Zhangyue. Nan Zhangyue chewed the name gently, and then smiled softly. I understand, master. Lei Yi's eyes are bright and he seems to be full of expectations for the future. Lei Yi was lying on the ground, his eyes dim, and the hideous scar on his heart was still dripping with blood. When Nan Zhangyue saw this, she was just stunned, as if it was hard to imagine the fact that Lei Yi was dead. Ha 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 ha. Interesting, no wonder you, a 5th-level Gu master, would be willing to host a small 2nd-level Gu master. Ningchen grabbed Nan Zhangyue's head with a faint smile on his face. What do you think, Lei Zhangyue? When Lei Zhangyue heard this, her eyes darkened slightly, as if the deepest secret in her heart had been revealed. Ningchen lifted Lei Zhangyue's head, looked directly at her beautiful face, and laughed. How can a dignified rank 5 Gu master not have any ambition in his heart? And I didn't see anything from you. It turns out that you are also a Lei family Gu master, so why are you willing to live in the body of a 2nd-level Gu master? When Lei Zhangyue heard this, she just remained silent and slowly turned her head away. A layer of water mist filled her beautiful eyes again, and the unbearable memories of the past flooded into her heart like a tide. The wolf howls into the sky, and the thunder rolls wildly. Lord Patriarch, there is another thunder-crested wolf coming from the east. Lord Patriarch, we can no longer defend the northwest direction. Lord Patriarch, there are too many injured people, and there are not enough medical Gu masters. Lord Patriarch. In the Patriarch's cabinet, a group of family elders knelt on the ground and kept complaining. It was obvious that the situation was very urgent. Everyone looked up and saw a middle-aged man sitting at the head table. His eyebrows are sharp, his pupils are deep, and there are traces of stability between talking and laughing. Sitting there, the whole person is not angry and proud, and does not allow strangers to approach him. This man is the patriarch they call him, and he is also the first-generation patriarch of Lei Jiazhai, Lei Jitian. At this moment, Lei Jitian was just listening to everyone's reports quietly, without any worry on his face. Suddenly, Lei Jitian slowly stood up, fanned his sleeves, and laughed. Everyone, don't panic. Wait until I come to the battlefield in person. After saying that, Lei Jitian's figure disappeared from the spot, leaving only a few wisps of electric flowers. On the outskirts of the village, countless pairs of green eyes pierced through the night. No, I can't resist it anymore. If you can't stop it, you have to stop it. The boss of the family has already gone to ask for help. If we retreat, then no one can stop us. Boom. Suddenly, it was like a star falling to the ground, arousing thousands of wild thunders, almost deafening everyone. The violent thunder aroused made everyone unable to look directly at it. Everyone, come with me to kill the wolf. Let's kill together. Ha 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 ha. When everyone heard such a familiar voice, their eyes lit up with excitement. This voice is the patriarch coming. Damn it, with the patriarch here, these beasts won't be able to be arrogant for much longer. Brothers, kill. Lei Jitian quietly looked at the endless tide of wolves, but suddenly he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. What a beast, I just don't know how long you can last in my hands. After saying this, Lei Jitian stamped his feet and struck both palms together, unleashing a powerful force that could move mountains and seas. In an instant, a huge thunderous palm was blasted, as big as a hill. Boom. With one blow, hundreds of electric wolves were blasted into pieces. This is the power of rank 5 Gu Master. With Lei Jitian, a rank 5 Gu Master, entering the scene, thousands of lightning wolves were defeated like a mountain, with most of them dead or injured in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, thousands of thunder wolves slowly retreated to the side, leaving a path for them to travel. Thump thump thump. An electric wolf as big as a hill slowly walked out. If you look closely, you can see the thunder rolling all around, and the fur all over its body is translucent. It is simply not the same as other electric wolves. This is the Beast King, the 5th level combat power, the Thunder-Eating Wolf King. Lei Jitian casually squeezed an electric wolf to death, then looked at the electric wolf emperor, with a hint of solemnity in his eyes, and said leisurely. Among you bunch of beasts, you are also the rare one who gave birth to a 5th level Beast King. Sure enough, they are a bunch of good beasts. Suddenly, Lei Jitian and the Lightning Wolf Emperor were fighting fiercely. Mountains and rivers are shattered, and the earth is cracked. The battle with rank 5 combat power really shocked the world and made the gods and gods cry. Suddenly, Lei Jitian's expression froze, and then suddenly darkened, and he murmured. It turns out that you came with this intention. Lei Jitian looked around and saw that most of the Lei family's Gu masters were dead or injured. Only a handful of people barely resisted the boundless tide of wolves, but they were just trying to block the car. Suddenly, I seem to have thought of something. Lei Jitian's face suddenly turned extremely pale. When he turned around, he saw countless electric wolves pouring into the village through the cracks. Seeing this, Lei Jitian could no longer calm down, and he was even more worried in his heart, murmuring in his mouth. Songer. Uer. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1,465 words. Countless electric wolves followed the gap that was lucky enough to be pried open, and filed into the village. The ferocious electric wolf actually appeared in the village. How could it not frighten people? Huh? How did the wolves get into the village? Run. Clear the fucking road. The people living in the village at the moment were just the old, the weak, the sick and the young, without any fighting power. In an instant, it turned into a hell on earth. Bang. The doors and windows were suddenly closed, but the sound of wolves howling outside the house could not be covered up. Mom, what happened outside? Lei Songyue raised her face. Her childish face was filled with confusion and curiosity. Hearing this, a beautiful woman slowly turned around, gently touched Lei Songyue's face, smiled bitterly. This beautiful woman is Lei Songyue's mother and Lei Jitian's wife, Lei Qiuyue. It's nothing, Songer, it's just that a caravan came to the village, and there were a few electric wolves among their goods. Really, mother, can you take me out to have a look? Looking at Lei Songyue's innocent expression, Lei Qiuyue felt dark in her heart and shook her head. Sanger, he has just arrived at our place and needs time to sort it out. We should not disturb him. And it's getting late now, so you should go and rest. Unconsciously, Lei Qiuyue's words were filled with a bit of impatience, which made Lei Songyue's expression darken slightly, and she felt a little disappointed. Okay, but Daddy hasn't come back yet. Sanger, Daddy will definitely come back. You just need to have a good rest. Obey, go, and have a rest. Oh. Lei Songyue had no choice but to lower her head when she heard this, and with a faint consent, she walked back to her room. After Lei Songyue walked back to her room, Lei Qiuyue looked up to the sky and let out a long sigh, bringing with it a bit of despair, and murmured. Have you even lost the front line? Even if Lei Lang goes, he still can't hold on. I'm afraid it's already a hell on earth outside the village now. Then what should I and Sanger do? Is it possible to stay here and wait to die? When Lei Qiuyue thought of this, her expression became slightly cruel, but then she softened, and there was a hint of unbearability in her eyes. But Sanger has just celebrated her 7th birthday. There are great mountains and rivers she has never seen. She still has all kinds of tastes that she has never tasted. She hasn't even made a close friend. The more Lei Qiuyue thought about it, the more she couldn't bear it. Her eyes were as gentle as water. Thinking of this, Lei Qiuyue's eyes were fixed, and she made a decision in her heart. No. Sanger can't die here. Sanger must not die here. Thinking of this, a cold light suddenly flashed in Lei Qiuyue's palm, and an ice coffin appeared. As soon as the ice coffin came out, the whole room was filled with cold air, making it feel like falling into an ice cave. Lei Qiuyue raised her head and looked at Lei Songyue's room. A trace of unbearableness flashed in her eyes. I'm sorry, Sanger. Mom. I can only feel sorry for you a little bit. It would be better if you don't blame Mother. Afterwards, Lei Qiuyue put Lei Songyue's petite body into the ice coffin. Boom. Beast, get out of here. Lei Jitian's furious roar resounded throughout the battlefield, making everyone who heard it feel terrified. It's a pity that there are not many people present. Boom. Another thunderous palm blast sent the lightning wolf king flying backwards. Haha. Lei Jitian gasped slightly, looked down and saw that there were only a few Lei family Gu masters left around him. The battlefield beneath your feet was piled up with the corpses of lightning wolf and Lei family Gu masters. Lei Jitian felt even more impatient when he saw this, but he had no choice but to do so. Sanger. Where? Lei Jitian stepped out of thin air, and his body turned into a streak of thunder and rushed straight towards the village. The speed was extremely fast. However, halfway through the flight, he was blocked by the Lightning Wolf Emperor again. When Lei Jitian saw this, he became even more anxious and roared wildly. Beast! Get out of here! The Lightning Wolf Emperor was knocked away again, but there were no obvious injuries on his body. It can be seen that Lei Jitian can only repel at most, but cannot kill. In other words, he has no time to go back to the village to rescue. Thump thump thump. Lei Qiuyue's figure moved quickly among the dense leaves of the forest, rushing forward quickly, not even daring to look back. Ouch! The sound of howling wolves kept coming from behind like a wisp, and it was getting closer and closer. Lei Qiuyue still rushed forward at high speed, with a determined look on her face, not wavering at all. What bad luck! When I came out, I actually ran into a thunder-crested wolf. On normal days, I would definitely not be afraid of that thunder-crowned wolf, but it's a pity that I still have Sanger on me. Thinking of this, Lei Qiuyue's consciousness sank, and she fell into the ice coffin goo in the void. Among them is Lei Songyue, her daughter. Ouch! Suddenly, a wolf howl suddenly came from beside her, almost shocking Lei Qiuyue to the point of losing her mind. Looking around, she was shocked to see that the thunder-crested wolf was only a few steps away from her. Lei Qiuyue could almost smell the stench from the mouth of the thunder-crested wolf. However, even though Lei Qiuyue was a rank 4 Gu master, her true energy was consumed so much that she could not react. Ouch! The wolf bit down, and its fangs pierced into Lei Qiuyue's flesh, causing pain to his heart and soul. However, this is not over yet. Lei Qiuyue was in pain and her feet stopped. However, as soon as she stopped, countless electric wolves followed her. The wolf's eyes are green and murderous intent is revealed. When Lei Qiuyue saw this, she sighed softly and opened her eyes. There was already a hint of death in her eyes. True energy inspires. But she didn't have any offensive means. She was actually the ice coffin goo who had instilled all the true energy into the void. The ice coffin goo has also become stronger due to the infusion of golden essence, and it may be difficult for even a 4th level goo master to break it in a while. A cold light flashed in Lei Qiuyue's palm, and suddenly a huge ice coffin fell to the ground. Seeing this, many electric wolves did not dare to step forward again for fear of another accident. Lei Qiuyue gently touched the ice coffin in front of her. Her beautiful eyes were as gentle as water, and she murmured, "Sangha, mother is very sorry. I'm afraid I can only accompany you till this point. In the days to come, I will need you to go on alone. Remember to eat well and go to bed on time so that you can grow up quickly. If you meet the one you love in the future, you must repeatedly consider whether his conduct is upright." Mom is gone, and no one can help you control your eyes. Just be half as good as your dad. Speaking of this, Lei Qiuyue's eyes became slightly red, and her nasal voice became thicker. Mom is really unwilling. My mother hasn't seen you talk about marriage when you grow up. She is very unwilling. But, mother will never have the chance to see it again. I hope. Sangha, you can grow up safely. Lei Qiuyue gently stroked the ice coffin, not caring about the coldness on it. Her beautiful eyes were slightly lowered, staring at Lei Songyue who was sleeping soundly inside. Slowly close your eyes, clasp your hands, and murmur softly. May Sangha be favored by heaven, be able to hide from tigers and poisonous snakes, escape evil spirits and heretics, be safe and happy. Suddenly, Lei Qiuyue opened her eyes and pushed the ice coffin into the Huanglong River on the side. The ice coffin was flowing down the surging river. Lei Qiuyue just stared at the ice coffin quietly. In an instant, the corner of my eye became wet, and a drop of clear tears flowed down the corner of my left eye. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1280 words. Then, the ice coffin fell into the Huanglong River. I drifted to a mountain village, changed my appearance, and embarked on the path of spiritual practice. Then, after practicing all the way to the 5th level, he died. Now, it is the miserable appearance of a remnant soul. Ningchen chewed Lei Songyue's carefully, and there was a hint of amusement in his eyes. Lei Songyue, you are a poor person. My mother died in the wolf tide, and I separated from my father. I never had a close friend or a lover in my life. Hey, even the only apprentice is half an intimate. He died in my hands after all. There was a hint of sneer on Ningchen's lips. He grabbed Lei Songyue's hair and said leisurely. However, there seemed to be no sparkle in Lei Songyue's eyes, and even though her hair was torn off, her expression was as cold as frost. Ningchen's smile gradually faded when he saw this, but a few gleams of light flashed in his eyes, and he opened his sleeves. That's fine. Since you are the first-generation head of the Lei family and the daughter of Lei Jitian, then I should give him some face. Ha 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 ha. When Ningchen thought of this, he couldn't help but chuckle. Then the 5 fingers were slightly opened, and in the palm of the hand, the dim light condensed, seeming to stimulate unimaginable suction. Turn 3, Soul-Swallowing Goo. Suddenly, Lei Songyue's graceful figure slowly gathered into Ningchen's palm. However, after a few breaths, Lei Songyue's soul turned into a gilded soul jade in Ningchen's palm. Ningchen gently played with the gilded soul jade in his hand. Upon closer inspection, he seemed to still be able to see the figure of Lei Songyue in it. He smiled slightly and said, Lei Songyue, I believe you can also realize that this soul jade cannot trap you. With the soul of your 5th level Goo master, it is definitely not something that can be restrained by a 3rd level soul-swallowing Goo. But I never wanted to control you, but I wanted to take you to see some things. Since you are already thinking about life and death, why not stop for a while before dying? Maybe you can have the idea of living again? After saying that, there was still no fluctuation in the gilded soul jade. When Ningchen saw this, he didn't care at all, he just put the gilded soul jade into his arms. Suddenly, Ningchen lowered his head, looked at Lei Yi's cold body, and smiled softly. The thunder in the palm of his hand was powerful, and a bolt of thunder shot away, blasting Lei Yi's body to pieces. Boom. Poof. Suddenly, a Lei family Goo master's body glowed with lightning, but he spit out a mouthful of blood and knelt down on the ground. Come here, where is the healing Goo master? Afterwards, a group of Lei family Goo masters swarmed up, and naturally there was no figure of Lei Dong among them. Lei Dong sat there quietly, his eyes darkened slightly, and he was even more puzzled. What exactly is the core goo of this killing move? What this killer move lacks the most is movement, and I have added the most excellent movement goo among the 3 turns, Thunder Goo. But this killing move can't be activated yet. Then what exactly is this core goo? The more Lei Dong thought about it, the more irritated he became. In recent days, he has been studying the ultimate move, but it has been difficult to do it. No matter what method he uses to move the goo worm, the final result is failure. Even though Lei Dong is very patient, he is also a little impatient. Lei Dong's eyebrows sank slightly, and he felt that the discussion in his ears was very noisy. He hit it hard. Boom. Noisy. Get out of here. Leave me alone to calm down for a while. Seeing Lei Dong's furious appearance, everyone did not dare to say another word and quietly retreated. After everyone left, Lei Dong sat there quietly inside. Hey. Is it possible that I still can't get the immortal Dao inheritance this year? If I can't get that immortal inheritance, how can I resist the martial arts family? The sadness in Lei Dong's brows became even more intense. He closed his eyes, and the arrogant look of the Wu family Gu master that day appeared. In the clan leader's cabinet, the elders of the Lei family dodged their eyes, not daring to look directly at the man in the center. When the man saw this, a hint of disdain flashed through his eyes, and he said leisurely, Empress Wu Ji has an order, if your Lei family doesn't give away the mountain of Lei Prison Mountain. When the time comes, Empress Wu Ji will be here in person. Let's discuss it. After saying that, he turned around and left without giving anyone any room to think. Bang. Lei Dong looked at the arrogant look of the Wu family envoy, a hint of gloom flashed in his eyes, and he exerted force with his fingers and crushed the armrest to pieces. When Lei Dong thought of this, his eyes became more sorrowful again, and he looked up into the sky. The stars are brilliant, and the silver moon is like a hook, hooking out a graceful moonlight in the dark night. Looking at the silver moon and the stars, Lei Dong murmured in his mouth. Master Ancestor, do you really not want to transfer this inheritance to me? Could it be that I'm really not qualified? Am I not worthy? If this is the case, then how should the Wu family respond? Lord Ancestor, I really don't know. Lord Ancestor, please give me directions. Really, please. Thinking of this, Lei Dong suddenly felt a great pressure on himself. He sighed and slowly closed his eyes. The cicadas chirped, the birds sang, and the night wind blew on his face. It seemed that the worries in his heart were also reduced invisibly. After a while, Lei Dong opened his eyes and saw the silver moon, which was brighter than before. Seeing this, Lei Dong seemed to have thought of something and smiled gently. Ha ha ha. Grandmaster, you mean, you want me to find Qingyue? But Qingyue is an outsider after all. Thinking of this, Lei Dong's expression suddenly straightened, and he raised his hand and slapped himself. No. At this time, what do you mean by outsiders and insiders? If we can't get the inheritance of Gu Xian and can't resist the Wu family, what will the Lei family be? And Qingyue is only in his 20s and has reached the peak of the 3rd turn. He must have his own views on the way of thunder. What's more, he is a magic Gu master who has been traveling in southern Xinjiang for many years. Isn't his experience richer than mine? Even if he has no objection, maybe he can give us some Gu insects and worms, which can prompt me to fully develop this killer move. Ha 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 ha. Yes. Qingyue must be invited here. The more Lei Dong thought about it, the more excited he became. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. His expression was even a little crazy. In fact, asking Qingyue to come is Lei Dong's only way at the moment. And Lei Dong knew very well that if Qingyue couldn't do it, they would never get the inheritance of the immortal way. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1437 words. The stars divide the sky, the setting sun gradually emerges. Ningchen walked leisurely in the forest, his eyes were calm, his steps were unhurried and slow. Suddenly, Ningchen pulled open an invisible curtain out of thin air. Level 3 Gu, Curtain Gu. Ningchen slowly stepped into it, but as soon as he stepped inside, a Lei family Gu master came towards him. As soon as they met, the Lei family Gu master bowed to Ningchen and smiled slightly. Your Excellency Qingyue, you are here. Come with me, our young patriarch has been waiting for a long time. Lead the way. Ningchen responded in a neutral tone, stood with his hands behind his hands, and followed the Lei family Gu master all the way. Your Excellency Qingyue, the young patriarch is inside. Please come in, I won't bother you two anymore. Back off. Ningchen glanced at the man lightly, then pushed the door open and entered. As soon as you step into the door, you will feel the breeze blowing slowly on your face, carrying the fragrance of tea in the distance. Ningchen took a closer look and saw Lei Dong sitting quietly by the window, holding a teacup in his hand and taking a sip from time to time. And there was a cup of tea placed opposite him, which was prepared for Ningchen. Here you go, sit down. Lei Dong slowly turned his head. After seeing Ningchen, he smiled slightly and put down the teacup in his hand. The tea is good. Ningchen sat down straight away, picked up the teacup, took a sip, and his eyes lit up slightly. Lei Dong also laughed when he heard this and waved his hand. Ha 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 ha. If brother Qingyue likes to drink, I can give you some more someday. This tea is the cuckoo's song from Yunjia's High next door, and I happen to have a lot of it in my house. Ha 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 ha. This is the best. Ningchen also laughed loudly when he heard this, and slightly cupped his hands. When Lei Dong saw this, the smile on his lips gradually faded. It's just, brother, I have a heartfelt request. Brother, after you helped me capture those people, I also extracted their inheritance from their mouths. And their inheritance is indeed a puzzle piece. Unfortunately, somehow, there seems to be one piece missing from this puzzle, and it is still the most critical piece. Therefore, I invite you to come here because I want to explain this residual move to you. Looking at this residual move through your eyes, you may be able to provide us with some unique insights. Lei Dong smiled slightly, handed Ningchen a bookworm, and said leisurely. Let's take a look. Here is our current progress. Ningchen's eyes were as calm as water, and he suddenly raised his eyes to look at Lei Dong. After watching it quietly for a moment, Ningchen suddenly smiled and picked up the bookworm. Ningchen's consciousness penetrated into the bookworm, but he was secretly laughing in his heart. Lei Dong, it seems you are really anxious. There is really nothing you can do. Only when you are in desperate situation will you reveal all such secrets to me. Only at this time are you worthy of my help. As the old saying goes, the icing on the cake is not as good as the icing on the cake. Only when Lei Dong was in despair, Ningchen provided him with help, and the effect was the greatest. Ningchen quietly chewed the information in the bookworm, and after just a cursory glance, he got a general idea. Well, the degree of completion of this killing move is indeed very high. If this killing move were a bird or beast, its wings and muscles would already be full. Only the core heart and bones are missing. Fortunately, the skeleton has already taken some shape. Suddenly, Ningchen smiled slightly, handed the bookworm in his hand to Lei Dong, and started talking. First of all, I think your idea is correct, we just need to go one step further. Now that you have tried the fastest lightning path Gu among the third turn lightning path Gu, why not try the fourth level thunder leap Gu? After hearing this, Lei Dong's eyes that had just lit up became gloomy again, and he shook his head. No, the two concepts of Gu are somewhat different, it won't work. When Ningchen saw this, he smiled slightly, showing no signs of decline. It seemed that the thunderous appearance was what he had expected. In that case, why don't you develop another kind of Gu insect? A level 4 Gu insect refined using thunder element Gu as its material? No, thunder Gu is already the fastest. If you go any faster, your consciousness will not be able to keep up. Then why don't you use thoughts like lightning Gu and thunder element Gu together as Gu materials? Ningchen chuckled lightly, then picked up the teacup and said nothing. When Lei Dong heard this, he was slightly stunned at first, then became ecstatic and murmured to himself. That's right. Why don't I use the thunder path Gu that promotes thinking and the thunder element Gu as Gu materials? Add some magic grass and sprinting leaves to it. When Lei Dong thought of this, he could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart and started laughing. Ha 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 ha. Thank you so much. Qingyue. If it weren't for you, I probably would never have such wild ideas in my life. As long as this Gu insect is refined, you, Qingyue, will be second only to me in the Lei family village from now on. Ha 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 ha. Lei Dong patted Ningchen's shoulder with his big hand, his eyes filled with admiration. Ha 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 ha. Brother Lei Dong, please spare me. I can't stay here. Ningchen laughed and waved his hand, declining Lei Dong's invitation. Lei Dong was not disappointed at all, and the excitement in his eyes was not weakened at all. Turning around and walking out of the door, he raised his arm and shouted loudly. Everyone! Follow me to make goo. Thanks to Brother Qingyue's advice, I have a new idea. I have a feeling that this idea has a high probability of success. Ha 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 ha. Instantly, apart from Lei Dong's laughter, the room could no longer hear his voice. After a while, everyone sat around the room. In the center, there was a ball of light the size of a millstone, emitting a faint breath of mist. Add the thunder goo. Suddenly, Lei Dong shouted softly, and a goo master of the Lei family sent the thunder goo into the ball of light. Instantly, the ball of light was agitated, and then it was stopped by the release of dozens of yuanshi. Sprinting leaves, divine grass. Another shout, and another goo master sent blue grass and songyi into it. Finally, add thoughts like electricity goo. After saying that, a goo master sent thoughts like electricity goo into it. Suddenly, the ball of light was turbulent, expanding and shrinking from time to time, so weird. After a while, it finally stabilized. The milky white ball of light slowly dissipated and turned into a blue beetle that was entrenched in the palm of his hand. Lei Dong looked closely and saw that the beetle was electric blue all over, with slender legs and a very slender torso. This is the brand new goo worm that Lei Dong and his group refined, a 4th-level goo worm. Lei Dong looked at the new goo worm in his palm quietly, and suddenly smiled slightly. What do you think it should be called? Hearing this, a group of confidants waved their hands hurriedly. Let the young clan leader choose it. Yes, let's listen to the young clan leader. Seeing this, Lei Dong turned his head to look at Ningchen beside him, and smiled slightly. Qingyue, what about you? Do you have any suggestions? Ha ha ha. This goo worm is just a guess of mine. After all, it was made by you, so it's natural for you to name it. Ningchen also waved his hand and smiled gently. After hearing this, Lei Dong came back to his senses and looked at the new goo worm in his hand. Looking at it quietly, he pondered for a long time, and suddenly seemed to think of something, and smiled slightly. My name is Lei Dong, and this goo was made by me. Why not call it Lei Dong Goo? Legend of the Goo Demon. 1273 words. White clouds and gray dog, full of coldness. Wisps of breeze, following the green branches and leaves, rolled into the top of Yunxia Mountain. In the Yun family's village, in the patriarch's cabinet. Yun Luotian knelt on his knees, lowered his head, and listened quietly to the words of the head of the Yun family. Humph. Yun Yangzi, who was behind Yun Luotian, smiled with great disdain when he saw Yun Luotian's appearance. The golden eyes looked around unscrupulously, not paying attention to the serious atmosphere at all. Suddenly, the head of the Yun family spoke. Yun Luotian, you mean? Nearly 100 goo masters from our village followed you into Thunder Prison Mountain, but in the end only you and Yun Yangzi survived? It's absolutely true. Yun Luotian nodded heavily when he heard the words, slowly raised his head, and stared at the head of the Yun family, who was at the head. But when I saw this man, he was dressed in pale robes, his figure was thin and tight, and his face was as lifeless as an evil ghost. It was intimidating. This person is also the current head of the Yun family, Yun Lantian. Yun Lantian slowly closed his eyes and chewed this information quietly. Suddenly, Yun Lantian slowly opened his eyes, his long gaze seemed to penetrate Yun Luotian's heart. Yun Luotian. Tell me what you think. My opinion. The Goo Master wears a fierce ghost mask and a dark robe. There are no features that can identify his identity. And he has a profound understanding of thunder, and every move he makes has the style of a master. From the sound of his voice, he should be no more than 20 years old. To be able to have the peak strength of the 3rd rank at the age of more than 20 years old. At least in Lei Jiaosai, I have never seen it. So, I think he is a demonic Goo Master hired by the Lei family village with a lot of money to suppress our Yun family village. Yun Luotian's voice became louder and louder. At the end of his speech, he raised his head, his eyes were as bright as fire, and he boldly said what he was thinking. Suddenly, a crisp sound once again made the atmosphere in the hall return to seriousness. Bang! Noisy! Yun Lantian shouted loudly, his eyes were cold, like a man-eating wolf. Phew! Yun Lantian slowly closed his eyes and sighed. Something seemed to be brewing in his heart. Suddenly, Yun Lantian laughed, so crazy. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Lei Jingtian, you Lei Jingtian. Leiyu Mountain belongs to our Yunlei family and is the internal affairs of our Leitzi mountain range. And you dare to let outsiders intervene, you are so brave. Ha 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 ha. Yun Lantian's wild laughter became more and more intense, making everyone watch without fear. My Yun Jiazhai has been oppressed by your Lei Jiazhai for so many years. Let's forget it. It's because our Yun Jiazhai's skills are inferior to those of others, we are willing to be inferior, not as good as your Lei Jiazhai. But how dare your Lei Jiazhai allow outsiders to participate in the Thunder Prison trial? You really don't take my Yun village seriously at all. Ha 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 ha. Yun Lantian stood up slowly, his laughter gradually stopped, and he shouted coldly. Send the order, unite all the Gu masters of the Yun family, and send troops to Thunder Ci Mountain tonight. Lei Jingtian, don't blame me. The electric arc jumps for joy, the thunder bursts. On Leiyu Mountain, the further you go to the top of the mountain, the more dazzling the light becomes. Suddenly, the forest reverberated with thunderous laughter, like a wisp of laughter. Lei Dong quietly looked at the Tsong Lei figure in front of him who was 70% similar to him, and smiled softly. Ha 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 ha. This killing move is really interesting. It combines the power of attack and movement. Not only that, it can also confuse the opponent. It's so mysterious. The core Gu of this killing move is the Thunderous Gu. How about? This killing move should also be named Thundering. Thinking of this, Lei Dong couldn't help but smile, slowly raised his hand, and dispersed the Tsong Lei figure in front of him. Lei Dong looked at the few electric sparks remaining in the air, and felt a little hope in his heart. Lord Ancestor, this is the legacy you want to leave behind. Don't worry, Ancestor, I've got it. I will carry forward this killer move of yours in my hands. I will make your inheritance famous all over the world and resound throughout southern Xinjiang. Thump thump thump. At this time, an inappropriate voice fell into his ears. Young Patriarch, it's time to continue into the mountains. Well. The time is indeed almost here, it's time to continue deep into Leiyu Mountain. Then, Lei Dong suddenly turned around and shouted loudly. Everyone, prepare the electric field Gu in your hands. Next we have to go deep into Thunder Prison Mountain again. The electric field will be stronger, so a higher speed electric field Gu is also needed. I hope you all don't let your guard down. Before Lei Dong finished speaking, there was a response from everyone. I understand, young Patriarch. Everything is ready. You can enter the mountain at any time. Lei Dong smiled slightly after hearing this, walked straight to the front of the crowd, and said lightly. Everyone, please follow me. After saying that, Lei Dong raised his head and saw the top of the Thunder Prison Mountain that used to tower into the clouds. Now it was only a few hundred steps away. Ning Chen followed behind Lei Dong quietly, among the crowd, with a faint light in his eyes. Ha ha ha. The killing move Lei Dong is indeed a good killing move. But I always feel that this killing move lacks some spirituality. Although this killing move has been perfected, I always feel that it is a little short. Well. Let's go first mountain. After meeting Lei Jitian, I believe everything will become clear. Thinking of this, Ning Chen couldn't help but smile. In the Lei family village, the clan leader's cabinet. How? What do you think of my suggestion? Everyone looked up and saw a Gu master in a red robe standing proudly in the center of the hall. And in southern Xinjiang, if there is a Gu master dressed like this, it is most likely a Gu master from the Wu family. The Wu family is a rare superfamily in the entire southern Xinjiang. Guyu Mountain Village is just a small or medium-sized family, and Lei family village is at most a large family. And the Wu family is a real super family. The current clan leader is a fifth-turn power Gu master, Empress Wu. The more the elders thought about it, the more frightened they became. They were even more uneasy, and they didn't even dare to look directly at the Wu family Gu master. However, one elder finally mustered up the courage and spoke up. Sir, our young clan leader and clan leader are not here. I hope you can give me some more time. Wait for us. The elder was interrupted by the man in front of him when he was halfway through his words. The man waved his sleeves, his eyes were cold, and he shouted coldly. Humph. Give me some time? We have given the Wu family enough time. In a word, will you hand over the Thunder Prison Mountain? If you don't, I will go up and take it myself. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1296 words. On Thunder Prison Mountain. Everyone was already halfway up the mountain, and Lei Dong was naturally at the front of the crowd. Lei Dong walked quietly in front, his eyes bright and his expression indifferent. Looking up, you can see the top of the mountain of Leiyu towering into the clouds. Lei Dong felt slightly happy when he saw this, and a hint of smile flashed in his eyes. We can climb to the top of the mountain in a few more hours. At that time, I will also be able to obtain the immortal inheritance. Lei Dong thought in his heart, and thinking so, the physical fatigue was insignificant, so he had to speed up his pace. However, at this time, there were a few inappropriate voices among the crowd. Haha, young patriarch, let's take a rest. Yes, young patriarch, I really can't climb anymore. Take a rest for a while, young patriarch. When Lei Dong heard this, his figure froze slightly, his eyes flashed coldly, he slowly turned around, but smiled slightly. If you can't hold it any longer, you can come down the mountain at any time. I will never force you. Or you can just wait here and I will take you all with me when I go back up the mountain. Ningchen was leaning aside quietly. Hearing these words, his heart moved slightly. Although Lei Dong's tone is very gentle, his attitude is extremely tough. With such a long journey, ordinary people will definitely be very tired. But Lei Dong is so eager. It seems that he has some reasons to be so eager. Thinking of this, Ningchen couldn't help but smile and became speechless. Young patriarch, let's stay here. We really can't hold on any longer, so go up the mountain alone. I wish you a safe journey, young patriarch. Everyone also quickly expressed their attitude. When Lei Dong saw this, the smile on his face became even stronger. He looked at Ningchen aside and said leisurely. As for you, Qingwei? Well, I just follow the young patriarch up the mountain. After all, I also want to meet this so-called immortal inheritance. After hearing this, Ningchen slowly raised his head and looked towards the top of the mountain. The yearning in his eyes did not seem to be fake. Upon seeing this, Lei Dong suddenly fell into silence for a moment. Lei Dong quietly stared at the man in front of him who helped him put together the puzzle of the immortal Dao inheritance, but suddenly smiled. Ha 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 ha. In this case, please ask Brother Qingyue to take care of you for the rest of the journey. Ha 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 ha. This is natural. I hope Brother Lei Dong can feel at ease. Ningchen smiled when he saw Lei Dong, waved his hand and smiled lightly. The two looked at each other quietly, smiling softly, but neither one could figure out what the other was thinking. Afraid of the craggy rocks and dangerous peaks on the road, Lei Dong grabbed the rock wall with one hand and turned over. He stood up and took a closer look, and he saw the top of Leiyu Mountain. Looking from a distance, you can see the clouds and mist, the light shining through the clouds, as ethereal as a fairyland. If you take a closer look, you will see that there is a bamboo house hidden in the sea of clouds, looming, seemingly real and illusory. When Lei Dong saw this, he felt a little happy and had some guesses. According to historical records, Master Lei Jitian left the village in his later years and came to the top of Leiyu Mountain. This bamboo house is probably where Lord Lei Jitian will stay in his later years. Then it means that the immortal Dao inheritance is very likely to be located here. Thinking of this, Lei Dong didn't care about admiring the surrounding beautiful scenery. He quickly stepped forward, walking among the sea of clouds, towards the bamboo house. After a while, Ningchen also climbed to the top of Thunder Prison Mountain. Ningchen looked around carefully, and suddenly noticed the bamboo house, and thought to himself, Lei Dong disappeared so quickly. Could it be that this bamboo house is the inheritance of the immortal Wei? With this thought in his mind, he slowly stepped forward and kept up with Lei Dong's pace. Opening the door, what you see is rotten. After thousands of years, this scene is not surprising. Lei Dong looked around quietly, as if he wanted to get some clues from the surroundings. Suddenly, an electric blue figure condensed in the gap, and said slowly, "You latecomer, you seem to have collected all my inheritance?" Lei Dong was not afraid at all when he heard this. He quickly walked up to Lei Jitian and smiled softly. "Yes, I have also developed a brand new goo insect, its name is Thunder Goo, the same name as me. Not only that, I also integrated all these inheritances into a killing move, and I also named it Lei Dong." When Lei Jitian heard this, he even twirled his beard and laughed, with a hint of sadness in his eyes. "Ha ha ha ha. It's so good, it's a pity that it lacks a few charms, after all, it still lacks some meaning." Lei Dong frowned when he heard this, and felt a little confused in his heart. "What do you mean? Why do you say it's missing a few traces of charm? Could it be that my killing move isn't perfect enough?" No, that's enough. My little friend's name is Lei Dong, not bad, right? Good." When Lei Jitian heard this, there was some understanding in his eyes. He twirled his long beard and sighed. "In this case, if you are not in a hurry, little friend, please listen to what I have to say. I believe that after listening to my story, you will understand what charm is. As for my inheritance, I will also pass it on to you after the story is finished." After hearing this, Lei Dong first pondered for a moment, as if he was weighing the pros and cons, and spoke lightly. "Okay, you tell it." "Ha ha ha. My friend, you should know that I am now just a will of the original owner. Even if you disagree, I will continue to tell it. After all, this is the regret of the original owner's life." After hearing this, Lei Dong also had some doubts in his heart, but he was interested in what Lei Jitian's will said next. "I, Lei Jitian, finally became a generation of Gusen, it is true. But even if I am a Gusen, it does not mean that I have no regrets in this life. In the 5th transformation period, I almost traveled across the entire southern border, even the Wu family, Shangjia, Tejia, etc. all had to give me some face. But that time, a beast tide suddenly came, and I still vaguely remember that beast tide. A 5th turn lightning wolf king, several thunder-crowned wolves, crazy lightning wolves and mighty lightning wolves are countless. And at that time, there was no one in the entire Lei Jiazhai except me who had a 5th turn combat power. So you can imagine how tragic that war was. My wife Lei Qiuyue also disappeared inexplicably in that wolf tide, and my daughter, Lei Tsangyue, disappeared with her. Not only that, the entire Lei Jiazhai was almost destroyed, with broken walls and broken limbs, it was really a hell. If I hadn't killed the Lightning Wolf King at that time, I'm afraid Lei Jiazhai would have completely disappeared from the history of southern Xinjiang. But the final price is still extremely painful. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1182 words. When Lei Jitian spoke of this, his cloudy eyes were filled with regret. Since then, I have never seen my wife and daughter again. I regret it. If I had sent someone to stop the beast tide earlier, how could such a tragedy happen? If I were not so confident and more cautious, how could my family be broken up? This heart-wrenching regret did not disappear even after I ascended to heaven, but became even stronger. Until I die, the regret in my heart is still not eradicated. As Lei Jitian spoke, he suddenly smiled, but there was no joy in his smile. There was coldness in his eyes, and his voice became colder and colder, as if he was falling into an ice cave. I hate it. I hate why I was not strong enough at that time. I hate myself for not being fast enough, I hate myself for not being able to take care of my people and my wife and daughter, and I also hate why the heaven treats me like this. Ha ha ha. Of course, it's useless to say more. Say it 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times and it won't bring my wife and daughter back to life. Lei Dong, thank you. Thank you for listening to me. Lei Jitian raised his eyes and looked at Lei Dong, his eyes flashed slightly, and his gratitude didn't seem fake. Lei Dong smiled slightly when he heard it, as if he didn't care. It's okay, as your descendant, I should listen to your teachings. Besides, I didn't expect that Master Lei Jitian, a Gu immortal, would have such regrets in his heart. It's really amazing, sigh. Hey Lord Lei Jitian, can you give me your inheritance? The truth is revealed, and the words are beyond words. Lei Dong smiled at Lei Jitian's will, as if he was expecting something. Lei Jitian was stunned for a moment, then smiled as if he didn't understand. He slowly opened his palm, and the lightning flowed in his palm, as if he was brewing something. Suddenly, Lei Jitian gently tapped Lei Dong's brow, and a little lightning flashed. Immediately, Lei Dong's expression suddenly changed, and a poison recipe appeared in his mind. Lei Jitian saw this and slowly turned his hand over, smiling slightly. Lei Dong. This is my inheritance. When Lei Dong heard this, there was a bit of joy in his brows, and his consciousness fell into his mind. He took a closer look. Changing thunder into electricity, amazing work. This goo was created when I imitated the thunder and lightning in the world in my early years, and I was inspired to refine this goo. This goo is called dynamic thunder goo. With this goo, the thunder and lightning can't hurt you, and the electric current can't touch you. What is dynamic thunder? It is dynamic thunder when the thunder is transformed into electricity. Seeing this, Lei Dong's eyes lit up slightly, and his face was even more joyful, laughing. Ha 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 ha. Thunder dynamic goo. What a thunder dynamic goo. I wonder what other inheritances Lord Lei Jitian has? Looking at Lei Dong, who was still a little dissatisfied, Lei Jitian was not impatient and smiled slightly. Don't panic, my friend. My inheritance is this goo recipe. The thunder dynamic goo and this dynamic thunder goo you got are exactly my two wishes in my life. I hate myself for not being fast enough and failing to save my wife and daughter, so I got this thunder dynamic goo. I hate myself for not being able to take care of my clan members and my wife and daughter, that's why I have this thunder goo. Therefore, I hope you won't take this inheritance for yourself, and you can give these two kinds of goo to everyone in Lei Jiazhai someday. This is exactly my long-cherished wish. I hope my future Lei family members won't face the same dilemma as me again. This is all I can do as a dead person. Lei Jitian sighed, his eyes seemed to have swallowed up the world, and he was extremely vicissitudes of life. Lei Dong fell into silence strangely after hearing this, his expression was a little unnatural. Lei Jitian. Sir, are you saying this is your inheritance? Yes, this is all my inheritance. After getting Lei Jitian's confirmed answer, Lei Dong fell into a deathly silence. Suddenly, Lei Dong laughed, his laughter was very crazy, and his expression was extremely distorted. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Old thing, you are looking for death. Bang. Instantly, Lei Dong suddenly stood up, opened his big hand, and tightly grasped Lei Jitian's head. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he shouted. Search the soul. Old thing, you still want to hide it from me before you die? What the hell is thunder goo, thunder goo? What I want is the inheritance of the immortal way, the inheritance of the goo immortal that can help me ascend to immortality. Lei Dong's big hand tightly grasped Lei Jitian's head, his pupils reflected a few traces of madness, and he kept shouting coldly. Lei Jitian's heart was slightly cold when he saw this, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he murmured. Devil. However, he only said half of the words, and the rest of the sentence could no longer be said. Suddenly, Lei Dong's hand suddenly loosened, and his body fell backwards unconsciously. His mind seemed to be torn apart, and the pain was unbearable. Puff. In an instant, a trickle of blood flowed into the nasal cavity and flowed down. Bang. Lei Dong suddenly knelt on the ground, the fishy and sweet taste surged up, and he spit out blood again. Cough 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 cough. For a while, Lei Dong's mouth and nose were bleeding, so miserable and embarrassed. However, although Lei Dong ended up in such a miserable state, he laughed abnormally. Ha 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 ha. I knew it. The old thing wanted to hide it from me before he died. You really have bad intentions. It turns out that this Leiyu mountain is the real immortal inheritance. The inheritance of Lei Gui Zhenjuan. Ha 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 ha. Lei Dong recalled the immortal inheritance in Lei Jitian's memory, and he couldn't help laughing. Ha 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 ha. Cough cough, cough cough cough. However, it caused a dry cough, which was daunting. Lei Dong suddenly looked behind him, and his mouth was leisurely, as if he had determined that Ningchen was here. Qingyue, what are you still peeking at? Come out. There's no need to hide anything between you and me. Ding ding ding. Ningchen pushed open the door and walked towards Lei Dong leisurely, with a playful look in his eyes. TSK TSK TSK, Lei Dong, it's really fate. You really let me see a good show. Lei Dong slowly stood up and sat aside, his eyes sparkling. Don't talk nonsense, Qingyue. You don't need to ask about my secrets, and I'm not interested in your secrets. I'll just ask you a question, are you interested in the immortal inheritance in the mountains? The inheritance of Legui Zhenjuan. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1,274 words. Ningchen smiled softly when he heard this and leaned aside quietly. Ha 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 ha. The inheritance of true Lord Thunder Ghost. Who is this true Lord Thunder Ghost? Lei Dong's eyes lit up slightly when he heard this. He understood that since Ningchen didn't refuse directly, there was still a possibility of continuing the conversation. Thinking of this, Lei Dong dug out the information about true Lord Reggae from his mind. Well, according to Lei Jitian's memory, true Lord Thunder Ghost is a Gu immortal. And he is a Gu immortal from the period of the Ghost Demon Lord in modern times. He majored in Thunder Dao and Soul Dao, and he also has quite a bit of research on strength. It was because of her inheritance that Lei Jitian attained the level of immortality. Otherwise, Lei Jitian would never be able to become an immortal. As if he thought of something, Lei Dong lowered his head, smiled slightly, and his eyes were bright. And according to his memory, the inheritance of true Lord Thunder Ghost is in this Thunder Prison Mountain. The entrance to the inheritance will only be opened during the autumnal equinox, due east of the top of Thunder Prison Mountain. That's the bamboo house at our feet. And right now, it's the autumnal equinox. Boom. The more Lei Dong talked, the more excited he became. Before he finished speaking, he punched hard and shattered the wooden board under his feet. Suddenly, a long and narrow secret passage came into view. Lei Dong looked at the bottomless secret passage, but he raised his head and looked at Ningchen, his smile gradually disappeared. Qingyue, I hope you can make the right choice. After saying that, Lei Dong jumped into the abyss. Ningchen looked down at the dark secret passage quietly, and smiled slightly when he saw Lei Dong's figure completely disappearing into the abyss. Slowly he took out a gilt soul jade from his arms and tasted it in his mouth. You see, your father never thought of giving up on you at that time. He even developed a brand new Gu insect for you. Now we have ended up in such a miserable situation. Ningchen looked at the broken Lei Jitian's will at his feet, and there was a bit of sadness in his eyes. The gilded soul jade only had a few strands of faint light flowing on it, silently. Lei Tsungyue, just take care of yourself. After Ningchen finished speaking, he put it into his arms again and jumped down. Bang! Ningchen's figure landed steadily on the ground. Standing up, the electric light flashed in his black eyes, clearly seeing the darkness in front of him. I didn't even see the thunder. Could it be that it fell somewhere else when it came down? But this way, I can explore this inheritance with peace of mind. When Ningchen thought of this, he smiled softly and walked forward slowly. Suddenly, he noticed the strange Gu insect on the wall. If you take a closer look, you will see that the umbrella is like a mushroom, with a wide canopy and a small handle. It actually has wisps of blue light blooming in the darkness. Ningchen gently stroked the Gu insect and had a guess in his mind. This is the inheritance of true Lord Reggae. Could it be? Then, the true energy in Ningchen's aperture swayed, and the electric light flowed in the palm of his hand, and merged into the Gu insects in front of him. Suddenly, after the Gu worm sucked the electric light in Ningchen's palm, the blue halo became brighter again. Not only that, there was more than one Gu worm, and the surrounding walls were actually covered with such Gu worms. It can be seen that this kind of Gu is the Gu that is used for lighting in the inheritance. Suddenly, a rather childish girl's voice came from behind Ningchen. Hey! Late comers. Do you also want to come here to obtain the inheritance from my Lord Reggae Lord? Hearing this, Ningchen confirmed his speculation. This true Lord of Thunder Ghost is the true Lord of Thunder Ghost in the heaven of the future. Ningchen slowly turned his head and saw a girl who was as high as his own waist. She is pretty and graceful, with disheveled black hair and a very delicate and cute face. Wearing fierce thunder and evil armor, the giant ghost on it is even more lifelike. It's so fascinating to watch, it only makes people feel infinitely curious. Ningchen also smiled when he saw the famous Thunder Ghost Lord. You brat. Why are you laughing? Look at me carefully. Thunder Ghost Lord smiled when he saw Ningchen, and his eyebrows immediately knitted together into a knot. His eyes seemed to be very dissatisfied with Ningchen's smile. Ahem, it's nothing. Suddenly, Ningchen coughed twice, then his face straightened, and he looked down at true Lord Thunder Ghost again. Bad boy. Upon seeing this, Lord Thunder Ghost became even more angry, and several blue veins popped out on his forehead. When Ningchen saw this, he slightly arched his hands, his face was full of a complimenting smile, and he talked eloquently. Don't be angry, Lord Thunder Ghost Lord. I, Qingwei, have been traveling in the world for many years, and I still hear your names and taboos. That's why I practiced the Thunder Way and the Soul Way. This is all dependent on you, sir. Oh. After hearing this, the Thunder Ghost Lord's anger disappeared, and his expression moved slightly. His blue eyes lightly scanned Ningchen, his eyes becoming more and more satisfied. You really didn't lie to me. You do practice Thunder Dao and Soul Dao. You and I are quite destined. Forget it, I, Master Jinglan, don't care about what happened just now. Here. You can enter the main hall. Inside the main hall is the inheritance of my Lord Jinglan. Jinglan pointed far away, pointing to the deeper secret passage. Ningchen took a closer look and saw the occasional flash of lightning. In the lightning, a palace appeared vaguely. Ningchen turned his head, but he could no longer see Jinglan's figure. Immediately, he no longer cared, and walked straight along the curling light of electricity, heading deeper. This journey is not long, and Ningchen doesn't walk very fast either. Ningchen's feet were leisurely, but his heart fell into deep thought for a moment. Lei Dong used the soul-searching goo just now to know the inheritance of true Lord Thunder Ghost. Judging from Lei Dong's character, he definitely has more than one soul Dao Gu worm in his hands. Perhaps he is the real dual cultivator of soul and thunder. Jinglan just said that the real inheritance is in this hall. Just looking at this inheritance from a distance, you can see how extraordinary it is. Ha ha ha. I'm really looking forward to this inheritance. Thinking of this, Ningchen couldn't help but chuckle and quickened his pace. Taking a closer look, this hall is quite simple, with green moss marks on the steps and ivy around the stone pillars. It's as if the past of the old dream is still there. Ningchen opened the door and saw that in the main hall, there were stone walls and mist, so misty and tight. Suddenly, the sound of the well echoed in the stone hall. You guys are here? You. Ningchen frowned slightly when he heard this, and when he looked intently, he looked through the clouds and mist, and saw the thunder. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1246 words. Lei Dong also noticed Ningchen at this moment, his brows furrowed slightly, and he felt a little uneasy in his heart. Qingwei? Is he also qualified to inherit the inheritance of true Lord Thunder Ghost? It's not good. No matter in terms of cultivation or understanding of thunder, I am far behind Qingwei. You even said that I recruited Qingwei to join the gang, which is completely inviting the wolf into the house. Give him the inheritance of true Lord Reggae. Thinking of this, Lei Dong's eyebrows furrowed even more tightly, his fingers turned white as he clenched them, but he felt helpless in his heart. Jing Lan also noticed Lei Dong's abnormality at this moment, and there was a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. Hey! What are you thinking about? I'm going to explain the rules next, so you should listen carefully. If you are deaf, I won't tell you a second time. After hearing this, Lei Dong had no choice but to temporarily suppress his uneasiness, raised his head, and smiled reluctantly. Understood. Master Jinglan, it's whatever you say. Jinglan nodded slightly when he heard this, then turned around and pointed to the depths of the stone palace. Hey! Did you see the 2 lapis lazuli stones among them? That's a kind of goo material developed by me in recent times. Its biggest feature is that it can absorb electric current. And that includes any form of electric current, whether it's man-made or driven by thunder. My test is also very simple. As long as you don't use other goo insects, just crush this lapis lazuli. Ningchen narrowed his eyes slightly and saw 2 huge rocks that were as tall as 2 people in the depths of the stone palace. If you take a closer look, you will see that the whole body is blue and the texture is calm. When you reach out and touch it, eternity rushes into your heart. Lapis lazuli. I have indeed never heard of such a goo material. Just break it into pieces? This test is a bit too simple. Are there other tests that I can't pass? Ningchen quietly stroked the lapis lazuli in front of him, feeling a little suspicious in his heart. As if responding to Ningchen's suspicion, Jinglan seemed to have thought of something and coughed twice. Ahem. I forgot to tell you, this is just the first trial. Only by passing this test can you see the next test. Don't be discouraged, I, Master Jinglan, have specially prepared some gifts for you. So, come on. After saying that, Jing Lan's figure turned into a wisp of thunder and disappeared into the stone hall. Upon seeing this, Ningchen turned to look at the boulder in front of him and smiled slightly. It's a gift. After saying this, Ningchen quietly raised his hand, and his true energy stirred in his aperture. Turn 3, Heavenly Thunder Goo. Turn 3, Gathering Thunder Goo. Turn 3, Power Goo. In an instant, the snow-silver true essence in Ningchen's void dropped by more than 30%. Boom. Suddenly, a bright thunder burst out from Ningchen's palm. The electric light surges and the thunder light is terrifying. Bursts of dim light immediately illuminated the stone hall. Upon closer inspection, this current is extremely thin, only as thick as an ordinary person's thumb. But even Lei Dong, who was standing in the distance, was blinded by the flash of lightning. One can imagine the power of this electric current. Boom. In the stone hall, the sound of thunder echoed, endless. Suddenly, the thunder dissipated and the lightning disappeared. Ningchen slowly put down his hand and took a closer look, but he saw that the lapis lazuli stone had been blasted out by Ningchen's blow just now, creating a cave the size of a thumb. When Ningchen saw this, a smile appeared on his face, and he gently stroked the boulder in front of him. This lapis lazuli is really extraordinary. Ordinary level 3 defense goo insects will probably be crushed directly by my blow. Even the goo master will be killed by one blow. And this lapis lazuli only made a small hole. It's really extraordinary. Unlike Ningchen's indifference, Lei Dong's heart sank slightly after seeing such a situation. The hardness of this lapis lazuli is a bit shocking. Qingyue's attack just now, even if I use the defensive goo insect, it is absolutely unstoppable. And the huge rock in front of us actually only has a small hole like a thumb. That's not good. A smile gradually grew on Ningchen's face, but there was a bit of embarrassment on Lei Dong's face. And the postures of the 2 people all fell into Jing Lan's eyes. In the stone house, Jing Lan's eyes flashed with thunder, and he could see the appearance of condensed dust and thunder. Jing Lan also laughed when she saw that the 2 of them had stopped. Ha ha ha. There's a guy who doesn't look good. Jing Lan smiled, her blue eyes also reflected Ningchen's figure, and there was still a hint of appreciation. But the other person is quite talented. It's my first time to do it, and I can actually make a small hole in this lapis lazuli stone. I have never seen any previous trialists who were able to beat this lapis lazuli into something like this for the first time. In this way, it is possible for this boy to inherit all my inheritance. It really makes me look forward to it. Immediately, Jing Lan seemed to have thought of something, her eyebrows furrowed a bit, and she murmured to herself. But isn't it a little too difficult to use lapis lazuli as the first test? After all, this lapis lazuli is also a product of the ancient blue sky. Ordinary thunder masters may not even have heard of it. Well, if it is broken, let them take the insects inside. If it can't be broken, then give them some other inheritance. When Jing Lan thought of this, there was a rare seriousness on his smiling face, and he said slowly. After all, according to the fate goo, the great era is coming. Give them my inheritance. Maybe I can pull them into Zhongzhou in the future and make them a part of Zhongzhou. After speaking, Jing Lan looked at Ningchen again, and the admiration in his eyes was not concealed, and it became stronger and stronger. And in him, I actually saw he has become a bit of an immortal. As long as he gets my inheritance, it's not difficult for him to cultivate to become an immortal with his qualifications. If he can be brought to Zhongzhou at that time, he will be another powerful warrior of Zhongzhou. If not, it's not his fault. After all, everyone has their own way. At least my inheritance was given to him, so it doesn't disgrace the reputation of my Lei Guizhenjuan. Suddenly, Jing Lan seemed to have thought of something, and laughed. By the way, if he can be brought to Zhongzhou, it can also let the immortals in the heavens see how good my vision is. After all, when this inheritance was established, they teased me a lot. What do you mean? My inheritance is too simple, a Lei Daogu master can inherit it. Humph, I'll let them see that I, Jing Lan, can also receive a good successor. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1310 words. Boom. Suddenly, the sound of thunder and lightning came from the stone hall again. The gravel was also shaken down by the sound of wild thunder. Jing Lan also heard the sound of crazy thunder and took a closer look. That's when I saw Ningchen's right hand clenched into a fist and turned into a gang fist. Boom. In the void, the true energy stirs. The snowy silver true essence dropped again, and the gang fist was instantly enveloped by torrential thunder. Turn 3, Sky Thunder Goo. Turn 3, Electric Goo. Turn 3 and become Thunder Goo. Boom. In an instant, Jing Lan's field of vision was filled with lightning, and he couldn't see anything. In my ears, there is only the sound of wild thunder, humming endlessly. Rumble. After a while, the thunder disappeared and the electric light dissipated. Jing Lan took a closer look, and it lit up slightly. The appreciation in his eyes rose again. Okay. This kid is really a piece of jade. He understands that it will be impossible to break this lapis lazuli stone with just the thunder daogu insect for a while. Even if I try my best to smash it, there won't be any real energy left in the hole. But lapis lazuli is soft in texture, and it has a natural resistance to lightning. And I also stipulated that it must be crushed with thunder daogu worms. This kid is taking advantage of a loophole in my rules. Good boy. The smile on Jing Lan's face grew thicker, and she felt that the Ningchen in front of her was becoming more pleasing to the eye. Ningchen raised his hand, the lightning in his fist slowly dissipated, and he paid attention slightly. Just then, he saw a big crater in the lapis lazuli stone with the punch just now, and bits of gravel rolled down to Ningchen's feet. It can be seen that the power of the punch just now is far greater than that of gathering thunder. Upon seeing this, Ningchen's eyes had a hint of understanding. He turned his head, but there was no Jing Lan in sight. He just smiled softly and said to himself, Jing Lan didn't show up. It seems that my guess is really good. As long as the thunder pathgu worms are involved in the process of crushing the lapis lazuli, that's all. Jing Lan didn't stop me either. It seems like my approach is feasible. Not only does it consume less real energy, but the effect is also quite gratifying. Ha 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 ha. When Ningchen thought of this, he raised his fists again, lightning flashed, and thunder light. Rumble. For a moment, deafening thunder echoed in the stone palace. Suddenly, Ningchen clenched his fists together, and struck the boulder in front of him with an unimaginably heavy punch. Each bombardment can smash huge rocks into pieces. The boulder in front of me is getting thinner at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lei Dong, who was on the side, looked at Ningchen blankly, with an extremely stunned look on his face, and murmured. Is this okay? Reggae Master didn't show up. It shows that this method can work. But why does Qingyue have such great strength? Could it be that he also practices strength? All kinds of questions lingered in Lei Dong's heart, but the huge boulder in front of him made him feel calm. No. I'm afraid I won't be able to get the inheritance of this trial. It doesn't matter, it's okay if you can't get it. It's impossible for true Lord Thunder Ghost to be so stingy. There must be many inheritances behind him. Besides, I have nothing to do with this huge stone. I can only restore my true energy and state first, and wait until the next trial. As for this inheritance, just give it to Qingwei. Boom. Suddenly, Ningchen punched out, causing a roar. Boom. With one punch, the boulder in front of him was completely shattered and turned into pieces of rubble. Suddenly, a strange-looking goo insect came into Ningchen's eyes. Ningchen narrowed his eyes slightly, picked up the goo worms from the pile of stones, and looked at them quietly. This goo insect looks so familiar, but I can't remember it for a while. Just after Ningchen fell into deep thought, Jing Lan's voice came from behind him. Yo! You broke the lapis lazuli so quickly. It really surprised me a little. Jing Lan walked slowly over and saw Ningchen looking at the goo insect in his hand, deep in thought, so he smiled softly and took it. Boy, do you know what this goo insect is called? This goo is an ancient strength goo, a strength goo. I have practiced strength in the early years, and the strength goo is the natal goo. Unfortunately, I didn't get the matching goo, so I gave up hastily. But you are different. I see that you have traces of practicing strength on your body, so I will hand over this strength goo to you. Even if you may not practice strength in the future, I still leave it to you. Even if it doesn't work, maybe we can sell a lot of primeval stones. This inheritance also contains some of my insights and understanding of strength. It depends on whether you can get it. Immediately, Jing Lan once again handed over the strength goo in his hand to Ningchen. Ningchen took the strength goo, and a hint of smile flashed in his eyes. Strength goo, earth strength goo, it seems that even if I switch to strength cultivation, there will be a bright future. If you can get the legendary strength goo someday, take advantage of the strength goo. By then, I may have to practice the 3 paths. Ha 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 ha. Thinking of this, Ningchen smiled slightly and put the strength goo into his arms. Lei Dong, who was standing by, also saw all of this, and he heaved a sigh of relief and calmed down. As for the strength goo, its strength has long been weakened, so it doesn't matter if I give it to him. But I must get the next inheritance. The sudden appearance of Jing Lan interrupted Lei Dong's meditation. As for you, it's not nothing. Jing Lan lightly touched the lapis lazuli, and it turned into pieces of gravel, rolling to Lei Dong's feet. Lei Dong looked closely and saw a sheepskin scroll hidden in the stone, so he slowly picked it up. Before Lei Dong opened it, Jing Lan's explanation came from behind him. This sheepskin scroll contains a thunder inheritance I got a few years ago. The number of turns is not high, it should be the 4th turn. But for you, maybe it's enough. Jing Lan crossed his arms, smiled slightly, then looked at the 2 people, coughed lightly. You too, the first trial is over. You can choose to retreat or continue. After that, without waiting for the 2 to answer, he answered on his own. Of course I know you will definitely not retreat. After all, how many Gu immortals are as generous as me? Hearing this, Ning Chen's eyes twitched a little, and he was a little speechless in his heart. If it were an outsider, it would be absolutely difficult to imagine that the girl in front of him, who only barely reached Ning Chen's waist, was actually the famous Lei Gue Jinjuan of the Heavenly Court. Bang! Suddenly, a stone door was raised in the depths of the stone hall. Okay, the next trial is about to start. You two, why don't you catch up? After that, Jing Lan smiled slightly and walked in front on his own. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1,280 words. Seeing Ningchen and Leidong step through the door together, Jing Lan smiled slightly and pointed to the 2 lapis lazuli again. This second test is to use this lapis lazuli to carve my Le Gue Jinjuan's appearance. Of course you should have guessed the rules. Only Leidao Gu worms are allowed to carve. In the end, I will judge. Come on. After saying that, Jing Lan moved again and disappeared from the spot, leaving only a wisp of electric arc. Flashing again, he came to the center of the stone hall. Hands across his chest, eyebrows slightly raised, looking at the 2 of them frivolously. Huh. Seeing this, Lei Dong slowly closed his eyes and took a long breath, as if to calm his mind. No. I can't be impatient. The inheritance of the immortal way must have its unique meaning. As long as I hold on, even if I can't get all the inheritance. At least it's okay to keep Lei Jiaohai. Thinking of this, he slowly walked to the purple gold piece. Slowly spread out his palm, in which there was a leap of lightning and a surge of electric light. Stretched forward, and pressed several electric snakes on the lapis lazuli. Boom! In an instant there were countless thunders rolling, turning into countless files, carving the boulder in front of him bit by bit. Ningchen quietly looked at Lei Dong, who was concentrating on carving the boulder, and then looked at Jing Lan in the center of the stone hall. Suddenly, Ningchen's eyebrows were frowned again, puzzled. Slightly raised his eyes, and the figure of Jing Lan was reflected in his black eyes. This famous Lei Gui Jinjuan, Jing Lan. Could it be? Is he really just a child? If the last trial is a bit of a stretch, then I can't think of any explanation for this trial, except for the test of control over the Thunder Goo worm. If it's like this, no matter how many trials there are later, they won't be that difficult. Thinking of this, Ning Chen's doubts not only did not dissipate, but became even stronger. But this is the inheritance of Jing Lan, the 8th turn Gu Immortal, the Thunder Ghost Master. If it's just that simple, then I wonder if the inheritance is really that precious. Well, let's pass this trial first. Then, Ningchen temporarily suppressed all the doubts in his heart and slowly walked to the boulder. Jing Lan quietly watched the two people concentrating on carving the huge stone in front of them, and her heart was as calm as ice. Well, this inheritance may be a little too simple for these two people. The 5 inheritances that follow should not be difficult for them. The only one that can really be called a trial is the last one, the Thunder Heart trial. If even one of them can survive the Thunder Heart trial, he can get my true inheritance. No matter good or evil. No matter his origin. As long as he can survive the Thunder Heart trial, he can get all the inheritance from me, Lei Gui Jinjuan. Jing Lan quietly watched the two people, and inexplicably a little expectation was born in her heart. After all, who doesn't want to hand over their inheritance to someone who is worthy of it? Bang! As the stone door fell again, Jing Lan slowly stopped and turned around. Huh! Jing Lan slowly closed his eyes, as if he was brewing something. He sighed and looked at the two people in front of him. His face showed a rare seriousness, and he talked leisurely. The first 7 trials really can't stump you. But this is also intentional, and the difficulty of the next last trial is completely different from the previous trial. I said this to give you a chance. If you give up now, you will be able to obtain all the inheritances just now and leave here safely. If you persist, I can't say what will happen. After all, this trial was not created by me. It was created by one of my immortal friends. It is called the Thunder Heart trial. Thunder Heart trial? Ningchen secretly memorized the Thunder Heart trial in his heart. Just looking at Jing Lan's performance, he knew that this Thunder Heart trial was extraordinary. There was a faint light in his eyes, as if he was chewing on Jing Lan's explanation just now. Jing Lan's immortal friend, that is probably a heavenly Gu immortal. And the 7 trials just now were almost all minor fights. This trial is very likely to test one's character. Any righteous inheritance focuses on one's character first, and then talent and aptitude. Then won't I be able to pass this trial with my devilish mentality? Thinking of this, Ning Chen's brows wrinkled slightly. Compared to Ning Chen's contemplation, Lei Dong was excited. Lei Dong's body trembled slightly when he heard the words, and his excitement was beyond words. Finally, this is the last trial? After passing this trial, I can obtain all the inheritance of Master Lei Gui Jinjuan. That is all the inheritance of a generation of Gu immortals. Ha 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 ha. The expressions and performances of the two fell into Jing Lan's eyes. Jing Lan looked at the two of them quietly, with a faint smile on his face, as if he was extremely satisfied with their performance. At the same time, in the bottom of my heart, a few memories of millions of years came to my heart. In the stone palace. Jing Lan, is this the true inheritance you designed? Yes. How about it, the design is good. Jing Lan turned around when he heard this, with a hint of contentment in his expression. He pinched his waist with his hands and smiled softly. When the other purple-clothed Gu immortal saw Jing Lan looking like this, he let out a chuckle and chuckled. Ha 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 ha. Jing Lan, you are a rank 8 Gu immortal, but you can only design this kind of inheritance. Let me see, this is a game designed for children. When Jing Lan heard this, her green eyebrows knitted together, and she quickly walked up to the man, the dissatisfaction on her face almost overflowing. Zio. My inheritance is so bad. Besides, I am the one who kills Gu immortals. It would be a bit difficult for me to think about how to design the inheritance while killing Gu immortals. Besides, are there 7 trials in total? Is it possible that we still can't find any good successors? The Gu immortal known as Ziyu smiled even more intensely when he heard this, and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Jing Lan, if I said that my mortal daughter could pass your 7 trials, would you believe it? I don't believe it. I don't believe it at all. Jing Lan shook his head heavily, obviously disdainful of Zio's remarks. Zio was not upset at all when she saw this. She shook her head gently, stars flashed in her eyes, and she chuckled. Jing Lan, I am your friend. Then let me, as the Wisdom Dao Gu immortal, design the last inheritance. I'm sure I can select a good apprentice for you. When Jing Lan heard this, he raised his eyebrows. There was a bit of joy in his expression, and he asked questions bluntly. Oh. Tell me about it? Zio slowly closed her eyes and murmured to herself. Well, you are the Thunder Dao Gu immortal, and none of the previous trials can test your character. It's better, this last trial. Call it Thunder Heart Trial. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1,205 words. Memories came flooding in like a tide, but they could only emerge for a moment. Jing Lan's eyes were moist and slightly red before he realized it, and he murmured. Zio. You stinky boy. You helped me design such a good trial, but you can't see my successor. You are gone, you can't see me, the successor. The vision became more and more blurred, and then he slowly closed his eyes and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Turning around, he resumed his chuckle. It seems that neither of you wants to give up. In that case, I have no reason to say anything. Bang. After Jing Lan finished speaking, the stone door in front of the few people slowly rose, revealing the room behind it. Ning Chen looked closely and saw that it was pitch black in front of him, empty, and it was really pitch dark. A closer look revealed a pool of water that barely reached the ankles. A slight touch would stir up endless waves, but they could not reach the edge. A light cough would cause a faint echo, which was so empty. Ning Chen only took a look, and his black eyes narrowed slightly. This Thunder Heart trial is indeed different from the previous trials. Jing Lan stood quietly in front of the two of them, with his hands behind his back, and said slowly. Do you see this room? There is no exit in this room, and you can only leave after completing the trial. Once you two enter, you don't have to worry about anything else, just walk forward boldly. No matter what, just move forward. As for what's inside, even I don't know. After saying that, Jing Lan turned around and chuckled. Good luck to you too. After passing this trial, you will be able to obtain my true inheritance. After saying that, Jing Lan moved and turned into a flash of lightning, disappearing on the spot, leaving only a few strands of residual lightning. Who? Lei Dong sighed and slowly closed his eyes, as if brewing something. When he opened his eyes again, there was a little complexity in his eyes. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Ning Chen walking straight into it. Lei Dong could no longer care about so much, and walked straight into the room. Bang! When the two walked into the room, the stone door fell to the ground with a bang, and the echo of excitement was endless. Hua hua hua. Suddenly, Ning Chen's eyes fell into darkness, and he couldn't see anything. Third turn, Electric Eye Goo. Suddenly, the snow-silver essence in Ning Chen's orifice suddenly descended, activating the Electric Eye Goo. In his eyes, electric light surged and thunder roared. The excited electric light shot out, but it was like a drop in the ocean, pouring into the boundless darkness, but it couldn't cause any waves. Not only that, Ningchen looked closely, it was still pitch black, just like before. Ningchen also had some understanding in his mind when he saw this. Even if the electric eye goo is activated, I still can't see anything. It seems that Jing Lan may have set up a trick in this room. In this case, I can only follow her instructions. Just keep moving forward. Thinking of this, Ningchen slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the electric light had already dissipated. Hua hua hua. Ningchen walked forward quietly, and the river water flowing by his feet brought a few traces of coolness into his heart. But his expression was still so calm. Suddenly, he heard a child's whispering and sobbing, which made him stop in his tracks. Ningchen stopped and looked carefully, and he was in the endless darkness. Seeing the first sight. Woo-woo. Dad, Mom. I saw a black-haired boy throwing himself on the bodies of a middle-aged couple, crying loudly. Although the blood dyed his face red, dyed his clothes red, and even dyed his tears red. Woo-woo, Dad, Mom. Boy, stop crying. Suddenly, a figure like a feathered scarf came over and sighed softly. Your parents were killed by the 7 Killings leader who I was hunting down. Oh. I'm sorry for you, kid. I can't stay for long, I have other things to do. But I can recommend you to the nearby Jianfu Xuanmia temple. If you go there, at least you can have food and clothing. If you want revenge, that's the best choice. How? The young man slowly raised his head, his eyes full of hatred. I want revenge. Good eyes, kid, what's your name? The man seeing this, there was even a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. My name is Mu Hanchen. The first half of the sentence was said by the black-haired boy, and the second half was answered by Ningchen, who had been silent all the time. Yes, this black-clothed boy was Ningchen in his previous life, that is, Mu Hanchen. After a while, the scene disappeared, Ningchen was silent, and suddenly he laughed dryly. Ha 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 ha. This trial is really extraordinary. It can actually present the memories of thousands of years ago in my heart. I do understand why this trial is called the Thunder Heart trial. Then, Ningchen walked forward again, still so calm. Wow wow wow. Suddenly, Ningchen stopped again because a scene appeared again in the boundless darkness. On Miaodo Mountain, in front of the gate of Jianfu Xuanmia Temple. Haha, finally climbed up. Mu Hanchen's clothes were soaked with sweat, and he was panting heavily, out of breath. Snap. Suddenly, Mu Hanchen's feet softened and he fell to the ground, unable to get up again. For a moment, Mu Hanchen felt that the sun was high in the sky and it was dazzling, and he just wanted to have a good rest. Thump thump thump. Suddenly, a young man in black walked into Mu Hanchen's eyes. He stretched out his hand and pulled Mu Hanchen up. Fellow Taoist, have you also heard that Jianfu Xuanmia Temple is recruiting outer disciples this year? Haha, I don't know, I just came here on someone's recommendation. Besides, this is the only place I know now. Mu Hanchen fell to the ground, his eyes dimmed, and he murmured. When the man saw Mu Hanchen like this, there was a hint of sympathy in his eyes, and he patted him on the shoulder. Yeah. In that case, then join me in worshipping under the Xuanmia Temple of Jianfu. Let's work hard together to practice. Before Mu Hanchen could respond, a voice came from the steps next to him again. Brother Yuan, please wait for me. Then, a figure in blue clothes fell into Mu Hanchen's eyes, making him couldn't help but ask. Who is this? This man also suddenly realized what he said, and slapped his forehead repeatedly. Oh, I was just here to chat with you, and I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zhou Yuan, and this is the fellow countryman who came with me, Beiwei. My name is Mu Hanchen. When Mu Hanchen saw this, he quickly returned the gesture with his hand and revealed his name. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1168 words. The landscape in front of me changed again, returning to boundless darkness. Ningchen just watched quietly without saying anything, his eyes still so calm. Suddenly, his feet moved and he walked forward again. Wow wow wow. Ningchen walked forward step by step, towards the boundless darkness, as if nothing could shake him. The cold river water swam past his feet, and a bit of coldness fell into his heart, but it couldn't slow down his feet at all. Suddenly, waves of human voices echoed in the quiet stone hall. When Ningchen heard this, his body froze slightly, he looked at the sound and murmured. Here we go again. Just hearing a soft drink attracted Ningchen's attention. Next, Beiwei. After hearing this, Beiwei walked leisurely towards the stone tablet in front of her. Her eyes were very calm, as if there was no pressure in her heart. As soon as he stretched out his hand, waves of coldness flowed into his heart. The stone tablet in front of him also showed Beiwei's qualifications. When an old man next to him saw this, his eyes lit up slightly and he chuckled. Excellent qualifications. Enter the inner gate Xian puppet pavilion to practice. Oh. That's not bad. Beiwei also shrugged when he heard this, as if he didn't care too much about the result. Next, Zhou Yuan. When Zhou Yuan heard this, he slowly walked to the stone tablet silently, raised his hand and touched it. Quietly stroking the stone tablet in front of him, his qualifications were evident on it. But this time, the old man's reaction was obviously more surprised. His pupils shrank, he twirled his hands and laughed endlessly. Mahayana qualifications. Enter the inner sect's Jianjian Tower to practice. Ha 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 ha. There are so many good seeds this year. Well, the last one, Mu Hanshin. A soft drink shocked Mu Hanshin, who was standing aside. Mu, it's your turn. Zhou Yuan also walked down slowly at this moment, patted Mu Hanshin's shoulder gently, and smiled slightly. Don't be nervous, just. When Mu Hanshin heard this, he sighed and nodded heavily, his eyes bright. Well. Brother Yuan, I'm going. Thump thump thump. Mu Hanshin walked slowly towards the stone monument, but with every step he took, his heartbeat would get faster. Bang. 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 Mu Hanshin, don't panic. You are a unique time traveler, there must be something special about you. You can definitely avenge your parents. Mu Hanshin stood quietly in front of the stone tablet, slowly opened his eyes, and looked up at the stone tablet. The cold stone tablet shines in the sunlight, but it lacks a bit of ice. Mu Hanshin sighed softly and slowly placed his hand on the stone tablet. Then he closed his eyes tightly, as if he didn't dare to look directly at his own qualifications. Suddenly, a sound of exclamation like a mountain roaring and a tsunami broke out. When the old man saw this, his body trembled violently, as if he couldn't believe the qualifications shown on the stone tablet, and murmured. Ah. Mahayana qualifications, Zixia Divine Thunder Body. You must enter the inner sect Yulei Mansion to practice, and I, the elder, will personally guide you. Boy, what's your name? My name is Mu Hanshin. When Mu Hanshin saw this, he also looked at the stone tablet blankly. He came back to his senses after hearing what the old man said. He raised his head, smiled heartily, and revealed his name. Afterwards, the scene disappeared, leaving only Ningchen standing here. After a moment of silence, Ningchen's long and endless laughter echoed in the stone palace. Ha 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 ha. Mu Hanshin, Mahayana qualification, Purple Sky Divine Thunder Body. He was originally a rising star in the first sect of the Righteous Way. Who would have expected that 100 years later, he would become the most powerful demon in the 9 heavens and 10 earths in ancient and modern times? Rather than being forced by the wind and frost, it's better to say that I discovered myself. Alas. After Ningchen finished speaking, he let out a long sigh and let out a long breath. Then, as soon as his feet moved, he continued to walk slowly towards the deeper darkness. Why does an ambitious young man, a new star with enchanting qualifications, and a time traveler with a simple mind? 100 years later, he will turn into a murderous, thoughtful, and devilish demon. What happened in the intervening 100 years? No one knows, except Ningchen in front of me. Thump thump thump. Wow wow wow. Unconsciously, the sound of Mu Hanshin's footsteps stepping onto the high platform and Ningchen's footsteps stepping into the darkness overlapped. Ningchen walked forward quietly, his eyes still as calm as water, as if the various sights just now could not shake him in the slightest. Suddenly, this stone palace seemed to have its own consciousness, and it seemed to be in a hurry. The next moment, bursts of anxious voices suddenly came from behind Ningchen. Ningchen's figure suddenly froze, and when he turned around, he saw countless figures wearing Taoist robes. There are men and women among them, with different looks, but their expressions are surprisingly the same. Their reluctance towards Ningchen, or Mu Hanshin, was beyond words. Elder Mu? Why did you leave us? Mr. Elder Mu, we cannot recommend Fushwanmia Temple without you. Elder Mu, please come back. Don't leave again. Ningchen just shook his head slightly, smiled faintly, and walked forward without looking back. These people used to be disciples of Jianfu Xuanmia Temple. Wow wow wow. Ning Chen's expression was still so calm, cold as iron, and he walked quietly towards the deeper part. The voice of retention in his ears became fainter and fainter. However, two familiar voices came to his ears again. Mu, why do you want to leave us? Xiao Mu? I've been nice to you, too? Why do you want to leave? Ning Chen also raised his eyes slightly when he heard the words, and saw Bei Wei and Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan's eyes were even more puzzled, and the intention of retaining was self-evident. The playfulness on Bei Wei's face also disappeared, and there was a little bit of dissatisfaction. Ning Chen just shook his head and smiled when he saw this, but his pace didn't slow down at all. Bei Yu and Zhou Yuan are his sworn brothers. Hua hua hua. Ning Chen walked forward slowly, and there seemed to be infinite space in front of him, and he couldn't see the end at a glance. However, Ning Chen just walked forward, and his pace never slowed down. Chener, tell me, what did I do wrong? Don't leave me, okay? Chener, if you have something to say it nicely, don't always keep it in your heart. Tell me what's going on. Don't keep silent. Ning Chen just raised his eyes slowly when he heard it, and saw two mortals, one man and one woman, both middle-aged. They are Mu Hanshen's parents. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1163 words. Ningchen looked at his parents in his previous life quietly, and for some reason, he smiled slightly. If we talk about the past life, when I was Mu Hanshen, I might still be confused for a while. But at this moment, I am Ningchen, I am Gu Yu Ningchen. So there's no need to worry. When Ningchen thought of this, he walked straight past his parents in his previous life and said lightly. Besides, I've lived for too long. You are just passers-by in my vicissitudes of life. After saying that, he walked forward slowly without turning back to look. Suddenly, several voices of reluctance came from behind. Elder Mu. Don't leave. Mu, please don't leave, okay? Chener, don't leave mother, okay? Ningchen turned around and saw his disciples, sworn brothers and parents. They all have a look of reluctance on their faces. They couldn't let go of their elders, and they couldn't let go of their sworn brothers, and they couldn't let go of their sons. Ningchen just watched quietly, but never took even half a step back. Then, Ningchen chuckled and walked forward slowly, letting them do whatever they wanted to do. Wow wow wow. Ningchen walked quietly in the boundless darkness, and the clothes around him almost blended into the darkness. He didn't know how long he had been walking. Here, Ningchen has lost any sense of time. Ningchen only knew that he had to pass the Thunder Heart trial and obtain the inheritance of true Lord Thunder Ghost. Wow wow wow. Suddenly, the sound of another person's footsteps was heard again in the quiet darkness. When Ningchen heard the sound, he stopped walking and looked for the sound. However, this look made him unable to open his eyes anymore. In the darkness, a figure dressed in white walked towards him. Wearing a white shirt, like snow over tiles, the belt gradually widens and flutters gracefully. The wind bun exposes the temples, the cloud bun is high, and the hair is fluttering, revealing the lower face. Her face is like a walnut, her face is like a flower, her eyebrows are as green as the moon, her skin is soft and smooth. Her nose is like flowing water, her lips are as red as warm jade, and her cheeks are as soft as warm jade. The two hair strands on the cheeks are like tassels hanging down, gently blowing in the wind. There was a hint of smile in his eyes, as clear as moonlight. In the darkness, those beautiful eyes are still extremely bright. Master, are you okay? Ningchen could see the person coming, but his footsteps slowly stopped, and he stared at the person coming. Hearing the words master, Ningchen came back to his senses and opened his mouth, but he only said that he wanted to speak but stopped. Throughout Ningchen's 3 lifetimes, more than 1,000 years, there is only one person who can call him master so affectionately. This person is Mu Hanshen, who is Ningchen's previous life and the love of his life. Seeing Ningchen's appearance, Wen Yuan couldn't help but smile, pursed her lips with her bare hands, and looked softly. What's wrong? Master? You can't even speak when you see me? Or, is my master now mute? Long time no see. You honor. After a moment of silence, Ningchen finally spoke. A few words contained thousands of years of experience. Wen Yuan quickly walked up to Ningchen and looked around, with some doubts in her beautiful eyes. Master, where is this place? Could it be that this is the goo world you told me about before? It looks so dark. I can't see anything. I feel that this goo world is not as good as ours. Ningchen also smiled softly when he heard this, followed Wen Yuan's gaze, and said leisurely. Yes, this is the goo world. You are right, it is indeed not as good as our world. In that part of the world, there is Bai Yue, there is Zhou Yuan, there is you. It's so much better there than here. When Wen Yuan heard this, she also raised her head and looked up at Ningchen. However, this look made him frown slightly, his eyes moved slightly, and there was a hint of heartache on his face. He slowly raised his hand, gently caressed Ningchen's face, and murmured softly. Master, you have changed a lot. From the inside out, you have changed a lot. Master, tell me. How did you become like this? My impression is that you are gentle, not impatient or impatient, powerful but not domineering, and gentle to your disciples. But at this moment, Master, you are simply a complete devil. So tell me. How did you become like this? Okay, Master? Wen Yuan stared at Ningchen quietly, her eyes as sincere as the bright moon, without any impurities. Ningchen slowly raised his hand and caressed Wen Yuan's bare hand, with a somewhat deep look in his eyes. Suddenly, it was a gentle smile, and within a smile, the unbearable past that had lasted for thousands of years was lost. Nothing. You honor. A lot of things have indeed happened. Both me and the sect have changed a lot. But, you just need to know. I am still the gentle master. When Wen Yuan heard this, she was slightly startled, and then there was a trace of quite alluring blush on her face, and she lowered her head. Immediately, he hugged Ningchen's waist and buried his face into Ningchen's chest. He could only hear her subtle murmurs. Master, I want to be the leader, I also miss everyone in the sect. Recommend the mysterious view of fortune. I think about it. I think about it too. After hearing this, Ningchen just stroked Wen Yuan's head gently and murmured softly. When Wen Yuan heard this, she suddenly raised her head, with a hint of smile in her eyes. Really? Then why don't we find a way to go back? I believe everyone will welcome you. After all, you are the great elder of the sect. Ha ha ha. Ningchen just chuckled when he heard this and did not answer directly. However, at this time, countless voices came from behind Ningchen. Ningchen turned around and looked. I saw countless disciples of the sect slowly walking towards me. At the front was Bai Yu, Zhou Yuan, and even his parents. That's right. Elder Mu, come back. Come back. Elder Mu, we all miss you. Mu. Come back quickly. Don't leave again. Xiaomu, I still welcome you back. Chinner, come back soon. Mom misses you so much. Wen Yuan didn't know when she walked into the crowd, slowly raised her hand, and smiled at Ningchen. Master, come on. Let's go back together, to Jianfu Xuanmiao Temple. Ha 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 ha. After a moment of silence, the only sound left in the stone hall was Ningchen's chuckle. Ningchen's laughter gradually stopped, and he stared at everyone quietly, his eyes became deeper and deeper, and he murmured softly. No one can stand in my way this time. Even if it's you. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1261 words. Wow. Master, are you really not going back with us? Xiaomu, what do you mean? Mu, what do you mean by this? Elder Mu, we have never blocked the elder's way. Chinner, come back. For a moment, after hearing Ningchen's remarks, everyone had different expressions, but all of them contained reservations. When Ningchen saw this, he just watched the crowd quietly and allowed them to dissuade him in every possible way. His feet never wavered even a little bit. The black hair in the ink robe seemed to blend into the darkness, but it was even better. Suddenly, Ningchen laughed, and the laughter echoed throughout the stone hall and fell into everyone's ears. Ha 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 ha. Yuana, there's no need to say anything more. What you just said is right, now He is indeed a hopeless devil. Bang. After saying that, Ningchen stepped out, turned his right hand into a fist, and clenched it into a fist. Turn 3, Power Goo. Turn 3 and become Thunder Goo. Turn 3, Thunder Fist Goo. In the void, the snowy silver true yuan fluctuated. On top of the fist, countless wild thunders and lightnings were brewing. It was so terrifying. The electric light surged into Ningchen's black eyes, but it couldn't stir up any waves. He just smiled slightly. I am Ningchen. Gu Yu Ningchen. It's not Mu Hanchen from the 9 heavens and 10 earths, but Gu Yu Ningchen from the 5 realms and 2 days. Boom. After saying that, he blasted out his gang fist, causing bursts of explosive sounds in the air. When the gang fist strikes out, it blasts out a violent thunder fist wind that blows through the water, carrying a surging electric light. In Wen Yuan's eyes, the fist wind was getting closer and closer to her. Even the hair was slightly lifted by the fist wind, and the beautiful eyes trembled slightly, but only the surging fist wind was left, and he murmured. Master. Boom. The fist wind swept past, hiding everyone's figures under the fist wind. After a while, the fist wind dissipated. Ningchen took a closer look and saw that there was no one left. Ningchen slowly put down his hand and stood there quietly. Suddenly, as if he noticed something, he slowly lowered his head. Taking a closer look, he saw that there were actually wisps of light golden halo flickering in his chest. When Ningchen saw this, he smiled slightly and said, My Gu has undergone new changes? After saying that, his spiritual consciousness fell into the soul, and he could clearly see his own Gu in the center of the soul. At this moment, his Gu was wrapped in wisps of golden halo, so eye-catching. Then, a ray of blue electric light broke into Ningchen's afterglow. When Ningchen saw the lightning, he felt a little surprised in his heart. Is there actually lightning in this stone palace? Could it be that I passed the Thunder Heart trial? Ningchen quietly stared at the lightning, and then a door appeared in the boundless darkness. When Ningchen saw this, he just smiled and walked forward leisurely. Wow wow wow. Suddenly, a gust of breeze blew by, causing ripples on the water surface. The corners of Ningchen's clothes were lifted up, and his hair was blown lightly. The breeze seemed to be all gentle, gently brushing Ningchen's face, as if caressing him. Ningchen seemed to be aware of this faint breeze, turned around and smiled softly. Strangely enough, this was also the first time that Ningchen noticed the wind during the Thunder Heart trial. Stepping through the stone gate, you will see a burst of brightness, at least it is no longer as dark as before. Ningchen raised his head and looked around. He saw that the palace in front of him was magnificent and lined with stone pillars. It was so dignified. Suddenly, in the center of the hall, thunder and lightning flashed, and a girl's figure formed. Jing Lan quietly watched Ningchen who entered the hall, with a hint of understanding in his eyes, and sighed. So, are you the only one who passed the Thunder Heart trial? Ha ha ha. But, it's quite what I expected. My true Lord Thunder Ghost has said what he said, and it's hard to chase him. This entire hall, all the goo insects, goo materials, and goo prescriptions are my inheritance. And now, it all belongs to you. Jing Lan opened her hands, and there was no trace of nostalgia in her expression. Instead, she expressed deep appreciation for Ningchen. That's right, kid. Tell me your name. Those who can inherit all the inheritance of my true Lord Thunder Ghost will definitely not be ordinary people in the future. Jing Lan looked at Ningchen with great interest, his eyes bright. When Ningchen saw this, he also smiled slightly and cupped his hands. Me, Master Ginglan, just call me Qingwei. Jing Lan's eyes lit up slightly when he heard this, and he murmured in his mouth, as if chewing on the name, and laughed. Qingwei, Qingwei. Ha ha ha. What a name. Qingwei. Even if you travel to southern Xinjiang in the future, you must remember this. You are the heir to my true Lord Reggae. I hope I can hear your name in Zhongzhou one day. Finally, goodbye. My inheritance fell into your hands, it doesn't mean it has ruined my reputation. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Jing Lan's voice became softer and softer, and became more and more ethereal, and then she smiled slightly. Ning Chen looked closely and saw Jing Lan's body slowly transformed into a dark blue electric snake, and disappeared. Listening carefully, he could hear laughter in the air. Suddenly, Ning Chen smiled lightly, walked forward with big strides, and murmured. Jing Lan, you will hear my name one day. I was probably a real demon that was harming the world by then? Ha 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 ha. On the top of Leiyu Mountain. Looking from afar, he could see a lone figure standing quietly with the mountain breeze. Lei Dong's eyes fell on the endless sea of clouds, and the unbearable memories deep in his mind slowly floated in his heart. He only murmured. I am not qualified. Pinger, if I hadn't been so tolerant, would your ending be different? Ha ha ha, it's no use to say these things now. Suddenly, Lei Dong smiled bitterly, and shook his head gently, not thinking any more. Looking down, he saw countless Lei family Gu masters climbing up. Look, young clan leader. Young clan leader, come with us. The Wu and Yin families are looking for you. It will be too late if you don't leave now. Before Lei Dong could react, an untimely question came from the other side. Boy. You know how to run away now? Too late. Bang. A figure in white suddenly landed on the ground, carrying a little golden light. Yun Lantian narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and golden light gathered in his palm, ready to go. Bang. Another figure landed on the ground with a bang. The Wu family envoy stood with his hands behind his back, and the arrogance in his eyes was not concealed at all. So, you are Lei Dong. Looking at you, you should know the immortal inheritance of Leiyu Mountain. I advise you to give your hands and see you off. Otherwise, within 6 hours, Empress Wu will come here in person. For a while, heroes gathered at the top of Leiyu Mountain, and the wind and clouds were turbulent. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1291 words. A great gathering of heroes, the storm is stirring. Lei Dong looked around, smiled sadly, looked up to the sky and sighed, murmuring to himself. There is Yun Lantian who is eyeing me in the east and wants to question me. There is another martial arts lieutenant in the west who covets the inheritance of Thunder Ghost Lord. Even if I follow the Lei family Gu master down the mountain, my kind old father probably won't let me go. Ha 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 ha. Since when did I embark on this path of no return? Maybe. It's Pinger, when you die. Lei Dong slowly closed his eyes, and a beautiful figure in blue clothes appeared in his mind. The past is like smoke, but it appears in my mind at this moment. Donger, you have to remember. The reason why our Lei family is in such a situation is entirely dependent on the Wu family. Therefore, Wu family Gu masters often come to our village, even though you are my child, the young patriarch of the Lei family. You must never provoke the Wu family Gu master. Although our Lei family is the dominant force in the Leitzi Mountains, the Wu family is the dominant force in the entire southern Xinjiang. The Lei family and the Wu family are basically like fireflies competing against the bright moon. So, Donger, do you understand? I understand, father. Lei Dong, who was a child, looked at his father who was so sincere, and nodded his head quite sensibly. But from this moment on, Lei Dong felt a little curious about the Wu family. This curiosity comes from the pride of being the young patriarch of the Lei family. As the young patriarch, others have always treated him with the utmost respect. How could he be asked to avoid others? Lei Dong, hurry up and follow me. Ha 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 ha. When he was a boy, Lei Dong moved quickly among the dense leaves of the forest, but he couldn't keep up with the beautiful figure in front of him. He could only hear her chuckle behind him. From time to time, a bit of blue clothes can be seen between the dense leaves, which also speeds up the pace of Lei Dong's feet. Hua Ping, wait for me. Unknowingly, there was a faint smile on Lei Dong's lips. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered most of the pine trees in the forest. In an instant, Lei Dong's figure suddenly froze in place, staring blankly ahead. He did catch up with the beautiful figure in front of him, but he would rather never catch up with her. Taking a closer look, the figure on the painting screen is trembling leisurely in the breeze. Upon closer inspection, only half of Huaping's figure is left, with only one arm left, and only half of his face is left. As for the remaining half of the body, it was annihilated by the fist wind just now. Lei Dong's pupils trembled violently, and for a moment he felt top-heavy, as if the world was falling and the earth was shaking. In the pupils, there is even a faint smile reflected on the screen. Paint the screen. The bead curtain is torn to pieces, the ink rain pours down. Lei Dong stood quietly in the rain, staring blankly at the tombstone in front of him. The name engraved on it was clearly painting screen. Torrential rain fell on Lei Dong's body, soaking his clothes and hair, but Lei Dong seemed not to notice. Lei Dong just stared blankly at the tombstone in front of him, with only half of the smile on the painting screen left in his mind. If I had caught up with you earlier, wouldn't you have died? If you and I stay quietly in the house, will you not die? Thump thump thump. Donger, I'm sorry, as a father I may not be able to help you. The person who killed Huaping was the Gu master of the Wu family. During a fierce battle with the demonic Gu master, he casually blasted out a punch. Then, Lei Jingtian still didn't react at all when he saw the thunder, like an elm tree, so he could only sigh. Oh. Move. Although Lei Dong was like a lump on an elm tree, he still listened to what Lei Jingtian said. Wu family again. Ha 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 ha. Just because they are from the Wu family, they can kill people wantonly. Just because they are from the Wu family, they can evade responsibility. Wu family. Lei Dong murmured softly, not even a hint of anger could be heard. The resentment in my heart, the anger in my heart, the hatred in my heart, cannot be expressed at all. At this moment, Lei Dong has a dream of becoming an immortal in his heart. Once you become an immortal, you will no longer be oppressed by the Wu family. When I was young, Lei Dongjiu sat in the patriarch's cabinet, quietly looking at the visitor in front of him. Except for Lei Dong, no one dared to look directly at the person in front of him. Seeing this, the man felt even more disdainful. He stood with his hands behind his hands. The arrogance in his eyes was simply self-evident. Your Excellency, young patriarch, I advise you to give away Leiyu Mountain as soon as possible. You and I both know what's going on in Thunder Prison Mountain, and I don't want to point it out to you. Otherwise, when Empress Wu Ji comes here in person, I won't be able to guarantee the survival of the Lei family. After saying that, the man opened his sleeves and left leisurely, leaving only the gloomy thunder in his eyebrows. When he was young, as the young patriarch, he was taught to avoid the Wu family. When he was young, his childhood sweetheart was killed by the Wu family Gu master without even an apology. When he was young, he reached the peak of power in the Lei family, but he still had to act according to the expression of a small Wu family envoy. Otherwise, he could not even protect the survival of the family. He was angry. He was angry at his own incompetence, and he was bullied by a Wu family envoy. He resented. He resented why he could kill people at will as a Wu family Gu master. He was sad. He was sad that as the young patriarch of the Lei family, he was at the peak of power in the Lei family, but he could not even protect his own people. He hated. He hated why he was not a fifth-level Gu master, with almost equal combat power to Empress Wu. So, he embarked on a road to becoming an immortal. This is a road of no return. Once you embark on it, there is no turning back. This is a road of hope. As long as you become a Gu immortal, the Lei family will never be bullied by others again. This is a lonely road. Once he embarks on this road, there will be no one to walk with him. He needs to walk alone, and can only walk alone. No one can understand him, he doesn't need others to understand him. Now, he has come to the end of this road, but he has ended up in such a situation. Lei Dong slowly opened his eyes, looked around, and smiled silently. He lowered his head, looked at his palm, and murmured. It turns out, I am not qualified. The immortal inheritance that I have struggled for most of my life, has finally become someone else's dowry. Ha 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 ha. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1358 words. Yun Lantian hesitated to speak when he saw Lei Dong, his eyebrows sank, and he stepped heavily. Lei Dong, why are you still standing there? Could it be that you really don't want to give my Yin family an explanation? Seeing the thunder and silence for a long time, Wu Ganglai opened his sleeves and sneered. Lei Dong. I advise you to think twice before you act. Even if you escape today, you still can't escape Lei Jiazhai. Once Empress Wu Ji gets angry, the entire Leitzi Mountain will be wiped out. Those who know better should leave Thunder Prison Mountain as soon as possible and hand over the land deed to me. There was only thunder in their eyes were as bright as wolves and tigers, as if they wanted to swallow the thunder. The two of them had a tacit understanding and did not ask why the other person did what he did. They just joined forces to put pressure on Lei Dong. Upon seeing this, all the Lei family Gu masters were extremely anxious. Young patriarch, don't be in a daze anymore. Yeah, make a decision quickly. Fight or retreat. Young patriarch. At this moment, Lei Dong's body was like a duckweed in the rain or a candle in the wind, being swayed randomly by everyone. There was no halo in Lei Dong's eyes, just like a piece of dead wood. Is it possible that the Lei family, which I have devoted my life to protecting? Now you are going to be buried in my hands. Lei Dong slowly opened his eyes and saw the anxious expressions of countless Lei family Gu masters. All of them looked anxious, like ants on a hot pot, but no one retreated. Just stay with Lei Dong and quietly obey Lei Dong's orders. Without him, Lei Dong is their young patriarch. Whether it's their status in their hearts or in the village. Lei Dong, he is the irrefutable young patriarch of the Lei family. As if he could see the eagerness and hope in everyone's hearts, a hint of gloom flashed in Lei Dong's eyes, a few years ago. Lei Dong stood quietly by the pool, which aroused everyone's envy and exclamation. Wow! Lei Dong! You are the most qualified in our class. It's not just that. In the past few sessions, there was no one with better qualifications than Brother Lei Dong. Ha 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 ha. Brother Lei Dong is worthy of being the future young patriarch. Lei Dong only smiled slightly when he heard this, but he still couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. Ah, I am the future young patriarch, and even more so the future patriarch of the Lei family. The bead curtain is torn to pieces, the heavy rain covers my face. Lei Dong stood quietly in front of Huaping's tombstone, not speaking for a long time. Suddenly, Lei Dong's 5 fingers clenched tightly, almost holding bloodstains. A kind of flame called ambition ignited in his eyes. Raising his head, Lei Dong ignored the heavy rain, covering his face and blinding his eyes, pointed to the sky, and spoke quietly. All the sages and seniors of the Lei family are here to witness. I am Lei Dong, the son of the 19th generation head of the Lei family. I will become a Gu immortal in this life. Lead the Lei family into a superpower. If it doesn't work out, I swear I won't be a human being. Boom! Heaven and earth were silent, all they could say was that the heavy rain gradually subsided, and a small amount of light fell, falling on the thundering face. Thinking of this, Lei Dong's eyes were filled with clouds and he murmured. Yes. I just failed to get the inheritance of the true Lord Reggae. Even if I can't inherit the inheritance of true Lord Thunder Ghost, I, Lei Dong, will still ascend to immortality. Besides, they never questioned me. Immediately, Lei Dong shook his head slightly, with a hint of smile on his lips. He slowly stood up with his hands behind his back, turned around, and looked directly at Yun Lantian and Wu Ganglai quietly. Wu Ganglai, Lei Yushan, I advise you to give up as soon as possible. At least while I'm in office, it's impossible to deliver it to you. After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Yun Lantian beside him, and said leisurely. Yun Lantian, I hired people to kill you people in Yunjiazhai. Ha 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 ha. It deserves to be killed. It's easy to kill. When Wu Ganglai and Yun Lantian heard this, their expressions changed drastically, they were furious, and they shouted loudly. You! Court death! Boom! Suddenly, a deafening roar resounded throughout the entire Thunder Prison Mountain. The lingering sound lingers like a wisp. The air is turbulent and the clouds are shaking, and the waves are shaking the mountains. For a moment, the clouds and mist came, and everyone couldn't help but squint their eyes, unable to see the true appearance. What's going on? Yun Lantian swept away the clouds and mist in front of his eyes with a sweep of his hand. When he took a closer look, he was slightly surprised. But the person who came was wearing a jet black robe, with the belt flowing freely. The black hair danced wildly behind him, revealing his true appearance. Sharp eyebrows and heavy eyes, a hunched nose and thin lips, and a pair of black eyes that are as deep as the sea, making people tremble with fear when looking at him. The whole body is surging with electric light, and wild thunder surges, as if the power of God is accompanying him. Who could this person be if he wasn't Ningchen? Who is this person? When Yun Lantian saw this, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he felt a little wary in his heart. How did he come out of Thunder Prison Mountain? Could it be that he has already obtained the inheritance from the true Lord of Thunder Ghost? When Wu Ganglai saw this, he felt a little uneasy in his heart for no reason, and his eyebrows sank slightly. For a moment, the top of Thunder Prison Mountain fell into an eerie silence. Ningchen looked around and saw Yun Luotian and Yun Yangzi behind Yun Lantian, and smiled slightly. You two, do you still remember me? Yun Luotian was even more shocked when he heard such a familiar voice, and he was stunned there. Yun Yangzi also recalled the stranger who revealed his physique at the foot of Leiyu Mountain. Then, the two shouted in unison. It's you. Why, do you two know him? Seeing Yun Lantian's puzzled look, the two hurriedly explained. He is the magic Gu master who slaughtered most of our Yun family Gu masters in Leiyu Mountain. We also saw him before when the Zhang family caravan came. I think his name is Qingwei. When Yun Lantian heard the words, he looked at Ningchen with a cold look, like a hungry wolf choosing its prey. There was already golden light leaping in Yun Lantian's clenched palms, but he was still muttering. Mr. Qingwei. You are obviously born with a dignified appearance, why do you do such a mean thing? Ningchen laughed and clapped his hands when he heard this, and did not take Yun Lantian's gloomy face to heart at all. Ha ha ha. It seems that they still remember me. As for why I want to kill them. At this point, Ningchen deliberately paused for a moment, as if thinking about the reason. Suddenly, Ningchen spread his hands slightly and smiled faintly. Killing a few Gu masters is just a matter of convenience. What's more, I am a magic Gu master who doesn't rob, kill, or steal. Can I talk to you calmly? Ha 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 ha. When Yun Lantian heard this, his brows darkened again, and the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. He stepped heavily on his feet, and his figure turned into a golden stream of light. You bastard. Give me your life. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1364 words. Thunder and lightning, golden light flowing. In just a moment, Yun Lantian's figure leaped into the air, with golden light behind him, and the golden light was raging. Suddenly, balls of light slowly condensed behind Yun Lantian, as bright as stars and as bright as the sun. Turn 3, Light Ball Gu. Juzi, take one of my moves. Yun Lantian's eyes widened angrily, he shouted loudly, and pressed down with his big hand. Boom. In an instant, several balls of light as bright as stars hit Ningchen like meteors. Ha 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 ha. Well done. When Ningchen saw this, he was not surprised but overjoyed. He laughed and then raised his hand. Bang. With one palm shot, there was a huge burst of thunder, the dim light disappeared, and a huge thunder palm was shot from the air. Crazy thunder versus golden light, giant palm versus light ball. Boom. The giant palm collided with the light ball in mid-air, and the remaining power was a surging air wave. The airwaves rolled up and scattered the chaotic clouds. After one hit, the two of them were evenly matched. When Yun Luotian saw this, he was shocked and screamed. What? Qingwei is actually a rank 4 Gu master? What do you mean? Luotian. Before, at the foot of Thunder Prison Mountain, he was only a peak level 3 person. What you mean is that within this short period of time, Qingwei has been promoted to level 4 Gu master. I'm afraid so. Phew. Yun Lantian sighed after hearing this, and slowly opened his eyes. There was no more contempt in his eyes. Lei Dao is one of the most powerful schools among fellow practitioners. If I want to challenge him forcefully, it may not work. But he will definitely not be able to defeat me in a short period of time. For a moment, Yun Lantian's eyebrows sank slightly. He couldn't think of how to deal with Ningchen's offensive in such a short time. Bang! Suddenly, a sound piercing the air suddenly hit him beside him, making him look for the sound. Yun Lantian took a closer look and saw that Ningchen had already punched hard and was heading towards the door. The edge of the fist broke through the air, and there were faint wisps of electricity on it. When Yun Lantian saw this, his pupils shrank slightly, and he was slightly startled. The true energy in his aperture suddenly dropped. Turn 4, Light Shield Gu. Then, a round golden light shield suddenly appeared in front of Yun Lantian, and he received Ningchen's heavy punch safely. Bang! Ningchen punched the light shield, but it only made a muffled sound, not even a crack. Good opportunity. Upon seeing this, Yun Lantian seized the gap, opened his big hand, and grasped it out of thin air, and a 7-foot light blade was condensed in his hand. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in Yun Lantian's eyes, and then a golden light flashed. The golden light blade slashed out, and a full moon appeared in the sky. The moment Ningchen saw the light blade, he stepped hard and stepped backwards. Aha! However, it was still a breath of late. Ningchen suddenly felt a slight chill on his face, which caused itching pain. He raised his hand and touched it, and he could feel streaks of blood spots. Ningchen quietly stared at the blood spots in his hands, his eyes condensed slightly, and his true energy moved. The palm suddenly flashed, and a 9-foot electric gun appeared in the palm. Boom! Crazy thunder roared, and Ningchen's figure suddenly disappeared from Yun Lantian's eyes. What? Why so fast? When Yun Lantian saw this, his heart stirred up a storm, his pupils trembled, and he murmured. Suddenly, Ningchen's figure appeared in Yun Lantian's field of vision again. But this time, Yun Lantian was even more shocked. Yun Lantian's pupils shrank suddenly, and when he looked up at the sky, he saw dozens of figures of Ningchen. Each one stands proudly in the air, with eyes like ice and black robes that are charming in the wind. Fourth turn, Thunder Body Gu. Ningchen quietly looked down at the astonished Yun Lantian, smiled coldly, and said, "Just so you know, this is the first time my killing move has appeared. It's called Bai Lai Lei Dong." After Ningchen finished speaking, nearly 100 figures turned into a wisp of lightning in the air and disappeared in mid-air. Aha! 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 In an instant, the night sky was covered with stars, lightning was surging, and thunder and lightning were bursting, creating a gorgeous picture on the night sky. Countless figures of Ningchen were attacking Yun Lantian from all directions. The moves are ruthless and go straight to the vital point. Either the eyes or the nose, or the eyes or the throat, it is really insidious. Yun Lantian's eyebrows darkened for a moment, and he could only secretly activate the 4th turn Light Shield Gu. But even so, there are still many places on the body that are stained with color and splattered with blood. Fortunately, under the 4th level Light Shield Gu, even if there are nearly 100 dust-condensing figures at one time, they cannot defeat this 4th level defensive Gu. Yun Lantian raised his hand, wiped the blood from the corners of his eyes, murmured in his mouth, and his eyebrows became a little gloomier again. This kid is really insidious. But, it would be a bit naive to think that this trick alone can make me helpless. After saying this, Yun Lantian's eyes flashed with golden light, and the true energy in his aperture suddenly dropped. The right hand is spread out as a palm, and the golden light brewing in it is shining like never before. Bang! Yun Lantian slapped his right hand heavily on the ground, as if the golden light in his palm was also blasted into the earth. Earth-shaking golden light. Yun Lantian shouted loudly, and then centered on him, he inspired an endless stream of golden light. For a moment, the entire top of Thunder Prison Mountain was filled with only a golden stream of light that was as bright as the sun. Looking from a distance, one can even see that the top of Thunder Prison Mountain seems to be carrying the sun. It was like a river of scorching light, making everyone present feel their eyes burning. The golden stream of light shot out, annihilating countless clones of Ningchen in an instant. It's so dazzling. So hot, so hot. I have never seen the Patriarch use this killing move before. The people on the side suddenly felt as if their whole bodies were on fire, and they sighed endlessly. Ningchen saw the billowing river of light coming towards him, his eyes narrowed slightly, he raised his hand and shook it out of thin air. Bang! Invisibly, a huge thunderous palm was blasted out again, scattering the vast river of light in front of him. After a while, the river of light dissipated and suddenly darkened. Yun Lantian slowly stood up, folded his hands on his chest, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said leisurely, "Boy, I admit that you do have some talent. But it's still far behind compared to me." Hearing this, Ningchen looked at Yun Lantian, who was in the center of the golden light. He was not anxious or annoyed, but smiled slightly. "Senior Yun Lantian's killing move is really wonderful. But if Senior thinks that my hundreds of thunderous killing moves are just this simple, then Senior, do you think I'm too weak?" When Yun Lantian heard this, he secretly felt a little wary in his heart. He also paid attention to his surroundings out of the corner of his eye and asked questions bluntly. "Boy, what do you mean?" Ningchen laughed even more when he heard this and waved his hands slowly, his eyes dark. "Ha ha ha ha. It's not interesting. Senior just needs to listen to the thunder for a moment." Legend of the Goo Demon. 1295 words. Thunder and lightning, golden light glittering. When everyone looked up, they could only see countless faint golden lights moving freely in the night sky. The thunder and lightning brought wisps of strong wind, almost making everyone unable to open their eyes. What? When did Qingyue become a 4th-level Goo Master? I remember that he was at the peak of the 3rd level during the trial. Could it be that he inherited the legacy of Lei Guizhenjuan? In that case, I'm afraid that Yun Lantian, the head of the Yun family, will not be able to take advantage of him for a while. Lei Dong saw that Ning Chen's body was full of pale golden true energy, which was more powerful than before, and he was shocked. There were a few faint lights flowing in his eyes, and he had made some decisions. In this way, Qingyue is the culprit who killed the Goo Master of the Yun family. He also obtained the inheritance of the Thunder Ghost Master. Yun Lantian and Wu Gonglia's attention is all on him. Although Wu Ganglai has not taken action at this moment, he is just taking advantage of the situation and reaping the benefits. If Qingyue or Yun Lantian shows any signs of decline, Wu Ganglai will probably join the battlefield. Lei Dong's eyes flickered with a faint light, and his heart was as clear as pure ice. "Senior, just listen to the thunder." Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Ningchen's wild laughter came from above his head, echoing throughout the entire Leiyu mountain, attracting the attention of countless people. Lei Dong also raised his head, looked at him carefully, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Ningchen's black robe was like an abyss and a sea, floating in the air with the wind, making him look like a demon or a ghost. Ningchen looked down at Yun Lantian, who was nervous and alert, and then he bent his 5 fingers and smiled. Then, the ground around Yun Lantian suddenly broke, and several 9-foot thunder spears exploded, which was amazing. Yun Lantian was shocked when he saw this, and stepped heavily, and supported himself with both hands, and a light golden shield appeared in front of him. 4th turn, Light Shield Goo. Ningchen still smiled when he saw this, and moved his 5 fingers slightly, saying, "Don't you realize it yet, Yun Lantian? The hundreds of thunders just now were just a trick." Yun Lantian was even more shocked when he heard this, and suddenly felt a numbness in his chest. He looked closely and saw that there were flashes of lightning on it. This lightning was very gentle, without any killing intent, more like a beacon. After seeing the lightning, Yun Lantian's brows suddenly darkened. Even though he didn't know what the method in front of him was, he knew that it was definitely Ning Chen's method. Suddenly, the lightning spears around him seemed to have a target. With a flash of lightning, they went straight to Yun Lantian. Yun Lantian saw that such a number of lightning spears were coming with the momentum of breaking through the air, so he had to use all his strength to activate the light shield goo in the air cavity. Swish! 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 In Yun Lantian's gloomy eyes, several lightning spears only pierced the light shield, half inside and half outside, and did not hurt him. Just when Yun Lantian wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, he raised his head and saw Ning Chen's meaningful smile. Not good. Suddenly, Yun Lantian roared in his heart, but it was too late to withdraw. Bang! 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 In an instant, several lightning spears suddenly exploded, shattering the indestructible light shield and annihilating it in the billowing smoke. No way? The clan leader won't lose. Impossible. That's our clan leader. Seeing this, the Yun family fell into deep anxiety, but Yun Yangza laughed and waved his hand. Don't worry, you can't lose. You don't know the clan leader's ability, don't I know it too? The clan leader still has a trump card that he hasn't used yet. After saying that, Yun Yang's golden eyes flashed slightly, and he looked into the billowing smoke. Wu Ganglai, who was standing by, frowned when he saw this situation, and had some doubts in his heart. Well, what is the origin of Qingwei? How could she beat the head of the Yun family into this state? And she looks so young, but she is a 4th-level Gu master. It's a pity that she was not discovered earlier, otherwise she could have been won over or suppressed. It's a bit too late now. Could it be that Yun Lantian is really going to lose? Well, let's wait and see. Bang. Suddenly, Yun Lantian swept his hand and dispersed the billowing smoke in front of him, revealing a face as ferocious as a demon. His eyes were wide open, half of his face was torn open, and blood was trickling, which made everyone feel scared. Suddenly he raised his head, fingers condensed into dust, hysterical. Qingwei. I will remember you today. Good devil, good devil. Really a good devil. But you will definitely fall into my hands today. I said. Yun Lantian waved his arm, turned back to look at Yun Luotian and others, and shouted loudly. Luotian, Yangza. Come to help me quickly. Today, I, Yun Lantian, will not be a human being if I don't kill this man. Yun Yangza and Yun Luotian felt a little cold in their hearts when they saw this, and they had to fly forward. The two of them are the most outstanding two people among the younger generation in Yanjiazhai. If Yun Lantian has something to discuss, he will definitely find these two people. Therefore, Yun Luotian and Yun Yangza also understand what Yun Luotian means at this moment. He's going to get serious. When Yun Lantian saw this, he waved his arms and threw out a goo insect that looked like a ball of blazing white light. Turn 4, Light Gathering Goo. The light-gathering goo floats quietly in the mid-air, like another bright moon in the night sky, locking everyone's eyes tightly. Wu Ganglai on the side frowned slightly when he saw the situation, and whispered to himself. Wait a minute. I seem to have heard of this killer move of the Yun family. It seems like it was created by the ancestor of the Yun family. This move is extremely powerful, but it can also be extremely weak. It can be as powerful as a top-level 5th-turn killer move, but it can't be as powerful as a 3rd-turn killer move. What does it seem to be called? The light from the sky penetrates the clouds. Thinking of this, Wu Ganglia's eyes lit up slightly, and there was a hint of a smile on his lips. Qingwei is proud enough to be able to perform such a killing move. It seems that the outcome of this battle has been decided. Yun Lantian will win. Ningchen raised his head and quietly looked up at the increasingly bright ball of light in the sky, feeling increasingly uneasy in his heart. There was a chill in his eyes, and there was some determination in his heart. No, I have to interrupt this killing move. After saying that, he slowly raised his hand and made a thunderous leap. Bang! Suddenly, a violent wind of fists shot out from the side, causing Ningchen's body to fall backwards. Sorry, boy. With this move, you have already been defeated. It's better to die in peace. Ningchen took a closer look and saw that it was Wu Ganglai who had been waiting beside him, ready to take advantage of the situation. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1288 words. A masterpiece of golden light, full of brilliance. The golden light in Yun Lantian's palm was as bright as the sun. The golden light that bloomed was poured into the ball of light without exception. Not only Yun Lantian, Yun Luotian, and Yun Yangs are all like this. And the blazing white light ball that was originally only the size of a millstone is now the size of a house. The light blooming from it is so dazzling that ordinary Gu masters cannot look directly at it. Even an outsider can see that this killing move is absolutely shocking to the heavens and the earth, making ghosts and gods weep. Bang! 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 The fists and shadows collided, and the waves of energy overflowed. Ningchen was also caught in a fight with Wu Ganglai in front of him. The Wu family is a family that specializes in strength, and the current head of the family, Empress Wu Ji, is a 5th-level strength Gu master. As one of the rank 4 Gu masters, Wu Ganglai is one of the best among the many Gu masters in the Wu family. Therefore, Ningchen couldn't get rid of him for a while and was stuck to Wu Ganglai. After all, Ningchen only trained in strength at the same time. How could his ordinary strength be compared to a Gu master like Wu Ganglai who specialized in strength? For a moment, he was at a rare disadvantage in close combat. Wu Ganglia's heavy punches fell like raindrops, constantly hitting Ningchen's eyes, mouth, nose, and ears. The moves are powerful and heavy, and just one blow will cause unbearable pain and swelling. Even so, Ningchen's expression remained as cold as ice, steadily blocking Wu Ganglia's moves. The more Wu Ganglai fought, the more excited he became, and he burst out laughing, the admiration in his eyes undisguised. Ha 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 ha. Boy, you are really talented. Apart from the way of thunder, you are also quite knowledgeable in the way of strength. Because of this, I, Wu Ganglai, will never let you go. If I just feel soft today, I'll let you go. Then what will happen to all the people who will die because of you in the future? So, today it's all about emotion and reason. You all must die here. Wu Ganglia's voice became louder and louder, and the strength of his fists became heavier and heavier. Ningchen quietly looked at Wu Ganglia's sanctimonious appearance, and for a moment he smiled coldly without saying anything more. Suddenly, Wu Ganglai seemed to have noticed something. He jumped back slightly and jumped 100 steps away. He folded his hands around his chest, with a faint smile on his face, and said leisurely. Come on. Qingwei. Let's see how you can withstand this blow. The light from the sky penetrates the clouds. When Ningchen heard this, he slowly raised his head, but when he saw the scene, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he was horrified. But I saw 2 moons hanging high in the night, one of which seemed to be hanging above everyone's heads. It's as big as a mountain, with thousands of rays of light, far from being visible to humans. This is the light from the sky penetrates the clouds. Upon closer inspection, there is a figure slowly standing next to the ball of light. Yun Lantian was breathing heavily, his eyes were bloodshot, but he was smiling. Ha-ha-ha. Ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Qingwei. How can you withstand this killing move safely? Then I, Yun Lantian, won't be able to do anything to you. When Ningchen saw this, he didn't make any response. He looked at the ball of light quietly, feeling uneasy and even wary in his heart. Then, Yun Lantian raised his hands slightly, and the bright moon slowly climbed up. Getting higher and higher, gradually coming into contact with the boundless sea of clouds. However, it spread the boundless sea of clouds and fell into thousands of galaxies. For a time, the night sky was covered with stars and twin moons were in the sky. It was really beautiful. However, Ningchen didn't show any appreciation at all. He was just thinking about countermeasures. I have never heard of this light from the sky penetrating the clouds. It is definitely Yun Jiaohai's trump card. I will never take action unless absolutely necessary. From the current point of view, the power of this killing move is probably unimaginable. And I don't even know whether to run or block. It seems. It is indeed a dead end. Thinking of this, Ningchen smiled miserably, raised his head, and looked at the bright moon. Suddenly, Yun Lantian's 5 fingers suddenly opened up, and the bright moon shattered in response, turning into countless fragments in the stars. Turn 3, Great Light Gu. For turns, the river is declining. Turn 4, Light Gathering Gu. Rank 5, Aurora Gu. It turned into an extremely powerful killing move. The sky shines through the clouds. Suddenly, the ball of light shattered, and a river of silver-white light fell down in the night. The river of light is so bright and eye-catching. Just like the fairy wine hanging down from the 9 heavens fairyland, it carries with it wisps of fairy charm. When Ningchen saw such a magnificent scene, his heart was shocked again. When the river of light entered his eyes, he saw the Milky Way drooping down and rushing in, as if it was about to engulf him. Qingwei, don't panic. I'm here to help you. Suddenly, a rather familiar voice fell into Ningchen's ears, attracting Ningchen's attention. Astonishingly, the thunder turned into a lone thunder traveling upstream, heading straight towards Yun Lantian. What? Is he crazy? Even Qingwei has given up resistance. Why is he resisting? This is light from the sky penetrating the clouds. For a moment, Lei Dong's lunatic-like behavior made everyone present stunned and amazed. When Yun Lantian heard this, he lowered his head slightly, and a sneer appeared on his lips. Humph. Trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm, overestimating your own capabilities. Then he stopped paying attention and focused on controlling the river of light in his hand. When Lei Dong approached, the first thing he encountered was the obstruction of Yun Luotian and Yun Yangzi. Yun Luotian casually blasted a palm and landed on him. Bang! Suddenly, Lei Dong's body strangely turned into wisps of electric sparks and disappeared in the air. Yun Yangzi and Yun Luotian were suddenly shocked when they saw this. What? This is fake. Where is the real one? Instantly, Lei Dong's figure appeared beside Yun Lantian. Killing move. Lei Dong. This drastic change amazed everyone present. Yun Lantian was fully focused on controlling the river of light at this moment. Once he was distracted, there would be a threat of damaging his soul. So, Yun Lantian could only watch the faint light flickering in Lei Dong's palm. Lei Dong pulled out a strange-looking goo worm out of thin air. However, this unexpected change made Yun Lantian horrified. This is a stealing goo worm. A robbing goo. Fortunately, the one that was stolen just now was the Great Light Goo. It didn't hurt the root, otherwise the skylight penetrating the clouds would be interrupted. Lei Dong was extremely anxious, with a faint light flashing in his palm. No, no. The skylight penetrating the clouds is still going on. You have to steal the core goo worm. He wanted to continue stealing goo worms, but it was too late. Boom. The golden light flashed and hit Lei Dong's body. Everyone could only see Lei Dong's body drooping in the air, like a falling star. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1329 words. Suddenly, the situation changed again. The thunderous figure in midair turned into wisps of electric flowers. In other words, the two figures just now were all fake, and none of them was real. What? Wu Ganglai was slightly shocked when he saw this, and murmured. Then, as if he had thought of something, he smiled softly, turned his right hand into a fist, and blasted fiercely. Suddenly, a phantom of a fierce tiger was blasted out, and it charged towards Ningchen with eyes wide open in anger. When Ningchen saw this, he raised his hand and struck out with a thunder fist. In an instant, the thunder fist collided with the chi tiger, triggering a surging air wave. The airwaves rolled up and scattered the sea of clouds. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the airflow. When Wu Ganglai saw this, he smiled slightly, folded his hands around his chest, and said leisurely. Lei Dong. Your kid's intention is too obvious. You don't hesitate to use killing moves that I have never seen before to confuse brother Yun Lantian and me. Obviously the only one here worthy of your doing this is this devil. Qingwei. Lei Dong knelt on the ground on one knee, breathing heavily, his face looking rather haggard. Such an appearance naturally caught Ningchen's eyes, and made Ningchen's heart move slightly. Then, Lei Dong seemed to notice Ningchen's gaze, turned his head, and smiled rather reluctantly. I'm sorry, Qingwei. My plan was seen through, otherwise I could have saved you. Ningchen was slightly startled when he saw this, then he smiled softly and waved his hand. Oh, nothing happened. Life and death are fateful. If I gave Qingwei die today, that means that with my ability, I can only go so far. Speaking of this, Ningchen changed the topic and his eyes turned slightly cold. But if you are lucky enough to survive today, I, Qingwei, will never be in such a dangerous situation again. Suddenly, a loud laugh came from above Ningchen's head. Ha 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 ha. Qingwei. Should I say that you are just whimsical or daydreaming? Look at the full moon above your head. I really can't think of any chance that you can survive. The light from the sky penetrates the clouds. Yun Lantian thought and shouted loudly. After saying that, the river of light in the sky became a little brighter again and fell rapidly. The river of golden light stretches from heaven to earth. How fast is the river of light? In just a few breaths, he was less than 100 steps above Ningchen's head. Ningchen raised his head, his eyes were very solemn, but there was no hint of despair. Snap. Suddenly, Ningchen clasped his hands together, clapped his hands together, and shouted loudly. The killer move 5 thunder shocking heaven technique. After saying that, the right hand that was originally located on the chest slowly rose up, and finally came to the top of the head. The strange thing is that there is no trace of electric flowers in Ningchen's palm. But it was so calm that it frightened the people on the sidelines. Does this Qingwei have a trump card? It looks like there is indeed one. It shouldn't be as good as our Yunjiaohai's Tianguang Guanyun. It's hard to say. Wu Ganglai frowned slightly when he saw Ningchen's calm appearance. Why is this Qingwei so useless? Yun Lantian has already used the light from the sky to penetrate the clouds. Why doesn't he want to die honestly? Forget it. After all, I have to take action. After saying this, Wu Gonglia's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. In the void, the bright golden essence suddenly dropped. Immediately, Wu Ganglai clenched his big hand out of thin air, a dim light flashed in his eyes, and he spoke coldly. The ultimate move suppressing Earth Seal. Before he finished speaking, Ningchen's expression suddenly changed, and he suddenly felt an invisible pressure coming from his body. Bang! Just hearing a roar, Ningchen fell to the ground and couldn't move. Ningchen felt as if there was a mountain pressing on his chest, almost out of breath. When Wu Ganglai saw this, he laughed, and his eyes became even colder. Ha 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 ha. Qingwei. I want to see what other methods you have. Ningchen collapsed to the ground, unable to move even with all his strength. It seems that even moving a finger is a great luxury. After Ningchen saw that his struggle was fruitless, he slowly closed his eyes and sighed softly. Even the killing move has been terminated. Then it seems, there is no way I can hide from this light from the sky penetrating the clouds. With my physical defense alone, how can I withstand such an attack? Could it be, the devil of my generation? Are you really going to die here? Is it possible to die in this small Leiyu mountain? Thinking of this, Ningchen felt a little more emotional, and a goo insect that looked like a summer cicada appeared in his heart. The whole body looks like brand new wood, like a unique wood carving. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on Ningchen's lips. What a pity. I'm not Feng Yuan, I don't have spring-autumn cicada either. If I had a spring and autumn cicada, maybe I wouldn't end up like this. Well. Suddenly, Ningchen felt a bright light in front of his eyes, which made his eyes hurt. He couldn't help but open his eyes. A closer look made Ningchen smile sadly. The river of light hung down from the sky, covering all the stars. The only thing left was the river of light that looked like a fairyland. Apart from the river of light, even if there were all kinds of starlight, it would not be pleasing to the eyes. Instantly, the light of the sky and the clouds became brighter in Ningchen's eyes. Boom! The river of light fell, covering Ningchen's body completely. Lei Dong looked from afar and felt that the river of light was so bright that it almost hurt his eyes. However, even so, Lei Dong still stared at Ningchen in the center of the river of light. There was a little complexity in his eyes, and he murmured. Qingyu. Boom. The river of light was still endless, but it became more and more dazzling. Wu Gonglia's eyes were still reflecting the brilliant river of light, and there was a deep smile on his face. Now. Even if you have all kinds of tricks, you can't jump around. The so-called inheritance of Lei Gui Jinjuan will also fall into my hands. Boom. Yun Lantian stood quietly and proudly in the air, with a cold smile in his eyes. Qingwei? Good devil. Really a good devil. But in the end, it can only die in my hands. Boom. After a while, the river of light dissipated, revealing the scene inside. Everyone looked closely, and everyone who saw it was terrified. This. How can he? Is he still alive? Yun Lantian narrowed his eyes slightly, and the cold light in his eyes became stronger again, and he murmured softly. Isn't it killing you like this? Qingwei. But the place where the light river fell had been blasted into a deep pit, reaching directly into the mountain. In the deep pit was Ningchen, who had eaten the sky light, penetrating the clouds head-on. Blood trickled down, internal organs exposed. Half of his body was blasted into powder, leaving no trace. The left arm, left leg, and left chest were all annihilated in the light river. The remaining half of his body was also covered with burn marks like charcoal. If it weren't for the fact that his chest was still rising and falling slightly, it would really make people wonder whether he was alive or dead. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1228 words. The pits are deep and slightly transparent. Ningchen lay quietly at the bottom of the pit, his pupils extremely dim, as if the glimmer of life would completely dissipate in the next second. Suddenly, his lips vibrated slightly and he spit out a few blood clots. Ahem. Ah, the left side of my body was completely annihilated. Haha. Fortunately, I still have half of my body. Thinking of this, although Ningchen wanted to laugh, his face only moved slightly, as if he was indifferent. Ah, let me see. The left side of the body was completely annihilated, the remaining half of the body was covered with burns, the right sternum was broken. There is really no way to survive. It's miserable. Ha ha ha. I can only use electrotherapy to prolong my life. But it's a pity they won't give me this chance. Thinking of this, Ningchen forcibly raised his head, his dim eyes brightened a little. Huh? He's not dead? Yeah. He really is a good devil. The sound of chuckles came slowly and fell into Ningchen's remaining right ear. Above the pothole, two figures can be vaguely seen standing. These two figures are naturally Wu Ganglai and Yun Lantian. Yun Lantian stood with his hands behind his hands, quietly looking down at the dilapidated figure in the cave. Sewer just laughed and drank loudly. Devil. Did you ever think about today when you killed my Yun family members? Drink. The light from the sky penetrates the clouds. After saying that, he pressed his hands with a gesture, his eyes flashed with a sharp light, and the golden full moon in the midair once again shot down a stream of light. Its power is even greater than that of the previous one. Obviously. Yun Lantian doesn't intend to give Ningchen any chance to struggle. Boom. The dazzling river of light became brighter and brighter in Ningchen's eyes, getting closer and closer. Seeing such a desperate situation, even though Ningchen was filled with emotion, he couldn't express it. Suddenly, Ningchen's already dim eyes became even more gloomy. Even though the river of light was bright, it still couldn't illuminate Ningchen's deep black eyes. In an instant, Ningchen seemed to have thought of something, his black eyes suddenly lit up. His chest rose and fell violently, and there was a sound of wind leaking from his throat, but there was still a faint sound in his mouth. If there is an afterlife, I will still be a devil. The sound is not loud, but it cannot cover the bright river of light. And Ningchen didn't intend to tell others. This is him alone, his alone. The voice of a devil. Boom. After a while, the light dissipated and the full moon disappeared. Yun Lantian could no longer hold on and fell to the ground with a crash, wisps of sweat dripping from his forehead, but there was a smile on his face. In this case, Qingyue may have been completely annihilated in the river of light. Wu Ganglai stood quietly with his hands behind his back, his eyes slightly narrowed, and a hint of sneer on his face. Ha 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 ha. Another demon has been eliminated from our southern border. It's really satisfying. Lei Dong stood blankly in the distance, his body like a tree withered in the wind, his eyes dull, and he murmured. Qingyue. Are you really dead? Everyone was speechless for a while. Suddenly, when everyone heard it, bursts of wild laughter echoed through the sky from the bottom of the cave. Ha 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 ha. Sure enough, I made the right bet. Only when you are in a desperate situation of life and death can you inspire the true power of oneself? When Yun Lantian heard this, he looked horrified, his pupils trembled, and he roared wildly. What? He survived? That's my Yun family's Tianguang Guanyun. When Wu Ganglai heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank, he unconsciously took a step back, and murmured to himself. How is this possible? How could he survive under the sky and the clouds? This is absolutely impossible. Lei Dong in the distance was stunned for a moment when he saw this, as if he couldn't believe this reality, and murmured. Qingyue is not dead? Bang. Suddenly, in everyone's peripheral vision, there was a blue film shooting out of the sky, like a sword or a gun. Everyone present knows it. Ningchen, this devil, he is not dead. In an instant, Ningchen's whole body was filled with electric light, and he stood faintly in the air. His expression is colder than iron, his eyes are as solid as ice caves, and he smiles slightly. You can't think of it. I'm back again. Everyone took a closer look, and their hearts trembled slightly when they saw that the figure in the air was indeed Ningchen. Today's Ningchen doesn't look even remotely seriously injured. Wearing a black robe, bathing in thunder and lightning, expelling thunder and binding lightning, he is really a devil. Ningchen stood quietly in the air and looked around, seeing everyone's astonished expressions. He just smiled slightly in his heart and closed his eyes slightly, and the grand hall and the inheritance of the Thunder Ghost Lord emerged. In the main hall, Ningchen stood quietly in front of the stone cabinet, playing with a bookworm in his hand, his eyes flickering. After a while, Ningchen put down the bookworm and smiled slightly. It seems that the inheritance of this true Lord Reggae is really complete. There's just no such thing as fairy goo. What a pity. Suddenly, a film suddenly condensed behind Ningchen and turned into a girl. Qingwei Qingwei. It's bad. Someone is coming up the mountain. They seem to be talking to Lei Dong about something. Come and take a look. Hearing this, Ningchen was slightly stunned. He turned around and saw Jing Lan's girlish appearance. Instantly, there were all kinds of questions lingering in Ningchen's mind, and he asked rashly. Wait, I thought your will had disappeared. Why is it still there? Hearing this, Jing Lan's expression was also a little embarrassed, and she laughed dryly. Ahem. I didn't mean to lie to you. I just felt that way of leaving was more emotional. Let's get back to the topic, here. Let me show you the current scene on the top of Leiyu Mountain. Hearing this, Ningchen was speechless for a while, but still looked up at the scene in front of him. But he saw that the current scene on the top of Leiyu Mountain appeared on the stone wall. Wu Ganglai was aggressive, and Yun Lantian refused to give up. There is also a Lei Dong who is not sure whether he is a friend or an enemy. Ningchen frowned slightly when he saw this, and murmured softly. This is really a bit difficult. Jing Lan looked up and laughed, looking at Ningchen with interest. Ha ha ha. It's really interesting. My heir has just inherited my legacy and encountered such a dilemma. Come on, let Lei Guizhenjuan see. How did you, the magic goo master, escape from the predicament? Ningchen was not anxious when he heard this, and just smiled softly as if he didn't understand, and said leisurely. Haha. Senior Jing Lan, have you read the legend of the ancestor of man? Legend of the Goo Demon. 1245 words. Jing Lan on the side looked a little strange after hearing this. Hey. Please. I am a first-generation Goo immortal. I'm afraid I've eaten more salt than you've ever eaten rice. Is it possible that you haven't watched The Legend of the Ancestors? Ningchen smiled softly when he heard this, turned back to look at Jing Lan, and said leisurely. Then Master Jing Lan still remembers Chapter 5, Section 39 of the Biography of the Ancestors? Jing Lan frowned slightly when he heard this, and his thoughts fell into the memories of his life. As the saying goes, on the long river of time. Human ancestor, Dali Jinwu, and Xiaoya Jixin stand together on the floating ice of reality. Runzu looked at the rather small self-goo in his hand and laughed. You're poisoning yourself. I finally found you. Come back quickly. When Goo heard this, he shook his head in dissatisfaction. Human. You have betrayed me. How can I go back so easily? I can't go back even if I want to. When the ancestors heard this, they were greatly upset and beat their chests and feet. Then what should I do? Without your strength and wisdom, how can I defeat fate? When the thought Goo on the side saw this, he couldn't help but speak. Human. You can go find Trust Goo. With Trust Goo, my own Goo will definitely come back. When Renzu heard this, he was overjoyed and asked questions quickly. Then where should I find this Trust Goo? You don't have to look for it, as long as others have trust in you. When Renzu heard this, he lowered his head and looked at the hearts in his chest. There is no sympathy in the heart, and there is no loneliness in the heart. Only the noble heart in the end has the Trust Goo. When Renzu saw this, he quickly took it off, but as soon as he took it off, he realized that his noble heart suddenly turned into arrogance. Once a noble person loses the trust of others, he becomes an arrogant person. However, at a glance, Runzu has not changed at all. Dali Jinwu on the side scratched his head when he saw this, very puzzled. What's going on? Why hasn't father changed at all? Xiaoya Jixin, who had been silent at this moment, finally spoke. Have you forgotten? Father still has the modesty goo in his mind. Look. The modesty goo has moved onto the arrogant heart. Dali Jinwu took a closer look and realized that it was indeed the case. It turns out that humility and arrogance can coexist. One's own humility will lead to others' arrogance, and others' humility will lead to one's own arrogance. Runzu looked at the trust goo in his hand, handed it to himself, and smiled slightly. Look. You're poisoning yourself. With trust goo, it's time for you to come back. His own goo was slightly happy when he saw this, and returned to the human ancestor together with his trust goo. However, as soon as the two goo worms returned to human ancestor noticed something strange about himself. Runzu lowered his head and saw a heart in his chest. This heart is called self-confidence. And Runzu felt that his whole body was full of power, a feeling he had never felt before. Runzu inevitably had a few questions in his mind and murmured. Why do I feel stronger than ever? At this time, Thought Gu spoke. Human. After all the vicissitudes of life, you have found your own goo again. I have long understood that my goo is extraordinary. And once you completely trust yourself goo, no matter any difficulties, they will no longer be able to stop you. Only then did Runzu suddenly realize. He turned back to look at Dali Jinwu and Xiaoya Jixin, and smiled slightly. It's time for us to defeat fate and save your brothers and sisters. After a long time, Jinglan suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Ningchen curiously. I'm a little curious about how you will break through this predicament. But it's a pity that I can't see it. After you obtain all my inheritance, I will disappear completely. This time, it's true. Speaking of this, Jing Lan's eyes dimmed slightly. Ningchen was slightly startled when he saw this, as if he didn't expect Jing Lan to react like this, and then he chuckled lightly. Master Dinglan. See you in the future, in Zhongzhou. Jing Lan raised his head when he heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he laughed. Ha 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 ha. What a spirit. As expected of my heir. See you in the future, in Zhongzhou. After saying that, Jing Lan's figure disappeared again, and the lonely figure of Ningchen was left in the hall again. Suddenly, Ningchen leaned quietly on the stone cabinet behind him, his eyes slightly focused, and he fell into deep thought for a while. Well. Yun Lantian and Wu Ganglai. I have heard of these two people from the memories of Yun family Gu Master and Lei family Gu Master. Well. At this moment, with my cultivation at the peak of the 3rd level, if I show up, I will be killed by the two of them. Only if I advance to the 4th level of cultivation in the main hall, can I make someone fearful and not dare to act rashly. In this way, after I show up, I only need to do my best to fight against one person. If I have the upper hand for a moment, the remaining person might even come to help me. Of course, there is another uncertain factor, thunder. Well, it's really difficult to handle. Thinking of this, there was a hint of gloom between Ningchen's brows. Although his face is gloomy, this situation is only a little difficult for Ningchen. After a moment, Ningchen slowly closed his eyes, and his consciousness fell into the deepest part of his soul. Taking a closer look, he was shocked to see that the self-goo in the center of the soul had already gained a bit of a humanoid outline. This is also the result of Yu Guishao Mountain's popularity. In the sea of consciousness, Ningchen quietly looked at his goo in front of him and whispered in his heart. Well, according to the biography of Renzu went through all kinds of troubles in the long river of time before he found his own charm and gained self-confidence. Believe in yourself completely and gain unprecedented power. Now I also have my own goo, but I still don't know how to activate it. There is a saying in the biography of human ancestors, when you encounter difficulties, give your heart to hope. It is also said that once a person discovers himself, he gains endless hope. Thinking of this, Ningchen's eyes lit up a little. In this way, I might as well pull myself into a desperate situation, thereby stimulating the supreme power of my goo. But according to my character, ordinary methods cannot make me despair. But with this goo worm, it becomes more possible. Suddenly, Ningchen slowly took out a goo insect from the dusty stone box. Looking at the goo worm lying peacefully in his palm, Ningchen's eyes were dark and he slowly revealed its name. Third turn, Feng Yan Goo. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1271 words. The main hall is quiet. Ningchen looked at the Feng Yan Goo in his palm with great interest and murmured softly. What is meant by sealing Yan? It means being able to seal the memories in your mind. Although it is a method of wisdom, it is not consistent with the style practiced by true Lord Thunder Ghost. But the Soul Dao, the Wisdom Dao, and the Slave Dao are quite similar, so it's not surprising that there is this goo in true Lord Thunder Ghost's inheritance. What if I seal some of the memories of my past life in my mind, and then use this opportunity to deceive myself? Through the battle with Yun Lantian and Wu Ganglai, I will be put into a desperate situation for the first time, so as to stimulate the supreme power of my goo. It's somewhat feasible in theory. But in practice. Thinking of this, Ningchen felt a little worried and frowned a little. But what if I fail to activate my goo? Do I really want to spend my life in this small Leiyu mountain? Even if I have God's will to help me secretly, I can't affect this legendary human goo insect. I'm poisoning myself. The more Ningchen thought about it, the more he frowned, and the fingers holding Feng Yan Goo slowly loosened. For a moment, Ningchen fell into deep thought, and the entire hall was extremely quiet. Suddenly, Ningchen's eyes lit up slightly, as if he thought of something. He smiled softly. I'm really stupid. Didn't the answer have already been told to me in the biography of human ancestors? When people are in desperate situations, they should give their hearts to hope. Only by completely believing in yourself can you bring unlimited hope. Thinking of this, the smile on Ningchen's lips grew stronger, and he held the Feng Yan Goo in his hand again. After a while, Ningchen slowly opened his eyes, feeling his new body and laughed. Ha 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 ha. My own goo can actually cure all my injuries. My own voodoo, will give people a helping hand when they are desperate. But it's just a helping hand. But it's good, at least the outline of my goo is a little clearer again. Thinking of this, Ningchen recalled the appearance of his goo deep in his soul. Everyone stared at Ningchen standing proudly in mid-air. Their pupils shrank suddenly, and they had all sorts of doubts in their hearts. How did he withstand that shot of light from the sky? Not only that, all the injuries on his body are gone. What's the trump card? Obviously, everyone was horrified by Ningchen's recovery. They really didn't expect it. What kind of goo can withstand the light from the sky and penetrate the clouds, and be completely cured in one breath? Ningchen just said quietly, looking down at the top of the mountain, his cold black eyes quietly watching Yun Lantian. Yun Lantian looked up and saw Ningchen's cold and steely gaze, which seemed to make him fall into an ice cave. That's not good. That shot of skylight penetrating cloud just now almost used up all my true energy. If Qingyue gets into trouble now, I won't be able to fight back at all. What should I do? The more Yun Lantian thought about it, the more uneasy he became. Beads of sweat fell from his forehead, and his heart was beating fast. Ningchen looked at the embarrassed Yun Lantian below him, smiled coldly, and clasped his hands together. Snap! Yun Lantian, I'd like to teach you. That Guanguanyun of yours is indeed a good killing move. In that case, it's time for me to show you my ultimate move. The ultimate move, the 5 Thunder Shocking Technique. As soon as Ningchen finished speaking, several electric dragons surged up from the sea of clouds around the mountain top. The clouds are chaotic with electric dragons, and the sky is shaken by thunder. Boom! The roaring sounds of wild thunder kept coming from the surrounding sea of clouds, making everyone on the mountaintop tremble with fear. When Yun Lantian heard this, he raised his head and looked around, his pupils trembling. Qingyue! Qingyue! Lord Qingyue, I was wrong. I apologize to you. As long as you can spare my dog's life, anything will be fine. As long as you are willing, you are the head of the Yun family. Humph. Noisy. When Ningchen heard this, he just smiled coldly and clapped his hands together again. Bang! In an instant, 5 thunder dragons emerged from the surrounding sea of clouds. Each electric dragon is several feet thick, and the length is endless. For a moment, the electric dragon roared wildly and thundered, so terrifying. Get out of the way, don't let him accidentally kill you. What a majestic killing move. This killing move is no less impressive than Tianguang Guanyun. The crowd of Gu masters who were watching around were horrified when they saw this, and they quickly dodged, for fear that the electric dragon would hurt them. Yun Lantian saw several electric dragons killing him, his whole body trembled, and he quickly begged for mercy. Qingwei. Spare me. Boom. Halfway through the words, the remaining half of the sentence could no longer be said, and had to be lost in the rolling thunder. When the 5 electric dragons were killed together, they were shocked by the lightning and thunder, which could not be seen by anyone. After a moment, the lightning dissipated and everyone took a closer look. Where was the trace of Yun Lantian? All I can say is that he was annihilated in the fighting of 5 electric dragons. Lord Patriarch. Did the Patriarch just die like this? Master Patriarch, you must be hiding, right? Yun Lantian's death shocked all the Gu masters of the Yun family, and they looked extremely embarrassed. Among them, Yun Luotian was the worst. As the young clan leader, he could see farther than others. Without Yun Lantian, the 4th level combat power, the Yun family would never be able to compete with the Lei family, and would only become a small family for worship. Thinking of this, Yun Luotian's eyes dimmed again. At this time, Wu Gonglia's laughter came from the side. Ha 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 ha. Your Excellency Qingyue is really a young hero. At such a young age, he can defeat Yun Lantian, the head of the Yun family. His future is limitless. Even if I am in the Wu family, I have never seen a young generation who can be promoted to the 4th level at your age. The implication is self-evident. I didn't make a move just now, so let's just say goodbye. After all, I am from the Wu family. Ning Chen naturally heard the hidden meaning of his words. He turned his head slowly, looked at Wu Gonglia's chuckle quietly, and sneered. Don't worry, Wu Ganglai. It's your turn next. Wu Ganglai was slightly stunned when he heard the words, as if he was a little caught off guard by Ning Chen's answer. Doesn't he know how powerful our Wu family is? However, the only response to Wu Ganglai was the fist that kept growing in his eyes. Wu Gonglia's pupils shrank when he saw this, and he raised his arm to block it, and suddenly felt his arm sore and numb. When he raised his head, he saw Ning Chen's cold sneer. Wu Ganglai, I'm curious. Why do you think I will let you go? Legend of the Gu Demon. 1252 words. What? How can he be so powerful? Wu Ganglai received the punch, and instantly he was horrified, his pupils shrank suddenly. Obviously I was far stronger than him just now. It's just that we haven't seen each other for a moment, how can you crush me with strength? This is impossible. Thinking of this, Wu Ganglai let out a long cry, stepped hard, and unleashed a punch. Bang! However, Wu Ganglai suddenly felt his arms stagnate. When he looked up, he saw that Ningchen had firmly caught the gang fist. Ningchen received the gang fist with a slight smile on his face, and said leisurely. Wu Ganglai, are you curious? Obviously you were able to suppress me with your strength just now. How come I am far superior to you in just a moment? As if in agreement with Ningchen's speculation, Wu Ganglai looked extremely puzzled, as if he had all kinds of puzzles in his heart. But when Wu Gonglia's expression fell into Ningchen's eyes, it made him laugh even more. Ha 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 ha. I am also a strength Gu master, how can I not have half of my own trump card? It belongs to Ningchen's trump card, naturally it is the earth power Gu obtained from the mountain lava crocodile. Turn 3, Earth Power Gu. Standing on the earth is a source of continuous energy. After laughing, a cold light flashed in Ningchen's eyes, and his right hand turned into a fist and suddenly punched out. Boom. It was so powerful that the powerful airwaves were shot out at once, which was so terrifying. When Wu Ganglai saw this, he was horrified and quickly retreated. Suddenly, when I looked up, I saw that the airwave was about to turn into reality. When this situation fell into his eyes, he was so horrified that he screamed. Etc. This is ancient airway goo, strength goo. How did you get it? As soon as one word was spoken, it caused thousands of ripples. The Wu family goo master on the side was also horrified when he heard this. His expression changed drastically, and he murmured. What? Strength goo. That's the goo insect from Yuanshi Immortal Lord's time. It is said that the strength goo masters who have mastered the strength goo are all powerful men who have left their names in history. How did this kid get it? Boom. The frightening fist blast was blasted out. When Wu Ganglai saw this, he just punched with both palms. He also punched out 2 fist blasts, and they hit each other in mid-air. The frightening fist winds were entangled together in an instant, causing waves of air to surge. Suddenly, the airwave shook again, and it was Wu Ganglai who was defeated by Ning Chen. When Wu Ganglai saw the fist wind getting closer and closer, his pupils suddenly shrank. He wanted to hide, but it was already too late, so he had to forcefully eat the fist wind. Boom. The wind of the fist dissipated, revealing Wu Ganglai, who was dripping with blood underneath, and fell to the ground with a bang. Kneel down on one knee, blood surges up. Pfft. Why? Why did strength goo fall into the hands of a demon like you? If it falls into the hands of our Empress Wu Ji, our Wu family will surpass the Tai family and become the first family in southern Xinjiang. Wu Ganglai slowly wiped away the blood stains on his lips and raised his head, only to see Ningchen's eyes looking down at him condescendingly. Ha 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 ha. Why did the strength goo fall into my hands? That's a really good question. As for why. Speaking of this, Ningchen's face actually showed a look of thought, and he was silent. Upon seeing this, Wu Gonglia's eyes flashed with uncontrollable joy, and he secretly laughed in his heart. Ha 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 ha. Did I think I was a devil? I didn't expect that I was just a brat. Forget it. You will be buried in my hands today. Then, Wu Gonglia's palm hidden under his sleeve secretly gathered strength, as if he was preparing a killing move. At this time, Ningchen came back to his senses and smiled slightly. You can just consider me lucky. After saying that, he raised his thigh high and stepped heavily, carrying wisps of strong wind. Snap. Following a rather crisp sound of bone cracking, Wu Ganglai suddenly felt a heartbreaking pain in his palm. The pain caused him, a 7-foot man, to scream. Ah! My hand! My hand is broken. In an instant, Ningchen also noticed the resistance coming from his feet, which made him smile lightly. Bang! Ningchen secretly increased the force under his feet, completely trampling Wu Gonglia's palm into a puddle of minced meat. Wu Ganglai was shaking violently in pain, and a few strands of cold sweat dripped down his forehead, but there was an abnormal sneer on his face. Ha 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 ha. Your name is Qingyue, right? How dare you destroy my hand today? One day, Empress Wu Ji will dare to take off your legs. Ningchen's expression was still smiling slightly when he heard this, without any change at all, as if he didn't take Empress Wu Ji seriously. After Wu Ganglai finished speaking, Ningchen spoke leisurely, his eyes as calm as water, without any ripples. Yeah. Empress Wu Ji, a rank 5 Gu master, can indeed be called a generational figure in southern Xinjiang. If she really wants to come to me to settle matters. At that time, why couldn't I be a rank 5 Gu master? Speaking of this, Ningchen slowly lowered his head, looked down at Wu Ganglai beneath him, and smiled slightly. Wu Ganglai was also slightly stunned when he heard this, as if he couldn't believe Ningchen dared to make such a bold statement, and laughed loudly. 5th turn Gu master? Ha 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 ha. I, Wu Ganglai, have seen countless Tianjiao, but they all failed at the peak of the 4th turn. You are just one of the thousands of Tianjiao I have seen. Why do you dare to make such a bold statement? Ningchen was not angry at all when he saw this, he just smiled lightly, and said leisurely. Ha ha ha. Wu Ganglai, the only difference between me and the Tianjia you have seen is perhaps you will never see me promoted to the peak of the 4th turn. After saying this, Ningchen's eyes turned cold, and his big hand quietly covered Wu Gonglia's head, and suddenly exerted force. Bang! In an instant, Wu Gonglia's head was like a broken watermelon, splashing out countless broken bones and countless yellow and white brains. I'm afraid that even if Wu Ganglai was dying, he would not dare to believe that Ningchen would really dare to kill him. However, it was not enough for Ningchen to kill Wu Ganglai. The big hand grasped in the air and slowly extracted wisps of white mist from Wu Ganglai's body. Finally, it turned into a gilded soul jade between Ning Chen's fingers. This kind of characteristics is only possessed by the soul of the 4th level Gu Master. Ning Chen looked at the gilded soul jade in his palm with interest and smiled gently. The 4th level soul devouring Gu is really extraordinary. After saying that, he swallowed the gilded soul jade. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1332 words. After a while, Ningchen slowly opened his eyes filled with coldness, and smiled slightly. Ha 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 ha. With this level 4 soul swallowing Gu, my soul Dao practice will undoubtedly be a step faster. After saying that, he just grasped it out of thin air and hit it with bursts of energy. This crisp sound fell into everyone's ears and brought everyone back to their senses. For a moment, everyone was in a daze, their bodies were shaking violently, and they were murmuring. Lord Wu Ganglai is actually dead? Then what should we do? Empress Wu Ji will definitely not let us go when we go back. How could Lord Wu Ganglai be defeated by a nobody? When Ningchen heard this, he slowly turned around, and with a silent sweep of his black eyes, he took in the expressions of everyone, which made him smile slightly. Ha 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 ha. I killed the patriarch of the Yun family, and I didn't even leave a body behind. With Lei Dong's methods, the Yun family may be annexed by the Lei family in the near future. As for the Wu family Gu Master, I'm afraid it's hard to accept it for a while. Would the master of the generation, Wu Ganglai, die in this small thunder prison mountain, or be defeated by the demonic Gu Master? As for the Lei family. Thinking of this, Ningchen's eyes flashed slightly and he looked around again. Seeing that there were really no Lei family Gu Masters around, he secretly smiled. This thunder movement is really interesting. First of all, he stood by me resolutely when I was in a desperate situation. This courage is unparalleled. And now that I have seen that I have killed Wu Ganglai and Yun Lantian together, I am afraid that they are going down the mountain to annex the Yun family. Thinking of this, Ningchen's eyes flashed slightly, with cold light overflowing. But, this is fine. At least I don't have to worry anymore. After saying that, Ningchen slowly turned around and opened his palms slightly. Suddenly, in the palm of his hand, electric light surged, wild thunder surged, and it overflowed like thunder from the sky. In an instant, everyone's eyes were attracted by Kuang Lei. The electric light was so bright that it was almost impossible for anyone to look directly at it. But it was so clear that falling into Ningchen's black eyes could not make any more waves. Suddenly, Ningchen's black eyes slightly raised, staring at the people in front of him. When everyone looked at Ningchen, their hearts felt like they were falling into an ice cellar, as if they knew their own ending. For a moment, the top of Thunder Prison Mountain was filled with thunderous light, like thunder coming from the sky. Leitzi Mountain, Leijiazhai. The beautiful buildings, red walls and green tiles are so magnificent. In an instant, a Gu Master broke into the door and broke the silence in the mansion. The Gu Master burst into the lobby with a frightened look on his face, breathing heavily and muttering to himself. Young Patriarch. Say it. When Lei Dong saw him, he just raised his eyes slightly and didn't pay much attention. However, when the Gu Master heard this, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and talked in a hurry. Qingyue, Will Wu Ganglai, Yun Lantian, and even all the Gu Masters of the Wu family and Yin family. Kill them all. Snap. When Lei Dong heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank, and the hand holding the teacup suddenly loosened and fell to pieces. The sound of breaking porcelain resounded throughout the hall, but no one responded. After pondering for a moment, Yu Yu spoke, murmuring softly, as if she was rejoicing. Kill them all. It's amazing. I just don't know where he should go next. Speaking of this, Lei Dong let out a long sigh of relief and looked at it leisurely. I hope you won't come to cause trouble for our Lei family. After all, I helped a lot. Suddenly, Lei Dong's eyes flashed, he looked at a follower beside him, and he said calmly. By the way, my father, how has he considered it? Young Patriarch. The patriarch is willing to give up his position as patriarch to you, but he specifically asked me to tell you something. When the attendant next to him heard this, he cupped his hands and spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Lei Dong looked happy at first, and then fell into deep thought. After a while, he waved his hands, fanned his sleeves, and stood up. Okay, I understand. Since you have nothing else to do, please leave first. If there are any traces of Qingyue, you must report it to me. Do you understand everything? After Lei Dong said this, he glanced coldly and took in the expressions of everyone. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. They didn't dare to be negligent and responded quickly. Understood. After saying that, everyone stood up and left slowly. Upon seeing this, Lei Dong turned around and slowly left. Thump thump thump. Lei Dong walked quietly in the dark corridor, his lonely footsteps echoed. Suddenly, Lei Dong seemed to have thought of something, and sighed softly. In the future, I will inherit the position of the head of the Lei family. Although I have gathered the younger generation, the older ones may not be able to listen to me. Those family elders are in high and powerful positions. With their courage, it is really possible for them to listen to the instructions and not listen to the announcement. Alas, I still have to practice hard and reach the 4th rank. If I were at rank 4, why would I need to play tricks with those old guys? If you don't obey, I will kill you on the spot. I just need to establish my authority. But I am only at the peak of the 3rd turn now, and I am still some distance away from the 4th turn. Thinking of this, Lei Dong's eyes flashed with a few faint lights, and there was a few ambiguous smiles on his lips. Then, Lei Dong took out a gilded soul jade from his arms. Looking at this gilded soul jade quietly, the smile on Lei Dong's lips became more and more intense, and he murmured softly. I don't hesitate to risk my life to help you, Qingyue. Of course I have my own plan. In the inheritance of Lei Guizhenjuan, there are not only you and me. Qingyue. Lei Songyue in your arms has also witnessed all the inheritances. With this soul jade, it is only a matter of time to be promoted to the 4th turn. If I have good luck in the future, I can even be promoted to the 5th turn or even ascend to immortality. Ha 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 ha. The smile in Lei Dong's eyes became more and more intense, and even in his mind, he had already envisioned a beautiful future. Putting it in his arms, Lei Dong has already walked to the door of his study room. Pushing the door open, he slowly walked in. However, as soon as he stepped into the room, Lei Dong's sight drifted to the corner of the room, where his previous copybook Desire is Hard to Satisfy was hung. And now, there was a figure standing in front of the copybook. He was tall and straight, like a spear or a sword, and his black robe was like a deep sea. He had a tiger back and a wolf waist, standing with his hands behind his back, and his long black hair just reached his shoulders. At this moment, he was standing with his hands behind his back, looking at the copybook in front of him with interest, muttering. Desire is hard to satisfy. Desire is hard to satisfy. Lei Dong, you are more worthy of this calligraphy now. Ha 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 ha. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1273 words. After saying that, the man turned around slowly, with a faint smile on his face, and stared at Lei Dong quietly. When Lei Dong saw this figure, he already had some guesses in his mind. But now that Ningchen turned around, he was even more horrified. His pupils shrank suddenly, drops of cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and he roared in his heart. Qingyue. Why can he come to my study without anyone noticing? When did he come? Could he be here to silence me? Will he know that Lei Songyue's soul jade has been taken away by me? What do I do? For a moment, Lei Dong's body trembled, and he felt uneasy in his heart. Suddenly, Lei Dong raised his head, but he never saw Ningchen's figure. But then, the sound of Ningchen's chuckle came faintly in his ears, making him stand on his head with all the hair on his body. It turned out that Ningchen had already stood beside Lei Dong at some point. He gently pinched Lei Dong's neck with his fingers, smiled softly, and looked at him playfully. Ha 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 ha. Lei Dong, why are you so panicked? We are good friends exploring inheritance together. Isn't it? Lei Dong remained silent after hearing this. He could only use his peripheral vision to secretly look at Ningchen's expression. After all, people are being killed by swords these days, and I have to act based on my appearance for the sake of fish and meat. When Ningchen saw that he hadn't spoken, the smile on his face became even thicker, and he opened his mouth. Ha 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 ha. Lei Dong, why are we so alienated from each other? On the top of Thunder Prison Mountain just now, if it weren't for your power to attract fire, how could I have turned defeat into victory? Qingyue, if you have something to say, just say it. Kill or keep, it's up to you, I won't complain at all. After all, Lei Dong couldn't stand Ningchen's attitude. He fixed his gaze and spoke quietly. His eyes were very steady, as if he had no regard for life or death. Lei Dong now understands Ningchen's attitude. If Qingyue wanted to kill me, he wouldn't talk so much nonsense to me. He must have something to say to me. Therefore, Lei Dong could sit calmly and speak quietly. This attitude made Ningchen slightly startled, and the admiration in his eyes became a little more. The smile on his face slowly faded, he glanced coldly, looked through the window lattice at the top of the Thunder Prison Mountain outside the window, and spoke lightly. Lei Dong, you are a smart man. You might as well guess what will happen if the outside world learns that Wu Ganglai of the Wu family, Yun Lantian of the Yun family, and even many Gu masters of the Wu family and Yun family Gu masters died at my hands? You will become a notorious evil thief who will be killed by everyone. And there will be countless desperados who are greedy for your bounty and are eyeing your head. Upon hearing this, Lei Dong only thought for a moment, then raised his head and gave his answer. Ningchen just smiled silently when he heard this, waved his hand, and said lightly. That's good, but it's not enough. Think about it, the Lei family Gu master was also involved in this chaotic battle, but the casualties were the least. Even you, the young patriarch of the Lei family, got some benefits. Speaking of this, Ningchen slowly opened his palm, and there was Lei Songyue's soul jade lying in it. When Lei Dong saw this, his pupils shrank and he touched his body. Naturally, the soul jade was gone. But Lei Dong was only slightly shocked when he saw this, not too surprised. After all, with Ningchen's scheming mind, it would be strange if he didn't notice that the soul jade on his body was missing. Upon seeing this, Ningchen's eyes were full of admiration. He gently wrapped his fingers around Lei Dong's throat and spoke softly into his ear. If my guess is correct, you should have gained some insights into thunder from it. Not long after, you will be promoted to rank 4 Gu Master. It's logical to succeed as the head of the Lei family. The resources of the entire Lei family, and even the resources of the entire Lei Ci Mountains, are at your fingertips. Even I have to sigh, the future is really bright. What Ningchen said seemed to be a devil that deceived people's hearts, and made it clear to Lei Dong what he was thinking. Lei Dong was shocked when he heard this, but he calmed down immediately and glanced coldly at Ningchen. Not bad, what's the problem? When Ningchen saw this, he was still neither anxious nor annoyed. He smiled faintly, his eyes dark. Ha 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 ha. You might as well think about it again. Not long after I finished wreaking havoc on the top of Thunder Prison Mountain, you were promoted to rank 4. The entire Lei family didn't suffer any big losses. Think about it, how should the Wu family, the Tai family, and even the super families in southern Xinjiang view your Lei family? When Lei Dong heard this, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he was suddenly startled, as if a thunder exploded in his mind. They will think that our Lei family collaborated with you to kill Wu Ganglai and Yun Lantian. No, I did give you some help, but the impact on their lives and deaths is minimal. When Ningchen heard this, he waved his hands slowly, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he spoke calmly. No, they don't think so. Ningchen's last words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing him to fall completely into silence for a long time. Lei Dong's head lowered slightly, as if he was deep in thought. This expression naturally fell into Ningchen's eyes, and he laughed secretly. Lei Dong, you still haven't thought of this level after all. Or maybe you have been blinded by Lei Songyue's soul jade. But no matter what, the person who can help you solve this hidden crisis now. Only me. There was a dead silence. After a moment, as if in response to Ningchen's guess, Lei Dong slowly raised his head and looked at Ningchen with a little hope. So Qingyue, what should I do? Ningchen smiled lightly when he heard it, but the smile on his lips had a few unclear meanings. It's very simple, just get rid of the suspicion on you. Get rid of it, then I will make my deeds known to the world. This will completely separate our camps. Do you understand? When Lei Dong heard this, the frown between his brows not only did not dissipate but became even more serious. What if they don't believe it? Whether they believe it or not is secondary. The main thing is that you have to make this fig leaf. Whether they believe it or not, as long as there is this fig leaf, it's fine. When Lei Dong heard this, he sighed, slowly opened his eyes, and said lightly, I understand. Ningchen smiled lightly when he saw this, and slowly loosened his hand that was strangling Lei Dong's neck. It's good that you understand. The right hand slowly clenched, turned the palm into a fist, and quietly placed it on Lei Dong's chest. Bang! Legend of the Goo Demon. 1264 words. Ah! In an instant, the mansion was filled with thunderous screams, which made people sigh in admiration. For a moment, all the Lei family Goo masters heard Lei Dong's screams and hurriedly rushed into Lei Dong's study. Bang! After opening the door, everyone took a closer look and saw Lei Dong lying against the wall, looking extremely miserable. He covered his chest with his hands, his energy and blood surged, and he vomited out a large amount of blood, dyeing the floor bright red. Young Patriarch! What's wrong with you? Young Patriarch, could it be that there is an invasion from a foreign enemy? Young Patriarch, do you need to tell the Patriarch? Everyone hurriedly helped Lei Dong stand up, and they kept asking questions. However, upon closer inspection, there were actually a few hints of a growing chuckle hanging on Lei Dong's lips. Sewer, with a wave of his big hand, dispelled everyone's worries, glanced coldly, and spoke calmly. Well, it is true that there are foreign enemies coming. It's just that ungrateful white-eyed wolf Qingwei. I tried my best to help him on the top of Thunder Prison Mountain, but now he comes to my door, trying to kill someone and silence me. He is really an ungrateful evil thief. At this point, Lei Dong beat his chest and felt extremely annoyed, and the hatred in his eyes almost overflowed. Then, Young Patriarch, do we want to pursue him? After hearing this, Lei Dong glanced at the Goo master with cold eyes and said coldly, Boy, what are you thinking about? Can any of you defeat Qingwei? As soon as the words were spoken, there was silence and no one could respond. It can be seen that Ningchen's power has been engraved in their hearts. Upon seeing this, Lei Dong raised his eyes slightly, looked out the window, and murmured softly. Don't panic, sooner or later Qingyue's punch will be returned. Even if it doesn't work today, then I will make him repay it tomorrow and tomorrow. However, I can't let you be arrogant for too long. After saying that, Lei Dong turned his head, his eyes were cold, and he spoke coldly. Pass it on and make Qingyue's deeds known to the world. And also state his personal information. Publish the news. No matter life or death. Xian Hong. 1 million yuan stones. All the Lei family Goo masters were even more shocked when they heard this, as if they were wondering if their ears had heard it wrong. After all, 1 million yuan stones is an extremely large amount. Understood. Even though everyone had all kinds of questions in their minds, they had no choice but to agree, and then slowly left. After everyone left, Lei Dong slowly walked to the window, his eyes drifting to the horizon, and Ning Chen's last words were recalled in his mind. Lei Songyue is my gift to you. Thinking of this, Lei Dong smiled softly involuntarily and murmured. Qingwei. I have already given your request. I believe that your name will be resounding throughout southern Xinjiang soon. But I'm curious, why did you do this? Forget it, I can never figure out your thoughts. I'm starting to look forward to it. What kind of disturbance can you create in southern Xinjiang? It's really exciting. Thinking of this, there was a hint of curiosity in Lei Dong's eyes, and the smile on his lips became thicker. It seems that the pain in my chest is no longer as severe as before. Suddenly, a chill fell on the back of Lei Dong's hand, which was refreshing. When Lei Dong saw this, he lowered his head and saw a bright snowflake falling on the back of his hand, which made him smile softly. Winter is coming. After saying that, he closed the doors and windows tightly. The rime is foggy, the the green mountains are towering. Ningchen leaned quietly under the shadow of the tree, his black eyes quietly staring at Lei Dong's mansion. Seeing Lei Dong closing the door and window, he smiled softly and murmured softly. Ha ha ha. It seems that it won't be long before my bad reputation will resound throughout southern Xinjiang. But when traveling in southern Xinjiang in the future, having multiple reputations is not a bad thing. At least it can save you a lot of trouble. With my reputation, the average Gu master family would probably avoid me like a snake or a scorpion. However, my actions like this will inevitably make the Wu family's Gu master unhappy. After all, the Gu master who killed the Wu family is still at large. But even so, the people of the Wu family had no choice but to let me do what I wanted. The only thing you need to pay attention to is the demonic Gu master who pops up from time to time because of his greed for fame. Suddenly, Ningchen seemed to have thought of something, and his eyebrows sank slightly. At present, my Thunder Dao training is more than enough. At least I don't have to worry about the problem of Gu insects in the short term. The Thunder Dao Gu worms and the inheritance of true Lord Thunder Ghost are really very tight. There is no need to pay too much attention to the soul path now. As long as you have the soul-swallowing Gu in hand, the realm of the school and the foundation of the soul can grow steadily. Soul-swallowing Gu happened to be a Gu insect from the Ghost Demon Lord's period, but Lord Thunder Ghost was exactly the Gu immortal at that time. Her inheritance actually contains a recipe for soul-swallowing Gu to be refined. My strength is now strong with the strength Gu, but the earth force Gu is barely enough. As long as they gain ground, ordinary Gu masters will not be able to take advantage of me. It's this sword art. I really don't have any clues. Thinking of this, Ning Chen's brows were a little gloomy. The market price of sword art Gu worms is expensive, and it is not easy to reach the sword art realm. After all, there are few ordinary mortal Gu masters who practice sword art. Of course, if I practice sword art again after thousands of years of sword practice in my previous life, it will definitely be like adding wings to a tiger and like a fish in water. In my previous life, I was famous for thunder and sword art. Now I have reached the realm of thunder art. In this way, the realm of sword art will not be too bad. If I can get a few sword art Gu worms, my mind will be clearer. Also, well, now I have reached the 4th level of cultivation, which is enough for me to serve as the chief of the clan in Guyue village. The best choice for me at present is to go to Shangjia City. Shangjia City is the place with the widest supply of goods in the entire southern border. If there is a Gu worm that is not available in Shangjia City, it is probably rare in the world. It is indeed a good choice to improve my sword practice in Shangjia City. What's more, I still have a long way to go to Shangjia City. Who knows if there will be any unexpected opportunities along the way. Thinking of this, Ningchen's eyebrows slowly relaxed and he smiled gently. Then Ningchen turned around, moved his feet, and slowly left. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1454 words. The cold air is gradually creeping into the mountains, and the thin snow covers the mountains and the light fog is rising. It is really a cold winter. Qingmao Mountain, Gu Village. Within the patriarch's cabinet, a young girl sat unexpectedly among the elders. His eyebrows are heroic, his emerald eyebrows are slightly furrowed, and his red lips have some slight tooth marks, as if he is deep in thought. Runan, what's wrong? Hearing this, Tai Runan turned his head away, with a hint of confusion in his eyebrows, and spoke calmly. Father, I always feel that Jia Jinxing's death. There are definitely not a few people who know about it. Hearing this, Tai Shui Leng became a little more interested and smiled softly. Oh. Then Runan might as well share your opinion? How about I come and listen? Wait. Tai Runan suddenly fell silent, his eyes flickering. After a moment, he slowly spoke and looked at Tai Shui Leng beside him. Father, please read this book of appreciation. After saying that, he took out a stone toad-like Gu insect from his arms and slapped it on the table, which made all the Guyu family members very confused. Seeing this, Ningchuan's brows became a little more confused, and he leaned quietly on the backrest, with a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Appreciating the book? Could it be that another demonic Gu master appeared somewhere? I hope my brother doesn't meet this demonic Gu master. That's right. Maybe after Tai Shui Lang finishes Jia Jinqing's case, I can pay him a lot of money to ask him to investigate my brother's whereabouts. Upon seeing this, Tai Shui Lang had a hint of unhappiness in his expression and spoke coldly. Runan, how did I teach you? Handle the case at hand first, and then worry about other cases. When Tai Runan saw this, he didn't give in at all, stuck to his point of view, and spoke hurriedly. Father, you must see it. This demonic Gu master is simply too arrogant. He actually killed the head of the Yun family, Yun Lantian, and Wu Ganglai, one of the elders of the Wu family. There are also more Yun family and Wu family Gu masters among them. The most important thing is, he is only 22 years old. After saying that, the stone toad-like Gu insect stuck out its tongue, and there was a scroll of documents rolled on its tongue. Tai Runan took it down and slapped it on the table, allowing everyone to see the appearance of this demonic Gu master. Above the document, you can see a figure painted on it. The body is tall and straight, like a spear and a sword, with a tiger's back and a wolf's waist. It is really strong bones and muscles. His sharp eyebrows and deep eyes are as deep as the abyss and the sea, driving away thunder and binding lightning. Looking from a distance, it is a demonic aura that is overwhelming. Tai Shui Lang saw that Ningchen also narrowed his eyes slightly, carefully looked at what Ningchen was doing, and sighed softly. He is indeed a handsome young man, but it is a pity that he is a devil. You are so young, you are a rank 4 Gu master. I also know Yun Lantian and Wu Ganglai. They are old acquaintances of mine. How could they be killed by a junior? It's a pity that I fell into the devil's path. However, when such an appearance fell into the eyes of everyone, it caused a storm. When the elders saw this, they were all horrified and screamed. What? Isn't this the elder of the Ningchen family? Mr. Ningchen actually fell into the devil's path and became a demon? How long has it been since we last seen each other? Is Mr. Ningchen's fighting prowess like this? And among the elders, 2 of them had the most unusual reactions. After Ning Chuan saw such a portrait, he was slightly startled at first, and then chuckled. Brother, I knew you were fine. Not only is it okay, it seems that it is quite famous outside of southern Xinjiang. But think about it, after all, you are my brother. After the chuckle, the smile gradually faded, and a few thoughts flashed in his eyes. But, after you left, I was the only one left to avenge my parents. Is it possible that this is a test for me, brother? But an Xian. Brother, I have grown a lot since you left. At least avenging my parents is a sure thing. Thinking of this, Ningchuan smiled silently, picked up the wine cup and stopped talking. Fang Yuan sat there quietly, leaning on his face with his hands, looking at the document with interest. Ningchen, I haven't seen you for a few months, but you have already become a devil. I remember that you were not a demon in your previous life, but it's possible that I was just not worthy of participating in this dinner at that time. Of course, there is no way to know. As for the future, I won't be able to remember any news about you. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan felt a little curious in his heart, his eyes wandered. I'm curious, Ningchen, where does your demonic nature come from? If you say that a person of your age has reached the 4th level of cultivation, and is walking alone in the southern border, and is famous. If there is no demonic nature in his heart, I will not believe it. But if you say so, then Ningchen's demonic nature must be hidden very well. It seems that when traveling to southern Xinjiang in the future, you need to pay more attention to Ningchen. But I also need to take advantage of the time I'm still in the village to investigate Ningchen. It would be a good choice to start the investigation from Ningchuan. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan glanced at Ningchuan aside. It is natural that the elder's reactions like this cannot escape Tai Runan's attention. When Tai Runan saw this, his eyes flashed slightly and he spoke loudly. Wait a minute. Listening to what you are saying, does it mean that you know this devil? Upon seeing this, Tai Shui Lang's eyes darkened again, and he spoke coldly, interrupting Tai Runan. Runan, deal with the case at hand first. Xingyue, this devil, will be dealt with another day. All right. Seeing this, Tai Runan had no choice but to give up on the idea of finding out about Ningchen's background, and calmly agreed. But her peripheral vision was still focused on the document, lingering. Baijia village, among the tall bamboo buildings. A young man sat quietly by the window, his eyes quiet, leaning against the window lattice, poetic and picturesque. With gray hair and blue eyes, icy muscles and jade bones, and a spotless white dress, he looks like an immortal. His eyes were extremely indifferent, as if there was no trace of lust in them, and looking at them only made people feel cold in their hearts. Bang! Suddenly, a Bai-family Gu master opened the door, holding a document in his hand. Looking at the indifferent Bai Ningbing by the window, she thought for a long time and finally chose to speak. Lord Bai Ningbing, there is new news in southern Xinjiang recently. Aha! After saying this, I suddenly felt the cold air blowing on my face, and the cold light was dazzling. Taking a closer look, he saw that Bai Ningbing was holding a 7-foot ice blade with 5 fingers. The blade was only a short distance away from his throat. Even so, Bai Ningbing still did not turn her head, still looking at the green mountains outside the window, and said lightly, "Preferably useful news." When the man saw this, he didn't dare to take another step closer, for fear that if he took another step closer, he would become a dead soul under Bai Ningbing's ice blade. He placed the documents in his hand in front of the table, pointed far away, and spoke softly. "Lord Bai Ningbing, please look." When Bai Ningbing heard this, she slowly turned her head and took a closer look. However, this look made Bai Ningbing's expression change drastically. Suddenly, he held the document in his hand, his body trembled slightly, and his pupils kept changing. In an instant, he released the document, looked up to the sky and smiled, and then, "Ha ha 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 ha. Ningchen, you can actually make a name for yourself in the outside world. It's so wonderful. I'm so envious." Legend of the Gu Demon. 1407 words. Suddenly, Bai Ningbing's blue eyes glanced and noticed the red amount hanging on the reward book, and laughed. "Ha ha ha ha. 1,000,000 yuan stones. I'm so curious. What on earth did you do to get such a high bonus?" After a while, the laughter faded away, only to be replaced by a sigh. Bai Ningbing quietly looked at Ningchen's demonic appearance and sighed softly. "Oh Ningchen, you helped me find the meaning of my life. Now that you are living freely and happily in the outside world, you are living the life of my dreams with such a bad reputation. Now that I think about it, I really regret it. My life is only a few months long, like a candle in the wind. Every breath, every moment makes my already lingering life even more unbearable. If I were to go out to the mountains with you and enjoy the thousands of green mountains together in the cold winter, wouldn't it be wonderful?" At this point, Bai Ningbing's blue eyes glanced at the green mountains outside the window and sighed softly. Songshan Mountain is covered with snow, and the sky is bright with candles in the south. You can't help but sigh at the beautiful scene. Such beautiful scenery fell into Bai Ningbing's eyes, but she felt a little sad again. "However, I did not choose to go out with you. Instead, I could only waste and rot in this Qingmao mountain, this Baijiazhai. If I can witness a different kind of wonderfulness in my last short life, then my life will not be in vain. But I'm afraid I won't be able to witness any wonderful things. What a shame." After Bai Ningbing said this, she leaned against the window lattice again, her face as cold as a fairy. Suaping Mountain, Zhangjiazhai. All the Gu masters gathered in front of the list, and they let out a few exclamations from time to time. When Xiaodai saw this, she turned around and waved quickly to the woman behind her. Miss, come on, come on. Something big happened in our southern Xinjiang." But she saw the woman behind her, quietly holding an oil paper umbrella with her bare hands, walking towards her. Her eyes are like autumn water, her temples are like clouds, her eyebrows are as hazy as smoke, her hair is like ink, and her red lips are lightly parted, creating a faint smile. Looking at it from a distance, it is intoxicating and makes people sigh that it is gentle and lovely. "Xiaodai, slow down. The weather is so cold, it's going to snow heavily soon, so be careful to keep warm. How about I lend you my fur coat first?" Shang Xinzi walked slowly, but she didn't pay much attention to the article on the side. Instead, she cared about Xiaodai beside her. His gaze is as gentle as water, and anyone who sees it will probably not be able to say anything harsh. When Xiaodai saw this, she just waved her hand and grabbed Shang Xinzi's wrist. Ouch! Miss. Don't worry about me anymore, come and see. After all, you will be going out to do business in person soon, so you need to pay more attention to the situation in southern Xinjiang. Seeing this, Shang Xinzi also became rarely silent and fell into deep thought. It does make some sense, so let's take a look. Thinking of this, Xiao Dai was slightly happy and her brows were filled with joy. Holding Shang Xinzi's bright wrist with one hand, he opened a passage among the crowd with the other hand. A few breaths later, Shang Xinzi and Xiao Dai stood at the front of the crowd, clearly able to see the content on the list. Shang Xian's kind eyes flashed slightly, and then she slowly scanned the list. Suddenly, a piece of book appreciation broke into her eyes, making her tremble all over and her pupils zoomed violently. The hand holding the umbrella was shaking constantly, as if I couldn't hold the handle of the umbrella in my hand. Her red lips were wide open and she was breathing heavily, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. In an instant, Shang Xinzi felt that her feet were weak, as if she was about to fall to the ground. Fortunately, Xiao Dai was there to support her. Seeing Shang Xinzi looking like this, Xiao Dai was puzzled and asked softly. Miss, what's wrong with you? However, Shang Xinzi, who has always been gentle towards others, did not respond to Xiao Dai. He just stared blankly at the appreciation article in front of him. Shang Xinzi seemed to find it extremely difficult to believe what he was seeing, so he slowly closed his eyes. After a moment, he opened it again, and the article in front of him remained unchanged. The beautiful eyes were filled with a layer of mist before I knew it, reflecting the demonic back. Suddenly, Shang Xinzi turned around, his eyes dimmed, his red lips parted slightly. Xiao Dai, don't you see? Is this person the one who saved our lives on the Huanglong River before? After saying that, Xiao Dai froze on the spot, looking stunned. After a few breaths, Xiao Dai also turned her head, looked at Zhang Wen again, and screamed. Wait. Miss. I can see what you said. But why is the gentle Qingyue given such a high reward by the Tai family? Is there any misunderstanding here? Hearing this, Shang Xinzi shook his head slightly, his eyes were extremely complicated, and he murmured. Xiao Dai, is there any misunderstanding in this? We all know very well what the Tai family's awards represent in southern Xinjiang. In other words, what is said in the article. It's all true. Speaking of this, Shang Xinzi slowly took out a strange-looking hairpin from his arms. Her beautiful eyes were as gentle as water, circling the hairpin, and when she spoke again, there was already a hint of trembling. As for why Qingyue did such a devilish act, then I don't know. After saying that, Shang Xinzi slowly closed his eyes, his eyelids trembled slightly, and Ningxin's tall figure appeared in his mind. Brother Qingyue, why would you do this? Suddenly, a bone-chilling chill fell into his bones, causing Shang Xinzi to raise his eyes slightly. When he raised his eyes, he saw a cold snowflake slowly falling on the back of his hand, melting into the skin, bringing with it a chill. Shang Xinzi quietly stared at the snowflakes on the back of her hands and whispered to herself. Brother Qingyue, it's such a cold weather, are you cold? The lonely goose is in a poor winter, the cold mountains are green with pine trees, and the rime is all over the place, which makes the whole world white. What a beautiful and spectacular winter green mountain. But upon closer inspection, there is actually a small hut standing beside the green mountain. The Shang flag fluttered, adding a touch of bright red to the innocence. Looking from a distance, it's giant hands high. In the wine shop, there were waves of discussions and exclamations. All the big men sat together and listened quietly to the people among them talking loudly. The Han Xian swordsman at that time could not be said to be more powerful than anyone else. It is said that the most outstanding thing about Han Xin's swordsman is not her strength, but her cold and immortal appearance. At that time, it was said that countless Gu masters in southern Xinjiang, whether good or evil, were trying to win the favor of Han Xian's sword master. At this point, the man took a sip of turbid wine and sighed softly. But it's a pity that Han Xian's sword master was a virgin before he died. After saying this, all the men sighed and beat their chests and feet. Oh, what a pity. Hey. What if I could have been favored by Han Xian's swordsman in that era? Come on, let's forget it because you look like a crooked melon and a cracked jujube. I'm afraid you'll be beheaded by someone's sword if you go there. Fuck you. Hey, don't worry. The man's face was full of shame and anger, and he rolled up his sleeves as if to hit. When the other man saw this, he also retreated. For a moment, the wine shop was filled with a happy atmosphere. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1317 words. Bang. Suddenly, everyone's laughter was interrupted by the sound of banging on the door, and everyone looked at it. Then he saw the door open, causing the cold wind and snow to blow, and a figure slowly walked in. But I saw that this man's body was as tall and straight as a pine tree, with willow bones and muscles, and he was carrying the wind and snow. There is a bamboo hat on the top of the head, with long black hair hanging down the shoulders, mixed with a few snow-white ice flowers. There are a few strands of veil hanging around the bamboo hat, preventing outsiders from seeing the true face of the visitor. After the man entered the door, he slowly closed the door, looked around, and then quietly walked to a corner. After sitting down safely, he took off the bamboo hat on his head and gently patted the wind and snow on it. Even though he had taken off his bamboo hat, his back was turned to everyone, and they still couldn't see his face. Finally, someone couldn't help their curiosity, stood up, walked slowly to Ningchen, and murmured a question. Sir, would you like to eat something? When the man heard this, he slowly turned his head, put the bamboo hat aside, and smiled slightly. Just serve as many dishes as you like, and a jar of Shinyu brewing. By the way, fill up this wine gourd again. After saying this, the man took off the wine gourd from his waist and threw it to a man. This man also took this opportunity to see what he looked like. With his sharp eyebrows and heavy eyes, he is a majestic and handsome young man. This person is naturally Ningchen. The man took the wine gourd, laughed loudly, and walked into the kitchen. Okay. Guys, come and help. Coming. For a time, several men followed into the kitchen, and the small shop became busy. In an instant, there were only a few men left outside the lobby, and the speaker in the center. When the storyteller saw that there were not many men around him, he laughed dryly and waved the folding fan in his hand. Since you are fortunate enough to visit this store, you might as well listen to what I have to say. After saying that, he looked around and chuckled. Everyone, I wonder if you have ever heard of the famous Songlei Demon Lord in southern Xinjiang recently. Songlei Demon Lord? Who is this? When Ningchen heard such a name, his eyes flashed slightly and his heart moved. Songlei Demon Lord, who is this? When the storyteller heard that everyone was doubtful, he chuckled, stood up, and walked leisurely. Haha. This Blue Thunder Demon Lord. He is a new star of the Devil's Path who has become famous recently. It is said that he faced the siege of the three major families of Lei family, Wu family, and Yun family on the top of Lei Prison Mountain. Among them are Yun Lantian and Wu Ganglai, two long-established rank 4 masters. As for the third-level Gu masters, there are outstanding people like the young patriarch of the Lei family and the young patriarch of the Yun family. As for the first and second-level Gu masters, there are countless of them. But the Blue Thunder Demon Lord is only at the peak of the 3rd rank. You might as well guess how Songlei Demon Lord broke the situation. After saying this, the storyteller turned around, stood with his hands behind his back, looked at everyone with interest, smiled slightly. He seems to be extremely looking forward to everyone's reply. Have no idea. 3 turns at the peak to defeat 2 people at 4 turns? I really can't think of it. Stop being so pretentious, tell me now. Ningchen also looked slightly sideways at this moment, seeming to be extremely interested in what he said next. When the storyteller saw this, he was extremely satisfied and laughed dryly. Ha ha ha. I saw that the Songlei Demon Lord suddenly broke through to the 4th level of cultivation in a desperate situation. Kill one of them first, and the remaining one will be unable to resist the ruthless Songlei Demon Lord. 2 rank 4 Gu masters are dead, and a group of rank 3 Gu masters can't make any waves. That night, the top of Thunder Prison Mountain turned into a purgatory on earth. After the storyteller finished speaking, a deathly silence ushered in. The food is served. Finally, a few men from the kitchen opened the door curtain and broke the deathly silence. Ningchen quietly watched several plates of dishes placed in front of him, not in a hurry at the moment. First, he poured himself a glass of turbid wine, opened his thin lips, drank half the glass, and chuckled. Then, this Blue Thunder Demon Lord is really a demon. The storyteller also chuckled lightly when he heard this, closed the folding fan in his hand, and said leisurely. What the guest officer said is true. But compared to the devil, I am more amazed by his courage. This is the kind of person who can put himself to death and survive. It will definitely become a big disaster in southern Xinjiang in the future. I hope he freezes to death in the mountains of southern Xinjiang one day. After all, it's really scary for people like this to live in southern Xinjiang with mortals like us. Bao Qi will appear here one day and kill us all. At this point, the storyteller smiled sadly, seeming to be very open-minded. Ningchen chuckled a few times after hearing this, and turned to ask the storyteller. Ha ha ha. Sir, did I accidentally hear about Han Xian's sword master before I came in? I hope sir can explain something to me. When the storyteller saw this, he laughed, his fingers gathering dust on the table. You're such a young man. Listen to what I say and you don't even want to eat or drink? Do you also want to hear the rumors about this cold swordsman? Ningchen scratched his head and laughed dryly. Ha ha ha. After all, I am also interested in this kind of rumors. The storyteller just drank the wine in the cup and smiled quietly without saying anything. After a while, he slowly spoke. Since you want to listen, how can I, the storyteller, not tell you? Han Xian swordsman is a sword-fighting Gu master who rose in the past few decades. He has a lonely and cold personality and doesn't like to associate with others. But she is extremely powerful, and she is a natural sword master. She can kill all the demons in the world with one sword. At that time, Magic Master was also very rare. Of course, she was hated by Magic Master, but also loved by Magic Master. It can be said that there is a mixture of love and hate. After all, apart from her strength, her cold and fairy-like appearance. It can be said that the wind and rain are uncertain, and the shadows are raised after the rain to kill the wild geese. Ah. After saying that, he raised his head, drank the wine in the cup, and smashed it heavily. He raised his head, his eyes were leisurely, as if he was recalling the past, and sighed softly, how regretful. It's a pity that she died in the siege of the Magic Gu Master. Before she died, she used all her strength and slashed out the last sword. That sword not only killed countless Magic Gu Masters, but also formed a unique landscape in southern Xinjiang. It is the mountain next to us. Because of its unique landscape, it was named Jiangge Mountain. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1298 words. After hearing this, Ningchen felt a little more understanding, his eyes moved slightly, and he slowly spoke. Then sir. Do you know anything about Jiangge Mountain? Upon hearing this, the storyteller's eyes revealed a hint of thought. He twirled his long beard with his hand and spoke leisurely. I don't know much about Jiangge Mountain. I just heard a few words from the news in the world. I heard that the mountain has the inheritance of the Hanshin sword master. It is said that sword master Han Xian has an arrogant and eccentric personality, and has no friends in his life. He has sword Gu and nowhere to trust him. If you think you're qualified, maybe you can go up the mountain and try your luck. It is said that Jiangge Mountain is extremely high, with steep rocks and protruding rock teeth. Ordinary mortals may be intimidated by it and cannot even climb it. And not many people have actually seen this wonderful scene on Jiangge Mountain, and even if they have, they all keep silent about it. I just said, you'll find out when you climb up and take a look. It really makes people curious. Because of this, there are countless people climbing Jiangge Mountain like one after another. No matter whether it's good, evil, or ordinary, even if you don't accept the Han Xian sword master's meager inheritance, you still want to see that beautiful scene. As for that wonderful sight, it is said that if you want to see it, you have to climb a mountain at a specific time to see it. After the storyteller finished speaking, he pursed his lips and kept silent, paying attention to the curious people in his heart. What is the specific season? You can tell me. Half the words are said, there is no asshole to give birth to a child. You're so fucking tight-lipped again, hurry up and say it. For a moment, everyone was so anxious that their faces turned red and they started to curse. But the storyteller just quietly drank all the wine in his cup, looked at the bottom of the cup, and laughed dryly. My throat is a little dry. It would be great if I could have a glass of good wine to moisten it. When Ningchen heard this, he chuckled twice and opened the jar of Xinyu brewing that he ordered. As soon as the wine jar was opened, the aroma of wine gradually overflowed, and the aroma of aging wrapped the small thatched hut together. Ningchen smelled the refreshing aroma of wine and smiled softly. He took the initiative to fill up the wine for him and said with a smile, Sir, if you don't mind it, you can try the Xinyu Nong I just ordered. I haven't tasted it yet. This Xinyu brew is for you to drink. The storyteller's eyes lit up slightly when he heard this. He quickly took the wine glass and laughed. Good boy. I think you are a person who can achieve great things. Where did it come from? Yes, it's a specific season. Only in the coldest month of winter every year, especially when the snow is flying and covering thousands of miles, is it best. If at this moment, you can brave the wind, snow, and craggy rocks and go up the mountain tenaciously, you will be able to see the rumored beautiful scenery. After saying this, the storyteller paused, his eyes became a little cloudy, and there were a few tears. Boy, if you can go up the mountain smoothly, you must witness that scenery. If you have a conscience and tell me something, I would be very grateful. Ningchen felt a little confused when he saw this. He frowned slightly and spoke slowly. Sir, why is this? Hearing this, the storyteller paused again, and the tears in his eyes became brighter and brighter. Sigh. I think back on when Lord Han Xian Sword Master was alive, it was the time when we mortals had the most stable lives. As a 5th level Gu Master, I don't care about our lowly status as mortals. I will always have that enthusiastic heart. This kind of person is so rare. We will never forget her great kindness even after her death. This is how I built Giant Hands High. I'm just afraid that Sword Master Han Xian will be alone. And get cold. This is also the limit of what we mortals can do. After the storyteller finished speaking, he slowly closed his eyes, turned his head aside, raised his sleeves and wiped the corners of his eyes. Others also fell into deathly silence. Although they are a group of rough guys, chatting happily. But they also remembered their peaceful life when Master Han Xin was alive. For a moment, there were more or less tears in the corners of the eyes of all the rough guys. Ningchen looked at the silent people quietly, and the various expressions of everyone fell into his dark eyes. He just said that he arched his hand slightly and smiled softly. I hope you guys can feel at ease. If I'm lucky enough to reach the top, I will definitely bring your long-cherished wishes to Sword Master Han Xian. After hearing this, the storyteller slowly turned his head, gently twitching the corners of his mouth, and revealed a few knowing smiles. This is the best. The storyteller not only expressed his own wish, but also expressed the wishes of countless mortals protected by the cold heart swordsman. After a while, the storyteller stopped talking about the book. Seeing this, all the men also restrained their interest and went to the kitchen to go about their business. Ningchen also sat there quietly, slowly enjoying his meal. Suddenly, a man stared at the reward in his hand, his pupils zoomed violently, and he gasped. He stared blankly at the man above the article. For a moment, his whole body felt cold, as if his whole body was about to freeze. Although he was in an airtight hut, he felt as if he was falling into an ice cave, which was even colder than the winter outside. This man. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. The sweat on his forehead kept flowing down like beads that had broken off the string. However, the man still couldn't believe it. He gently lifted the door curtain and looked through the gap at Ningchen, who was sitting in the corner of the lobby. However, this glance made him feel so frightened that he felt as if his soul was not attached to his body. He completely confirmed the identity of the man in front of him. The man slowly walked to the side of the storyteller, his expression was horrified, and it was even uglier than crying. What's wrong? What's wrong? You have no self-control. The storyteller was sipping tea at the moment. When he saw the man walking towards him, his feet were weak and his expression was panic. He frowned, put down the teacup in his hand, and cursed softly. The man just handed the reward article in his hand to the storyteller, and his lips stammered. Sir, look at who this is. The storyteller just glanced at it quietly, but this glance made the folding fan in his hand suddenly fall to the ground. The storyteller stared at the reward article in front of him, letting the folding fan fall to the ground without hesitation. Slowly turned his head to look at the man, his eyes were blank, his lips stammered, and he spoke in a daze. You mean, the young hero sitting outside the door? Is it the recently infamous Song Lei Demon Lord? Legend of the Goo Demon. 1,310 words. Hearing this, the man spoke with some difficulty, and tightened his grip on the reward in his hand. I'm afraid so. I just confirmed it, it's true. That person is none other than the Blue Thunder Demon Lord himself. Bang. After hearing this, the storyteller slumped down on the backrest behind him, as if he had no energy at all. Slowly closing your eyes, you can recall the inhuman deeds of the Blue Thunder Demon Lord. The thought of Song Lei Demon Lord's methods made his eyelids tremble slightly, and the fear was self-evident. How come my little shop attracts the Blue Thunder Demon Lord? Thankfully I was chatting with him just now, and we were talking so happily. I scolded Demon Lord Song Lei like that, but he actually couldn't express his joy or anger. How could there be such a person? Thinking of this, the storyteller felt a strong sense of despair in his heart, and gave birth to a bit of death intention. For a moment, it seemed that he was driven by the desire to survive, and a vague hope flashed in his eyes. No, maybe Song Lei Demon Lord didn't notice us? After all, we didn't know his true identity and we entertained him. If he had any conscience in his heart, maybe he would leave after eating? As long as he is gone, we will be safe. Thinking of this, the storyteller's eyes felt like there was a hint of joy that would last a lifetime. Yes. Just do it. It's best to pretend you don't know anything for now, and then give him a bottle of wine when the time comes, and let me pay for the meal. Maybe this will prevent him from having any ill feelings toward us. Perhaps on a whim, we will be spared. Yes. Just do it. This way you will definitely survive. Afterwards, the hope in the storyteller's eyes grew stronger. At this moment, his desire to survive was greater than anything else. Suddenly, when he raised his head, he was stunned on the spot, with a few tears in his eyes. It was a portrait. The woman on it looked calmly with cold eyes, holding a 7-foot Qingfeng sword. She was dressed in white and fluttering, as if she was an immortal. This man is a storyteller, and he is even familiar with it. She is the Cold Heart Swordsman. The storyteller stared blankly at the portrait of the swordsman Han Xian, the tears in his eyes became brighter. Bang! Suddenly, the storyteller fell to his knees, clasped his hands and put his head on the ground, so disrespectful. He even said that he was worried that Ning Chen outside the door would hear him, so he could only speak silently in his heart. The storyteller raised his head and saw some bloodstains on his forehead. Even so, it is still difficult to hide the hope in his bright eyes. Put your hands together, slowly close your eyes, and whisper to yourself. Lord Han Xian Sword Master. I am now facing a desperate situation of life and death. If you, the old man, have seen all this in the spirit of heaven, I hope you will appear and wish us through this difficult time. Really please. After saying this, the storyteller slowly opened his eyes and took a closer look. Astonishingly, the Han Xian swordsman in the portrait seemed to have some pity in his eyes. That cold Xingxian, Yorua Jinglan's eyes actually seemed to have a hint of pity. The candlelight in front of the portrait also flickered slightly and beat continuously, as if it was caused by the anger in Han Xian's sword master's heart. But no one knows whether this scene is the storyteller's illusion. When the storyteller saw this, most of the fear in his heart was washed away, as if he had taken a reassurance, and he felt calm. After a few breaths, there was a faint smile on the storyteller's lips. He stood up and sat there again, holding up the teacup. He was no longer as scared as before. Sir, do you have any countermeasures? After hearing this, the storyteller smiled lightly, but it seemed a little bitter. There's no countermeasures to speak of, it can only be regarded as a few plans to survive. Really? I see. Somehow, the man seemed to understand the storyteller's intention and slowly retreated. The cold sun is high and the cold current is gradually disappearing. The bowls and chopsticks are stacked against each other, and the glasses of wine are intertwined. Ningchen casually pulled out a handkerchief from his arms and wiped the oil stains around his mouth. Black Eyes quietly glanced around, and before he could call the waiter, he saw a figure hurriedly walking towards the kitchen. Bang! 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 Seeing that most of the dishes on the table had been wiped out, he chuckled and started teasing. Hey! Sir, have you eaten yet? Eat it, it tastes good. When Ningchen saw this, he chuckled and gave his own evaluation. When the storyteller saw this, the smile on his face became even stronger. He waved his hand and flapped his sleeves. Okay. Just eat it. I had a very enjoyable chat with the guest officer today, so today's meal will be in the hands of the villain. When Ningchen heard this, he frowned slightly and narrowed his eyes. Hey. Sir, don't refuse. I don't seek wealth or honor in this small shop. I just want to meet the destined people in the world, and by the way, I want to accompany Lord Hanshin Sword Master. If the guest officer still wants to pay, that would be really outrageous. The storyteller clapped his chest with his big hand and spoke extremely boldly and openly. When Ningchen saw this, he smiled softly and arched his hand slightly. Then I can't stand my brother's enthusiasm. In that case, I can only climb to the top of Jiangha Mountain and tell my brother what I saw. The storyteller laughed happily when he saw this, and he looked very happy. Ha ha ha. That's good, that's good. After saying that, the storyteller bent down and prepared to clean up the dishes, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. However, as soon as he attached himself, he felt that the back of his neck was tightly strangled and he couldn't move at all. Suddenly, the storyteller's pupils shrank suddenly, and he tried to stand up but couldn't, so he had to force his head to turn away. But he saw Ning Chen's dark eyes were as quiet as the abyss, his words were as cold as ice, and he smiled playfully. Do you really think that if you do this, I will let you go? Do you really think I didn't hear your discussion in the kitchen? When the storyteller heard this, it was as if a basin of cold water was poured on his heart. He no longer had any hope and fell into a dead silence. Master Hanshin Sword Master. Ningchen smiled gently, as if he admired his fear very much. I seem to have noticed that you prayed to the slave of Master Hanshin Sword Master. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry, Master Hanshin Sword Master is dead, and you are going to accompany her soon. Before the storyteller could react, bright electric sparks were reflected in his eyes. Boom. For a moment, at the foot of Jiangha Mountain, there was lightning and thunder. Ningchen slowly walked out of the hut and put on his hat again. Suddenly, his black eyes sank slightly and looked at his palm, and he saw that his palm was soaked with blood. But Ningchen was not surprised at all, he smiled faintly and walked forward slowly. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1371 words. The wind and snow are gradually picking up, and the goose feathers are flying like silk. The snow cover is getting deeper and deeper, and the river, sky and green mountains are all the same color. Looking from a distance, one can see a figure in black standing quietly under the white-capped green mountains. This lonely figure is naturally Ningchen. Ningchen stood quietly at the foot of the mountain, letting the wind and snow beat on his black robes. He only thought that he was wearing a charming dress and black clothes. The cold wind passed through the veil and fell on Ningchen's face, but it couldn't make his expression waver in the slightest. On top of the bamboo hat, there are layers of bright white snowflakes. After a while, Ningchen slowly raised his hand and lowered the brim of his hat slightly, murmuring softly. Jiangha Mountain really deserves its name. This is really my first time seeing such a dangerous mountain. The Qingmao Mountain, Leiyu Mountain, Leitzi Mountain, and even Guishao Mountain that I have seen in the past are not even 1% as dangerous as this Jiangha Mountain. Looking at Jiangha Mountain, it towers into the clouds and its peak cannot be seen. However, the whole mountain is covered with solid rocks and crags, and there is almost no place to stay. And this mountain is particularly steep, literally rising out of the ground like a long sword. Now Ningchen finally understood why the storyteller said that ordinary mortals would lose most of their fighting spirit after seeing Jiangha Mountain. On such a steep mountain, even a second-level Gu master would most likely be buried here. Moreover, it is winter now, and the snow and frost on it makes the climb even more difficult. It's already so cold at the foot of the mountain, and the top of the mountain can really freeze an ordinary person to death. Ningchen quietly stared at the Jianghe mountain in front of him, and suddenly smiled softly. Forget it, let me see the sword scene of this so-called Han Xian swordsman. Even if it doesn't work, maybe I can still have some understanding of the way of the sword. After all, in my previous life, I was famous all over the world for my thunder technique and swordsmanship. Since I can achieve the level of a great master in thunder technique, then why can't it be done with swordsmanship? Thinking of this, Ningchen slowly suppressed the smile on his lips, lifted the wine gourd at his waist. He raised his head and took a swig. Drinking a lot of turbid wine dissipated some of the chill in Ningchen's body. Phew. Ningchen opened his thin lips slightly, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and pinned the wine gourd to his waist again. He raised his hand and slightly grasped the brim of his hat, trying to resist some wind and snow. Before I knew it, there was a smile on my lips. This wind and snow is really getting bigger and bigger. After saying that, Ningchen's feet moved slightly and he walked forward slowly. Looking from a distance, one can see Ningchen's lonely figure in black, so conspicuous and lonely among the pale mountains. The wind and snow are like catkins, the Shang flag beats the blood. Looking from a distance, one can see the Shang flag giant hands high floating randomly in the wind and snow, which is very eye-catching. And this scene fell into the eyes of a woman, causing a smile to appear on her lips. Aha! I didn't expect to find a human habitation in a place like this. Just take a break and inquire about the Blue Thunder Demon Lord. TSK. This alien's title is hard to pronounce. Oh, it's better for Bing Bing to stay with me all the time. Do you think so? Bing Bing? After saying this, the woman chuckled lightly and took off her clothes, exposing her breasts. If there were any outsiders here, they would probably be amazed that this woman in front of them is really not afraid of the cold. The green eyes looked down slightly, and they saw a jackdaw in the chest. The jackdaw sat peacefully in the gap on the woman's chest, his eyes a little dazed, but he was caught off guard by the sudden cold wind. He quickly flapped his wings a few times and burrowed deeper into her chest. When the woman saw this, she chuckled lightly, opened her fingers slightly, and strangled the jackdaw's throat, making it almost breathless. Bing Bing, I know you like me very much. But you also have to learn to grow up. So, let's come out and fly freely. After saying that, he forcefully pulled it out, threw it away, and let it float in the wind and snow. However, the jackdaw did not panic, as if it smelled something, it flew straight towards the Hanjai, regardless of the wind and snow. The woman became a little curious when she saw this, and quickly followed Bing Bing's figure. Bing Bing. Wait for me. However, when the woman caught up with her, she realized why Bing Bing was flying away in a hurry. Taking a closer look, he could see the presence of Jian Hanjai in front of him. It was clearly a ruined wall, surrounded by several ripe corpses, filled with the scent of meat. The woman just smiled softly when she saw it, and her eyes were a bit soft and strange. Oh, I said Bing Bing, why are you in such a hurry? It turns out I'm hungry. After laughing, there was a hint of curiosity in his eyes. But how could a ripe corpse be born in this kind of weather? No, strictly speaking, the body was even charred. The only ones who can cause such casualties are Lei Dao and Yan Dao. But if it's Yan Dao, then the surrounding snow should also melt. Suddenly, she chuckled twice, squatted down slowly, opened her bare hands slightly, and gently wiped a few traces of blood on the corpse. She opened her red lips lightly and stuffed it into her mouth, savoring the unique taste of blood. His green eyes flickered slightly, and he only had so many thoughts in his heart. This taste is really numb. It seems that it is really a thunder. According to the intelligence, Songlei Demon Lord should have escaped here. Could it be that I really bumped into you? Ha 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 ha. Thinking of this, the woman burst out laughing in the cold weather, picked up the jackdaws that were lying on the ground and pecking at the corpse. Bing Bing. No need to eat corpses anymore. Wait until I take off the head of that Songlei Demon Lord and take you to Merchant City to eat something good. Let's walk. Goo goo goo. The jackdaw was silent and couldn't understand what the woman in front of him was saying, so he could only coo and yell. On Jianghe Mountain. Ningchen leaned quietly behind a strange rock, letting the wind and snow dance around him, but it couldn't hurt him at all. Suddenly, he opened his fingers slightly, and a cluster of electric flowers appeared, so dazzling. Seeing such thunder falling into his black eyes, he just smiled softly. It's a pity that I practice Thunder Dao instead of Fire Dao, so I can't keep myself warm. The wind and snow on Jiangha Mountain is really terrifying. Even I can't bear it. Forget it, let's wait until the snow and wind subsides for a while. After saying that, Ningchen slowly closed his eyes and took a nap for a while. However, the next second, I felt that the wind and snow around me suddenly changed and became more and more violent. Even if I hid behind the strange rocks, I couldn't find a place to stay. Tisk, tsk, tsk. I have to say, Song Lei Demon Lord, you are indeed a handsome man. If I hadn't coveted your head, maybe there would have been some friction with you? When Ningchen heard the words, he looked around, and suddenly he saw a figure dressed in tiles walking leisurely in the wind and snow. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1305 words. The snow is flying wildly, licking your cheeks and brushing your face. Suddenly, Ningchen slowly opened his eyes, but he suddenly felt that the wind and snow in front of him was getting stronger. Yu Yu stood up, narrowed her eyes slightly, and noticed the figure not far away in front of her. I saw that figure walking leisurely in the wind and snow, with elegant clothes and flowing sleeves, slowly walking towards Ningchen. Bang bang bang. Every time the figure took a step closer to Ningchen, the wind and snow around him became more and more violent, making it almost impossible to see him. Even for a person of Ningchen's stature, it's a bit hard to bear. Suddenly, Ningchen felt that the wind and snow in front of him suddenly disappeared, and his whole body felt a little warmth for no reason. Such an abnormal feeling couldn't help but make his dark eyes sweep away, but he saw a beautiful figure in front of him. Standing in front of him quietly, he just looked at him with interest. Suddenly he smiled softly, his red lips parted slightly, his eyes became more interested. Ha 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 ha. Isn't it possible that the famous Song Lei Demon Lord was so cold that his consciousness was dulled? After hearing this, Ningchen came back to his senses and took a closer look. The blue eyes are as warm as jade, and the skin is as cold and light as snow. Warm red long hair sweeps a May, crane cloak and crown flutter in the wind. The graceful figure can be fully seen, and the graceful curves can be roughly seen. Ice lotuses are growing every step of the way, the wind is blowing and the snow is strong. I open my hand slightly and wipe away most of the wind and snow with a gentle wave. She is truly a young beauty. Ningchen's heart sank slightly when he saw the beauty in front of him, and his eyes narrowed slightly. I have no impression of the man in front of me. Then how could he find me in a place like this? Could it be that she is the first trouble in recent days? Looking at his methods, it's really not that simple. For a moment, Ningchen's brows were slightly silent, and a faint light flickered in his eyes, as if a huge stone had fallen in his heart, and he was very gloomy. Looking at Ningchen standing there, the woman smiled softly, slowly raised her hand, and gently touched Ningchen's face. The plain fingers gently brushed the mandible, cheekbones, and finally landed on the neck. Ha 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 ha. I really didn't see it through the wind and snow just now, but when I got closer. You are really more handsome than the one with the reward. Oh, what should I do? For a while, it was a little hard for me to start. At this point, a trace of struggle appeared on the woman's face. When Ningchen heard this, there was a hint of chill in his eyes, and he narrowed his eyes slightly with a cold light. Oh, it turns out to be a desperado who wants my head. But this method is probably also a level 4 Gu master. But, she looks really crazy, so you should pay more attention. My name is quite notorious in southern Xinjiang. If this woman dares to come to me alone, she must have someone to rely on. But if we really fight, she will never be able to keep me. After all, the moving Gu in my hand is the fastest lightning Gu among the fourth turns. Gu. However, there was a cry of jackdaws, which interrupted Ningchen's contemplation, and he looked for the sound. Then he saw a black-feathered jackdaw land quietly on the shoulder of the woman in front of him, with a hint of human curiosity in his eyes. Such a reaction naturally surprised the woman, her brows lit up with joy, and she smiled softly. Bing Bing, are you curious about the person in front of you? He is the target of our industry. Blue Thunder Demon Lord Qingwei. His head is worth 1 million yuan stones. If only we had his head. We wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for several years. The woman in front of him was discussing the price of Ningchen's head unscrupulously, as if she didn't take Ningchen into consideration. However, at this moment, she seemed to realize something, patted her forehead, smiled faintly. Ah. Sorry. It's been so long, Qingyue, I'm afraid you still don't know who I am, right? After saying that, the woman in front of her enthusiastically took out a rather simple appreciation document from her arms and handed it to Ningchen. Upon seeing this, Ningchen slowly took it and looked at the information on it carefully. His dark eyes scanned lightly, and he just whispered to himself in his heart. Han Gui Bingji. Han Xiaoyao. Rank 4 high-level Gu Master. Majoring in Ice and Snow Dao, minoring in Soul Dao. He has a moody personality, and he often talks to himself. He especially loves jackdaws in his arms. He often communicates with them very happily. He is so crazy. Have killed countless small and even medium-sized Gu Master cottages. Xianhong, 2,400,000 yuan stones. Phew. After Ningchen read the article, he opened his thin lips and sighed softly. The hot breath stirred up a puff of white smoke in the cold air. Slowly closing his eyes, whispering to himself in his heart, he sighed a few times. I didn't expect it. The woman in front of me is actually a rank 4 high-ranking person. It's really beyond my expectation. I opened my eyes again, but the figure of Han Xiaoyao in front of me was no longer there. Phew. Suddenly, Ningchen felt a breath of ice blowing past his ears, almost freezing half of his body. He gritted his teeth and turned his head forcefully, only to see Han Xiaoyao's bright arms gently wrap around his neck. The other hand gently stroked his face, and there was a surprising amount of unbearability in his eyes. Alas. Qingwei. Your appearance really fits my aesthetic. How about this? How about we talk about a deal? As long as you agree to be my Taoist partner, I will not take your life again. At the same time, in exchange, we can walk side by side on the road ahead. How about it? Your handsome face, I really can't bear to scratch it. As he spoke, Han Xiaoyao's eyes became more gentle, and his hands became more gentle. His white fingers gently stroked Ning Chen's jawbone, the love in his eyes was undisguised. Ning Chen did not speak when he saw this, but just glanced at her quietly, very calmly. But this glance made Han Xiaoyao understand Ning Chen's determination. He sighed lightly, and his eyes were filled with regret. If you don't obey, it seems that the world will lose another young hero. After that, a few cold rays of light flashed in his green eyes, so cold and dazzling. The red lips opened slightly, and a wisp of bone-chilling cold air was exhaled in Ning Chen's ears. Almost half of Ning Chen's body was frozen to death. In Ning Chen's eyes, half of his body also grew dim ice flowers in a very strange way. Turning around, how could he see the figure of Han Xiaoyao? I thought she was annihilated in the wind and snow. A few breaths later, Han Xiaoyao reappeared in front of Ning Chen, but this time there was no more pity in her eyes. Goodbye. Qingwei. I hope you can be more submissive in your next life. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1288 words. The crow of jackdaws resounds throughout the cold mountains. Goo goo goo. The jackdaw flapped its wings slightly and slowly landed on Han Xiaoyao's shoulder, crowing endlessly. When Han Xiaoyao saw this, he chuckled twice, raised his hand and stroked the jackdaw, speaking very gently. Ha ha ha. Bing Bing, do you feel sorry for me too? Oh, I feel very sorry for it too. But this is also a last resort. After saying this, Han Xiaoyao's eyes wandered uncertainly, falling into the pale whiteness in front of him. Amidst the flying snow, there is a figure standing in it, motionless. Naturally, half of that man's body was frozen in dust. The flying snow makes the black hair dance wildly, and the clothes and cloaks are charming. Ningchen lowered his head slightly, and the ice lotus that had gathered on his left arm for no reason was slowly blooming. It was so beautiful. However, Ningchen had no intention of paying attention to such beautiful scenery. He only said that his eyebrows were slightly darkened. Although this method can't trap me, even if I get out of the trap immediately, it will attract Han Shuyao's attention. It's better to think about how to escape for now. There's no way I'm going to give up on Jiang'a Mountain and just run away. How about we fight her first and find out her trump card and even her methods? This way, even if we meet again, we will know the truth and there is no need to flee. Thinking of this, Ningchen clenched his left hand out of thin air and turned his palm into a fist. The dim light circulated in his eyes, and the light golden essence in the void dropped slightly. Turn 3, Earth Power Goo. Turn 3, Strength Goo. Bang. Suddenly, the power to move mountains and seas suddenly surged at the fingertips. Han Xiaoyao could only hear a crisp sound, and saw ice fog rising everywhere, which was much thicker than before. The ice mist filled the air, and upon closer inspection, there were even wisps of ice particles flying underneath. When Han Xiaoyao saw this, he said he was not surprised but happy, his red lips slightly curved into a faint smile. Ha 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 ha. It seems that this million yuan stone is really not that easy to get. Come on. Poker face. Let me see how you can get millions of dollars in bonuses as soon as you debut. Bang. In an instant, Han Xiaoyao felt a strong wind blowing against his face, which almost hurt his face. Taking a closer look, he saw a gang fist cutting through the ice dust and attacking in front of him. When such a situation fell into Han Xiaoyao's eyes, she was slightly startled and her eyes were slightly shaken. Why the hell is it so fast? Is this the devil with a million hanging reds? Third turn, water cover goo. Boom. Han Xiaoyao had no choice but to activate the water shield goo, and 2 streams of clear water sprayed out from his nostrils. But he was able to swallow Ningchen's fist. Immediately, her figure flew out like a kite with its string broken. In the midst of the snow and wind, a sudden figure stood out. Boom. Han Xiaoyao's figure drew a very long trace on the snow. Poof. Han Xiaoyao touched the ground with a trembling hand, then sat up and vomited a mouthful of blood. In an instant, Han Xiaoyao felt dizzy, as if the punch just now had affected his mind. Ugh, it's so disgusting. I'm afraid this punch will hurt your brain. I feel like my left cheekbone is about to break. With this kind of strength, I didn't die? Han Xiaoyao stared at the palm of his hand, seemingly in disbelief, and then he laughed. Ha ha ha. If I were on Earth, I would probably be dead from such an injury. Fortunately, I am in another world. With the blessing of ice muscle goo, my cheekbones are only slightly broken. But this Qingwei is indeed a demon with a million reds. This battle may not be as easy as before. After saying that, he struggled to get up, stood up shakily, and cleaned up the blood in his nose. Suddenly, in Han Xiaoyao's peripheral vision, he saw a shadow in black clothes attacking behind him. She couldn't think too much at all, so she had to urgently activate the 3rd-level water shield goo. Boom. Ningchen's punch hit the water polo, causing waves of waves. Above the black eyes was the water ball reflected in front of him, which made Ningchen smile slightly. What about the water cover goo? The last time I saw someone using this goo was by Ningbing. I just don't know how good a girl like you is compared to Bai Ningbing. After saying this, a faint light flashed in his eyes, and the power in his hands increased again. Bang! Ningchen actually punched through the water shield goo in front of him, and with a big hand, he strangled Han Xiaoyao's neck. When Han Xiaoyao saw this, he was so horrified that he roared wildly. What the hell? Why can he penetrate my water shield goo? Then, Ningchen sneered and ruthlessly pulled Han Xiaoyao out of the water ball. Before Han Xiaoyao could react, Ningchen let go of her delicate body. Turn around. Arched feet. Work hard. Bang. Suddenly, in Han Xiaoyao's frightened afterglow, Ningchen suddenly turned around and violently kicked to the side. The whip legs are like dragons and snakes, causing the air to explode. Boom. Suddenly, Han Xiaoyao's delicate body drew a rainbow in the sky. Fly out upside down. The force of this kick was extremely cruel, almost knocking Han Xiaoyao down the mountain. Ningchen took a closer look and saw Han Xiaoyao's figure shrinking and getting further away in his eyes. Ningchen was not surprised at all when he saw it. Instead, the airflow surged in his palm, as if he wanted to give Han Xiaoyao another palm. In the eyes of others, Han Xiaoyao was probably a sandbag, and he had no choice but to let Ningchen beat him. But only the person involved, Ningchen, knew that Han Xiaoyao was definitely not simple. She received several heavy blows from me without any obvious injuries. Her physique is probably extremely strong. Every punch I hit on her body was like hitting a weight. On the contrary, it made her wrists hurt. It's just that this girl doesn't know how to fight at close quarters, so I got the upper hand. It can be seen that her combat experience is extremely shallow, and she does not have the ruthlessness of a life-and-death fight. To gain such a reputation is probably because she bullies the weak. Forget it, just take a look. So far, she has never had any counterattack. After saying this, Ningchen's eyes narrowed slightly and he stared quietly ahead, observing Han Xiaoyao's every move. Birds in thousands of mountains have disappeared, and all traces of people have disappeared. The cold mountains are majestic, with only the shadow of a solitary goose. It is quiet, surprisingly quiet. Ningchen looked around, but he didn't notice any movement. Just as Ningchen was curious and puzzled, he suddenly felt a slight movement under his feet, which seemed to be movement coming from the snow. The next second, a beautiful figure in tile clothes suddenly rushed out of the snow. The green eyes were cold and the ice blade was sharp. In an instant, a killing light came out, heading straight for Ningchen's spine. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1312 words. Suddenly, murderous intent was revealed, pointing directly at Ningchen's spine. If it happens, Ningchen will probably become a useless person and let Han Xiaoyao play with him. But Ningchen is still Ningchen after all, a demon with thousands of years of experience. Just for a brief moment, Ningchen came back to his senses. He turned his body slightly to one side to avoid the attack, then turned his palm and blasted out a violent airflow. Turn 3, Strength Goo. Seeing that Han Xiaoyao's attack failed, a raging fist wind roared in, sending snow flying on the ground, causing his face to hurt. Bang! Just for a brief moment, Han Xiaoyao's feet sprouted ice lotuses, and he suddenly moved to another place to avoid the punch. However, this was not over yet. Han Xiaoyao moved again and flew towards Ningchen. Su's fingers were slightly clenched, and the 7-foot ice blade in his palm became even colder. In an instant, there was a flash of light and shadow, and a cold light dazzled the eyes. When Ningchen saw the ice blade brushing against his face, he was not afraid at all. A flash of lightning appeared in his palm, and a 9-foot electric gun burst out. With a slight exertion of his fingers, he firmly grasped the electric gun in his palm. Clang! The tip of the spear was raised slightly, which resolved Han Xiaoyao's attack. As soon as the attack was over, Ningchen saw a cold light in his eyes, stepped forward, raised his spear and stabbed. Han Xiaoyao's expression turned slightly cold when he saw this, and he hurriedly dodged, but there was no plan at all. Ningchen pressed forward step by step, and the electric gun in his hand seemed to turn into a silver dragon, opening his mouth to bite. Aha! 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 For a moment, Han Xiaoyao was in such a state of embarrassment that he had no choice but to dodge in a hurry, wishing he could throw away the ice blade in his hand too. When Ningchen saw this, he only confirmed his speculation in his heart and smiled coldly. Rapid breathing, evasive eyes, and no clue. Although Han Xiaoyao has a reward of 2.4 million yuan stones, he is just a young boy. But I'm even more curious, how did she get to where she is now? After saying this, Ningchen's eyes wandered faintly, as if he was looking for Han Xiaoyao's flaw. Suddenly, Han Xiaoyao's feet and hand movements were stopped, and his already neglected defense was even worse. Naturally, this opportunity could not escape Ningchen's attention, so he strode forward, with a flash of lightning from the gun tip, and killed him fiercely. Aha! Han Xiaoyao just said that he was in unspeakable suffering for a moment, and he was even more frightened when he saw such an attack. He quickly blocked it, but heard a crisp sound. Snap! The ice blade edge and the electric gun tip suddenly collided. In an instant, Han Xiaoyao stared at the fragments of the electric blade that shattered in mid-air, and was extremely shocked for a moment. His eyes were dull, his red lips parted slightly, and he could only murmur. What, the ice blade goo is broken. This is the first time I've met. My invincible ice blade goo actually broke? For a moment, the momentum continued, and Han Xiaoyao fell to the ground. When Ningchen saw this, he couldn't let go of this opportunity. He clenched his hands tightly and started to kill his henchmen. Aha! Chang! In an instant, there was a crisp sound that echoed in Jiang'a Mountain, almost shaking the surrounding snow. Ningchen's eyebrows sank slightly, and he slowly retracted the electric gun, only to see that the head of the gun was broken and no longer as sharp. Seeing this, Ningchen was actually happy instead of angry, and smiled coldly. Are you finally going to take action? He raised his black eyes slightly, and saw Han Xiuyao's body in front of him trembling slightly, smiling coldly, like a nine-nether evil ghost. He. As expected of a head worth 1 million yuan. It's really hard to get. If I hadn't had the frost demon goo, I might have been seriously injured by you using just melee skills. After saying that, Han Xiaoyao slowly stood up, and the wind and snow around him slowly became stronger. Ha. Ningchen slowly put away the broken thunder gun and raised his hand to shield himself from the wind and snow. At the same time, he was looking at Han Xiaoyao in front of him out of the corner of his eye. Han Xiaoyao slowly raised his head, only to see that the lower abdomen where Ningchen had stabbed was actually unscathed. On the contrary, the skin turned into an extremely weird blue color, and the blood vessels, meridians, organs could be clearly seen. Her long vermilion hair was even dyed snow white, as gorgeous as snow falling in the wind. The wind and snow are getting stronger and stronger all around. Even if Ningchen stands here, he may be blown to the ground. His eyes were slightly narrowed, but he couldn't clearly see Han Xiuyao's appearance in the wind and snow. You can only vaguely see a charming figure. In a moment, Ningchen heard an ethereal and quiet sound in the whistling wind and snow. Qingwei. That's why I'm called Hongui Bingji. As soon as he said that, the wind and snow around him picked up again, almost blowing away the dust. Ningchen's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this. He didn't have any fear in his heart, but he felt a little bit interested. This goo is most likely the frost demon goo. This goo is a transformational goo and is especially suitable for women. If an ice and snow Dao goo master gets this frost demon goo, his combat power will be increased by at least 20%. But as of now, Han Xiaoyao doesn't only have frost demon goo. Currently, Han Xiuyao's combat power is probably stronger than that of Bai Ningbing. Thinking so, Ningchen suddenly felt a gust of wind whistling in his ears. He turned his head and saw. Swish. 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 He saw ice cones flying all over the sky. For a moment, it seemed to cover the sky and the sun. Seeing this, Ningchen slightly supported himself with one hand, and a semicircular dark blue shield appeared. Snap. 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 Even though the ice cones seemed to cover the sky and the sun, they could not break this layer of lightning shield. Cough. In an instant, Ningchen felt a sharp pain in his lungs, as if a sharp knife was scraping his lungs, and he coughed up blood. Ningchen looked closely and saw that the blood he vomited had already condensed into ice chips. No. Even if I dodge Han Xiuyao's attack, just the increasingly violent snow and wind can hurt me. It seems I have to get serious. After saying that, Ningchen's surroundings flashed with lightning, and a close-fitting lightning armor was condensed. Third turn, lightning armor goo. Wrapped in lightning armor, even if there is snow and wind all around, and the wind is howling, he can't be hurt at all. With the protection of the thunder armor goo, Ningchen could breathe peacefully. He closed his eyes slowly, sighed, and opened them again, with a faint light flowing. Huh. Come on, Han Xiaoyao. Let me see your true ability. As if in response to Ningchen's muttering, strange laughter echoed in the wind and snow in the Jiang'a Mountains. Ha. Qingwei. It is said that you are famous for breaking the Yun families, skylight penetrating the clouds. Then, my Han Xian Shui Shao. What about you? Legend of the Goo Demon. 1256 words. Ningchen narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard the words, and secretly put on some precautions in his heart. Han Zuang Swexio, hearing the name is really a good killer move. Han Xiaoyao, let me see. Is your 2.4 million yuan bounty a little watery? Instantly, the wind and snow were everywhere, just like a rag covering the sky, and no one could be seen. Suddenly, Ningchen felt a few ice blue figures flashing in the ice dust. Swish! 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 A moment later, there were several ice blades attacking Ningchen from all directions. The sharp edge was exposed, and the cold light was killing people. Ningchen saw this and thought that he only glanced slightly with his black eyes, and then he took in all the ice blades, and smiled secretly. Such a method, I have never shown it before. In this way, this Han Xiaoyao has a certain level. Boom. After saying that, he stepped heavily, causing the surrounding wind and snow to become stronger, and the ice blade also paused slightly. Ningchen saw this and the electric light flashed again in his palm. Although it was hidden in the snow curtain, it was still extremely bright and dazzling. Boom. For a moment, the snow curtain was filled with thunder and lightning. Ningchen held the electric gun with both hands, and a faint light flashed in his black eyes. He suddenly exerted force with his feet and twisted his body. The 9-foot lightning gun danced a graceful and stunning full moon in the air. Swish! The lightning gun was so sharp that it divided the surrounding snow curtain. On closer inspection, the electric gun actually split several ice blue figures into two, so neat. Bang! 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 Swish! Ningchen casually swung the electric gun back, and then danced a gunflower, laughing loudly. Ha 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 ha! Han Xiaoyao. I advise you to use your real skills quickly. Or do you think that a few ice puppets can hurt me? You should use your real skills as soon as possible. Ha ha ha. For a while, the wind and snow became stronger, as if the sky was angry, which was really terrifying. The one who could cause such a change in the celestial phenomena was the furious Han Xiaoyao. Although Han Xiaoyao had turned into a frost demon at this moment, his expression was extremely distorted, and he roared miserably. Qingwei. Why can't you just die honestly? Instantly, the miserable wails echoed in the Jianghe mountain, making people tremble with fear. Even though Ningchen stood quietly in the wind and snow, allowing the wind and snow to cover him, he could not block Han Xiaoyao's cold eyes. I traveled to this world. Qingwei, you are the first person who can hold on to me for such a long time. You are also the first person who can beat me so badly. Looking back, even though I had as much combat experience as a child, I was still able to win steadily by suppressing him with my cultivation. But I just suffered a loss from you. You are just a beginner of the 4th turn, how can you make a senior of the 4th turn so embarrassed? I don't accept it. The more Han Xiaoyao thought about it, the more lonely and cold his eyes became. When he opened his cold lips, a breath of winter spurted out. After saying that, he raised his arms lightly, his cold sleeves raged, snowflakes flew, and he said miserably. Han Zuang Swexio. The voice was extremely sad and creepy. Even through the layers of wind and snow, Ningchen could still hear it clearly. Suddenly, Ningchen felt the ground shaking, as if something was about to burst out. Boom. In an instant, a stream of icebergs rose from the boundless snow surface, which was extremely abrupt. Ningchen's pupils trembled when he saw this, and his figure flashed, and he suddenly moved to another place. A few breaths later, Ningchen's figure appeared again in the wind and snow not far away. Hoo hoo hoo. The iceberg rose from the ground, and stood on the ridge of Jianghe mountain in an instant, which was very abrupt and conspicuous. Even though the wind and snow were howling, the iceberg could still be seen, which was really majestic. Ningchen stood proudly in the wind and snow, his eyes were dim, but his heart sank slightly. This kind of goo worm may be the glacier goo used by Ningbing in Qingmao Mountain. But the glacier goo in the hands of Han Xiaoyao in front of him may have a higher number of turns. In this case, Han Xiaoyao may really reveal his trump card. Then, I have to prepare to get out. Boom. Suddenly, there was another roar in the distance. Ningchen looked for the sound and saw several icebergs rising again. Instantly, Ningchen seemed to notice something, turned around again, looked at another iceberg, and was slightly shocked. These icebergs. Could it be that Han Xiaoyao wants to trap me to death here? As if in line with Ning Chen's speculation, Han Xiaoyao outside the snow and wind laughed up to the sky and waved his arms. Ha 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 ha. Qingwei. Show me this move. Han Zuang Swexio. Boom. Suddenly, the surrounding icebergs were glued together like an ice wall, and Ning Chen was trapped in the mountains for a while. Ning Chen's eyebrows sank slightly when he saw this, and the lightning under his feet jumped, extremely dazzling. It seems, this move is really the same as I thought. Then I should also prepare how to get out. Suddenly, Ning Chen looked up and saw a figure standing leisurely high in the sky. The clothes are neat and tidy, the belt is neat, the big sleeves are fanned to stir up the wind and snow, and the cold lips are lightly open to let out wisps of cold breath. It really looks like banishing an immortal. Han Xiaoyao quietly looked down at the dust in the mountains, smiled coldly, and opened his delicate hands slightly. Phew. Upon closer inspection, there are actually wisps of cyclone rising up in the palm of my hand, turning into an invisible cyclone. The tiny vortex in the palm of his hand was reflected in his green eyes, and he smiled faintly. Ha ha ha. Goodbye, Qingwei. After saying that, he just threw it lightly and gently dropped the cyclone in his hand. The vague cyclone slowly dissipated in mid-air, as if it no longer existed. However, the smile on Han Xiaoyao's lips increased instead of decreasing, which made people feel confused. Phew. There is no sound in the cold mountains, you can only hear the whistling of the wind and snow. After a moment, Han Xiaoyao seemed to have noticed something. He smiled slightly, fanned his sleeves and raised his hands. Boom. Suddenly, there was a deafening sound that echoed in the Jianghe Mountains. When I looked down, I saw countless glaciers shattering into ice ballast flying all over the sky. The giant pillar of the sky, the wind roared, and a green and black tornado appeared proudly standing on the ridge of Jianghe Mountain. Looking from a distance, it is really as stunning as the power of heaven. Han Xiaoyao smiled slightly when he saw such a natural disaster. As soon as his figure disappeared, he turned into wisps of wind and snow and left quietly. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1352 words. Bang bang bang. The cold mountains are steep and the wind and snow are getting worse. Looking from a distance, there is a figure in white walking leisurely. This person is naturally Han Xiaoyao, who has returned from a great victory. Han Xiaoyao walked quietly, his eyes as bright as a torch, as if he was looking for something. Suddenly, a touch of black appeared in the white snow. Such a color fell into Han Xiaoyao's eyes, which made her extremely happy. Ha 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 ha. Then Qingwei is really here. After saying that, he quickly walked to the black spot in 3 steps and then pulled it out from the snow. Taking a closer look, I saw this man in black robes and black hair, and he looked handsome. If it's not Ningchen, who could it be? Han Xiaoyao looked at Ningchen, who had no breath at all, and just smiled softly. Slowly leaning down, Su's fingers gently touched Ningchen's face, as if expecting his reaction. But cold skin is undoubtedly a better answer. Looking at Ningchen, who had no reaction, Han Xiaoyao could only sigh softly and said, "Oh, what a fine young man. You just died in my hands. From now on, my reward will probably increase by a few points again, right? Goo goo goo." For a moment, the sound of jackdaws echoed again on Jianghe Mountain. When Han Xiaoyao heard this, he slowly turned his head and saw the familiar jackdaw leaning on the wind. Slowly falling on Han Xiaoyao's shoulder, looking at Ningchen's body. Ha ha ha. Bing bing, with his head we can live a better life. Han Xiaoyao said so, and at some point an ice blade appeared in his palm. Huh. For a moment, all you could hear was the chilling sound of chopping bones. After a while, Han Xiaoyao put away the ice blade and lifted the object in his hand. Taking a closer look, it was Ningchen's head. Looking at Ningchen's head in his hand, Han Xiaoyao couldn't help but laugh. Bing bing. Let's walk. It's time to go to Tai's house to change some money. Goo. The jackdaw said nothing and just landed quietly on her shoulder. As for Ningchen's body, he didn't even look at it. The green mountains are lonely, the cold wind is blowing, and only Ningchen's headless body is left here. The true way is bleak. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, a figure in black appeared on top of the green mountains. With a bamboo hat on his head, jet black robes, and the cloak flowing beautifully in the wind, he slowly walked to the headless body. Suddenly, the man looked at the headless corpse at his feet quietly and smiled as if he didn't understand why. It seems that my little trick has really deceived this cold ghost Bingji. In this way, Han Xiaoyao can take a break for a while. After all, with my methods, it may take some time for her to find out. As long as I pay a little attention to my whereabouts, it will be impossible for Han Xiaoyao to follow. After saying that, the man slowly took off his bamboo hat and smiled faintly. If Han Xiaoyao were present, he would be so horrified that his face turned pale. She might be curious about who the Ningchen she killed could be. In fact, those are just some small tricks used by Ningchen to escape. Ningchen quietly looked at the corpse in front of him that was exactly the same as his own and smiled secretly. Alas, if it weren't for Han Xiaoyao, I might have climbed to the top of Jianghe Mountain long ago. Now it seems that there are probably not a few heroes coming to Jianghe Mountain. But it doesn't matter. After all, I can climb to the top of the mountain faster than the latecomers like them. Hanqin swordsman. I hope the things you left behind can interest me a little bit. After saying that, Ningchen slowly raised his head, his eyes were long and far away. It's so dangerous to see that the cold mountain is still there, the towering rocks are unreachable, and the shadows of solitary wild geese are flying around the mountain. When Ningchen saw this, he just gently lowered his bamboo hat and walked slowly towards the top of the mountain. The green mountains are lonely, the ground is covered with silver, but it is really cold and chilling. Lei Dong stood quietly in the patriarch's cabinet, leaning quietly by the window, looking far away, in a daze. Bang! In a moment, a figure pushed in the door, bowed slightly, and said lightly, "Young patriarch, the elders and elders of the family are all here." "Yeah, are everyone here?" Lei Dong heard the words but still leaned against the window, a few glints flashed in his eyes, and he smiled coldly. "By the way, Lei Yuan, pay attention to your wording. From now on, I am no longer your young patriarch." "Then, Lord Lei Dong, how should I call you?" Lei Yuan was a little confused when he heard this, doubts were flowing in his eyes, and he cupped his hands. When Lei Dong heard this, the smile on his face became even stronger. He moved his feet and glanced at Lei Yuan with deep meaning. "It's time to meet the elders." Bang! In an instant, Lei Dong suddenly pushed the door open and entered the cabinet, attracting the attention of all the family elders. Lei Dong glanced slightly with cold eyes and saw all the elders of the Lei family. He laughed and opened his hands. "Everyone, gentlemen. Are you okay? Thank you very much for your concern, Mr. Young Patriarch. I rely on you, the young patriarch, and I'll be fine." "Young Patriarch, what is your purpose in inviting us elders here today?" When the elders saw Lei Dong approaching, they also had a few faint smiles on their faces, and they complimented Lei Dong continuously. Lei Dong slowly walked to the front seat and sat down quietly. Looking around, I saw gleams of unknown meaning flashing through the eyes of all the elders, but none of them spoke. When Lei Dong saw this, a cold smile appeared on his lips, and he whispered to himself in his heart, "It's done." Then he looked around at everyone again, opened his thin lips and spoke lightly. "Fellow family elders, I, Lei Dong, have received the approval of Lei Jingtian, the 44th generation leader of the Lei family. Today, I, Lei Dong, will succeed the 45th generation leader of the Lei family. Do you have any objections?" The elders seemed to have expected it, and fell into a deathly silence with a tacit understanding. "Dear family members, you look at me and I look at you. In this silent exchange, there seems to be a common decision. School elders, support Patriarch Lei Dong. Elder of the Yaotang family, support Patriarch Lei Dong. Wu Tang family elder, support Patriarch Lei Dong. Elder of the Kaitang family, support Patriarch Lei Dong. Elders of the Zhantong family, support Patriarch Lei Dong. All the elders of the family support Patriarch Lei Dong's appointment as the 45th generation head of the Lei family." After saying that, they all stood up and bent towards the young man in front of them who was only 30 years old. Lei Dong seemed to have expected it. He quietly looked at the situation in front of him, holding his face with his hands, saying nothing, and smiling softly. Lei Yuan just stood in the corner, staring blankly at the scene in front of him, as if it was extremely unbelievable. Suddenly, thunder exploded in his mind, and he remembered the question he had just asked Lei Dong. Then, how should I call you, Lord Lei Dong? But now, the best answer to this question is the bowing of all the elders in front of me. Lei Yuan stared at the young man at the top of the crowd and murmured. Clan leader Lei Dong. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1,339 words. There are many bamboo buildings and crowds of people. Lei Dong stood quietly on top of the clan leader's cabinet, and with a slight glance of his cold eyes, he took in most of the scenes in Lei family village. By the way, did you know? Lord Lei Dong has succeeded the clan leader. Really or not? I remember that Lord Lei Dong is not the young patriarch. For him to succeed the clan leader, could it be that the clan leader and even all the family elders also agreed? Of course I agree. After all, Lord Lei Dong is powerful, gentle, and widely loved. It is only natural that he becomes the leader of the clan. That's true. I just don't know what measures Mr. Lei Dong will take after he succeeds as the clan leader. Who knows, but with the temperament of young patriarch Lei Dong, he will probably make some achievements again, right? No, from now on, I will be the leader of the Lei Dong clan. Yes, Mr. Lei Dong clan leader. After hearing this, Lei Dong slowly closed his eyes. Upon closer inspection, there was a hint of a knowing smile on his lips. Ah. The position of patriarch, now I can be regarded as sitting in the position of patriarch. If you think about it carefully, he might be the youngest clan leader of the Lei family since ancient times, right? Well. Looking at it now, it can be said that it is thanks to the efforts of successive generations of Lei family heads that the Lei family has been able to grow so strong. Looking at the entire Thunder Ci Mountains, apart from the Yun family, there is no other Gu master cottage. Jin Kadao is the overlord. Except for the behemoths such as the merchants, Tai family, Wu family, etc. In southern Xinjiang, my Lei family is the best among them. As long as my talent is just a little better and my luck is a little better, maybe I can be promoted to a generation of Gu immortal. Drag my Lei family into the ranks of super families. What a pity. Thinking of this, Lei Dong's eyes dimmed a little, and his regret was self-evident. Suddenly, Lei Dong's eyes flashed, and he took out a gilt soul jade from his sleeve, and said slowly. But, Senior Lei Tsongyue, thanks to your teachings. Only can I break through to the 4th level of cultivation. But your soul is as pure as a clear lake to me, and there is no secret at all. But you know all the transactions and even conversations between Qingyue and me. Although you are just a soul jade, it makes me very uneasy. After saying this, the soul jade trembled slightly and screamed. No, Lord Lei Dong. I can be your military advisor. I'll do whatever you want me to do. I don't want to die, I also want to avenge my disciple. I promise I won't tell you two of your conspiracy. Lei Dong burst out laughing when he heard this, but there was no hint of smile in his eyes. Ha 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 ha. That's very good, but your death is the greatest help to me. Senior, if you were still alive, I would really not think about food or tea. So for the sake of the Lei family, for the people of the Lei family, you'd better die in peace. Exactly. Don't you miss your disciple? What does it seem to be called, Lei Yi? To be honest, I was one of the people who knew about his death in Qingyue's hands. Lei Dong looked at the soul jade in his palm with great interest, and smiled softly, as if he wanted to kill the best hope of life in Lei Tsongyue's heart. The soul jade in the palm no longer trembled, and there was only deathly silence. Lei Dong smiled coldly when he saw this, and exerted force with his fingers. Bang! With a crisp sound, the gilded soul jade was crushed to pieces, turning into wisps of powder dripping between the fingers. Bang! Lei Yuan slowly opened the door. When he saw Lei Dong by the window, he bowed slightly and murmured. My Lord Patriarch, the former Lord Patriarch has come to discuss something important with you. I said I wanted to talk to you about something, but I don't know what it is specifically. When Lei Dong heard this, a few doubts flashed across his eyebrows, and he murmured softly. Father? I understand, please step back. Yes. After the source of thunder receded, the thunder slowly dispersed the gilded powder in the palm of his hand. With a faint look in his eyes, he had some speculations in his mind. Why does my father want to see me at this point in time when I have just succeeded as the clan leader? Speaking of the entire Leyu Mountain incident, from beginning to end, my father never cared about it. That's not right. Even though my father is old-hearted, he is the head of the Lei family after all. How could my father not show up during the whole process? TSK. It seems that the water in the Lei family is still very deep. After saying that, he gently discarded the distracting thoughts in his mind and left the patriarch's cabinet. Snowy, bamboo house isolated. Looking across Hansan Mountain, there is no one around, except this bamboo house. The bamboo house is covered with wisps of cold snow, but it makes it even more lonely. Lei Dong stood quietly in front of the bamboo house, letting the cold wind blow, but he remained motionless. Bang! Pushing the door open, he saw his father, the head of the Lei family of the previous generation. Lei Jingtian had been waiting here for a long time. Lei Jingtian sat quietly by the window and smiled slightly when he saw Lei Dong entering the room. Here we go, sit down quickly. How about you come and try this tea? Lei Dong sat down opposite Lei Jingtian without any expression when he heard this. He picked up the teacup, opened his thin lips and drank the tea slowly, then his brows knitted, and he said faintly. The tea is very bitter and not very tasty. Really? It seems that I still don't know how to grow tea until now. Lei Jingtian was also a little embarrassed when he heard this, and he could only laugh dryly. Lei Dong slowly put down the teacup, and his eyes glanced at Lei Jingtian. His mouth was light and his eyes were calm. Go on, father, what is the important thing to find me at this juncture? Lei Jingtian also took a sip of tea when he heard this, looking at the distant mountain top, and said leisurely. Ha 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 ha. Lei Dong, let me ask you first, guess why I didn't fight for the inheritance of Lei Guizhenjuan on Leyu Mountain? You. Do you really think I don't know? Lei Jingtian's words are undoubtedly Lei Dong's jaw dropped in shock, his mind was horrified, his lips trembled. This. Father, I thought you didn't know. Lei Jingtian's smile became even more intense when he heard this, and he pointed at Lei Dong. Ha ha ha. I thought you were a smart man. I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Think about it carefully, I am also the head of the Lei family, and I have been in office for such a long time, how could I not know? Lei Dong's doubts increased when he heard this, and he hurriedly asked. Then why are you not interested in the inheritance? That's the inheritance of the Gu immortal. Lei Jingtian just smiled lightly, quietly watching the puzzled Lei Dong in front of him. Yes, it is indeed the inheritance of the Gu immortal. But have you ever thought that this inheritance is not left to us? It's left to your friend. What about Qingyue? Legend of the Gu Demon. 1304 words. Their eyes met each other with a look of astonishment. Hearing this, Lei Dong felt a turmoil in his heart, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he roared in his heart. What? Why does father know Qingyue? Does he know about my personal relationship with Qingyue? Is it possible that there is an informer among my followers, that is, my father's pawn? No, what I want to focus on right now is not the informer but why my father said that the inheritance was left for Qingyue. For a moment, Lei Dong's eyebrows sank slightly, as if he was about to drip water. Naturally, such an appearance could not escape the eyes of his father Lei Jingtian. Seeing Lei Dong's appearance, Lei Jingtian smiled slightly and talked leisurely. Qingyue, you might as well think about it. I am the last patriarch of the Lei family, and you are just a young patriarch. You don't think that what you are doing under my nose? I am completely unaware of it? But I am happy to see it. After all, my child has grown up. How can I not feel happy? That's why I invited you here from beginning to end and never thought of punishing or scolding you. After all, the leader of the Lei family has been replaced. After saying that, Lei Jingtian smiled slightly. Upon closer inspection, there was actually a bit of joy and relief in his eyes. Lei Dong. No matter what you have done before, whether you have made mistakes or made meritorious deeds, it is all over now. You are now the 45th generation head of the Lei family. This is understandable and irrefutable fact. From now on, your vision will be longer term and broader. Every move you make will represent the image of the Lei family in the hearts of the people in southern Xinjiang. You must think twice before making any decision in the future. Even one of your actions can affect the life and death of our Lei family. Yu Dao is between the wooden swallows, the transformation of the dragon and the snake. I give this sentence to you, just like the last clan leader gave it to me. This sentence was passed down from Lei Jitian, the first-generation patriarch of the Lei family, to Lei Yingtian, the second-generation patriarch, and it has been passed down to this day. Each generation of our patriarchs has a different understanding of this sentence. I also hope that you can have your own understanding as soon as possible in the future. After Lei Jingtian finished speaking, he chuckled a few times as if he were minding his own business, then picked up the teacup and drank the tea lightly without saying a word. Lei Dong was silent when he heard the words, as if he was chewing on the teachings of Lei Jingtian just now, but then a faint light flashed in his eyes and he spoke slowly. Father, I understand, I will keep every one of your teachings in mind. I still don't understand why, Father, you want to say that the inheritance of Thunder Ghost Lord is left to Qingwei? Suddenly, Lei Jingtian fell into silence after hearing this, as if he was deep in thought. After a moment, he smiled slightly and spoke slowly. Ha 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 ha. Now is the time to explain everything to you. Do you still remember that after the second-generation patriarch Lei Yingtian climbed to the top of Leiyu Mountain, there was no news after that? I remember, so what? When Lei Dong heard this, the doubts in his heart increased instead of abatement. He only said that he frowned slightly and asked straightforwardly. When Lei Jingtian saw this, he also smiled slightly and dug out the memories sealed in his heart. Ha 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 ha. Actually, a few years later, just when we all thought that the second-generation patriarch had passed away, he returned to Lei Jiazhai again. Lei Yingtian had not returned for decades at that time, but when he came back as a young man. Hearing this, Lei Dong's pupils suddenly shrank, his eyes narrowed slightly, thinking of the guess in his heart, he roared and spoke. Wait. Isn't it Master Lei Yingtian? Lei Jingtian also smiled softly when he heard this and glanced at the thunderous movement. Yes. As you think, Lord Lei Yingtian was already a Gu immortal at that time. The Lei family members were very excited at that time, and they all hoped that Mr. Lei Yingtian would return to the Lei family and lead the Lei family to become one of the super families. However, Lord Lei Yingtian only smiled slightly when he heard this and said nothing. After everyone made a noise, he slowly spoke. I'm sorry that I can't come back. I still have things I haven't figured out yet. I can't live in peace. Everyone hurriedly asked Lord Lei Yingtian. Lei Yingtian just smiled softly, looked at the cloudy sky in the north, and slowly uttered one word. Fate. Speaking of this, Lei Jingtian let out a long sigh, his eyes wandering, as if he had traveled through the universe, time and space. When Lei Dong heard the brand new word fate, he was a little confused for a moment and didn't understand. Father, what is fate? When Lei Jingtian heard this question, he seemed to be expecting it, but he smiled coquettishly. Although it has been thousands of years, but no Gu immortal has been born in our Lei family, so we still don't know what fate is. At least I may never know it in this life. But you, Lei Dong. It is possible for you to touch the level of Gu immortal and understand what fate is. Therefore, this question can only be answered by you in the future. Now you, and even no one in Lei Jiazhai can answer what is fate. Therefore, at that time, Master Lei Yingtian also anticipated that the reaction of the Lei family would be the same as yours, so he did not dwell too much on this issue, and told the head of the Lei family at that time a very important thing. In addition to the inheritance of the first generation of the clan leader, there is also the inheritance of Lei Gue Jinjuan in Leiyu Mountain. But most of the inheritance of Lei Gue Jinjuan in Leiyu Mountain has been taken away by me and the first generation of the clan leader. Now the inheritance inside is just some leftovers, but even so, I have to tell you. You must not touch the remaining inheritance. That is what I left for the destined people in the future. That person is an indispensable person in the future fight against fate, and even in the fight to destroy fate. Extremely crucial. Irreplaceable. I can't hold on until that time, so I can only hand it over to you, the clan members I trust the most. The most trusted. Ha ha ha, that man is wearing a black robe as deep as the sea, with black hair falling to his shoulders, sharp eyebrows, deep eyes, thin lips and a straight nose, and he looks extremely handsome. His practice of thunder is even more profound, and can be said to be unparalleled in the world. Lei Jingtian paused after speaking, as if paying attention to Lei Dong, whose pupils suddenly shrank and his expression was horrified, and smiled gently. Lei Dong, you should know who this person is, right? No, it should be said that it is clearer than ever. He is Qingyue. Lei Dong lowered his head slightly, and Ningxin's face appeared in his mind, which made him fall into a long period of contemplation. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1255 words. After a long silence, he slowly spoke. Lei Dong slowly raised his head, with a trace of vicissitudes in his eyes, and slowly spoke. So, father, the inheritance of Thunder Ghost King was left for Qingyue from the very beginning? When Lei Jingtian heard this, he put down the teacup, knocked it slightly, and said calmly. Exactly. The reason why you haven't heard of anyone climbing to the top of Thunder Prison Mountain in all these years. Even the clan leaders of all generations have strictly prohibited climbing to the top of Thunder Prison Mountain. And they don't have the ability to climb to the top. Only you ignored the Patriarch's dissuasion, defied the Patriarch's teachings, and resolutely climbed to the top of Thunder Prison Mountain, which led to the ensuing melee. But as your father, I naturally know your character and your talents. You can't compare to Qingyue. The inheritance of true Lord Thunder Ghost will also fall into Qingyue's hands safely. For a moment, Lei Dong felt extremely complicated in his heart. He wanted to say something but was speechless. It turns out, it's impossible for me to get that inheritance. That inheritance was left for Qingyue from the beginning. Then, wouldn't it be a joke that I have been studying the information on Leiyu Mountain since I was a child? Well. Silently, invisibly, the word fate mentioned by Lei Jingtian was extremely clear in Lei Dong's heart at this moment. Lei Dong's confused look fell into Lei Jingtian's eyes, and he just said, making him smile slightly. Ha ha ha. Lei Dong, don't look like this. It's really a bit girly to look like this. The inheritance of true Lord Thunder Ghost does not belong to us, but why do we need the inheritance of true Lord Thunder Ghost? Our Lei family also has our own inheritance. Otherwise we wouldn't be able to secure our position in Lei Ci Mountain. After saying that, he took out a gu worm from the position of his heart. Its appearance is completely blue, and its appearance is extremely ferocious and domineering, seeming to demonstrate unparalleled power. Lei Dong was slightly startled when he saw such a novel gu insect, his pupils shrank, and he asked bluntly. Father, what kind of gu is this? It looks so ferocious and domineering. When Lei Jingtian heard this, he looked up to the sky and laughed very happily. Ha 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 ha. Lei Dong, this gu insect is the unique inheritance of our Lei family. This gu is called Thunder Gu. What is the ultimate thunder? The most powerful, ferocious and fierce thunder is called the ultimate Thunder Gu. This gu has only one function, it is extremely simple but extremely powerful. The stronger your will or belief is, the more powerful this gu will be able to inspire thunder and lightning. If you have a firm belief and cannot be shaken by anything, you can inspire real thunder. The true truth is that there is nothing that cannot be extinguished, nothing that cannot be destroyed, and nothing that cannot be destroyed. But on the contrary, if you often have random thoughts in your mind, then the power of this gu will be extremely weak. After saying this, Lei Jingtian sighed softly and exhaled a breath of turbid air. This gu was also given by Lei Jingtian, the second-generation patriarch. From now on, every generation of Lei family patriarchs will have this ultimate thunder gu. But from ancient times to the present, there are very few people who can inspire half of its power. Now that you are the leader of the clan, I should hand this gu insect over to you. I hope this gu can unleash its true power in your hands. After saying that, he handed it to Lei Dong, who also slowly took it, staring at the new gu worm in his hand quietly, and secretly said to himself. Thunder gu is a bit interesting. I just don't know. How much power can I exert with my belief? Thinking of this, the image of Ningchen appeared in Lei Dong's mind, which made him smile slightly. Qingyue, if it were you. How much of the power of this thunder goo can be exerted? Perhaps, this thunder goo is the most suitable goo for you, right? Thinking of this, Lei Dong lowered his eyes again and looked at the thunder goo in his palm. Bang! Suddenly, Lei Dong suddenly felt a big hand pressing down on his shoulder. The deep force coming from it made him look up. Just seeing a trace of unconcealable joy and relief in Lei Jingtian's eyes, he said leisurely. Father, what's wrong? What I just said was what I, as the 44th generation leader of the Lei family, said to the next leader. But apart from being the next clan leader, you are also my son, my heir. As your father, I am naturally delighted that my son has achieved the position of patriarch. So as the patriarch, I hope you will think twice about all your future actions. After all, you represent the entire family. But as a father, I hope you can follow your inner thoughts and walk on the path you want to take. Even if this road is doomed, we must keep going. Even if you are alone on this road, you must keep walking. Even if this road is dark and boundless, we must keep walking. So, even if one day you are able to find the true path in your heart and abandon the entire family, I will not be angry at all. Because I am a father first, and a patriarch second. At this point, Lei Jingtian leaned aside quietly and spoke lightly. The vicissitudes and regrets in his eyes could not be concealed at all. Alas, thinking back to the past, I wanted to practice swordsmanship and learn from swordsmen all over the world. Holding a 3-foot-long Chengfeng sword and carrying a 3-inch-long Cheongjiang gourd on my waist, I can learn from swordsmen all over the world. This kind of life is what I longed for most when I was young. It's a pity that I am the young patriarch of the Lei family. I can't practice swordsmanship, I can only practice the Lei Dao that I don't like. When I was young, I married a woman I didn't love for a political marriage. When I was middle-aged, I wanted to live a stable life but was disturbed by a group of family elders. Therefore, I couldn't live my life according to my own wishes. I can only live according to the wishes of others. It's really a cowardly thing. So, Lei Dong, I don't want you to live your life for the will of others, and be bound by the will of others. After all, as a father, I hope to see my son walk on the path he wants to walk. Lei Dong looked at Lei Jingtian, who had a vicissitudes of life and was full of emotion in his heart. He was speechless for a while and could only fall into silence for a long time. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, his eyes lit up slightly, and he slowly spoke. I understand, father. From now on, no matter what, I will never live for the will of others. Even if this person is my wife or friend, they can't use their will to bind me. I, Lei Dong, must live for myself, live my own life. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1341 words. Lei Jingtian looked at the thunder in front of him, the joy in his eyes became more and more intense, and he spoke leisurely. That's good, that's good. As my heir, I sincerely hope that you can live for yourself. When Lei Dong heard the words, he nodded slightly in agreement, and unconsciously held the thunder goo in his palm. Upon closer inspection, the thunder goo in the palm of his hand trembled slightly, and wisps of faint light dispersed. Obviously, Thunder Gu recognized his new master. This scene naturally did not escape Lei Jingtian's eyes, and it only made the smile on his lips grow thicker. Thunderbolt, I have held the Thunder Gu for so many years, and I have summed it up. In other words, it's not a summary, it's just the essentials of using Thunder Gu. There is a saying that there is no way to make the thunder powerful, but the heart is strong enough to make the thunder strong. And holding this Thunder Gu, you are now the well-deserved head of the Lei family in terms of strength and qualifications. From now on, you will no longer be called Lei Dong. But it's called Thunder Sky. Since the first generation of clan leaders established Lei Jiaozhai, every generation of clan leaders in the future must have the word heaven in their name. This is the intention to stand upright and protect the people. So, Lei Dongtian, I hope you can bear the word heaven. Whether you live for yourself or for your family in the future, you must be able to bear the word heaven. Lei Dongshenwen's expression was slightly shocked after hearing these words, and he murmured softly. Thunder heaven, I remember. Father, thank you for your teaching. What you said about living for yourself, I think. I probably have a vague goal in mind. After saying this, that cold word appeared in Lei Dongtian's heart. Fate. Lei Jingtian also smiled softly when he heard this and leaned against the window. That's so good. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. For a moment, the two of them looked at each other and smiled as if they had a tacit understanding. Father, can you please stop growing tea in the future? It tastes too bad. You picked me, you brat. Get out of here, get out of here. I can drink it myself. After hearing this, Lei Jingtian no longer looked as calm as before. He laughed and cursed, then turned away the guests and left. Lei Dongtian also laughed dryly and walked out of the house slowly, leaving only a few chuckles behind. Father, I'm leaving. Get out, get out. After saying this, Lei Jingtian's eyes were a little erratic, as if he wanted to glance out the window and look at the thin back. Staring in a daze, all I could say was that there was a hint of a knowing smile on my lips. You brat, maybe you can understand what fate is. Sangshan Mountain is steep and majestic, just inserted into the sky, pointing to the sky. Looking from a distance, all I can see is that the Sangshan Mountain is covered with snow, and the sky is brightly lit to the south. It is so beautiful and majestic. Upon closer inspection, there is a lonely figure walking slowly on the top of the mountain. This person is Ningchen, who has climbed to the top of Jiang'a Mountain. Thump thump thump. Ningchen was dressed in black and walking among the white mountains. He was so eye-catching. Suddenly, Ningchen slowly stopped and looked up. It was then that the top of Jiang'a Mountain stood on a cliff. The cliff seemed to be made of black ice, shining and slightly translucent. Looking around, you can have a panoramic view of the top of Jiang'a Mountain. Who would have thought that there is a mirror lake on the top of the mountain? Mirror Lake connects to the sky, and there is a pavilion in the middle of the lake. Cypress trees grow beside the pavilion, but there is no one in the pavilion. Ningchen also smiled slightly when he saw such a magnificent scene. I have to say that the beautiful scenery on the top of Jiang'a Mountain is really beautiful. It's like a paradise on earth. But what makes me even more curious is, where is the inheritance of Han Xian's sword master? For a moment, the black eyes under the veil gently scanned the surroundings, as if to find the inheritance of the Hanshin swordsman. However, since Ningchen climbed to the top of the mountain, he has attracted the attention of a girl with a sword. When the girl saw that Ningchen was alone, she whispered and quickly greeted the people on the side. Sister. Look. Another person is climbing up. Oh. To be able to come to the top of the Jiang'a Mountain alone, you must not be an ordinary person with the highest strength. The woman who was called senior sister also became a little bit interested when she heard that Ningchen climbed to the top of the mountain alone. Ningchen's lonely figure was reflected in her beautiful eyes. Looking at it quietly, the interest in her heart became stronger and stronger. Su'er called a young girl who was meditating beside her to come over. Xuanji, you are the best at detectives, go and find out the identity of the visitor. But please be careful not to disturb those who come. The girl's expression was dull and her eyes were cold. After hearing this, she could only lightly nod in agreement. Clear. After saying that, he meditated again and fell into concentration. It was surprisingly quiet. Upon closer inspection, there are actually wisps of white smoke slowly floating out of the body along the facial features, turning into a soul that ordinary people cannot see. Then, Xianji's soul slowly flew towards Ningchen. You dress up so mysteriously? I want to see who you are. After seeing Ningchen dressed up like this, Xuanji also had a hint of curiosity in her eyebrows, and her speed became a little faster. However, Xuanji had no choice but to arrive behind Ningchen. I was about to find out his identity, but I never thought that he would turn around. Ningchen slowly turned his head and saw the soul of a girl floating in the air, seemingly trying to get some information from his mind. Seeing this situation, Ningchen just made a slight estimate of the opponent's strength and sneered. Huh? You dare to come and pry information from my mind? Are you a little too courageous? After saying that, he smiled coldly, flexed his fingers slightly, and there was a faint light flowing, so scary. Fourth turn, soul swallowing goo. For a moment, Xianji was horrified, his expression changed drastically, and he suddenly felt that the connection between his soul and body was gradually weakening. No. 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 It was a pity that the soul could not make a sound. Xianji could only watch as he was slowly bound into a small soul jade. Ningchen gently played with the bright silver soul jade in front of him, smiling playfully. Girl, you want to explore my mind without other people's consent. Isn't it really unethical? Bang. Suddenly, Xianji's delicate body fell to the ground with a bang. Apparently her soul had left her body. Junior sister Xuanji. Senior sister Xinwei, what's wrong with junior sister? Why was that man so cruel? He took away Xuanji's soul as soon as he met her. For a moment, everyone was so frightened that they couldn't choose their way out, and there was even more fear in their hearts. Only senior sister Xinwei frowned slightly when she saw this, secretly wondering why Ningchen was so ruthless. Suddenly, Xianwei's delicate body suddenly froze on the spot, and Ning Chen's playful voice sounded in her ears. Oh, why do you dare to be so bold? It turns out, he is a guest from Zhongzhou. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1383 words. For a moment, everyone looked at the source of the sound and saw a figure in a black robe. His black eyes were deep and deep, his smile was deep and playful, and he was playing with the bright silver soul jade casually in his hand. Leaning quietly by the tree, half of your body is hidden in the shadow, and half of your body is bathed in the wind and snow. The real energy was shaken, and the light gold real energy of the first stage of the fourth rank was stimulated, which made everyone's hearts sink. Level 4 Gu Master. Among the secular world, the first and second level Gu Masters are at the lowest level and have no choice but to become cannon fodder in large-scale wars. They are the most common Gu Masters in the cottage. Rank 3 Gu Masters are the backbone and will be looked down upon wherever they go. After all, if they are the elders of an ordinary family? Rank 4 or even 5 Gu Masters are the top powers in the mortal world. The patriarchs of ordinary small and medium-sized families only have rank 4 cultivation. But now, a level 4 Gu Master appeared in front of everyone, and he was so ruthless. He held Xianji's soul in his palms, so that no one dared to act rashly. For a moment, everyone had no choice but to keep silent and look away. When Xianwei saw this, she let out a long breath, walked slowly towards Ningchen, bowed slightly and saluted, then smiled and spoke slowly. This senior, don't you know his name? This is one of my junior sisters. She went to pry into the mind of the senior under my instruction. I hope you can spare me, my junior sister. We really never thought that we would offend senior. I will definitely punish this idiot when we get back. I hope senior will calm down. We can make some compensation for this. When Ningchen heard this, he just moved his fingers slightly and quietly played with the soul jade in his hand. It seemed that he was going to be crushed to pieces in the next second, making everyone's hearts rise to their throats. With a single sweep of Ningchen's black eyes, he took in all the expressions of everyone in his eyes. But when I saw that everyone in front of me was actually wearing green shirts and Taoist robes, they were obviously from the same school. This kind of dress must not be worn by people from southern Xinjiang, but must be from the Zhongzhou sect. Upon closer inspection, most of the people were walking with their swords behind their backs. In this case, their purpose was naturally self-evident. Ningchen looked at everyone quietly, with a deep smile on his lips for a while, and said to himself secretly. It turns out that Han Xian Sword Master is so famous that he has attracted people from Zhongzhou. Then I'm even more curious about what kind of legacy this Han Xian swordsman can leave behind, so that people in Zhongzhou will come to Jiang'a Mountain even though they are thousands of miles away. But since even people from Zhongzhou are here, it means that Jiang'a Mountain and even Han Xian Sword Master are famous. Then there may be other righteous sects, super families, demonic Gu Masters, etc. on this mountain. So, the water in Jiang'a Mountain is not shallow. Well, then I should pay more attention. Suddenly, Ningchen's meditation was interrupted by Xianwei. Xuanwei's delicate body bowed slightly, her beautiful eyes slightly raised, a few doubts flashed through them, her red lips opened slightly, and she asked curiously. Senior? When Ningchen heard this, he just smiled coldly in his heart. He took a step forward and spoke indifferently, speaking loudly. Before asking your seniors for their names? Don't you have to tell me your own name? What? Such etiquette? Didn't your master teach you? Such remarks naturally aroused the anger of all the disciples, and their fingers condensed into dust. You. Senior sister. He is bullying others too much. Yes. How have we in Chuajian Pavilion ever been so angry? The worst is possible. Boom. Suddenly, thunder and lightning flashed, and several flashes of thunder flashed in everyone's eyes, leaving them speechless. When Ningchen saw this, he slowly put down his hand, looked around at everyone and smiled slightly. A smile filled the body with ice, and for a moment everyone seemed to have fallen into an ice cellar, afraid to say a word. Did I talk to you? Xuanwei's beauty turned pale when she saw such a terrifying and crazy thunder, so she quickly bowed and hurriedly announced her home. Senior. My daughter's name is Suqingyu, her Dharma name covers the moon, her cultivation level is beyond the peak of the 3rd rank, and she is a disciple of Chuajian Pavilion in the lower reaches of Luotian River in Zhongzhou. As for these people, they are my junior brothers and sisters. The one held in the palm of my senior's hands just now is also one of my junior sisters. After hearing this, Ningchen slowly turned around, with a faint light flowing in his black eyes, and looked at Suqingyu in front of him with interest. But I saw the person in front of me, wearing an emerald green Taoist robe and cloak, a green willow hairpin with beads on his head, and carrying a 3-foot-3-inch green-edged sword, with an emerald egg and jade in his hand. Looking from a distance, I can see that she is a beautiful woman who practices Taoism. The green eyebrows and eyes contain warmth, the beautiful nose and red lips hide fear. Her figure is slim and graceful. Even though she is wearing a wide robe, she can't hide her curves. She is so beautiful and tight. There was actually a bit of scrutiny in Ningchen's leisurely gaze, which obviously made the fellow Taoist on the side feel angry. Suqingyu was naturally aware of Ningchen's rude look, but he did not dare to say a word due to Ningchen's strength. A few blushes quietly appeared on the white face, I don't know whether it was from anger or embarrassment. Suddenly, Ningchen smiled softly, breaking the silence. Suqingyu, what a name! Then Suqingyu. I wonder if you would like to tell me about the deeds of the so-called traitor Hanshin swordsman in your Chuajian Pavilion? For a moment, everyone was shocked and looked at each other. You looked at me and I looked at you, speechless. Ningchen chuckled lightly when he saw this, and with a sudden force of his fingers, he crushed the soul jade in his palm to pieces. Snap! The black eyes glanced lightly, then fell on Xianji who had closed his eyes, and smiled coldly. Girl doll, you have a good trick. The soul that can escape from my hands. You are the first. When Xianji heard this, he slowly opened his eyes, his expression extremely ugly. Although he was lucky enough to have his soul left behind, looking at his face, he could tell that his body was very weak. The cheeks are pale, the lips are dull, and the eyes are dull and lifeless. They look completely different from the one just now. Suqingyu was slightly happy when he saw this, and a few hints of joy flashed in his eyes. He quickly stepped forward, opened his red lips lightly, and spoke softly. Senior, don't waste time on her. Don't you want to inquire about the Hanshin swordsman? Follow me, my little girl happened to find a few clues on that mountain wall, and they are about the inheritance of Master Hanshin's sword during his lifetime. Senior, don't you have some interest? When Ningchen saw this, he also smiled softly. He opened his fingers slightly and took out the soul of a person among the crowd, turning it into the soul jade in the palm of his hand. Under Suqingyu's stunned gaze, Ningchen smiled slightly and put the soul jade into his sleeve. That's fine. I'd better ask Suqingyu to lead the way. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1254 words. Ningchen raised his eyes slightly and saw Suqingyu's astonished expression. He just smiled slightly and waved his hand. Miss Qingyu, please don't misunderstand, it's just some of my insurance measures. After all, if you don't have half an inch of chips in hand, I really feel uneasy. Under Suqingyu's dull gaze, Ningchen even raised his hand and let out a long laugh. And what's more, Miss Qingyu, you have so many junior brothers and sisters. It doesn't matter even if there are a few less, right? Ha 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 ha. Then he faced everyone, smiled slightly, opened his big hands, and activated a terrifying suction force, sucking wisps of white smoke into his palms. Ah! What is going on? Senior sister, save me. Ha 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 ha. For a moment, everyone's cries for help, screams, and screams made Ningxin's laughter even more harsh. After a while, Ningxin opened his palm again, and there were several red vermilion soul jade in it. Su Qingyu stared blankly at the several soul jade in Ningxin's palm, and was stunned. Miss Qingyu, please lead the way. Pa. Suddenly, Su Qingyu felt a palm tap on her shoulder. Turning around, she saw Ningxin looking at her quietly with a slight smile on his face. For a moment, Ningxin's surprisingly calm black eyes made Su Qingyu feel a slight chill in his heart, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. All she could do was open her red lips and murmur softly. Good. After saying that, he walked straight forward, and when Ningxin saw this, he naturally followed slowly. Thump thump thump. A lonely shadow on a poor mountain, two people walking together. Ningxin walked quietly, following behind Su Qingyu. Even though the cold wind was blowing on his face, his expression remained as calm as water. Every step is enough to lift up the snow and cause the wind and snow to flow. Suddenly, Ningxin felt the wind and snow subside, and saw Su Qingyu's jade hands spread out lightly, and a burst of flame burst out from the palm of her hand. The flames are so dazzling that when they suddenly rise, they swallow up the surrounding wind and snow. Suddenly, Su Qingyu's feet suddenly stopped at a cliff. He slowly turned around and smiled gently at Ningxin. Senior, this is the clue we found about the inheritance of Han Xian's sword master. When Ningxin heard this, his heart moved. He walked slowly past Su Qingyu and saw that the cliff was densely covered with writings. If you take a closer look, you will see that the handwriting is beautiful and tight. It is most likely that it was left by Han Xian's swordsman. Ningxin became somewhat interested when he saw this. He swept his black eyes and quietly browsed the content on the cliff. No matter how extraordinary my inheritance is, I still feel sorry for you. We are all ordinary birds in the same forest, how can we not have the same compassion in our hearts? In the past 180 years of my life, I have never taken anyone's head with a flying sword. When winter comes and dawn comes, the sword energy will destroy the mountains and then slay the demons. Ningxin chewed the poem in front of him carefully, squinting his eyes slightly, and the faint light in it disappeared. Su'er then turned to look at Su Qingyu aside and chuckled. Miss Qingyu, please tell me about this cold-hearted swordsman for me. When Su Qingyu heard this, she pursed her lips slightly, paused and then said. Hanxin's sword master, she is actually one of our disciples in Chuejian Pavilion. Her name is Su Luche, and she was once a handyman disciple of our Chuejian Pavilion. The qualifications are only 40%, and there is no talent at all. It can be said to be ordinary. Then I got some good luck and obtained the inheritance of the demonic path in our pavilion, the inheritance of the sword demon. Then it was as if Kuanping had succeeded and the dragon saw the clouds. Although he was far behind his senior sisters and brothers in cultivation, he became the chief disciple of our sect. And her personality is also extremely weird. After becoming a rank 5 Gu master, she left Chuejian Pavilion and went far away. It is said that it seems to be because she always carries compassion for mortals in her heart. I never think that Gu masters are nobler than ordinary people. They are all treated with ordinary eyes. That's why she can't stand the contempt for mortals from other disciples in the sect, and others don't understand why she, as a rank 5 Gu master, loves and protects lowly mortals. After leaving Chuejian Pavilion, we never heard from her again. I only know that my sect had such a traitor before. When Ningxin heard this, a few thoughts flashed through his eyes. When he came back to his senses, he looked at the poems on the cliff again. Squinting his eyes slightly, he couldn't help but whisper to himself. A handyman disciple with C-level qualifications was able to practice to the 5th level after receiving the inheritance. And even though he is in a high position of rank 5, he can actually care about the mortals at the bottom of society. This is the first time I've heard of such a person. It really made me a little curious. For a moment, Ningxin's eyebrows sank slightly and he fell into deep thought for a moment. Suddenly, Su Qingyu's deep thoughts were interrupted by her gentle voice, which made Ningxin's black eyes slightly raised. Senior. I haven't asked my senior for his name yet. Haha. Miss Qingyu, just call me Yi Chen. Ningchen turned around and saw Su Qingyu walking in front of him. With dancing beautiful eyes, Hawan lightly raised his wrist and landed on Ningchen's chest. He exhaled Ruren. Ah, it turns out to be Senior Yi Chen. Then, Senior Yi Chen, I wonder if you could show mercy and let my junior brother and sister go. Of course in return, I will spend a few unforgettable nights with Senior Yi Chen. Ha ha ha. I wonder what Senior Yi Chen thinks. The red lips were slightly curved, and she smiled sweetly, causing Ningchen's heart to surge with desire, and her mind to become even more confused. Looking at the graceful figure in front of him, Ningchen felt his mouth go dry. The plain hand gently roamed over Ningchen's chest, tapping it a few times from time to time, as if teasing the desire in Ningchen's chest. Seeing Ningchen's dark eyes filled with desire and breathing heavily, Su Qingyu smiled slightly in her heart. Ha ha ha, it's done. Ningchen slowly raised his hand, climbed onto Su Qingyu's waist, and slowly groped upwards. With every inch he touched, the desire in Ningchen's heart became more intense. Su Qingyu just smiled softly, and her jade arms wrapped around Ningchen's neck, as if she was enjoying it. Suddenly, a dim light flashed across Ningchen's eyes, and the movements of his hands were stagnant. This abnormality made Su Qingyu secretly think that something was wrong. Bang! In an instant, Su Qingyu felt as if his neck was bitten by a giant crocodile, unable to move at all. Even though she struggled hard, Ningchen's movements did not waver at all, but his eyes became colder and colder. Little girl. How dare you use soul path goo on me? You are so brave. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1263 words. Ningchen strangled Su Qingyu's neck tightly, his eyes as cold as ice. Looking at Su Qingyu, whose face was red and in pain, and her legs were rolling back and forth, she smiled coldly and said, Ha 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 ha. Little girl, you are quite scheming. When a rank 3 Goo Master faces a rank 4 Goo Master like me, he doesn't think about how to escape unscathed. I'm thinking about how to use the Soul Dao Goo to defeat me. How brave. You are really brave. If it weren't for my profound knowledge of the Soul Dao and my ability to master the Soul Dao, I would really have fallen into your trap. When he said this, Ningchen's hands relaxed slightly and he said leisurely. But, you have such a temperament at your age. This makes me a little curious about your past. Su Qingyu had just taken a breath, but when she heard Ningchen's words, she seemed to have thought of something, and her heart was shocked. Jade legs suddenly knelt down on the ground, her delicate body slumped, and she knelt down on the ground. She didn't care that her green shirt was stained by wind, snow and mud, and she kept saying, No, no, no. Senior Yi Chen. The little girl realizes her mistake. It was just now that she was temporarily delirious. Please forgive me, Lord Yi Chen. I would like to serve you as my master, please forgive me. Bang. Suddenly, Ningchen held Su Qingyu's head firmly with 5 fingers, and smiled faintly. There's no need. After saying that, the pale gold sea of true essence, which was 90% high in the air orifice, dropped slightly. Turn 4, Soul-Searching Goo. Immediately, Su Qingyu's beautiful eyes rolled over her eyelids, her delicate body trembling. Looking from a distance, it was extremely fascinating. But Ningchen just closed his eyes slightly, secretly chewing on Su Qingyu's past memories. Suddenly, Ningchen loosened his fingers and let go of Su Qingyu's delicate body. A deep smile appeared on his lips. Oh, it turns out that your good master is the one who made you look like this. Ha 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 ha. Su Qingyu knelt down on the ground, Wan's beautiful hair hanging on the ground, just dyed with a few strands of wind and snow. Staring at the white snow in front of me, my feelings suddenly became blurry. Tears fell slowly, soaking the white snow on the ground, and she spoke softly, with a hint of nasal sound. Senior Yi Chen, you have seen it, right? Have you seen the miserable appearance of my father, mother, brother? So, how can I dare to disobey my master's order? But after they fell into the hands of master, in this world, the only people who can bring me warmth are those few junior brothers and sisters. So, I, Su Qingyu, beg you to return those junior brothers and sisters to me. I can do anything for this, really, really anything. After saying that, he raised his head, his beautiful eyes were clear, as if there was no impurity in them, and they were as pure as water melted by thousand-year-old icebergs. In every word and action, he no longer has the spirit of a disciple of the sect, he is just a humble mortal. He knelt on the ground and put his head on the ground. He was extremely humble, letting his robes get stained with mud, but he didn't care. Ningchen crossed his arms and looked at Su Qingyu with clear eyes in front of him. His heart sank as he recalled the scene that was like Abi hell. It was an extremely gloomy room. When the door was opened, there were 3 wooden coffins. A quiet spiritual platform suddenly lit up in the center of the room. There are 3 lights on it, making the surroundings look so eerie. Upon closer inspection, there seems to be a face hidden among the lit lights, and each one is different. If you listen carefully, you can faintly hear a few wails from the lights. Ningchen recognizes such few insects. It is recorded in the Inheritance of True Lord Thunder Ghost. Turn 4, Soul Lamp Goo. The human soul can be roasted in the light of a lamp, and the suffering suffered by the human soul is indescribable. Thousands of ants eating the heart, the maggots of the tarsal bones, it's just that it's far inferior to. Generally, it is a goo used by demonic goo masters to torture their opponents. Because his methods are too cruel, he is often looked down upon by the righteous. Ningchen slowly closed his eyes, thinking secretly in his heart. Well, this Su Qingyu is really a good master. I am afraid that her mind has been in a trance for a long time. I am afraid that just a little spark can make her fall into madness and dementia. Just now, I noticed some faint traces of madness and paranoia in her eyes. If I add another fire, God knows what it will look like. What's more, Su Qingyu is so controlled by old Master Cangjian, so he must have the skills of that old man. If I kill him abruptly, there will be endless troubles. After all, the people of Zhongzhou and the people of southern Xinjiang are inherently incompatible with each other. Don't chase the poor bandits, but the trapped beasts will still fight. It seems that I can't push Su Qingyu too hard. I have to let her relax a little. After saying that, he slowly opened his eyes, moved his fingers slightly, took out a rather turbid soul jade from his arms, smiled faintly. Little girl, I am not an unkind person. There is a saying that there is no way out despite the mountains and rivers, but there is still a village with dark flowers and bright flowers. Ah. Your junior brothers and sisters, I will return them all to you without missing a single one. You must tell your junior sisters and junior brothers that from now on, when you see me on Jiang'a Mountain, please don't be ungrateful again. Also, if you learn about Hanshin's sword master's inheritance, you must share it with me first. I don't know, my 2 conditions. Can you accept this? After saying that, he handed the soul jade in his hand towards Su Qingyu, who was kneeling on the ground, and smiled faintly. Su Qingyu raised her head, her eyes dull, staring at Ningchen or the soul jade in Ningchen's hand, or even both. Accept. I accept. After a moment of silence, he quickly agreed as if he was afraid that Ningchen would regret it. Then he quickly put the soul jade in Ningchen's palm into his arms. Ningchen was not annoyed at all when he saw this. With a move of his hand, he took out all the soul jade from his sleeve and handed it to Su Qingyu. Seeing this, Su Qingyu quickly put all the soul jade into his arms, stood up, and bowed to Ningchen. After bowing, he stood up, with a somewhat serious look in his eyes, a dark light flickering. Senior Yi Chen, today's kindness. I will never forget it. I will definitely repay you with a spring of water in the future. If you don't repay it one day, you will be a useless person. Ningchen crossed his arms and looked at Su Qingyu, who had a serious face in front of him, and smiled as if he didn't understand why. Then I'm looking forward to this day. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1249 words. Alone, with a dancing figure. Ningchen looked at Su Qingyu, who was walking away quietly, and the smile on his lips became thicker and deeper for a while. Somehow, Ningchen always had some vague intuition. Su Qingyu's kindness in coming to the daily newspaper is extremely important and can even help me get out of trouble. Suddenly, a gust of evil wind blows in, sweeping up a burst of fragrance. Hee 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 ha ha ha. Oh my. The famous Songlei Demon Lord is really so handsome. With just a few tricks, a Zhongzhou woman can take the initiative to throw herself into his arms. Alas! When will I, Kong Ritian, be so charming? When Ningchen heard this, he looked around and saw someone looking at him with interest. But I saw this man wearing a pollen robe, embroidered with pink butterflies and pale flowers. It was so gorgeous. She has a handsome appearance and fair skin, as if she has been covered with a layer of powder. She is so charming. The sleeves are flying, and the pollen is flying with the wind and snow. There is a flower crown on the head, and there is also a flower ball, which is more like a stage actor than a gu master. Seeing such a weirdly dressed person, Ningchen couldn't help but smile lightly and said leisurely, "Who do I think it is?" It turns out to be the famous pink butterfly man, Kong Ritian. It's just a girl from Zhongzhou. Brother Kong, didn't he just wave his hand and get countless girls into his arms? Ningchen naturally recognized the person in front of him. After all, there were only a few people dressed like this in the entire southern Xinjiang. He is lustful by nature, and he especially likes to steal women's virginity. He is despised by the righteous way and despised by the evil way. It is the pink butterfly man, Kong Ritian. Kong Ritian also smiled softly after hearing this, and jumped up to Ningchen's side. Ha 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 ha. No way. When it comes to the little girl's happiness, Brother Qing is much better than me. It's just. I'm curious. Does Brother Qingwei know how Sword Master Han Xian died? At this point, he actually took the initiative to get close to Ningchen, with a lustful light flashing in his eyes. The death of swordsman Han Xian, is there any explanation left? Ningchen frowned slightly when he heard this, but he had some doubts. It didn't seem like he was cheating. Kong Ritian laughed strangely when he heard this, and there were even a few evil glints in his eyes. He. To be honest, I heard that the father of our demon Dao Senior had participated in the siege of Han Xian's sword master. Look. Why is the middle of this cliff made of black ice? It was the sword master Han Xian at that time who created this wonder of heaven and earth with just one strike. But after the sword master Han Xian struck out with that sword, he no longer had any real energy left. But Hanxin's swordsman did not die under siege by all the masters of magic. The sword master Han Xian cut countless demonic gu masters into pieces with one strike of his sword, but there were still many demonic gu masters who were lucky enough to survive. Therefore, the Han Xian swordsman who has no power to bind a chicken has become the plaything of those demonic gu masters. It is said that there are nearly 100 demonic gu masters left, and they lived happily with the Hanxin swordmaster for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, the Hanxin swordsman ended his life hastily out of this sense of hopelessness. Tisk, tsk. What a pity. What a pity for such a beautiful woman. At this point, Kong Ritian pursed his lips, and the sigh in his eyes seemed to overflow. Then, he looked sideways at Ningchen and said leisurely, "I'll tell you the truth. I didn't come to Jiang'a Mountain just for some bullshit inheritance of swordsmanship. Firstly, I don't practice swordsmanship, and secondly, I am already at the beginning of level 4, and my practice has begun to take shape and is difficult to modify. Therefore, I came to Jiang'a Mountain just to have a glimpse of the true appearance of Han Xian's swordmaster. Of course, if you can't see it, then let's try our luck and see if there is a girl who is as beautiful as a flower." He. When Kong Ritian said that he was here, he just kept laughing strangely. When he looked around, he saw Ningchen chuckle a few times. "Now it seems, you may have found some good girls." "Hey Brother Qingyue, you can't say that. After all, I'm more interested in the rumored Han Xian swordsman than these female dolls." Ha. Ningchen smiled softly when he heard this, but he was a little confused. When Kong Ritian saw this, he just waved his hands and laughed. "Okay, let's stop talking here first. I'm going to find out more information about Hanxin's sword master from other people. Brother Qingyue, if you have any clues about Han Xian's sword master, you must share it with me. I will definitely not let Brother Qingyue suffer." Ha. Definitely. When Ningchen heard this, he clasped his hands into fists and quietly watched Kong Ritian leave. Upon closer inspection, there was actually a slight smile hanging on Ningchen's lips, with an unknown meaning and an extremely deep Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a gust of evil wind came out of nowhere. Although it was invisible, it landed on Ningchen's face like an ant biting him. When this situation fell into Ningchen's eyes, it made him smile slightly, as if he had expected it. Then there was a burst of sinister laughter from behind, which was extremely harsh. He 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 he. Speaking of which, in addition to seeing the true appearance of Sword Master Han Xin, I also want to see you, the recently emerged demon. The first time you get a bounty of 1 million yuanshi. This is very rare among the magic goo masters in the entire southern border. And you are still so young, it's really rare. But, from the current point of view, you don't have any outstanding qualities. Ningchen turned around and saw Kong Ritian floating in the air. With a wave of his hand, a burst of evil wind came out from his sleeves. Speaking of which, Brother Qingyue, you actually said one thing wrong just now. I have never found a woman that suits my taste on this Jiang'a mountain. But, if I have your head worth 1 million, what kind of girl can I find? So, Brother Qingyue, you and I are both magic goo masters, and we are similar in age, both of us are young heroes among magic goo masters. It's a pity that we met too late. So, why don't you help me this time? Leave the head behind me, so that I can have fun with the girls. Hoo hoo hoo. After saying that, he waved his sleeves, blowing gusts of evil wind, and the pink butterflies and insects rushed straight to Ningchen's mouth and nose. Ningchen's eyes were still calm when he saw this, as if Kong Ritian's sudden attack was within his expectations. He just smiled lightly, slowly raised his right palm to his chest, and stood there quietly. Boom. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1254 words. Boom. Suddenly, the white leaves in the green forest sparkled with electric light, causing bursts of snow to fly. Bang! Suddenly, there was another surging fist wind, which caused the surrounding wind and snow to disperse, revealing the black-clothed figure underneath. Ningchen stood leisurely in the wind and snow, looking at the remaining demon butterflies in the air and smiled faintly. Kong Ritian. You and I are both rank 4 goo masters. Do you really think that I can't figure out your thoughts? My head is indeed worth a lot of money, many people want to take it off. But how many people are there who really have this ability? Kong Ritian, I don't think you have this ability. It would be better to say, you are interested in my head, why am I not interested in your soul? After saying that, he smiled coldly. The laughter seemed to sweep up the wind and snow around him again, making Kong Ritian almost unable to see Ningchen's figure. Ha ha ha. Even though the wind and snow howled, it could not cover up Ningchen's sneer, and it all fell into Kong Ritian's ears, just to make him laugh instead of being angry. Ha 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 ha. What a devil. You really are a good devil. As expected of the famous Song Lei Demon Lord, his courage alone is different from ordinary people. But, I still have to win your head. Call. After Kong Ritian finished speaking, he looked up to the sky with a long smile, flapped his sleeves, and breathed out gusts of demonic wind, blowing the wind and snow away. When Ningchen saw this, he smiled softly, kicked off his long legs, turned his fist into a palm, and slammed it away. In the empty orifice, the light gold true essence moved slightly, which activated 2 goo insects. Turn 4, Earth Power Goo. Turn 4, Strength Goo. Foot. Waist. Shoulder. Elbow. Fist. With each session, the power became more and more frightening, and finally a violent fist was released from the palm of his hand. Bang. 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 Each blow is heavier than the last, and each blow is stronger than the last. Suddenly, Kong Ritian's pupils shrank suddenly, and he saw several punches like dragons roaring towards him. It smashed all the surrounding trees, branches, leaves, and snow to pieces. Although he saw this, he didn't panic at all. Instead, he smiled softly, waved his arms, and danced his colorful sleeves. Call. 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 In an instant, 2 pink butterfly insects danced out of the fingertips, as big as tigers, so terrifying. The butterfly insect seemed to have its own consciousness and rushed straight towards Fistwind. Boom. The butterfly insect and the fist wind collided in mid-air, creating waves of turbulent air that blew away the surrounding snow and even trees. Suddenly, the sound of Kong Ritian's laughter came from the wind and snow. Ha 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 ha. Qingwei. Now I understand a little bit why you can win millions of dollars at this age. It's really extraordinary. After laughing, there was once again only the sound of the turbulent wind and snow, and no other people's voices. Kong Ritian leaned quietly in the air, drifting slowly along with the wind and snow, looking for Ningchen's figure from the corner of his eye. Boom. Suddenly, there was a sonic boom in my ears, which was quite harsh. Kong Ritian looked for the sound and seemed to have something in his heart. He saw Ningchen's indifferent expression and launched a gang fist. How can an ordinary Gu master not panic when he sees the gang fist hitting his face? After all, Kong Ritian is a long-established demonic Gu master, a generation of demons. His pupils narrowed slightly, and then he smiled slightly, slowly raised his hand, and paused for a moment. What's surprising is that Ningchen's gang fist was strangely deflected from its target and completely missed. Immediately, Kong Ritian turned his palm into a fist and stabbed Ningchen's chest with a sudden thrust. Upon seeing this, Ningchen was about to block, but it strangely bypassed his arm and hit him directly on the chest. Although Ningchen's body was not in any pain, it still made Ningchen a little confused. Phew. The two landed slowly, and Kong Ritian slowly adjusted the position of the flower ball above his head. From the corner of his eye, he also noticed the confusion in Ningchen's eyes, and smiled lightly. Ha 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 ha. Qingwei, it's normal that you don't know my methods. Any strength Gu master who sees me will suffer a big loss. I am the Wind Dao Gu master, and the Gu I used just now is the Blue Wind Will Gu, which can speed up my attacks. As for missing your punch, it's just my slight control over the wind. Ha 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 ha. Having said this, Kong Ritian slowly raised his palm and turned it over. Upon closer inspection, there were a few traces of pollen on it. So, any strength Gu master who meets me may not be able to take advantage of me at all. So, Qingyue, it's better to come up with your thunder skills as soon as possible. Isn't it too much to look down on people simply by using your strength and means? Hearing this, Ningchen also smiled incredulously and spread his hands. It seems you still know everything about me. Forget it, let me show you my thunder skills. The ultimate move, the Great Thunder Brahma Seal. After saying that, Ningchen slowly closed his eyes, put his palms together on his chest. In the void, the pale golden sea of true energy suddenly dropped, activating several Gu insects. Turn 4, Heavenly Thunder Gu. Turn 4, Power Gu. Turn 4 and become Thunder Gu. Ningchen slowly opened his eyes, raised his hand, spread his fingers slightly, and pressed. Boom boom. Suddenly, Kong Ritian felt the sky and earth darken, and he looked up, only to see a scene that looked like a natural disaster. Boom boom. A huge hand as big as a mountain and as thick as a river slowly fell from the clouds. Upon closer inspection, it was dark blue, as if it was made of thunder. Kong Ritian stared at the giant hand of Tsong lay above his head. Before he knew it, the hand was getting bigger and bigger. In just a blink of an eye, the giant hand of Tsong Lei had stopped less than 100 feet above Jiang'a Mountain. This killing move. Is Qingyue really a 4th level Gu master? Is he probably not much better than a 5th level Gu master? Can I really block this powerful killing move? Thinking of this, Kong Ritian's eyes flickered slightly, and even his legs trembled. He almost didn't even have the desire to resist. Bang! Kong Ritian knelt down on the ground, staring at the giant hand that covered the sky and the sun, closing his eyes as if waiting for his own death. Boom! Suddenly, Kong Ritian opened his eyes, but he didn't see the giant hand of Tsong Lei in the air. He only left a few wisps of lightning. Before he could feel lucky that he survived, another big hand came at him again. Bang! Ningchen grabbed Kong Ritian's face with his big hand, making him unable to move. Seeing the fear in Kong Ritian's eyes because he couldn't resist, he smiled coldly and uttered 2 words. Search the soul. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1288 words. Bang! Ningchen's fingers relaxed slightly, and Kong Ritian's body fell to the ground. If you take a closer look, you will see that there is no breath left. He cannot be dead anymore. As soon as the palms came together, a rather pure gilded soul jade appeared in it. Upon closer inspection, there is an undercurrent surging underneath, which is extremely mysterious. Ningchen just smiled slightly when he saw such soul jade, and then swallowed it in his belly, savoring the flavor of Kong Ritian's soul. This Kong Ritian is indeed a demon who has been famous for a long time. The soul tastes really good. Kong Ritian is a bit interesting. He majors in Feng Dao and minors in Qi Dao. There is actually a clue to the inheritance of Qi Dao in his mind. It seems like it's still the inheritance of immortality. It's called Kong Shangtian. After just thinking for a moment, his black eyes flashed and he stopped thinking. Forget it. Immortal inheritance is not something that I can deal with now. If I am now a Gu immortal, I must go and see what this Kong Shangtian inheritance is. But now I am only a rank 14 Gu master, regardless of the difficulty of obtaining the inheritance of immortality. Even if I get it, it will be like a hot potato to me, a Gu master. This inheritance should remain in my mind for the time being. Thinking so, Ningchen closed his eyes slightly, and his consciousness fell into his soul. It is seen that the soul is extremely powerful, black and deep, and the energy is ghostly, almost condensed into substance. There was only a little light on the chest, but the light was much dimmed at this moment, so faint. When Ningchen saw this, his eyebrows sank slightly, and he felt certain in his heart. This light is the legendary humane Gu I obtained from the Legend of Human Ancestors, my own Gu. Although I still don't know the number of revolutions, the power within it has proven its worth. At least that time in Thunder Prison Mountain, I would have been even more embarrassed without my own Gu. But since the time when my Gu unleashed its power in Thunder Prison Mountain, there has been no response for a long time. Even the bright light that was so bright in the past has become much dim now. Could it be that the Thunder Prison Mountain hurt the Gu itself? If this is the case, how can we repair this self-inflicted poison? For a moment, Ningchen was lost in thought, and he didn't even notice the majestic soul beside him, which almost turned into reality. Suddenly, Ningchen's consciousness moved, and he noticed the soul beside him, and was slightly startled. I haven't paid attention to my soul for a long time, but I didn't expect that my soul is so powerful now. It is probably the foundation of more than 1,000 human souls, and it was taken through the soul-swallowing Gu. It is extremely solid and pure. Ordinary Soul Dao Gu Master's soul background is almost as good as mine. Not only that, I have swallowed the souls of many powerful people, from the 2nd level Wei Qingge to the 4th level Kong Ritian. Most of the schools that I have never been involved in are not black-eyed. Ha 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 ha. Thinking of this, Ningchen also chuckled, as if he saw an infinite future in the future. Suddenly, Ningchen slowly opened his eyes, feeling the fragrant wind blowing on his face, and smiling sweetly in his ears. Ouch, isn't this Brother Qingyue who is in the limelight recently? I wonder if Brother Qingyue has met my brother Kong Ritian? Hearing this, Ningchen had some guesses about the visitor. When he turned around and looked around, he saw an extremely charming figure. The phoenix eyes are seductive, and the body is curved forward and backward. She is really very charming. The dress is fluttering in the wind, revealing the slender and plump legs underneath, so tempting. The clothes were charming in the wind, but the breasts were exposed and swaying, extremely gorgeous. But when he saw this woman smiling sweetly, she came to Ningchen's side. The slender hands moved slightly, and they unconsciously wandered over Ningchen's broad chest. As soon as her delicate body was explored, she pressed it against Ningchen's ear, exhaling like a orchid. Bit by bit, pick and play, it's so exciting. Ningchen only smiled softly when he heard this, seemingly unaffected by the charming person beside him. Turning around, he grabbed Kong Ritian's hair with his big hand, lifted it up in the air, and said leisurely. Hu Mayor, I have indeed met your brother Kong Ritian. It's a pity that you came too late and he died in my hands. When Hu Mayor saw this situation, her beautiful eyes suddenly trembled, and her delicate body trembled, as if she couldn't hold Ningchen anymore. Seeing Humayer's embarrassment, Ningchen smiled faintly, and with a gentle grab, he strangled Humayer's neck. When Humayer saw this, her expression was shocked, and a little fear of death inevitably arose in her heart. Thinking of this, she struggled hard. After all, someone as powerful as Kong Ritian died in Ningchen's hands. How could she, a woman who was not good at fighting, be able to withstand Ningchen? Hu Meier's rather frightened look was reflected in her black eyes. She chuckled softly and said, Hu Meier, a third-level pinnacle Gu master, majoring in charming path. With her beauty, she conquered countless male Gu masters and became your vassals. Among them are many masters of magic who have attained the 4th level of cultivation. But you don't think you can seduce me, do you? Bang. After saying this, he loosened his fingers, let go of Hu Meier's delicate body, and fell to the ground. Hu Meier, who struggled out of Ningchen's palm, felt her neck loosen, and she breathed in fresh air. She was truly a survivor. However, Hu Meier was Hu Meier after all. After she recovered, her legs softened and she fell to the ground. Bang. Thank you, Brother Qingyue, for not killing me. I am willing to serve you. After saying that, she raised her head, her beautiful eyes dancing, her expression charming, looking up at Ningchen. Ningchen quietly looked down at Hu Meier under him. Even though Hu Meier had exposed more of her chest, she could not move Ningchen at all. Ningchen moved his hand slightly, and slowly lifted up Hu Meier's beautiful face, smiling faintly. Let me guess, Hu Meier. You came to this sword pavilion in addition to wanting to seduce more men under your skirt, you also want my head, right? After all, you are a charmer and a woman. I really can't think of any reason to come to Jiangha Mountain. The reason for looking for Kong Ritian is probably to join forces with him to kill me, and then you can share my bounty? Every time Ningchen said more, Hu Meier's expression became more terrified. At the end of the sentence, her body trembled violently, her face turned pale, and she was horrified. Just because Ningchen said it was indeed correct. Hu Meier opened her red lips and hurriedly prepared to defend herself. Brother Qingyue. However, Hu Meier only said half of it, but was interrupted by Ningchen mercilessly, and said lightly. No, you misunderstood what I meant. Since you just said that you would serve me, now is the time to use you. Come on, tell me the information of all the magic Gu masters on Jiangha Mountain. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1282 words. When Hu Meier heard this, her heart moved, and she seemed to be deep in thought. After pondering for a moment, her beautiful eyes slightly raised and she gave her answer. Brother Qingyue, the entire Jiangha Mountain. It seems that the only demonic Gu masters above rank 3 are you, Kong Ritian, my daughter, Li Ying. As for the remaining demonic Gu masters, they are just some unscrupulous people. There is no need for Brother Qingyue to intervene, I can deal with them by myself. After hearing this, Ningchen's expression was still as cold as frost, his black eyes moved slightly, and he spoke calmly. Tell me about the origin of Li Ying. Hu Meier pursed her red lips slightly after hearing this, paused, and spoke slowly. This Li Ying is a long-established master of the demonic way. He is at the pinnacle of the 3rd level of cultivation. He is a slave master of a generation and has tens of thousands of eagles in his hands. Once all the troops are dispatched, ordinary level 4 Gu masters will be unable to do anything to stop him. It is said that he has been stationed on Jiangha Mountain for a long time, and he came here just for a rumor. It is said that there is a dragon hidden in this mirror lake. It was raised by Master Han Xian's sword master during his lifetime. After Master Han Xian's sword master's death, the dragon was sealed in the mirror lake due to the freezing weather. Li Ying, as a slave master, naturally wants to take this dragon as his own. But I don't think Li Ying can defeat Brother Qingyue. He even said that if Brother Qingyue has the means, he can take the dragon as his own. I wonder what Brother Qingyue has to say? After saying this, Hu Meier stood up slightly, her beautiful eyes dancing, and her admiration for Ningchen was undisguised in her eyes. Ningchen, on the other hand, closed his eyes and quietly chewed on Hu Meier's words, secretly saying to himself. First of all, Hu Meier doesn't need to lie to me. After all, it won't do her any good to lie to me. Looking at the entire Jiangha Mountain, there are only 4 masters of the magic way. Most likely, it is because the place where Han Xian's sword master's inheritance is located is a bit harsh. But what's curious is, why is there not even a master of the righteous path in southern Xinjiang in such a huge Jiangha Mountain? It's so curious. Immediately, Ningchen's black eyes flickered, he slowly turned around, and his eyes fell on the pavilion in the center of Jinghu Lake. No matter whether the news about the dragon in Mirror Lake is true or false, I have to go to this pavilion to have a look. After all, on such a conspicuous pavilion, there are 9 out of 10 clues to the Han Exian sword master's inheritance. Thinking so, Ningchen walked straight towards the Huxin pavilion without paying any attention to Hu Meier beside him. Hey! Brother Qingyue, wait for me. When Hu Meier saw Ningchen leaving in a hurry, she hurriedly got up and followed Ningchen's footsteps. Thump thump thump. Shadows are seen on the cold mountains, jackdaws are crowing. Looking across the ridge, you can see a beautiful figure in blue walking leisurely on the ridge. Even though the wind and snow were blowing and she was walking against the wind and snow, her graceful figure did not waver in the slightest. Upon closer inspection, there are waves of cold frost on her beautiful face. If Ningchen were present, he would definitely be able to recognize who this person is. This person is Han Xiaoyao, who was deceived into going down the mountain by a fake body. Goo goo goo. Suddenly, there was a cry of jackdaws in the wind and snow. Taking a closer look, she saw a line of black clothes passing through the layers of wind and snow and falling on her shoulders. Seeing this, Han Xiaoyao's indifferent expression regained some warmth, his red lips slightly hooked. Bing Bing, you are angry too, right? I'm also very angry. After all, we were tricked by Qingyue. But Bing Bing, don't worry, I have remembered the scent of his soul, and he will never escape my grasp. Having said this, Ningchen's face appeared in Han Xiaoyao's mind. After saying that, the wind and snow around me only became more and more severe. At the foot of Jiang'a Mountain, a large crowd gathered, with excited expressions and indignation. Why aren't we allowed to go up the mountain? We still want to climb to the top of Jiang'a Mountain. That's right. Jiang'a Mountain has never been closed since ancient times. Why are you, the Tai family, so domineering that you banned Jiang'a Mountain? At least you have to give us an explanation, right? Taking a closer look, there were 3 middle-aged men facing the crowd, standing with their hands behind their backs, looking indifferent. Suddenly, the middle-aged man in gray at the head coughed lightly. When all the Gu masters saw the situation, they screamed several times and shouted loudly. Everyone, be quiet. Be quiet. Everyone, be quiet, Lord Tai Hanquin is about to speak. Master Tai Hanquin, you must give us justice. The man named Tai Hanchuan smiled at everyone when he heard this. Everyone, I am very sorry for sealing Jiang'a Mountain, but this is also a last resort. If you all climb Jiang'a Mountain, your lives may be in danger. This is not that I am threatening you, but it is indeed the case. After saying that, he took out a piece of reward paper from his arms and drank loudly. Look, everyone, this is another new star of the demonic path that has recently emerged in southern Xinjiang. His pseudonym is Qingyue. He majors in Thunder Dao and minors in Soul Dao. He is at the beginning of level 4. He is over 20 years old. His appearance is extraordinary and his mind is deep and deep. He is really a devil with profound evil nature. So young, and yet he has such a high level of cultivation. I would like to ask everyone here, who at the same age dares to suppress this demon. After a shout, there was a burst of silence, so quiet. Seeing this, Tai Hanchuan smiled lightly and looked around at everyone. It seems you all know your own strength. But this demon is now in Jiang'a Mountain. If you go up the mountain directly, how can you survive from him? There was another silence. Obviously, Ningchen's demonic reputation had frightened the group of people in front of him. Therefore, our Tai family specially sent people to block Jiang'a Mountain in order to better strangle this demon. Jiang'a Mountain is surrounded by us in all directions. The Tai family has issued a strict blockade, so no demon can escape. Then, the 3 of us will go up the mountain together and kill the demon. As for these 2. This is Wu Guangfeng from the Wu family, this is Yi Xiaodian from the Yi family. They are here to help me kill the demon. With the 3 of us here, the demon can't escape no matter how powerful he is. In order to give the people of southern Xinjiang a clear and bright world, I, Tai Hanchuan, have no choice but to do it. I hope you all will trust our preparations, just wait quietly outside the mountain, and then wait for good news. Everyone. Follow me into the mountain. After shouting, Tai Hanchuan went straight to Jiang'a Mountain without any hesitation. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1319 words. The wind and snow are faint, and the tornado blows the snow. Looking from a distance, I saw a group of people walking toward the top of the mountain in a mighty manner. Even though the wind and snow were blowing, no one slowed down. Naturally, this group of people came to kill Ningchen. Thump thump thump. Tai Hanchuan raised his hand and slightly held up the bamboo hat. When he looked at it, he saw the top of Jiang'a Mountain towering into the clouds. His eyes calmed down and he smiled slightly. Qingyue is only in her 20s, is the beginning of level 4, has 90% qualifications for grade A, and is offering a reward of 1 million yuan stones for the first time. Majoring in Thunder Dao, minoring in Strength Dao and Soul Dao. His famous killer move is the 5 Thunder Shocking Heaven technique that killed Yun Lantian. The power is infinite, but the sky is dark and the earth is dark. He is ruthless, thoughtful, suspicious and cautious, and will not leave his back to others easily. Judging from this name, it does not rule out the possibility of being good at pretending to be someone else. All kinds of information about Ningchen appeared in Tai Hanchuan's mind. He slowly opened his eyes and felt a little surprised. Even he, a 5th-level Gu master who is one of the most powerful elders of the Tai family, was surprised to see such a demon. The more Tai Hanchuan thought about it, the more frightened he became. His eyes became darker and darker without realizing it, and he murmured softly in his heart. With such talent, such character, and such strength, he is truly a devil. In this case, if I don't stop it in advance, promotion to rank 5 will only happen naturally. At that time, this Qingyue will become a demon that brings harm to the entire southern Xinjiang. And by then, it will be too late to kill this devil. Fortunately, Qingyue is only a young man in his 20s after all. You don't know how to restrain your sharp edges. Instead, you massacre mortals and even Gu masters to promote your own demonic name. But if you think about it carefully, it makes sense. After all, for people in the devil's path, a reputation can save them a lot of trouble. Hey, it would be great if this Qingyue was a member of our Tai family. Thinking of this, Tai Hanchuan sighed softly, with a bit of sadness inevitably appearing in his eyes, recalling the scene before departure. In Etienne Pavilion. All the elders of the Tai family gathered together, but the leader was an old man with white hair. He was like a gaunt tree, on the verge of death. His body was extremely thin and frail, but he did not show signs of decline at all, but he was somewhat capable. This person is now the number 1 person in southern Xinjiang, Tai Mubai. Therefore, many elders present also respectfully listened to Tai Mubai's instructions. Suddenly, Tai Mubai coughed twice, waved towards Tai Hanchuan, and smiled faintly. Ahem. Tai Hanchuan, come here. Master Patriarch, what are your orders? After hearing this, Tai Hanchuan walked down from his seat and quietly came to Tai Mubai's side. He leaned slightly to his side and listened. Well, you also knew about the demon suppression tower some time ago. The thief Lu Zhuanfeng imprisoned inside broke the demon suppression tower and escaped. And led a group of demonic Gu masters to escape. This has a huge impact on the prestige of our Tai family among many families in southern Xinjiang. After all, although our Tai family is currently recognized as the first family in southern Xinjiang, the forbidden area within the family was escaped by a demonic Gu master. Our influence is self-evident. And I also hurriedly went out and killed many demonic Gu masters. Unfortunately, I didn't leave the thief Lu Zhuanfeng behind, but I fought with him and both sides suffered losses. Ahem, therefore, you need to come forward and walk to southern Xinjiang to carry out the day of demon slaying on my behalf again. Don't ask me why it is you. Apart from me, you are the strongest in the family, and you are qualified enough to take on this responsibility. Therefore, you need to use the Destroying Demon Day on my behalf. Once again, we can rectify the name of our Tai family. For this reason, everyone in the Tai family will obey your orders. Don't let me down, Tai Hanchuan. Having said this, Tai Mubai's big hand gently fell on Tai Hanchuan's shoulder. The eyes are bright and there is unparalleled trust. Tai Hanchuan stared blankly at the white-haired old man with bright eyes, saying nothing but making a conclusion in his heart. When Tai Hanchuan's thoughts returned to the present, he took out a long breath and sighed softly. Qingwei. Among the recent new stars of the Devil's Path, you are at the forefront, and the people of the Wu family want to kill you with 1,000 knives. Therefore, you will definitely die in Jianghe Mountain today. I have a rank 5 Gu master in charge, and Wu Guangfeng and Yi Xiaodian are both at the peak of rank 4. Even if you have great abilities, I will still die here. The more Tai Hanchuan thought about it, the colder his eyes became. Although he said nothing, the words under his feet became more sonorous and powerful. Hanjinghu, pavilions and buildings. Ta ta ta. Ningchen stepped quietly on the ice, raised his eyes slightly, and saw that the pavilion was already standing in front of him. Dewey Pavilion. Ningchen slowly walked into the pavilion and looked around. Except for the chessboard in the center of the pavilion, there was nothing else. Taking a closer look, I was shocked to see that the chessboard was based on bluestone and moss. It was like an old dream, as if it was a lifetime ago. Upon closer inspection, I saw that all the chess pieces on the board were white, occupying most of the board, and there were no black stones. Ningchen became interested when he saw this. He slowly walked to the chessboard and opened the chess pot beside him. It was filled with black pieces. Seeing this, Ningchen's guess became more certain. He waved his sleeves and slowly sat down. Narrowing his eyes, he carefully looked at the white pieces in front of him and whispered to himself. This chessboard is full of white pieces, without a single black piece, and the white pieces contain some guiding charm. Could this be a game of incompleteness? If it is a game of incompleteness, then who made it? Could it be the Sword Master Han Xian? If it is the Sword Master Han Xian, then if I can solve this chess game, can I get her inheritance? Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Ningchen seemed to notice something, and there was a hint of an ambiguous smile on his lips. Raising his hand, he took out a mottled and dirty black piece from the chess pot. His black eyes looked around the chessboard, as if he was looking for an excellent landing point for the black piece. Pa! The black piece fell and landed on the star position on the chessboard. The black piece was like a dark star in the daytime, firmly stuck in the star position. When a piece fell, Ningchen felt his eyes widen, as if he had an idea for the next 5 or even dozens of steps in his mind. Pa pa pa. One piece after another, the black piece was not like the dark star just now, alone, but like a circling dragon of disaster in the sky. He killed a way out among the layers of white pieces. Legend of the Gu Demon. 1,315 words. A solitary pavilion on a green mountain, alone. Pata pata pata. Ningchen fell one after another, becoming more and more skillful. The next step is to anticipate several or even dozens of steps in the future. And it turned out exactly as he wished. The fight between black and white has become somewhat evenly divided. White's chess moves are treacherous and changeable, while black's chess moves are extremely powerful. The black man is twisting and turning among the layers of white man, like a dragon that brings disaster to the world. After a few seconds, Bai Zi was surrounded by suppressing, killing, chasing, and beating. In a short time, Bai Zi was beaten to the extreme, and he was completely defeated. Looking at the chessboard, you can see that the black stone's chess path is really a dragon that is soaring in the sky and brings disaster to the world. But the white piece is also extremely cunning. Every time the black dragon wants to swallow the white piece and kill it to death, it can always find a way to survive among the many chess moves. Pa de. A child falls, but there is no follow-up. Ningchen quietly looked at the chessboard in front of him, quietly playing with a sunspot in his hand, as if he wanted to figure out the reason. Suddenly, I was suddenly startled, my eyes were filled with haze, and I murmured in my heart. Now I am 100% sure that this remnant chess piece was the one left by Master Hanqin's swordsman during his lifetime. I didn't think so at first, but now it seems that Han Xian's swordsman had already anticipated the latecomer's chess moves from this pavilion before he was alive. Since the first step, my chess strategy has completely fallen into Master Hanqin's calculations. It looks like my black man is chasing and beating my white man, he's in such a state of embarrassment. But in fact, this white boy is not in any danger at all. He can be said to have peace of mind. And when looking at the overall situation, this Baizi is extremely steady and has no murderous intentions at all. It's said to be a game of chess. But it's more like Master Han Xian's guidance to me. As for where it will lead, there's no way of knowing. Hey, this Han Xian swordsman is truly worthy of being the first-generation swordsman in southern Xinjiang. Thinking so, Ningchen slowly opened his eyes, and the haze in his eyes disappeared, and he felt a little relieved. Suddenly he lowered his head and looked at the sunspot in his palm, and just chuckled. Pa de. The black piece landed steadily on the chessboard, adding another scale to the black dragon on the chessboard. Goo goo goo. The cold mountains are majestic, but there are crows of jackdaws. Beside the pine trees, there is a graceful lady lying there. This beauty is none other than Humayr. Humayr heard the crows of jackdaws a few times, covered her hands with her hands, and slowly raised her head. When I looked closely, I saw a jackdaw soaring in the sky. Such a scene fell into Humayr's beautiful eyes, which made her puzzled. It's strange, I've never seen a jackdaw on Jiangha Mountain. Suddenly, bursts of cold air suddenly came from behind her, as if half of her body was frozen. Aha! Before Humayr could react, an ice blade chopped off the hair next to her ear and went straight to her neck. The cold air rushed straight down the ice blade to her neck, making Ling Humayr feel extremely cold all over. Humayr's teeth were clenched and she was trembling. She turned her head forcefully, but she met a pair of cold and cold blue eyes. Bang! Humayr suddenly felt her neck tighten, and then realized that the man's fingers were squeezing her jade neck tightly. The man looked at Humayr's rather painful expression and just chuckled. Ha 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 ha. Slutty fox, let me ask you a question. Have you seen the person in this award? Goo. After saying this, a jackdaw suddenly landed on the ice blade, holding it firmly with a reward document in its mouth. Humayr suppressed the fear in her heart and looked at the reward article in front of her. Her eyelids twitched and her heart was shocked. Isn't this Brother Qingyue? Is it possible that this woman has a grudge against Brother Qingyue? Then, who is stronger or weaker compared to Brother Qingyue? The man looked at Humayr without speaking for a long time, his green eyebrows darkened slightly, and he smiled faintly. Are you silent? So, have you seen this Qingyue? The tone was extremely bright, but when it fell into Humayr's ears, it made her delicate body tremble. And Humayr's reaction confirmed that she had indeed seen Ning Chen. Suddenly, as soon as her fingers loosened, Humayr suddenly felt her breathing became smoother and took a big breath. The man slowly knelt down, looked at Humayr under him, and smiled slightly. In that case, please lead the way. Of course, you don't have to worry about Qingyue's revenge. Because, I am stronger than him. As soon as he said these words, Ling Humayr raised her eyes and saw clearly what this person looked like. With her red hair, icy skin, and blue eyes, she looked like a graceful beauty, but the murderous intent in her eyes made her shudder. But taking this opportunity, Humayr also recognized the identity of the woman in front of her, and murmured her identity. Hangue Bingji. There is only a shadow in the lonely pavilion, black and white. Ningchen looked at the chessboard in front of him quietly, his eyebrows slightly furrowed and his heart sank slightly. Looking at the chess game in front of us, there are only a few points left. In other words, this chess game is about to end. Click, click. A few more black pieces fell, leaving only 2 spots. Ningchen frowned when he saw this, as if he wanted to figure out what was going on. He murmured in his heart. According to the current chess game, after I make my move, my turn will be over. That means it's time for the opponent to make a move. But there's no opponent on the other side. Thinking of this, Ningchen raised his eyes slightly and looked at the opposite seat, but there was no one there, only a few snowflakes floating on the seat. Looking at the black piece in his palm quietly, Ningchen slowly closed his eyes and sighed softly. In this case, I can only make a move. In fact, whether I make a move or not, this game of chess is over. There is no result after all. In my opinion, I will lose this game of chess in 9 out of 10 cases. But if I lose, the inheritance of Master Han Qin may fall into the hands of others. Should I regret my move? Suddenly, Ningchen raised his eyes and looked at the chessboard, but laughed silently to himself. Ha ha ha. Forget it. I just came to try my luck. It doesn't matter if I can't get this inheritance. Immediately, Ningchen put aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, stretched out his hand and pressed the last piece. This belongs to his last piece. Pa, pa. Why is there a sound of two pieces falling when one piece falls? When Ningchen heard this sound, he suddenly raised his head and took a closer look. It turned out that a lotus arm slowly stretched out from his clothes and picked up the last white piece in the chess pot. It fell on the last point of the chessboard. Legend of the Goo Demon. 1295 words. A gentle female voice slowly fell into Ningchen's ears, like flowing water from a mountain. Hello, latecomer. I am the Lord of Jiang'a Mountain, Hanxin Sword Master, Su Luche. When Ningchen heard this, he raised his head slightly and saw the gentle beauty in front of him. The crane's robe and white cloak were swaying in the wind, and he raised his hand to throw the chess game. The green eyebrows are like the moon, the eyes are as bright as the clouds, the skin is as bright as jade, and the lips are as red. Wan's beautiful hair is holding the clear snow, and the wind is charming and embracing the ice flowers. A gentle smile spreads the face, and a dark light flows in the eyes. Su Luche looked at Ningchen in front of him quietly, the gentleness in his eyes almost overflowing, and smiled faintly. I'm just a remnant soul. But no matter what, I'm very happy about your arrival, really happy. I am delighted that, after 100 years, I finally meet a qualified successor. Looking at the countless people who came after me, either they didn't care to read the poems I left, or they regretted playing a few moves in the chess game when no one was around. How can you practice swordsmanship with such a character? At this point, there was a hint of disdain in the gentle green voice, although it was very light. Then, Su Luche slowly raised his head, looked at Ningchen, raised his hand and smiled slightly. Only you not only read my poems, but also completed my remaining chess pieces, without any regrets. With such a kind heart, you are worthy of being a devil of a generation. When Ningchen heard this, his pupils shrank, he was slightly startled, and his expression was stagnant. Such an expression fell into Su Luche's eyes, making her purse her lips and chuckle again and again. Ha 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 ha. Not only do I know you are a demon, I also know that there is a female demon who is looking for you right now. That female devil is dressed in blue robes, has red hair and ice skin, cold lips and jade skin, and holds a 7-foot ice blade in her hand. She is really raging with murderous intent. And she is accompanied by a jackdaw. Ningchen didn't panic after hearing this. He quietly leaned on the backrest behind him and murmured in his heart. Han Xiaoyao, it seems that the fake corpse can't hide it from the outside world. It doesn't matter if I have Han Xiaoyao, even if she is a high-ranking rank 4, she can't kill me on the spot. On the contrary, I can take control with the speed of Thunder Goo. Whether to fight or retreat is entirely up to me. Suddenly, a dark light flashed through Ningchen's eyes, his eyebrows sank, and he murmured to himself. Wait a minute, according to what Su Luche said, my identity cannot be hidden from her. Then when Su Luche learns that I am a demon, will he entrust his inheritance to me? If I don't give it, will I have to kill people to get the treasure? How much strength does Su Luche's remnant soul have left? For a time, countless questions lingered in Ningchen's mind, which only made his brows become more and more gloomy. When Su Luche saw this, he chuckled repeatedly, as if he had seen through his inner thoughts. Ha 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 ha. Qingyue, can I call you this for now? You don't have to worry about whether I will hand over the inheritance to you, the devil. I have been traveling in southern Xinjiang for many years. I have seen the treachery of the righteous family and the ruthlessness of the demon giants. Therefore, no matter you are a demon, a man or a woman, a young man or an old man, a fool or a wise man, I, Su Luche, only have one identity in my eyes. That's the disciple I recognize, and the only one who can chat and laugh with me in hundreds of years. For hundreds of years, you are the only one. After saying this, Su Luche sighed softly, slowly closed his eyes, and opened his red lips slightly. When I was alive, the righteous way treated me as an alien, the evil way regarded me as a lunatic. Because in the eyes of the Goo Master, no one cares about the life of that humble mortal. But I'm different, I've stepped from a mortal to the status I have now. I know too well what mortal life is like. That's why I am so concerned about the humble mortal, the mortal like an ant. So, throughout hundreds of years, no one has been able to talk to me. How sad. But Qingyue, you are different. You are the only person who has been recognized by me in hundreds of years. And you are also one of the few people who can patiently listen to what I have to say. So, you don't have to worry that I won't hand over the inheritance to you. I've been too lonely in this life. I want a disciple, no matter good or evil, male or female, old or young, stupid or wise. And you are the disciple I have been looking for hundreds of years. Having said this, Su Luce looked at Ningchen in front of him, feeling more and more satisfied, and smiled softly. Of course, apart from this reason, there is actually another fundamental reason. That means I don't have any inheritance at all. As soon as the words fell into Ningchen's ears, they made him tremble, his pupils suddenly shrink, and he murmured, "No inheritance?" Seeing Ningchen's shocked look, Su Luce didn't panic at all. He spread his hands slightly and chuckled. "That's right. I really don't have any swordworms, and I don't have any ice and snowworms either. But compared to these, I have some gifts for you. These gifts are definitely much more precious than any goo insect." After saying that, he leaned forward, and a lotus arm slowly stretched out from the sleeves. The prime finger was slightly raised, and it gently landed on the center of Ningchen's eyebrows. With just a hint, Ningchen suddenly felt a torrent of memories pouring into his mind like a bursting flood. This method of forcibly instilling memories was extremely rough. Even Ningchen's expression changed slightly due to the severe pain in his mind, and he hummed softly. Continue well, this is my Hanshin swordsman, all the swordsmanship insights from a generation of fifth-turn swordmasters. It will definitely be of great benefit to you if you practice swordsmanship in the future. Of course, don't be fooled by this realization. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, it depends on your luck. Suddenly, Ningchen punched the chessboard with a bang, causing stone powder to fly away, but it caused bursts of chuckles. Bang. Ha 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 ha. Okay. It's really a good feeling. When Su Luce saw this, he chuckled again and again. He moved his fingers slightly and slowly turned the Rui ring on his thumb. This isn't over yet. Dang Jingyuan, come out. After saying this, Ningchen suddenly felt the stone pavilion shaking, and even a few of the chess pieces on the chessboard fell to the ground. Suddenly, Ningchen seemed to feel something, so he turned around and looked at the shaking ice surface of Jinghu Lake. Bang! All I could see was that the ice surface suddenly broke, and the surrounding icebergs as big as houses were thrown away, causing a torrent of water to surge onto the lake. Ouch! Legend of the Goo Demon. 1,300 words. The silver dragon roared wildly, and saw the light of day again. Ningchen was shocked when he saw it, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He murmured softly, as if he was a little bit unbelievable about what he saw. Is this a dragon? Ha 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 ha. My good disciple. Don't look so shocked. Are you surprised that there is a dragon in your circle? Su Luce laughed when he heard it, and seemed to appreciate Ningchen's shocked look. After that, he slowly raised his arm and grabbed it in the air. The silver dragon was also very human, so the dragon twisted its head and slowly landed beside the stone pavilion. Its long and winding body wrapped the entire stone pavilion, and even the dragon scales around it could be seen clearly. Ningchen looked at the silver dragon hovering around with interest. His black eyes kept moving over the dragon's body, and he could see the dragon's appearance clearly. Its cold eyes had vertical pupils, fangs and long beards, its head was as rugged as a rock, and its cold scales were as eye-catching as stars. When it exhaled, it blew a gust of cold wind, as if it went straight through the top of the head. When the dragon claws were clenched, it grabbed a wisp of strong wind, which made people's faces hurt. Looking at the whole picture, the dragon's eyes alone were as big as a child, and its body was as thick as a house. As for its length, it was said to be thousands of feet long. Suddenly, the dragon's eyes turned slightly and looked at Ningchen coldly. It immediately exhaled a wisp of cold air from the gap between its fangs, almost freezing Ningchen's whole body. Huh. Su Luce also laughed out loud when he saw this, looking very happy. Ha 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 ha. Dang Jingyuan, stop it. He is my disciple, and you are still his uncle. Dang Jingyuan turned his head to the side reluctantly after hearing this, and moved closer to Su Luce. The dragon's eyes were humanized with a few traces of nostalgia. Ah. Immediately, it wanted to move closer to Su Luce, as if it wanted to see its master again after hundreds of years. However, it underestimated its own size after all. Bang! It just bumped into the eaves of the pavilion, and then swayed again. Su Luce also restrained his smile when he saw this, and there was a trace of emotion in his eyes, muttering. Dang Jingyuan. I know you miss me very much. But you should also know. The real me died hundreds of years ago. Now I am just a remnant soul. Ah. A dragon roar, but it was not powerful at all, just very sad. This dragon roar fell into Ningchen's ears, which made him a little surprised. He secretly said to himself. This dragon actually has its own consciousness? It doesn't look like it is controlled by the dragon controlling Gu at all. Su Liuche's peripheral vision seemed to notice Ningchen, and he smiled faintly. I know what you are thinking. I saw this dragon when I killed the demon in southern Xinjiang in my early years. At that time, it was still an evil dragon. Perhaps it has devoured too many human souls and has lived too long, so it has some intelligence, which is probably no less than that of an ordinary teenager. Then after I suppressed it with both kindness and force, it followed me. Then I knew it was a white nether cold soul dragon. It is at the level of Beast King, which is the combat power of the 5th level. But before I died, I was worried that it would be taken away by the demons, and it seemed to understand my intentions. It understood my intentions, so it shook the world and had this mirror lake. Then, it spit out a torrent of cold air and drilled into the lake, freezing itself in at the bottom of this lake. And this guard has been there for hundreds of years, hundreds of spring, autumn, summer and winter. Because of this, it is no longer a 5th level combat power white nether cold soul dragon, but has fallen to the 4th level and become a white nether cold soul Jiao. And it is also my second gift to you. After saying that, Su Luce slowly took off the Rui ring on his thumb and handed it to Ningchen, smiling slightly. Ningchen was not surprised at all when he heard this. He raised his hand and slowly took the Rui ring from Su Luce's palm. Seeing Ningchen take the Rui ring and put it on his thumb, a few traces of relief appeared in his beautiful eyes, and he sighed softly. This Rui ring was made by me when I was alive with the only reverse scale on Dang Jingyuan's body, so it was named Cold Scale Ring. With this ring, you can call Dang Jingyuan who is hundreds or even thousands of miles away in a single thought. I hope my disciple will keep it intact. Of course. After hearing this, Ningchen looked at the cold scale ring in his hand for a few breaths again. Suddenly he raised his head and smiled at Su Luce. Ah. Suddenly, a rather shrill dragon roar fell into the ears of the two, and they all turned their heads to look. Su Luce saw the reluctance in Dang Jingyuan's dragon eyes and pursed his lips, slowly stood up. Walked to the side of the stone pavilion, raised his hand, and gently stroked Dang Jingyuan's dragon whiskers, smiling faintly. Dang Jingyuan, after I leave, don't bully your nephew. You must also obey your nephew, after all, he is your master now. Also, after I leave, I must protect my disciple, your nephew. Qingyue, a disciple, if you are bullied by this bad dragon in the future, be sure to say it in your heart. The louder you chant in your heart, the easier it will be for my soul to find you in the future. In the future, if my soul hears my good disciples chanting, I will come to you and ask for an explanation. Having said this, he gently grabbed the dragon's beard with his bare hands and stretched it hard, as if to warn Dang Jingyuan. Immediately, he pondered for a moment, looked at Ningchen behind him again, and said leisurely. Qingwei. Actually, I have a third gift for you. But, you may have to wait a little longer to get it. Because, a little devil thief came. After saying that, Su Luce turned his head and glanced into the distance with his beautiful eyes, his eyes as calm as water. Ningchen also followed Su Luce's gaze and saw a goose-gray robe flying wantonly by the lake. Who could this person be if he wasn't Han Xiaoyao? Han Xiaoyao seemed to notice Ningchen's gaze and looked at it from a distance. After seeing Ningchen, His pupils shrank slightly, he held a 7-foot ice blade and murmured. Qingwei. You really made me search hard. This time, I see you, poof. Suddenly, before she could finish speaking, a 3-foot-long black ice sword flew out from nowhere, trailing wisps of cold light. He could only hear Han Xiaoyao wailing, and his whole body was pierced by the 3-foot-long sword. Even so, the sword's power remained unabated, flying straight until it nailed Han Xiaoyao to the iceberg behind him. Seeing this, Ningxin seemed to know who could create such a method, so he turned around and looked around, but he never saw Su Luche. Just as Ningxin was filled with doubts, he heard a cold sound outside the pavilion. It's really noisy. My good disciple. When will it be the turn of a little devil thief to teach you a lesson? Don't forget to like and subscribe to Sally Fox audiobook.